Somewhere in the eastern region, in a barren desert torn by war within a stronghold of the Ten Commandments gang, a white man slowly regained consciousness in the middle of a dim cave. A sharp surge of pain made him instantly knit his brows as a cry escaped his lips. "Oh, where am I?" As he slowly tried to sit up, he suddenly felt something tugging at his body. He reached up and pulled the oxygen tube from his nose, then glanced down at the lump of iron strapped to his chest with wires running from it, utterly bewildered. At that moment, a voice sounded from the side. "If I were you, I wouldn't move around so recklessly," the voice warned. "There is a piece of shrapnel in your body, very close to your heart. Without that device, your life would have already ended." Hearing this, the man's expression changed at once. He had no idea whether the old man before him was telling the truth, but he did not dare to gamble with his life. Just as he was about to ask more questions, a wave of excruciating pain suddenly tore through his mind. At the same time, a cascade of memory fragments flashed rapidly across his consciousness like a speeding film reel. Several minutes later, the pain in his head subsided, yet his face looked even worse, twisted with a tangle of emotions, bewilderment, shock, and a faint sense of unease. He had only gone to sleep like any normal person, never imagining that upon waking, he would have crossed into another world, into the body of the world-renowned Iron Man Tony Stark. As one of Marvel's most wildly popular characters, Tony Stark was celebrated across the globe, a figure said to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods by relying solely on mortal strength. Realizing this, Tony felt a jolt of joy. His previous life had been unsatisfying, with little to tie him down. Now that he had crossed over to become the legendary Iron Man, what more could he possibly ask for? However, his elation did not last long. His expression soon darkened. Tony Stark could rival gods not because of any mutation, but solely thanks to his brilliant mind. Now, he might have taken over Tony Stark's identity, but he had not inherited that extraordinary intellect. If his guess was right, he was currently in the plot of the first Iron Man film, at the point where Tony Stark has been kidnapped. At this moment, Tony Stark had not yet created the Iron Man armor. In other words, while he had inherited Tony's identity, he had also in effect snuffed out the very existence of Iron Man. After all, in his previous life, he had merely been an upstanding, ordinary young man, utterly incapable of constructing an Iron Man suit. If that were the only issue, Tony would have felt uncomfortable, but not truly distressed. He had never been particularly keen on playing the superhero. Living as a plain yet unimaginably wealthy billionaire would have been more than acceptable. However, his current predicament was that he had been kidnapped, and these captors were about to coerce him into building missiles. Yet he could not build a single missile. Once those terrorists discovered the truth, could he possibly survive? They would likely hack him to pieces and throw him to the dogs. At that thought, panic surged through Tony. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure entirely, a cold, synthetic, electronic voice suddenly echoed within his mind. "Ding! You have become the heir of the Shadow Kingdom. The Dark Lottery system is at your service. Name: Tony Stark. Sex: male. Identity: heir of the Shadow Kingdom. Abilities: none. Newbie gift pack to be opened. Lottery chances: 0. Mission issued: escape with your life. Mission description: your current situation is extremely dangerous. At any moment, the kidnappers may butcher you and feed you to their dogs. Flee this place as quickly as possible and remove yourself from danger. Mission reward: 1 lottery chance, authority to command the Shadow Kingdom's Ninja Corps." As he stared at the flood of information before his eyes, Tony froze for a moment, his expression shifting again and again. At last, a surge of wild delight welled up in his chest, tugging the corners of his mouth into a grin of pure satisfaction. So it was true. Every transmigrator comes with a golden cheat. The netizens had not lied. Although he might never forge an Iron Man suit, and this world would lose its Iron Man with the system's assistance, he would only grow into someone far more powerful than Iron Man ever was. Fortunately, he did not let excitement cloud his judgment. He understood perfectly what his most urgent priority was. Open the newbie gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 ninja soldiers. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained permission to traverse the Shadow Kingdom. As the short prompts faded, Tony felt an inexplicable force stir within his body. By channeling this power, he could summon 10 ninja soldiers at will and freely enter or leave the Shadow Kingdom. Tony glanced around. At some point, the old man who had spoken to him earlier had already departed. Steadying his mind, Tony calmly focused on that strange power and silently called out to the ninja soldiers. "Come forth." The instant the words left his mouth, a billowing black mist rose before his eyes. When the black mist dispersed, 10 figures wrapped head to toe in black ninja garb stood before him. Unlike ordinary ninjas, every inch of their bodies was an inky, light, devouring black. Even their exposed hands were pitch black. The only color that broke the darkness was the pair of crimson eyes each of them bore, radiating a ravenous lust for slaughter. Studying them, Tony examined every detail as though beholding some peerless masterpiece. In the Shadow Kingdom, there existed 9 great Shadow Corps, and the Ninja Corps was one of them. They might not be the most powerful among the Shadow Corps, but they were undoubtedly the most versatile. Whether in battle or in everyday matters, they could lend their aid with ease. Beyond their prowess in combat, the Shadow Corps possessed an even more terrifying trait: they were undying and indestructible. Born of darkness, whenever they fell, they would simply be reborn within the Shadow Kingdom. Moreover, their loyalty to their master was absolute, making them the finest subordinates one could ask for. According to what was known from the anime The Shadow Kingdom, where the Shadow Corps dwelled connected to all corners of the world, so could he use it to escape this place? The moment the thought surfaced, Tony's heart stirred. He immediately gave the order, "Take me into the Shadow Kingdom." As soon as the words left his lips, 2 shadow ninjas stepped up to stand before him. Each laid a hand on one of his shoulders, and together they drew him down into the ground. The instant Tony vanished, the rest of the shadow ninjas likewise sank into the earth after him. Time ticked by second after second, until suddenly Tony's figure reappeared in the cave, erupting from the ground, as he gasped for breath, eyes still carrying a trace of lingering terror. He had remembered the convenience of the Shadow Kingdom, but had failed to consider how dangerous it was. As a realm of dark beings, the Shadow Kingdom housed not only the Shadow Corps, but also powerful creatures of pure darkness. Though Tony was nominally the heir to the Shadow Kingdom, he held only the title and none of the real authority. For now, he could summon merely 10 ninja soldiers, and even that was granted by the system's newbie gift pack. As a living human intruding into the Shadow Kingdom, he was like a lamp blazing in utter darkness, impossible to ignore. The moment he set foot there, before he could even take a proper look around, he was met with a ferocious assault by dark creatures. If not for the protection of the 10 ninja soldiers, his life would likely have ended there. It seems I will have to first bring all 9 Shadow Corps under my control. Only then can I truly become the master of the Shadow Kingdom. A faint bitter smile tugged at Tony's lips. He looked toward the sunlight streaming in from outside the cave, a chill gleam flashing through his eyes. There's no helping it. I'll just have to carve a bloody path out of here. As Tony's voice fell, murderous intent surged in his eyes, yet a moment later, he forced it back down. As a commander of the Dark Faction, his Shadow Legion was not constrained by day or night, but once darkness descended, their strength could be unleashed to an even greater extent. For now, he could summon only 10 dark ninjas, and to avoid any unforeseen accidents, Tony decided to wait until night fully fell before making his move. Having made up his mind, Tony soon slipped into a deep sleep. He had just awakened to a series of crushing blows and ecstatic turns of fate. His mind was utterly exhausted and desperately needed rest. As for his own safety, he was not overly concerned for the time being. Since the kidnappers wanted him alive to build missiles for them, his life was temporarily secure, and he did not need to worry too much about their intentions. He slept for 2 full hours. When Tony awoke again, the sun was already sinking toward the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled across the mouth of the cave, bathing the entrance in the tranquil beauty of dusk. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. The old man Tony had seen earlier that day walked in carrying a tray of food in his hands. Seeing Tony sitting on the bed, the old man spoke. "You must be hungry. Eat something. It doesn't taste great, but I imagine you need it." As he spoke, he set the food down in front of Tony, then turned away to busy himself with his own tasks. Tony frowned at the bowl of pitch-black concoction before him. If the old man had not called it food, he would have thought it was cement. The bowl was filled with a gray pasty sludge that exuded a faintly sour, acrid smell. If he had any choice at all, Tony would rather die than put such a thing in his mouth. Yet he had not eaten in a very long time, and if he did not replenish his energy soon, he could not be sure he would even be able to stand. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally pinched his nose and forced himself to finish everything in the bowl. Perhaps because he was so hungry, although the food tasted awful, it was not impossible to swallow. When he scraped the bowl clean, at last a thread of strength finally returned to his body. Only then did he have the leisure to study the old man. In the story, he remembered this old man was quite remarkable. It was thanks to his surgery that Tony's previous self survived at all, and was given the chance to create the iron armor suit. After a brief silence, Tony spoke. "Hey old man, what's your name? How did you end up here?" The old man, who was flipping through a book, glanced at him and replied in an even tone, "Ensign Bogley. I am a prisoner just like you, so don't count on me to get you out of here." Clearly, Ensign still thought Tony was hoping he would help him escape, and he cut off that line of thought without hesitation. Tony did not mind and did not press the matter. If the old man was willing when the time came to leave, Tony would not begrudge taking him along. Time slipped by and the night grew ever darker. Outside the cave, a mass of black mist coalesced. 10 ninja soldiers emerged in utter silence, then like wraiths vanished once more into the shadows. Sitting on the bed, Tony gazed into the darkness beyond the cave entrance and could not help but sigh softly. A moonless, windy night, the perfect time for killing. The 10 Rings camp was not far from the cave, perched halfway up the mountainside. To seal off the cave, they had built their encampment in a ring around the entire mid-slope, tents standing in rows along the mountain's waist. Though night had fully fallen, the 10 Rings camp still blazed with light. Generators roared in the darkness, and patrol squads roamed ceaselessly through every corner of the encampment. Compared to ordinary criminal militias, their sense of vigilance was exceptional, leaving almost no room for a surprise attack. If a regular army tried to strike under cover of darkness, the Ten Rings members would respond in an instant. But tonight their opponent was not a conventional military force. It was the Ninja Legion from the Shadow Kingdom. They were few in number, only 10, but the power of each individual had already far surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. The camp's lights shone brightly, yet it was impossible for them to banish every pocket of darkness. Before long, a patrol squad stepped into one of those darkened zones. The instant they crossed into the shadows, pairs of blood-red eyes flickered open around them. The patrolmen's faces changed abruptly, and they opened their mouths to shout. But before any sound could escape, a rapid series of wet, slicing noises, blades shearing through throats, ripped through the dark. Each member of the squad felt a searing pain at the neck as their life force drained away. One after another, they crumpled to the ground, transformed into lifeless corpses. As the last of them fell, the shadow ninjas stepped out of the darkness, each dragging a corpse back into the gloom. In short order, the scene was scrubbed clean, not even a trace of blood remained. The entire process was carried out in absolute silence. The coordination between the shadow ninjas was flawless, and in the depths of the night, their slaughter unfolded like a dark blossom. What transpired in that corner of the camp did not attract the slightest notice from the Ten Rings. The shadow ninjas continued to lurk in the darkness, quietly culling patrol squads one by one. Anyone who stepped into the darkness never came back out. This state of affairs persisted until midnight, when members of the Ten Rings finally sensed that something was wrong. Mountain Wolf Nightingale, respond if you hear this. Respond if you hear this. Inside a tent, a bald, burly man gripped a walkie-talkie, his tone grave as he called out. He was the patrol captain responsible for overall coordination and deployment. Moments earlier, he had received a report that several patrol units appeared to be missing. His first instinct was to dismiss it as impossible. His subordinates were all capable, professionally trained soldiers. Even if something happened, there was no way it would occur without a sound. Yet after he called out again and still received no reply, he could no longer deny the truth. Something had gone terribly wrong. An enemy had infiltrated their camp. Realizing this, the bald man barked, "Sound the alarm, we have intruders." At his words, a nearby subordinate slammed his palm onto the alarm button, and a shrill siren immediately tore through the camp. The camp quieted a moment before burst into frantic activity. Shouts erupted from every tent as Ten Rings members who had been resting scrambled into their gear and rushed outside. At the same time, the shadow ninjas who had been hiding in the dark to stalk their prey scattered the moment the alarm sounded. Without waiting for orders, they unleashed a full-scale massacre throughout the camp. As living weapons forged for killing, slaughter had been etched into the shadow ninjas' very instincts. Whether it was silently hunting from the darkness at first, or now spreading out to kill in the open, every move they made was an unconscious expression of that nature. They adapted to their surroundings, always choosing the tactic most conducive to killing. Soon many Ten Rings members who had just stepped out of their tents, not yet joined up with their comrades, felt a cold blade kiss their throats and fell lifeless to the ground. Bodies lay sprawled on the ground as slaughter erupted within the camp. Many people caught sight of the shadowy figure of the ninja flashing by, and they could not help but curse loudly. What the hell is that? Enemies! Open fire, open fire! In an instant, gunfire erupted and countless bullets poured toward the shadowy ninja. Watching this scene, the crimson glow in the ninja's eyes intensified as he wielded his blade with swift motions. The sound of clanging echoed as he deflected a large number of bullets with his sword. This sight filled the members of the Ten Commandments gang with fear. However, the shadowy ninjas showed no hesitation, dashing straight into the crowd. With a ghostly speed that surpassed everyone's imagination, before they could react, the shadowy ninja had already immersed himself in the crowd, unleashing a wave of slaughter. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and many fell to the ground without even having time to scream. Blood flowed from their throats, gradually staining the ground red. This scene was not an isolated incident. It unfolded throughout the entire camp. The 10 shadowy ninjas had transformed into grim reapers in the darkness, and no one could stop them. All the armed men could only watch helplessly as death descended upon them, dying with endless fear. In the cave, Dr. Ensign, who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by the gunfire outside. He sat up, looking gravely toward the cave entrance, unsure of what was happening, and glanced at Tony beside him. Seeing Tony staring blankly at the cave entrance, Ensign couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what's going on outside?" Tony looked at him and nodded. "I know the people who are coming to rescue me are here." "Rescue you?" Dr. Jensen's lips twitched as he shook his head and said nothing more. When Tony was brought in, everything on him had been destroyed, and even having a locator was useless. Except for the Ten Commandments gang, it was impossible for anyone to find this place. Therefore, he did not believe Tony's words. However, he did not speak up. Tony stood up and said, "Let's go, it should be ending soon. We can get out of here." "My." A hint of doubt appeared on Dr. Jensen's face. Tony ignored him, holding the battery in front of him and slowly walked toward the cave entrance. Seeing this, Dr. Jensen's expression changed instantly. Being a smart man, he found it hard to believe Tony. But as Tony took the initiative to walk outside, he began to waver. As the head of Stark Industries, a renowned genius, he couldn't believe Tony would be foolish. The chaos outside was evident. If he dared to go out at this time, what Tony said was likely to be true. Someone really came to rescue him. Thinking this, Dr. Jensen's expression changed, and he quickly followed Tony's steps. The two left the cave, making their way halfway up the mountain. In the silent night, they could occasionally hear distant screams. As they approached, the screams grew fewer until they were almost inaudible. Gulp. Dr. Jensen swallowed hard, feeling a bit anxious. At first he hadn't noticed, but now he suddenly realized. The gunfire in the camp was not intense. If the Ten Commandments gang had been ambushed by the military or another armed force, the gunfire should have been fierce. But apart from the gunfire they heard in the cave just now, he had only heard sporadic gunshots since then. It didn't seem like two armed forces were firing at each other. So besides armed forces, who was attacking the Ten Commandments gang? What were the screams coming from the camp? Overthinking it, Dr. Jensen, a Christian, was suddenly filled with fear. A cross appeared in his hand at some point, which he gripped tightly. His gaze fixed on Tony, seeking a sense of security from him. Thus the two entered the camp one after the other. Ugh! A sudden sound of vomiting escaped from Dr. Jensen's mouth. Standing at the edge of the camp looking at the severed limbs and scattered bodies, he who had been deeply engrossed in research couldn't help but vomit. Shock filled his face. Even though the physiological reaction made him uncomfortable, he still found it hard to believe what he saw in the camp. How did you do this? Dr. Jensen said with a trembling voice. Tony's lips curled into a smirk. Guess. With that, he ignored the scattered bodies and walked toward the center of the camp. Having gained control over the shadowy ninjas, his mindset had subtly changed. The most evident change was that the hellish scene, which was hard for ordinary people to endure, stirred no emotions within him. Strolling amidst the blood and corpses, Dr. Jensen followed him with a pale face. Soon the two arrived at the central tent of the camp, where they found a satellite phone on a cluttered table. Seeing this, Tony felt a sense of relief. Eliminating the members of the Ten Commandments gang was only the first step. The more crucial task was figuring out how to leave this desert. The importance of the satellite phone was self-evident. Holding the phone, Tony was about to dial Pepper's number, but paused just before pressing the call button. If he remembered correctly, the mastermind behind his kidnapping was his uncle Obadiah. Moreover, Obadiah intended for him to die in this desert. It was just that the Ten Commandments gang wanted missiles, which was why they left Tony alive. As the second-in-command of Stark Industries, if Pepper used Stark Group's resources, he would definitely find out. Obadiah, who wanted him dead, would not just watch him return to Stark Industries. He would probably contact other armed forces for a second assassination attempt at the first opportunity. Tony naturally didn't fear this, he just thought it was a waste of time. He needed to leave quickly and return to his home country. Although he had killed all the kidnappers, the system did not deem the mission complete. Perhaps he needed to return safely to count as truly escaping. Therefore, Tony deleted the number and re-entered another set of digits to dial out. Soon after, a series of beeping sounds, the call was connected, and a slightly fatigued voice came through. "This is Rhodes. What's up?" "It's me, Tony. What the hell, where are you now?" Upon hearing Tony's voice, Rhodes instantly became excited. During this time, Tony had been missing the U.S. military had been in a panic, as Tony's bodyguard and friend Rhodes had not slept for several days. Now suddenly hearing Tony's voice, how could he not be excited? Pulling the phone away from his ear after Rhodes vented, Tony spoke again. "I don't know my exact location right now. Have someone trace the signal of this phone to pick me up. By the way, remember to be discreet and don't make a scene." Listening to Tony's calm words, Rhodes quickly regained his composure. "What do you mean?" Rhodes said softly. As a military colonel, his intelligence was naturally sharp, and he immediately caught on to the underlying meaning in Tony's words. In response, Tony did not explain, but urged, "We'll talk when we meet. Hurry up with your actions." "Okay, I got it." Rhodes hung up the phone and promptly selected 50 elite personnel to track the signal deep into the desert. A night swiftly passed. When the sun rose the next day, Colonel Rhodes and his team followed the signal to the camp of the Ten Commandments gang. Cough, cough. Colonel Rhodes coughed while waving his hand to disperse the yellow sand before him. He looked at the desolate camp with a hint of vigilance on his face. Fully armed soldiers swiftly came forward to clear the way, holding their firearms with a vigilant expression. Inside the camp, Tony and his companion also heard the sounds of vehicles from outside, and having not slept all night, immediately stepped out of the tent. Soon the two sides met within the camp. "Thank goodness, Tony, you're all right," Colonel Rhodes said, his expression brightening as he approached Tony. 50 fully armed soldiers spread out to maintain vigilance, and none of them noticed anything unusual. Only Dr. Jensen, who had been following Tony, changed his expression. He remembered that last night the camp had been filled with corpses and blood flowing everywhere, a true hell on earth. But now it was gone, there was nothing left. The camp was spotless. There were no corpses, nor could he smell any trace of blood. How could this be? Thinking of this, Dr. Jensen looked fearfully at Tony's back. What secret does this man hide? Just as he was lost in thought, Colonel Rhodes also noticed him standing behind Tony and glanced over quietly, asking, "Tony, who is he?" "A fellow unfortunate soul, like me," Tony replied. "Oh," Rhodes acknowledged, but it was clear he did not believe Tony's words. However, he did not pursue the matter further and instead inquired how Tony had managed to escape. Tony could not provide a satisfactory explanation for this question and could only vaguely respond, "Last night the terrorists here withdrew for some reason, but I don't know why." After speaking, Tony shrugged, helplessly, giving the impression that he truly knew nothing. "Is that so? Then it must be God's blessing. Let's leave here first." Colonel Rhodes stared deeply at Tony, his eyes filled with suspicion. However, because of their relationship, he did not want to press further. He had no choice but to let this matter slide. Regardless, Tony being unharmed was the best news. The group wasted no time and directly boarded the vehicles. Due to not having slept all night, both Tony and Dr. Jensen fell asleep shortly after getting in the car. Tony still held that huge battery in his arms, which made Colonel Rhodes glance over repeatedly during the journey. After 2 hours, Tony finally returned to the U.S. military camp, and his tense mind finally relaxed. As a country that values capitalism, Tony was in a stage of friendly cooperation with the U.S. government, so he was not worried about any harm coming from them. Without lingering at the camp, Tony quickly took Dr. Jensen aboard a military helicopter heading towards New York. Colonel Rhodes, due to his mission, had to stay behind for a while longer and did not accompany them. After sending Tony off, Rhodes also relayed the news of Tony's rescue back to the U.S., including the strange occurrences surrounding the entire incident. As a friend, he would not actively inquire about the secrets Tony was hiding. But as a professional soldier, he could not ignore the doubts that arose from this incident. Putting aside everything else, the fact that the kidnappers invested so much effort to capture Tony only to hurriedly retreat and leave him behind in the desert seemed unreasonable. Tony was completely unaware of Rhodes' actions. After a 3-hour journey, he finally returned from the deserted wilderness to the bustling Manhattan. Once the plane landed, Pepper and others received the news almost immediately and rushed to the military district. Back in Manhattan, Tony no longer feared the threats posed by Obadiah and naturally did not need to continue hiding. At the entrance of the military district, as Tony and Dr. Jensen walked out, the first thing they noticed was a row of luxury cars parked out front. A large group of bodyguards in suits stood respectfully to the side, led by a tall, beautiful woman in a professional skirt suit. Seeing her, relevant information suddenly surfaced in Tony's mind: Virginia Potts. She was the capable assistant of his predecessor and later became the love of his life, nicknamed Pepper. With a smile on his face, Tony quickly walked up to her, and at that moment Potts also rushed to greet him. Without any hesitation, Tony embraced Potts and kissed her deeply. The sudden action stunned Potts. Although she was excited about Tony's safe return, kissing him in public was still somewhat unexpected. However, once she regained her composure, she did not reject him, but responded even more passionately. She had always liked Tony, but due to his lifestyle, she had maintained her distance. After going through Tony's disappearance, her previous reservations vanished. Now, under Tony's initiative, she felt no shyness in responding. The onlookers observed the scene, some clearing their throats and quickly diverting their gazes elsewhere. They dared not interfere in matters concerning their boss. After a while, Tony finally released Potts, smiling as he waved his hand. "Let's go home." After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Potts, who nestled against him, and got into the car. Dr. Jensen naturally could not ride in the same vehicle as the two and had to sit with the bodyguards. In the car, Potts had already regained her composure, restoring her strong woman image, and reported to Tony about Stark Industries during his absence. In the past, Stark would have been impatient by now, but currently Tony listened quietly without interrupting her. Among the reports, 2 points were particularly crucial. First, Tony's disappearance had caused Stark Industries' stock price to plummet nearly 20%. Secondly, Obadiah had garnered support from several shareholders during this time, seizing more power within Stark Industries, clearly intending to replace Tony. After Potts finished her report, Tony finally spoke. "There's no need to worry about the stock drop. Now that I'm back, the stock will naturally rise again. As for Obadiah, my dear uncle, he really has worked hard, but now that I'm back, he won't have the chance. Gather some evidence against him and hold a shareholders meeting. I want to kick him out." Potts' expression changed at this, but Obadiah is the second largest shareholder and he wields half of the company's power. Trying to move against him could shake the entire company. "You've just returned and the company needs stability. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer?" Potts' suggestion was very reasonable, as the number 2 figure in the company removing Obadiah would undoubtedly set off a chain reaction. In a peaceful world, Tony would certainly plot slowly, but this was the Marvel Universe, and he had no time to waste on internal strife. He raised his hand to interrupt Potts, stating, "It's settled then. We'll cut through the chaos swiftly. As long as I'm here, the company won't collapse." Tony had long since sentenced Obadiah to death in his heart. Hell was his only option. Tony's calm and confident demeanor left Potts a bit mesmerized. She realized that after his return Tony had changed. He was once a genius, but merely a playboy. But now he exuded a domineering aura that made him even more captivating than before. So what is going on? Is it some kind of advanced biotechnology? Why have I never seen this before, and there are no records in the system? Just as Tony's injuries were healing, Jarvis' voice suddenly resonated in the room. As an artificial intelligence, although it lacks human emotions, it does not hinder its ability to mimic a tone of astonishment, and one can also perceive Jarvis' shock. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Tony's face. Biotechnology, you could interpret it that way, but I prefer to call this power magic. Tony exclaimed with delight, while Jarvis fell silent, deep in thought. As a product of technology, it had no understanding of magic. Compared to these fantastical elements, it preferred science backed by data. Magic, huh? It seems that humanity's power is far more complex than I imagined. Jarvis remarked, somewhat puzzled as Tony's voice rang out again. Jarvis, check my current physical data. Of course, sir. With that, Jarvis began scanning and quickly returned with an answer. Sir, your body is currently in excellent health and your physical condition has reached 3 times that of an average person, healthier than ever before. Hearing this answer, Tony's heart finally settled. Just then a phone rang. Sir, Miss Potts is calling. Shall I connect the call? Connected. As soon as Tony finished speaking, Potts' voice echoed throughout the villa. Tony, I've looked into what you asked me to, and Obadiah has indeed sold a lot of corporate information, but he destroyed all the evidence. I'm sorry, I can't find anything. Potts' tone was filled with regret. Upon hearing this, Tony furrowed his brow initially, but soon relaxed. I understand, if there's no evidence, then there's no need to investigate further. They'll handle him by other means. All right, Potts replied, but her voice was tinged with curiosity. She wanted to know how Tony planned to deal with Obadiah. However, seeing that Tony had no intention of elaborating, she refrained from pressing further and hung up the phone. After the call ended, Tony's voice rang out again. Jarvis, locate Obadiah. Understood, sir. Jarvis quickly began processing. As the most advanced artificial intelligence in the Marvel Universe, although it was clueless about magic, there was no one better than it when it came to matters of technology. In the original story, Tony upgraded his armor, not only relying on his brilliant mind, but also with significant contributions from Jarvis. Indeed, the predecessor could rival gods with mere mortal strength, and Jarvis' assistance played a large part in that. Even if Tony wasn't inclined to follow a technological path, now Jarvis remained an important assistant. Sir, I have located Obadiah. He is currently at his villa estate. Upon receiving the answer, Tony said nothing and directly dressed before leaving the villa. Driving a supercar, he headed toward the wealthy district of Freedom City. Initially, he planned to first use legitimate means to expel Obadiah from the company, making him fall from grace before taking his life. However, this guy was evidently more cunning than Tony had anticipated, leaving no incriminating evidence. In that case, Tony had no choice but to resort to force. This method was not only the fastest, but with control over a shadow army, he felt sufficiently confident to face any danger. Thus, there was no need for pretense with Obadiah. Although this guy was the main antagonist in the original story, without the Titan, he was nothing. In this life, he had not taken the technological route. Without his Iron Man suit, Obadiah wouldn't be able to produce a Titan, even if he wanted to. After all, not everyone was like the predecessor, able to forge an Iron Man suit with rudimentary conditions. In just 20 minutes, Tony arrived at Obadiah's residence. Ding dong. The doorbell rang and a maid's voice came from within the villa. Coming. Soon the door opened, and the maid saw Tony at the door, greeting him respectfully. Mr. Tony, is Uncle Stan home? I need to talk to him about something, Tony asked with a smile. The maid nodded and stepped aside. He is Mr. Tony, please follow me. Since Tony was the head of Stark Industries, the maid allowed him to enter the villa without much inquiry. Upon reaching the living room, a 50-year-old bald white man suddenly appeared before Tony. He was Obadiah, the most powerful figure in the entire Stark Industries empire aside from Tony. Stan. Seeing Tony, a flicker of surprise crossed Obadiah's face. He had received news of Tony's return and had considered visiting him, but Tony had rejected his overtures. He never expected Tony to come looking for him at this moment. However, Obadiah concealed his surprise well, and a smile promptly appeared on his face as he said, Tony, welcome back. Your disappearance had me worried sick. Thankfully, God has blessed you to return safely. Looking at Obadiah's sincere expression, had Tony not known the old man's true nature, he might have been fooled. By the way, you just got back? Why aren't you resting at home? How do you have time to come see me? Obadiah asked, somewhat puzzled while also feeling a sense of vigilance. As a playboy, Tony would rather be out chasing women than spend time meeting him, let alone visiting him like this now. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Seeing Obadiah's confused gaze, Tony smiled slightly. Uncle Stan, I do indeed have something to discuss with you today. I hope you can sell me your shares. Here is the sales contract. Take a look. With that, Tony placed a contract on the table. As the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, Obadiah held quite a few shares. Even though Tony wanted to get rid of him, he also wanted to acquire those shares, which was why he had personally come. Otherwise, he could have just sent the Shadow Ninjas and wouldn't have needed to come in person. As soon as these words were spoken, Obadiah's expression changed instantly. What do you mean by this, Tony? You and my father built Stark Industries together, and now you want to kick me out, an old veteran? Obadiah questioned. Tony showed no signs of concealment, directly nodding. You're right, I want to kick you out. Then I'm sorry, I'm not selling my shares. Please leave. Obadiah suppressed his anger. Uncle Stan, this is not up to you. You will sell today whether you want to or not. As he spoke, 20 shadow ninjas suddenly appeared in the villa, and a gleaming katana was pressed directly against Obadiah's neck. Instantly, Obadiah's expression changed. Tony wore a warm smile on his face, his gaze fixed steadily on Obadiah. At that moment, Obadiah was also staring at the shadowy ninja that had suddenly appeared in the living room, his facial muscles twitching as his expression turned grim. Tony, what do you mean by this? I am your uncle. Oh, do you really plan to kill me? Seeing his fearful expression, Tony quickly waved his hand. Uncle Stan, you've misunderstood me. How could I possibly do such a thing? As long as you sell your shares to me, I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise. Tony did not finish his sentence, but Obadiah immediately understood the implicit meaning behind his words. Selling the shares would pose no problem, but if he refused, he could not guarantee what might happen next. Through Tony's coercion, Obadiah also discerned more. Previously, Tony had shown him respect, but now the change was likely due to his awareness of Obadiah's actions. However, how did he come to know? Moreover, where did this group of obviously non-human individuals come from? In just a brief moment, thousands of thoughts swirled in his mind. Ultimately, he decided that a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him, gritting his teeth and saying, all right, I will sell. However, you must swear in your father's name that you will spare me afterward. Obadiah spoke, knowing that although Tony publicly had a rift with his father, he still held great respect for him and would never joke with his father's name. Regarding this condition, Tony showed no hesitation and directly agreed. All right, no problem. I swear in my father's name that as long as you sell the company's shares to me, I will spare you. Upon hearing this, Obadiah visibly relaxed, and without hesitation, he signed the share transfer contract on the table. After he finished signing, Tony picked up the contract to check it, and with a snap of his fingers he smiled. Done. Now can we let them go? Obadiah's face darkened. Tony's bright smile suddenly appeared. Sure. But I never said I would let you go. If you want to kill me, then of course I must kill you. Eliminate him. Bastard, you liar. Obadiah screamed in an instant, but before he could say more, the cold blade swiftly sliced through his throat. In an instant, a spray of blood blossomed from his throat. Obadiah's life force rapidly drained away his body, collapsing onto the carpet, his gaze fixed on Tony, unable to close his eyes in death. If I don't kill you, wouldn't that be disrespectful to my previous self? Tony chuckled playfully, kicking Obadiah's head away as he walked out of the villa. Just as he stepped out of the living room, Tony saw the maid from earlier, holding a tray of tea, looking at him in horror. Clearly, she had witnessed everything that had transpired in the living room. Seeing this, Tony raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers, saying, eliminate her. Before the maid could react, the cold blade had already pierced her chest, adding another corpse to the ground. With the maid's appearance, Tony realized he needed to tie up loose ends. He ordered 20 shadow ninjas to search the villa inside and out for any other presence. After confirming that there was no one else, Tony destroyed the surveillance equipment inside the villa and had the shadow ninjas drag the 2 corpses into the Shadow Kingdom to feed the dark creatures before leisurely leaving the villa. Shortly after Tony's departure, a group arrived outside the villa. They were Obadiah's bodyguards who had been sent out earlier and were just returning. Standing at the villa entrance, the lead burly man in a suit pressed the doorbell, but after a long while no one answered. The expressions of the group changed dramatically as they forcefully broke in. As top-tier bodyguards, their strength was not inferior to that of military elite soldiers. Soon they entered the villa. After searching around, they found no sign of Obadiah, causing their faces to turn grim. At that moment, a bodyguard searching the living room let out a cry of alarm. Boss, come quickly. With that, the lead man in a suit quickly made his way to the living room, only to see one of his team standing on the sofa. His gaze instinctively fell on the sofa, and he immediately noticed the specks of blood on it. Instantly, his expression darkened. They were top-tier bodyguards, and protecting their employer was their duty. Now that something had clearly happened to the employer, their career was effectively over. A group of bodyguards who failed to protect their employer. Who would want them? Boss, what should we do? One of the bodyguards asked. The lead bodyguard remained silent for a long time before finally, sighing, call the police. Soon the police arrived, sealing off the villa and investigating the scene for evidence. Meanwhile, Tony, having left the villa, headed straight for Stark Industries, contacting Potts along the way to convene a shareholder meeting. Changing the shares required notifying the other shareholders to take effect, and Tony also wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could oust all shareholders from the group and privatize Stark. Of course, this idea was not urgent, it was merely a thought. Tony held 75% of Stark Industries shares, while Obadiah held 20%. The remaining 5% was divided among 3 minor shareholders, with 3% shared and the remaining 2% circulating in the stock market. Now that he had acquired Obadiah's shares, Tony's shareholding had reached 95%, achieving absolute control. Whether he reclaimed the remaining shares or not was irrelevant. However, compared to 95%, Tony preferred the number 100. Soon Tony arrived at Stark Industries, taking the private elevator to his office. This was his exclusive elevator. No one else had the right to use it. Sitting in his office chair, Tony called for Potts. As the office door opened, his gaze instinctively shifted to the entrance. He saw Potts in a black suit wearing a white shirt underneath. Her slender legs were clad in black stockings, and the sound of her black high heels echoed as she walked, causing Tony to glance at her several times. Fortunately, he remembered the matter at hand and quickly redirected his gaze, asking, "Has the news of my return spread?" "Not yet. I was just about to arrange a press conference for tomorrow." Potts replied, somewhat puzzled. "Well, here's a task for you. Acquire the shares from those shareholders and buy them back." "That might be very difficult. Obadiah won't give us that opportunity. He already knows about your return," Potts said, frowning. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Tony's face as he pushed a contract forward, saying, "Take a look at this." Potts instinctively picked up the contract on the table, and upon seeing its contents, shock immediately spread across her face. "How is this possible? How did you manage this?" Potts looked at Tony in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could Obadiah possibly transfer his shares to Tony? Seeing her incredulous expression, Tony maintained his smile and said, "In any case, Obadiah won't be an obstacle, so go ahead and do it." "All right," Potts replied, her expression quickly returning to calm. Regardless of how Tony had obtained it, she only needed to deal with the remaining small shareholders. Soon Potts left the office, heading towards the conference room. The conference room was on the same floor as Tony's office, and it wasn't long before Tony, sitting in his office, heard a roar from outside the door. Clearly, the small shareholders couldn't sit still upon hearing that their shares were being repurchased. However, Tony paid no mind to it, leaving professional matters to professionals. In the realm of business, Potts was undoubtedly the expert, and he trusted she would handle everything. At that moment, the cold voice of the system suddenly echoed. "Ding, task issued. Main task: form the Dark Alliance. Task content: recruit enough capable individuals to form the Dark Alliance and spread darkness across the world. Task reward: successfully recruit one person, receive one lottery draw and a portion of the Shadow Legion." As Tony gazed at the suddenly appearing system panel, his eyes narrowed, and then his mouth twitched. Although he had long known that this system wasn't anything good, he never expected it to be a villain system. After all, he was the famous Iron Man, the leader of the Justice League. Even though he had encountered some unexpected events and could no longer transform into Iron Man, he was still a good person. Now it was asking him to spread darkness across the world. Was he that kind of person? With a slight curl of his lip, Tony's voice suddenly rang out. "J-R-V-I-S. Sir, I'm here. Check if anything strange has happened in New York City recently." "Query complete, sir. Nothing strange has occurred." "All right." Tony clicked his tongue in disappointment. Although he was a good person, the rewards offered by the system were too tempting. Both the lottery and the Shadow Legion were valuable assets. Unfortunately, none of the superheroes had shown up, leaving him with no one to recruit. Wait, why should he expend effort searching? Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, but it also distracted him from pursuing women. They should come looking for him instead. Who do superheroes hate the most? Naturally, it's the villains. These individuals are the experienced treasures for superheroes. If he could control a villainous armed group, wouldn't the superheroes come knocking at his door one after another? As the saying goes, there are more solutions than difficulties. Once this thought opened up, Tony's mind suddenly became exceptionally clear. Finding superheroes is similar to fishing. One simply lays down bait and waits patiently for the fish to bite. That's the perfect approach. However, before this, he needed some bait. Moreover, this bait couldn't be too weak. Changing bait every day would be bothersome. With this in mind, Tony's limited knowledge of Marvel characters surged forth, recalling the famous villains in Marvel. One is Thanos and another is Kingpin. Those were the only two he could remember, both quite representative. There was no need to mention Thanos at this time. He was probably pondering family planning on some distant planet. Thus, Tony was left with only one choice: Kingpin. Among the many characters in Marvel, Iron Man and Kingpin were the most alike. One stood shoulder to shoulder with gods through human strength, while the other fought against a host of superheroes with mere mortal abilities. From this perspective, both were exceptional figures, prodigies. Additionally, Kingpin's influence was vast, with businesses spread across America, famously known as the Underground Emperor of New York. Every superhero loved to seek trouble with him, making him an excellent bait, or rather a partner for collaboration. With Kingpin attracting attention, he could continuously fish for superheroes. At that point, forming the Dark Alliance would be a piece of cake. With this thought, Tony couldn't help but smile, just as he was contemplating how to secure a collaboration with Kingpin. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Potts successfully acquired the shares of the small shareholders for $400 million. Although it seemed like a lot of money during Stark Industries' peak, each of their shares was worth a 10-digit sum. Acquiring their shares for $400 million was practically a bargain. As a result, Tony's shares had increased to 98%, leaving only 2% circulating in the market. Watching Tony, who had just returned and already had the entire group in his grasp, a complex expression flashed in Pot's eyes. What should we do next? Now the entire group only has your voice. Delist. Repurchase the remaining 2% as well, Tony said in a calm tone, causing Pot's expression to change instantly. Are you crazy? Do you have any idea how significant the impact of delisting is? Once we delist, your wealth will probably shrink by half in an instant. Potts couldn't help but exclaim loudly. However, Tony was unconcerned. With the repurchase reaching this point, delisting was inevitable. Even if the loss was great, he would insist on following through. It's not that he held a grudge against money, but as long as the group remained publicly traded, it would be subject to government oversight and public scrutiny. However, after delisting, although the losses would be severe, it would also allow Stark Industries to become a private kingdom, no longer beholden to anyone. To keep Stark hidden from the public, he had to delist. You don't need to worry about other matters, you just listen to me, we must delist. Additionally, release a piece of false news stating that the group intends to shut down weapons manufacturing. If Potts could tolerate everything that had happened before, she immediately couldn't sit still upon hearing this. What? You want to shut down weapons manufacturing? This is the lifeblood of the group. Potts exclaimed loudly, clearly disapproving of Tony's decision. Tony rolled his eyes and helplessly replied, I said it's fake news, but it's just to trick the shareholders a bit. Who said we're shutting down? Had his predecessor made such a move, given that he did so in the original story, but Tony wasn't foolish. Weapons are something that others will always make if he doesn't. As the saying goes, there is an absolute demand in the market. Unless the world achieves unity, weapons will always be needed. Given this, why should he deceive himself and hand over the financial path to others? Listening to the explanation, Potts breathed a sigh of relief, and the previous decision to delist seemed less important. As long as weapons manufacturing wasn't shutting down, delisting could go ahead. Feeling somewhat headache, Potts left Tony's office again, not daring to stay any longer. Who knows what astonishing statements Tony might come up with next? Her actions were swift. Within a few hours, the false news about Stark Industries potentially shutting down weapons manufacturing spread like wildfire. The already volatile stock, due to Tony's disappearance, suddenly plunged dramatically. In the American stock market, following the news from Stark Industries, everyone began to sell their stocks in a frenzy, and many unleashed their anger at Tony. They could hardly imagine that the premium stocks from just a few days ago had now plummeted to such a state. To cut their losses, they had no choice but to sell. As they were selling off their stocks, Potts had already organized a team to buy up all the stocks they were selling. However, this was destined to be a massive undertaking, not something that could be accomplished in just a day or two. Thus, after delegating the task, Tony turned his attention away from the matter and asked Jarvis to search for some information on Jean Bing to study. Jean Bing hailed from the slums of Hell's Kitchen, but due to his daring nature in the underworld, he soon rose to a high-ranking position. Later, when changes occurred in Hell's Kitchen, the power he belonged to also declined. However, ambitious as he was, he directly swallowed his former employer, rising to prominence. This alone reveals the danger of Jean Bing. Collaborating with someone like him is akin to courting disaster. If it weren't for the existence of the system, Tony wouldn't want to interact too much with someone like him. But now he certainly had no fear of a Jean Bing. After thoroughly researching the information, he had Jarvis retrieve Jean Bing's contact information. As the most advanced artificial intelligence of this era, Jarvis dominated any place with internet and signal. Even though Jean Bing's phone number was quite obscure, Jarvis managed to extract it in 30 seconds. Beep beep. The phone rang, and soon it was answered, emitting a deep and authoritative voice from the other end. Hello. Hi, let me introduce myself. My name is Tony, the head of Stark Industries. You should know me. I have a business proposition I would like to discuss with you. Is Mr. Jean Bing available? Without any preambles, Tony got straight to the point once the call connected. In his past life, whether watching movies or reading novels, he despised how conversations between protagonists and supporting characters never got to the crux. So he naturally wouldn't make that mistake. On the other end of the line, after Tony's words, there was a sudden silence. Clearly, Tony's directness caught Jean Bing off guard. But a ruthless figure is still a ruthless figure. Within a few seconds, he regained his composure and began to contemplate Tony's intentions. Stark Industries is a product of the sunlight. No matter how ruthless it is at its core, it is still legal. In contrast, everything about Jean Bing, his business and his power, is illegal, destined to remain hidden in the shadows. He genuinely found it hard to see a point of cooperation between two such opposing forces. Oh, Stark, interesting. How do you propose we cooperate? Jean Bing asked curiously, but Tony didn't directly answer the question. Instead, with a slight smile, he suggested, since you, Mr. Jean Bing, are also interested, why don't we meet to discuss? After his words, there was another moment of silence on the other end. Tony remained patient, quietly waiting for a response. 10 seconds later, Jean Bing's steady voice came through again. All right, let's meet. They'll be waiting for you on Queens Avenue. With that, a series of beeps came from the phone as Jean Bing hung up. At that moment, Tony stood up and walked toward the door, the smile on his face vanishing, replaced by an expression of utter neutrality. Taking the exclusive elevator down to the third basement level, Tony got into his supercar, revved the engine, and with the roar of the sports car, a silver supercar sped out of the parking lot. Upon arriving at Queens Avenue, Tony turned off the engine, got out of the car, and lit a cigarette. As the cigarette burned halfway, a burly man in a black suit approached him. "Mr. Tony, hello. Mr. Wilson sent me to pick you up." "Then let's go," Tony replied succinctly, flicking the cigarette from his fingers, which arced through the air and landed in the middle of the road. Soon after, the two of them got into a black sedan, and the burly man produced a black cloth, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Tony, but please cooperate with me for a moment." Seeing this, Tony nodded in understanding, allowing the burly man to cover his face with the black cloth. Though he lost his sight, Tony remained calm. In the unseen darkness, pairs of crimson eyes were fixed on the people in the car. If any unexpected situations arose, they would ensure to shred them apart at the first opportunity. 20 minutes later, under the guidance of the burly man, Tony entered a building where the black cloth was removed. In the interplay of light and darkness, Tony instinctively squinted, surveying his surroundings. This was an ordinary courtyard, indistinguishable from any typical residence, except for the black-clad guards stationed around. In the center of the lawn sat a giant in casual attire with a barbecue grill set before him, sizzling steaks producing a mouth-watering sound. Gazing at the mountain-like figure, a flicker of surprise crossed Tony's eyes. Although he knew Jean Bing was robust, he hadn't anticipated him to be this massive. Standing at an estimated height of around 2 meters, he was completely muscular, especially his arms, which were thicker than an average person's thighs. The guy next to him was already quite imposing among regular folks, but in front of Jean Bing, he seemed like a child compared to an adult. The gap was enormous. With thoughts swirling in his mind, only a breath of time passed in the outside world before Tony stepped forward. As he approached, Jean Bing lowered his head to look at him, his deep-set eyes piercing into Tony before he spoke in a calm tone. "You've arrived. Let's eat something first." Facing the invitation, Tony showed no hesitation and nodded. "Sure, I'm hungry. Just make sure it's cooked." "Ew, I don't want to eat it raw." At his words, a smile curved Jean Bing's lips. Since he had swallowed all the factions of Hell's Kitchen, it was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this. "All right," he replied, continuing to grill the steaks. Neither of them mentioned the matter of cooperation, as if they had completely forgotten about it. As the steaks were served, Tony ate without reservation, even opening a bottle of red wine midway, savoring it thoroughly, making it seem as if he was here for a picnic. An hour later, Tony and Jean Bing finished all the food. A few black-clad men approached to clear away the grill, while Tony lounged lazily on a recliner. At that moment, Jean Bing's voice echoed. "So let's talk. How do you want to cooperate?" Hearing this, Tony glanced at him and retorted, "I was wondering how long you could hold back." "I sell arms. We naturally have a foundation for cooperation. I provide you with weapons, and you help me with some things. How does that sound?" Tony spoke while observing Jean Bing's reaction, which appeared rather indifferent. Jean Bing met Tony's gaze and shook his head, indicating his dissatisfaction with this condition. "You can also obtain the military's new weapons. Rockets, tanks, missiles, you can get those too. Top-notch equipment from military laboratories, you can access that as well." Tony threw out a series of questions, and Jean Bing's previously indifferent expression suddenly changed. He assumed Tony wanted to collaborate using conventional weapons, but he wasn't a rebel and didn't have much need for arms. However, judging by Tony's tone, he intended to provide some high-tech weaponry. These items were strictly restricted by the military, and no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't obtain them without special channels. Thus, the indifference he had initially displayed transformed into serious consideration. Observing his reaction, Tony smiled and said, "I will provide you with weapons, and you will be responsible for supplying me with some intelligence on certain individuals. Of course, if you can directly deliver those people to me, I wouldn't mind." Jean Bing pressed for details. "Some individuals with special abilities. You will often interact with them in the future, and then you will understand my meaning." Tony didn't elaborate, but he believed Jean Bing would grasp it once he encountered those individuals. Jean Bing chose not to press further and fell into deep thought. Tony's terms were straightforward, even somewhat overly simple. If the conditions were different, Jean Bing might not have opted for cooperation. Who knew if Tony had greater ambitions? However, the channel for high-tech weapons was too valuable to pass up, so, after careful consideration, he ultimately agreed to the collaboration. As for coercing Tony through other means, Jean Bing had considered it, but this idea was quickly discarded. Stark Industries was a military-industrial giant with immense influence in the U.S. If he acted against Tony, he would truly have no place to stand in the country. Forcing Tony to cooperate through other means was simply unrealistic. With Jean Bing's consent, the two officially reached an agreement. Tony did not linger and left promptly. Now that the bait was set, he just needed to wait for those superheroes to take the hook. He could finally stop running around and enjoy life. That evening, Tony gathered a large number of beautiful starlets for a party, embracing his life as a wealthy man. Meanwhile, in an office of a certain agency, named the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Alexander Pierce was studying Tony's information. This included details of Tony's disappearance and sudden return, as well as the mysterious death of Obadiah. Both matters were shrouded in mystery, piquing Pierce's interest. Just then the office door was knocked on, and a stunning woman entered. With long wavy hair and dressed in a black leather outfit, she was both alluring and captivating. "Director, you called for me?" the woman inquired. Pierce immediately replied, "Natasha, you arrived just in time. There's something I need you to investigate. Here are the target's details." As he spoke, he pushed the documents across the table towards Natasha. She quickly bent down to review them, and the office fell silent. Soon after reading the information, a flicker of intrigue crossed Natasha's eyes. "Tony Stark, what trouble has this playboy gotten into that requires our intervention?" As a figure frequently featured in entertainment headlines, it was hard for Natasha not to know him. It was precisely for this reason that she found it strange. "He's just a playboy. Although wealthy, he's not worth our attention, is he?" In response to Natasha's confusion, Pierce wasted no words and handed her the information he had. Previously, this playboy indeed wasn't noteworthy, but that has changed now. Not long ago, he went missing in the desert, and before a rescue could be mounted, he returned himself. After his return, Obadiah Stark Industries' second-in-command went missing. The FBI has already surveyed the scene, and aside from the bloodstains left behind, there were no further discoveries. Moreover, on the very day Obadiah disappeared, there were changes in Stark Industries' stock shares. Tony acquired shares from other stakeholders, and including Obadiah's shares, he now controls 98% of Stark Industries. So, I have reason to suspect that Obadiah's disappearance is closely linked to Tony. There may even be involvement from some mysterious force. Therefore, your task is very simple: get close to him, uncover his true nature or the power behind him. With that, Pierce quietly awaited Natasha's response. After a long moment, having read the information, Natasha finally spoke. "Understood, I'll take care of this task." Quickly, Natasha left the office, and at that moment Pierce took out his phone and dialed a number. "I have initiated the investigation. Keep a close watch on him and act to apprehend him once results are obtained." "Yes," came the response from the other end of the line, and Pierce hung up directly. After completing all this, his gaze fell on Tony's photograph, appearing somewhat pensive. While various parties were taking action in a residential home in Brooklyn, a young man, wearing glasses, lay on the floor writhing in agony. His name was Peter Parker, a university student who had been bitten by a spider during a visit to a biology exhibit that day, returning home to find himself in this state, all of which remained unknown to anyone at that moment. A night quickly passed, and when the sun rose the next day, Tony woke up amidst a crowd of beautiful women. Looking at the mess on the bed, Tony stretched lazily, a look of satisfaction on his face. Wearing pajamas, he walked downstairs where Potts sat coldly on the sofa. Seeing this scene, Tony couldn't help but feel a moment of embarrassment, but it quickly faded. "Hey Potts, what brings you here?" Seeing the displeased expression on Potts' face, Tony cleared his throat and said, "I want meet with those guys from the tax office. In withdrawing from the market, it's none of their business. Let them do whatever they please. As for the press conference, let's hold it in the afternoon. Since the matter is settled, there's no need to hide anything. By the way, please help me clean up the trash upstairs later." After saying that, Tony went into the bathroom to wash up while Potts glared at his back, cursing under her breath. "Bastard." After cursing, she had no choice but to walk upstairs with a heart full of helplessness, soon driving several women out of the villa. After having breakfast with Tony, they both headed to the company. As the head of the company, although Tony had left most matters to Potts, some documents still required his personal signature to take effect. Moreover, during his absence, the company had accumulated a large number of documents waiting to be processed. Thus, for the next few days, Tony was tied up at the company, working hard like a beast of burden. During those days of hard work, a significant event occurred in New York. A guy named Spider-Man emerged, fighting crime within the city. In no time, everyone in New York was discussing this mysterious Spider-Man who appeared out of nowhere. Some considered him the guardian angel of New York, while others thought that despite his fight against crime, his violent methods made him no different from the criminals. The attitude of the New York police was even clearer. This guy's appearance was a slap in their face, as they were the law enforcement and guardians of New York, thus issuing a wanted notice. However, the most furious about Spider-Man was probably Wilson Fisk. As the emperor controlling 80% of New York's underground dealings, Spider-Man's actions were directly undermining his business. Due to Spider-Man, he had lost tens of millions of dollars during this time. Although this amount was insignificant to Fisk, he could not allow anyone to challenge his authority. In a tall building, Fisk sat calmly in his office chair, facing the somber-looking muscular man who had previously met Tony. He was Fisk's trusted aide, Daniel Brown, responsible for managing various businesses within New York. "How is the investigation going? Have you clarified that guy's identity?" Fisk's voice, which revealed no emotion, sent a chill down Daniel's spine. The calmer Fisk was, the angrier he likely was. At this moment, he dared not provoke him and quickly spoke up. "Mr. Wilson, I'm afraid I haven't uncovered his specific identity yet. That guy moves too fast for us to keep up and he appears without any warning. I've mobilized most of the surveillance in New York, but couldn't find any traces of him before he changed his costume." After saying that, Daniel lowered his head in panic, fearing that Fisk's anger might implicate him. Fortunately, Fisk did not explode. He merely turned to gaze out of the floor-to-ceiling window and muttered, "Is this the person you are looking for?" Afterward, Fisk picked up his phone and dialed Tony's number. At Stark Industries, a busy Tony heard the phone ringing. Jarvis put him through. "Yes, sir." The next second, Fisk's voice echoed in the office. "I believe the person you are looking for has appeared." Upon hearing this, Tony halted his actions of reviewing documents. "So soon? Where is he?" "I don't know," Fisk replied nonchalantly, causing Tony's mouth to twitch. "Then what's his name?" "Spider-Man." Hearing this name, a flicker of intrigue crossed Tony's brow, though he appeared not too surprised. While he was unfamiliar with the order of superhero appearances, he had always felt that given the context of New York, he should have been the first to encounter this little spider. He had attempted to locate him, but New York was too vast with a permanent population of tens of millions. Trying to find someone with just a name, even with Stark Industries' resources, was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Fisk's voice rang out again. "What do you plan to do?" In response, a smirk appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth. "It's simple. You arrange for someone to conduct illegal transactions. Draw him out. Leave the rest to me." "All right, let's do it tonight. He'll arrange a transaction in Manhattan, which is where he often appears." Fisk agreed immediately, then hung up. At this moment, Tony also set down the documents in his hands, standing up to walk to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the throng of people outside, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Once a superhero ultimately falling into the depths of darkness as a villain, that should be quite interesting, Tony mused, unable to suppress a smile. Just then a knock on the door interrupted him, and a graceful figure walked in. She was Tony's new secretary, Natasha, while Potts had now become the CEO of Stark Industries and no longer served as a secretary. Originally, Potts intended to arrange for Tony to have a male secretary. However, this decision was firmly opposed by Tony, allowing Natasha to rise through her own merits. "Mr. Tony, this is the document Miss Potts asked me to bring you for your signature." Natasha, wearing glasses and exuding an intellectual aura, was quite captivating. However, Tony, standing by the window, didn't even glance at her, simply waving his hand and saying, "Just put it down." Seeing this, Natasha could only set the document down, looking at Tony's back with confusion. This wasn't what she had imagined. Wasn't this guy a playboy? Having been on the job for several days now, why hadn't he tried to flirt with her? Was it because she wasn't beautiful or charming enough? Impossible. Natasha decisively dismissed this possibility. Then, looking at Tony's back, she hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward, placing her hand on Tony's shoulder. "Mr. Tony, are you tired? I learned Chinese massage techniques that can relieve fatigue. Would you like to give it a try?" While speaking, Natasha's delicate hands began to massage Tony's shoulders. At that moment, their bodies were less than an inch apart, and Tony could even smell the fragrant aroma emanating from her stirring desires deep within. Instantly, Tony turned to look at Natasha, whose large eyes sparkled enticingly. The neckline of her blouse, whether intentional or not, perfectly revealed the scenery within. Yet the scene she had envisioned did not unfold. Tony's brow furrowed. "What are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Natasha froze, unsure of how to respond. Wasn't her hint obvious enough? Tony continued, "Figure out your identity, focus on your work, and stop engaging in this nonsense. Get out now, immediately." "Okay, Mr. Tony," Natasha stammered in response and hurried out of the office, her mind still buzzing after stepping outside. Was she being rejected? In the office, Tony watched Natasha's departing figure, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. When he saw Natasha, he had already recognized her identity. After all, as a beauty in the Marvel Universe, Black Widow was quite well known. It was precisely because of this that he would put on such an act. Otherwise, who could resist temptation? It was just that fish have bones, and one must remove the bones before they can be consumed. Ignoring any further matters regarding Natasha, he resumed handling his documents. Time swiftly passed amidst his busyness, and soon night fell. Tony drove away from Stark Industries, arriving at 13th Avenue in Manhattan. This was the chosen trading location, sparsely populated, well-suited for transactions. Parking the car by the roadside, Tony turned off the engine and sat inside. Soon, two black sedans stopped on the road. The two factions followed the usual process for trading. Time ticked away and the transaction was nearing its end when suddenly a youthful voice rang out from a nearby alley. "Gentlemen, good evening. What are you up to? Do you need assistance?" The sudden voice startled everyone, and their expressions changed immediately. "Damn Spider-Man. Shoot, shoot," a leader shouted, and both parties opened fire simultaneously. In an instant, gunfire erupted in the darkness. Countless bullets were unleashed toward Spider-Man, who had just been hanging upside down at the alley's entrance. The moment the gunfire erupted, he vanished from sight. In a single leap, he appeared right in front of everyone, his wrists shooting out webs like bullets, knocking them down one by one. In just a few breaths, the battle concluded, and both factions were captured by him. Gentlemen, it seems you need my help to call the police. Spider-Man glanced at the items involved in the transaction, leaned down, and took a phone from one of the members ready to call for help. But at that moment his movements suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of smoke bombs exploding rang out and shadowy figures appeared around him. These individuals were cloaked in black ninja attire, their eyes glowing a crimson red. They were none other than the Shadow Ninja Corps. Seeing them, a flicker of shock passed through Peter's eyes beneath his mask. With his heightened spider sense, he clearly sensed that these beings had appeared out of nowhere beside him. Or rather, they were not human at all. Immediately, Peter became alert and addressed the many shadowy ninjas, saying, "Hey guys, who are you?" Naturally, the shadow ninjas did not respond to his question, and the sound of long knives being drawn rang out in the darkness. In the next second, the numerous shadow ninjas silently charged toward Peter, making his heart race. However, he had no time to think of anything else at that moment. The webs on his wrist shot out rapidly, speeding toward the shadow ninjas like bullets. Yet the shadow ninjas were not ordinary foes. They dodged with agility, either evading or slashing quickly, avoiding the web attacks and closing in on Peter. In an instant, the sound of swords slicing through the air echoed, accompanied by a series of whistling strikes aimed straight at Peter's vital points, causing his eyelids to twitch. He swiftly leaped and dodged to evade the attacks. His speed was incredible. Ordinary people could not keep up with him, but the shadow ninjas were clearly no ordinary foes. As Peter dodged, the shadow ninjas quickly followed, throwing shuriken from their hands that sliced through Peter's spider suit. Initially intending to hold back, Peter, upon witnessing this scene, could no longer afford to do so, and quickly began to counterattack. After his mutation, his strength and speed had reached a terrifying level, capable of halting a train. Although the shadow ninjas were powerful, their individual strength was insufficient to contend with him. Therefore, after Peter unleashed his full power, many shadow ninjas were directly blown apart. However, as Peter observed this scene, there was no joy on his face. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that the number of shadow ninjas was multiplying. After he had taken down a dozen shadow ninjas, their numbers had surged to hundreds. Even on the periphery, more and more shadow ninjas were emerging. Though he was strong, he was still in dire straits, surrounded by so many shadow ninjas. At this moment, his spider suit had become tattered, with wounds appearing all over his body. As time passed, his stamina continued to deplete, and he began to gasp for breath. Sensing the danger, he dared not linger any longer. The webs on his wrist shot out, and he swiftly leaped into the air, escaping the area. Having escaped the encirclement of the shadow ninjas, Peter finally sighed in relief. However, just as he thought he was safe, a terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. In front of him on the rooftops, shadow ninjas with crimson eyes continuously appeared, watching his form. At this sight, Peter's face froze, and a sense of fear rose within him. Just moments ago, hundreds of shadow ninjas had already put him in a precarious situation, and now the number of shadow ninjas was far beyond hundreds. Though he could not discern the exact number, a glance revealed that there were at least 1,000. If he were to be surrounded by these individuals, Peter could not be sure he would survive. At that moment, he dared not delay any longer, his form drifting among the tall buildings, rapidly disappearing from the scene. As he moved quickly, some shadow ninjas pursued him. Although they could not swing through the air like Peter using webs, they relied on their terrifying jumping ability to traverse the rooftops, their speed matching Peter's. This left Peter feeling helpless as he attempted to shake them off. Soon an even more despairing event occurred. Shadow ninjas began leaping from the rooftops directly toward him. A swarm of shuriken came hurtling toward him, closely followed by shadow ninjas wielding swords. Although he relied on his heightened spider sense and agile movements to evade most of the attacks, some still struck him. Blood erupted from his body, causing him to emit a series of muffled groans. At the same time, a shuriken sliced through the webbing on his hand, causing Peter to fall heavily to the ground. The sudden turn of events left Peter in a state of panic. The webs on his wrist shot out wildly, trying to slow his descent, but ultimately, he crashed down into an alley, gasping for breath. In the darkness, the shadow ninjas continued to appear, surrounding him completely. At this moment, he truly found himself with nowhere to escape. Fear surged in Peter's heart as he looked at the surrounding shadowy ninjas, instinctively swallowing hard. He had only been Spider-Man for a few short days before this. He was just an ordinary person, often bullied in school. In essence, his character was rather timid, only filled with confidence due to the immense power he possessed. But now the strength he relied on had lost its effect, and his inherently timid nature regained the upper hand. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." The suppressed scream of fear escaped his lips, and the shadowy ninjas who had been closing in suddenly halted at his words. This scene left Peter dumbfounded and somewhat at a loss. But soon the sound of footsteps from the darkness jolted him awake, making him realize that it wasn't his words that had worked, but rather the true master behind it all had appeared. Instantly, his gaze pierced through the encirclement of shadowy ninjas to the entrance of the alley, where a figure entered his line of sight. The newcomer was dressed in a suit exuding a laid-back aura, and the smile curling at the corner of his mouth gave an impression of being in complete control. As he approached, the shadowy ninjas parted to create a path, bowing their heads in respect much like one would honor a king. Watching this scene, Peter's inner fear magnified once again, his eyes fixated on the newcomer. "Good evening, our Spider-Man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony Stark." Tony stepped closer to Peter, lowering his head to look at him. Upon seeing Tony's face, Peter's mind instantly shook violently, his eyes reflecting a look of disbelief. Tony Stark, New York's infamous playboy, and a source of amusement for the city's residents. His news had undoubtedly kept countless tabloids and entertainment reporters afloat. Peter had admired many of his glorious deeds and even envied him, hoping to work for Stark Industries. He never expected to meet him in such a scenario, and even more so, he never anticipated that the renowned playboy could be so terrifying in secret. For a moment, he completely forgot to speak. "It seems our Spider-Man has recognized my identity," Tony said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Peter shivered instantly, all sorts of conspiracy theories flooding his mind. According to movie tropes, knowing his identity would mean he was doomed. Thinking of this, Peter quickly spoke. "Mr. Stark, let's talk this over. I wonder what you need from me, and if I can help, I will certainly assist." Snap. "Straightforward, I like talking to honest people." Tony snapped his fingers. "Actually, it's nothing major. I just need you to help me kill someone. What do you think?" Tony looked at Peter with a smile, while Peter, who had just been thumping his chest, suddenly flinched. Although he possessed great power, he had never killed anyone until now. Due to his uncle's death, he had always upheld the belief that with great power comes great responsibility, striving to be a good person. Tony's request undoubtedly posed a dilemma for him. He couldn't help but grimace cautiously, saying, "Sir, could we possibly change the request? There are other ways to solve problems that don't involve killing. You have no room to negotiate. You only have two choices: either you die or someone else dies. You choose." Tony interrupted him, speaking casually, as if human life held little weight in his words. Seeing this, Peter realized he had no choice. His expression shifted between uncertainty and anguish. Killing contradicted his principles, yet if he didn't, his own life would be in peril. If he were to stick to his original trajectory and uphold his principles, he would rather die today than kill an innocent person. But there are no ifs in this world. He had only been Spider-Man for a few days and had not yet transformed fully from an ordinary citizen into a superhero. Compared to the lives of others, he cared more about his own. Thus, after hesitating for a while, Peter finally spoke up. "Who does Mr. Stark want me to kill?" Upon saying that, Tony's smile grew even brighter. "Ivan Vank. Later I will provide you with his information. All you need to do is take care of him. Is there a problem?" Peter silently shook his head. "Then wear this wristband." Tony casually tossed a wristband to Peter, who instinctively caught it. "This is a communicator. I will use it to contact you, and I will also send the information to this wristband. Also, don't think about not completing the task. This wristband can explode." "That's it, I'm leaving now." After saying this, Tony smiled as he watched Peter put on the wristband and then turned to leave the alley. As he departed, the surrounding shadowy ninjas also blended into the darkness and disappeared, leaving behind a dejected Peter in the alley. Outside the alley, as Tony got into his silver sports car, Jarvis' voice immediately rang out. "Sir, you have changed quite a bit." Hearing this, Tony's expression remained unchanged. After all, he was not his predecessor, and Jarvis, who had been with him day and night, would surely notice. "Really? Do you think my change is good or bad?" Tony retorted. Jarvis' calm voice continued. "I am merely an artificial intelligence. I cannot judge a person's character, nor can I assess whether you are good or bad, sir. However, I do prefer the current version of you." "Thank you for the affirmation. It seems your intelligence has improved again," Tony praised while starting the vehicle and leaving the spot. "Sir, may I ask who Ivan Vank is? In my database, it seems you have not had any contact with this person." "A person who will die in the future. I am merely advancing his time of death a bit," Tony answered with a smile, a glint flashing through his eyes. He had inherited Stark's identity, and along with it the causal relationships. Although he had not developed the Iron Man suit, those who bore a grudge against him would inevitably come looking for him. Holding the philosophy of striking first to avoid disaster, Tony preferred to nip trouble in the bud, and Ivan Vank was evidently such a troublesome character. However, Natasha's appearance made him aware that he was being monitored by SHIELD, making it inappropriate for him to act too much in the short term. Coincidentally, Peter's emergence provided him with a candidate to resolve the trouble, hence the task of killing Ivan Vank. It not only eliminated the nuisance, but also set the stage for the little spider to tread the path of darkness. After all, the reason superheroes are deemed heroes is that they uphold their own principles, and the little spider's principle was clearly to save innocent lives. And once those principles are shattered, a hero is no longer a hero. After a night without incident, Tony arrived at the company the next day, ignoring the seductive gestures of Natasha as he reviewed documents. After spending 2 hours, he finally completed all the documents that required his signature and let out a long sigh. Who says being a boss is comfortable? Step forward and it'll knock you down. In recent days, Tony estimated that the weight of the documents he had reviewed had reached over 100 pounds. These were physical documents, not like the bamboo slips from ancient times, which shows just how much he had to handle in a day. For a moment, he suddenly regretted getting rid of Obadiah. In the past, it was this guy who managed the company, allowing him to indulge and be a hands-off manager. Now, having eliminated Obadiah, he had to handle most of the company's affairs himself, which was quite bothersome. Just as he was zoning out, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Potts walked in from outside, and upon seeing her, Tony immediately felt a headache. "Beautiful, miss. Potts, I think I need to take a break for a while. I authorize you to handle all company matters. How does that sound?" Seeing Tony already complaining before he even started speaking, Potts couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, she also understood his fatigue during this period and didn't press further. "All right, handle one more thing, and then you can have a break. No more complaints." "Really? What is it? You tell me." Tony immediately perked up. He really didn't want to stay in the office any longer. This was undoubtedly good news for him. "The military's procurement invitation has been sent out. It starts at 3 o'clock this afternoon. You should attend and strive to secure more orders." With that, Potts handed an invitation to Tony and hurriedly turned to leave the office. As the president, Potts had even busier duties than Tony. After all, Tony only needed to handle major matters while Potts had to manage the entire group, so their workloads were not even on the same level. Watching her leave, Tony shook his head. Where did this woman get such enthusiasm for work? Regaining his focus, Tony opened the invitation and looked at its contents, which naturally had no substantial information. However, out of curiosity, Tony read it with great interest. Military procurement was the main source of profit for major arms companies. Each year's procurement event was a grand feast for military enterprises. Everyone wanted to grab a bigger piece of the pie during this feast, so the competition was fierce. In past procurement meetings, it was not uncommon to see the leaders of major groups getting into fights, making it quite lively. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tony left the group amid a crowd of bodyguards, got into a Rolls-Royce, and headed to the procurement meeting venue. By the time he arrived, it was already close to 3 and the meeting was about to start. Happy followed him with 2 bodyguards behind him as they entered the venue, while the remaining guards stood by outside. As they entered, a wave of noise greeted them, with hundreds of people discussing loudly inside. This place gathered nearly 80% of the arms dealers in the United States. However, as soon as Tony walked in, almost everyone turned to look at him with expressions filled with awe. As one of the top military industry giants in the United States, and even the world, it was hard for Tony to enter without attracting attention. Ignoring most of the crowd, he made his way to the front row of the venue. Compared to the crowd behind, there were only a few people in the front row, and behind these individuals stood giants that were no less formidable than Stark Industries. Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer, the leader of Hammer Industries, like Stark Industries, primarily engaged in arms business and had long-term cooperation with the Department of Defense, making it a major competitor of Stark Industries. Pym Technologies. Hank Pym's founded group specialized in researching Pym particles that can change the size of objects. They also produced weapons, but their share was not significant. Oscorp, a family-owned business led by Norman Osborn, specializes in biotechnology and has made considerable achievements in the military industry, subtly showing signs of surpassing Hammer Industries. Pioneer Technologies, founded by Killian, specialized in genetic modification projects and had minimal involvement in the arms industry, essentially just there to observe. Roxxon Corporation, a dominant force in the energy sector of the United States, originally established from the oil industry, is one of the largest conglomerates in the world, with tentacles extending into various industries. Both Hammer Industries and Oscorp were represented by their leaders, while the others were represented by individuals like vice presidents. After all, this was a military procurement meeting, and since their main businesses were not arms, even if they attended, they could not compete with the 3 military industry giants: Stark Industries, Oscorp, and Hammer Industries. Thus, sending a vice president to just make an appearance was sufficient. With Tony's arrival, several vice presidents from different groups nodded at him in acknowledgement. Hammer smirked and said, "Tony, I heard you almost got stuck in the desert. I was all set to pop some champagne in celebration, but I didn't expect to see you again. What a disappointment." As a major competitor of Stark Industries, the grudge between the two companies had a long history. Thus, Hammer's words were completely devoid of politeness. Hearing this, Tony sat down in his seat while mocking. "Oh, really? That must be quite disappointing for you. But don't waste your champagne. I see you won't be able to hold on to your long-standing second place for much longer. When you fall to third place, I'll help you drink it." With that, Tony turned to glance at Osborn, nodding with a smile. However, Osborn's expression was somewhat grim. Originally, it was a rivalry between Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, but now Tony's words had also pulled Oscorp into the mix, which was not something Osborn could take lightly. Indeed, Hammer, who had been focused on Tony, silently glanced at Osborn at this moment. In recent years, Oscorp had been gaining an increasingly significant share at military procurement meetings, posing a threat to Hammer Industries. Originally planning to compete with Tony, he suddenly changed his strategy and decided to suppress Oscorp first. Soon the time reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the military procurement meeting officially began. Under the guidance of military procurement personnel, major military enterprises present began to secure orders. Some were happy due to a large number of orders, while others were dejected because of declining orders. But if anyone's emotions were explosive, it was undoubtedly Osborn. This year, the previously opposing Stark Industries and Hammer Industries surprisingly teamed up to suppress Oscorp, leaving Oscorp with only 10% of the orders. This outcome nearly drove Osborn to the edge. At the same time, it confirmed an ancient saying in Huagua: there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. After the military procurement meeting concluded, Osborn walked out of the venue with a gloomy expression. Watching Hammer and Tony leave, he wished he could swallow the two of them whole. Originally, according to his plan, the Osborn Group was supposed to secure at least 20% of the orders from this year's procurement meeting. However, due to the collusion between the two companies, the Osborn Group only obtained half of what was planned, 10%. This number is even worse than in previous years. It's important to note that the U.S. military's annual spending reaches $400 billion. A single percentage point of profit amounts to hundreds of millions, even over $1 billion. Under the combined pressure of Tony and Hammer, the Osborn Group has lost at least 10 points, if not more. The loss is over $10 billion. Such a colossal loss is enough to drive anyone mad. Furthermore, the Osborn Group's recent situation has not been good. In order to secure more military orders and surpass Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, they specifically developed military products like flying hoverboards, individual battle armor, and human enhancement agents. In total, they invested hundreds of billions of dollars, leading the company into severe losses, and the major shareholders are extremely dissatisfied. Osborn was pinning all his hopes on this year's military procurement to secure more orders and appease the shareholders. But now everything is gone. Just thinking about it made Osborn's heart bleed. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to endure the pain and got into the car, returning to the company. At the same time, the specific news from the military procurement meeting quickly spread through various channels. When Osborn returned to the company, his secretary hurriedly made her way to his office. "Mr. Osborn, it's bad news. All the shareholders are here waiting for you in the conference room." Upon hearing this, Osborn's emotions, which he had barely stabilized, surged violently once again. "Damn it, who let them come?" Osborn said viciously, his expression ferocious, causing the female secretary to tremble in fear, her tone stammering. "Mr. Osborn, they came on their own. It seems they've received the specific news from the procurement meeting, and they don't look too happy." Hearing this, Osborn felt a heavy weight in his heart. His biggest fear had indeed come true. "You can go now." He casually dismissed the secretary, who left the office as if granted amnesty. Once he was alone, the suppressed anger within him erupted. "FCK, bastards." A series of crashing sounds came from the office, quickly turning it into a mess. After a long time, Osborn finally managed to calm his emotions and left the office, heading toward the conference room. Upon reaching the conference room door, he pushed it open and entered. Swish! Instantly, all the shareholders in the conference room turned to look at him, creating an incredibly intimidating scene. Seeing the expressionless faces of the crowd, Osborn forced a smile onto his face. "Why is everyone here?" Upon hearing this, the shareholders packed into the conference room wasted no time in attacking. "Mr. Osborn, we heard that this year's military procurement orders our group only secured 10%. Is that true?" As soon as the shareholders spoke, it felt like a knife stabbing into Osborn's heart. He wanted to refute, but he knew it would be futile. These people were strong and had clearly received the news, otherwise they wouldn't be here. He could only nod with difficulty and say, "That's right. However, that is because Stark Industries and Hammer Industries colluded to suppress us. Otherwise, our procurement orders would never be so few." Osborn desperately defended himself, but the shareholders present were not interested in excuses. They cared only about profit. Previously, Osborn's strong advocacy for research on individual equipment and human enhancement agents had already made them displeased, and the bottleneck in research, which failed to produce optimal results, further escalated their dissatisfaction. Now, with the reduction of military orders, the profits of the Osborn Group have drastically declined, ultimately becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. This led them to choose to tear their faces apart. "Mr. Osborn, you don't need to explain. We joined the Osborn Group for profit. But now it's clear that the Osborn Group cannot provide us with profits. Therefore, we the shareholders have unanimously decided to withdraw our investment from the Osborn Group." The cold words at this moment turned into the sharpest blades, piercing deeply into Osborn's heart. "No, you can't do this," Osborn shouted. Due to research and development, the Osborn Group's funds were already dwindling, and if the major shareholders withdrew their investments, the possibility of the Osborn Group going bankrupt could not be ruled out. As the leader of the Osborn Group, he could not allow such a thing to happen. "Gentlemen, please calm down. The Osborn Group is only temporarily in trouble. As long as we get through this, the Osborn Group will improve, and your interests will also be guaranteed. Moreover, over the years, the Osborn Group has earned significant profits for you. You have not lost anything, but it's just a temporary lack of profits. You cannot abandon the Osborne Group like this." Osborne desperately pleaded, even resorting to emotional appeals. However, capital is ruthless and capitalists are even more indifferent. In their eyes, there is only profit. As for emotions, what are they worth? Thus, no matter how much Osborne tried to retain them, the crowd remained unmoved. "Mr. Osborne, there's no need to waste your efforts. Prepare the contract. We'll come back to sign it later." After saying this, the major shareholders successively got up and left the conference room, leaving Osborne sitting there in a daze. If it weren't for Tony's intervention, the shareholders of the Osborne Group would have likely withdrawn their investments in a year. However, due to Tony's interference, the Osborne Group was prematurely pushed toward the abyss of bankruptcy. Time passed slowly. Osborne sat alone in the conference room for a long time until the sky began to darken and the employees of the Osborne Group finished work. Only then did the female secretary cautiously enter. "Mr. Osborne, it's time to go." As soon as she spoke, Osborne, who had been blankly staring, instantly regained his senses. He looked at the female secretary with a calm expression and said, "You all go ahead. He'll stay a little longer." Upon hearing this, the female secretary hesitated but nodded and turned to leave. As she reached the door, she instinctively glanced back at Osborne and found him enveloped in shadows. On his originally plain face, the corners of his mouth had unknowingly curled up slightly, giving off a strange feeling. Seeing this scene, the female secretary's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively shivered, not daring to stay any longer, quickly leaving the area. Soon the employees of the Osborne Group left one after another, leaving Osborne all alone inside the entire company. In the shadows, Osborne suddenly stood up and walked out of the conference room, heading toward the Osborne Group's laboratory building. The AOC Group stands 33 stories tall, with floors 1 to 15 designated as the offices for regular employees. Floors 16 to 25 belong to the experimental building dedicated to the research and production of various new products. The research for the individual combat armor and human enhancement agents is located on the 20th floor. Though mass production of individual weapons has not yet been realized, the laboratory has already developed mature products. In contrast, the human enhancement agent remains a semi-mature product. It has undergone biological testing, but has not yet been tested on humans. According to the research, any biological entity injected with the human enhancement agent becomes extremely irritable and filled with a desire for destruction. Due to this insurmountable issue, human trials have yet to proceed. Originally, according to AOS's plan, the human enhancement agent needed further refinement to eliminate side effects before it could be applied to humans. However, he could no longer wait. Numerous shareholders were about to withdraw their investments. He had to produce better research results to persuade them to continue their support and save the AOC Group. Thus, he decided to use himself as the test subject for the next phase of human research. Arriving on the 20th floor, AOC activated the equipment and stepped into the experimental chamber. As the chamber door closed, a cloud of mist erupted and a hint of madness flashed in AOS's eyes. With no way out, he had to either successfully develop the perfect human enhancement agent or perish in the experimental chamber. This was his final struggle. Clinging to a resolve of certain death, the human enhancement agent surged into his body, and an agonizing pain tore through his mind, eliciting a scream that echoed throughout the 20th floor. In the city of freedom, at a seaside villa, through Jarvis, Tony finally gathered the information on Ivan Vank. After obtaining the data, he immediately transmitted it to Peter while dialing Peter's phone. "Hello, little spider, good evening. Have you received the data? I hope to see this person disappear tonight, but please don't let me down." Without waiting for Peter's response, Tony hung up the phone and instructed Jarvis to display Peter's image. The bracelet, besides providing location tracking, could also monitor Peter's movements in real time. He was prepared to witness the downfall of a superhero. Meanwhile, at Peter's residence, looking at the hung-up phone, Peter silently stared at the data projected from his wrist. After memorizing all the information, he took his spider suit from the wardrobe. Gazing at the suit that represented justice, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Peter's face. He was determined to protect the public, yet today he would betray his principles and take the life of an innocent. "I don't want to either, I just want to survive." Murmuring to himself, Peter donned the spider suit and leaped from the window, swiftly leaving his home. Moving through the steel jungle, Peter quickly arrived at his destination, Hammer Industries. The target, Ivan, was the chief weapons designer at Hammer Industries. According to the data, he spent most of his time at Hammer Industries, so to deal with him, Peter first needed to find a way to infiltrate. As a top military industrial giant, Hammer Industries had extremely strong security. Even the world's top mercenaries would find it impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. However, this only applies to ordinary people. Though Peter's strength may not rival that of deities, it certainly exceeded that of regular humans. Before him, the security forces of Hammer Industries became nothing more than a joke. Just by utilizing his web, Peter effortlessly reached the top floor of Hammer Industries. Using the spider hooks on his palms, he easily opened a hole large enough for one person to pass through in the glass of the top floor of Hammer Industries, then entered the elevator, heading straight to the -3rd floor. This was the weapons development department of Hammer Industries, and also where Ivan was located. Inside the villa, Tony sipped red wine, watching the entire process of Peter's infiltration on video, and said with a smile, "It seems our Spider-Man is even more impressive than I imagined. Jarvis, based on his performance, create a strength profile. Additionally, try to predict the direction of his strength enhancement." "Understood, sir. Recording has begun." Jarvis responded as in the video Peter successfully arrived at the negative third floor of Hammer Industries. Ding. The elevator door slowly opened. A dozen dark gun muzzles appeared before Peter's eyes, causing his pupils to constrict, and he instinctively jumped, grabbing the top of the elevator. The next second, gunfire erupted and bullets whizzed through the air. The terrifying heat left black marks on his spider suit. With no time to think, he swiftly shot out a web from his wrist, ensnaring several people at the elevator entrance and interrupting their gunfire. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly left the cramped elevator space, reaching his maximum speed and swiftly incapacitating several individuals at the elevator entrance. Just as they fell unconscious, an alarm rang throughout the research facility. With his acute hearing, Peter detected a flurry of footsteps rapidly approaching. In a moment of frustration, he cursed, "Fuck, how did they find me?" He had been extremely cautious during his infiltration, making no noise, and could not fathom where he had exposed himself. Peter, feeling anxious, had no idea that as a research facility for new weapons, the security here was more than 3 times stricter than outside. There were always people guarding the elevator entrance who could see what was happening inside the elevator at all times. Though he was powerful, his lack of experience led him to completely overlook this fact. Thus, once he entered the elevator, he had already been discovered, leading to the current scene of chaos. Without time to ponder how he had been exposed, Peter agilely made his way deeper into the research facility. Along the way, he dodged a large number of guards with his quick speed, soon locating his target for this mission, Ivan Vank. As the villain from Iron Man 2, although he possessed considerable intelligence, Ivan, who had not developed the whiplash armor, was not much stronger than an ordinary person. When he saw Peter appear before him, Ivan's expression was one of utter shock. He had naturally heard the alarms in the research facility. To him, it seemed like some faction had come to steal the blueprints for new weapons which had nothing to do with him. But he never imagined that the intruder's target would be him, leaving him completely unprepared. "Wait." Ivan attempted to say something. However, Peter gave him no chance, directly stepping forward to grasp his neck and twist forcefully. With a crack, Ivan met his end. Before coming here, Peter had gone through various mental preparations, envisioning scenarios where he would find it hard to take action. But when he was discovered and faced with the possibility of being surrounded by a large number of guards, he suddenly realized that all his expectations had turned into a joke. In order to avoid being caught in the guard's siege, he hesitated not at all and swiftly snapped Ivan's neck. This development left him momentarily bewildered, unsure whether he acted without burden because he was pressured by Tony or if he inherently had little resistance to killing. The confusion did not last long. When he was startled awake by the sound of footsteps, he cast aside all thoughts and began to flee the scene. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Tony's expression also showed some astonishment. He hadn't expected things to end so simply. He had prepared himself to witness a grand internal struggle within Peter. However, Peter proved to be even more decisive than Tony had imagined. "Jarvis, was I fooled by this guy? He seems far too resolute. It doesn't look like it's his first time killing," Tony said, somewhat at a loss for words. Jarvis' emotionless voice immediately chimed in, "Sir, research indicates that there is a devil residing in everyone's heart, a manifestation of human negative emotions. Some people lock away the devil. They are seen as good people in the eyes of ordinary folks. Others unleash the devil. They become bad people in the eyes of ordinary folks. From my observations, the Peter in the video is in the stage of locking away the devil. Without your intervention, sir, he would likely have locked away the devil in his heart and become a good person. But you provided him with a key, allowing him to release the devil. Thus, this matter is entirely your doing, sir." Jarvis' analysis ultimately placed the blame on Tony, causing his lips to twitch. "Good grief, are you still on my side? Is this how you speak of your creator?" Deciding to temporarily refrain from engaging with Jarvis, Tony prepared to go to sleep. The matter was over. He no longer had any reason to continue watching. Although the guards from Hammer Industries were decent, they could not possibly trap Spider-Man, so he naturally felt no inclination to keep watching. However, just as he stood up, Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. "Alarm, alarm, an unidentified flying object is approaching." Upon hearing this, Tony halted his steps and turned to look at the large screen, only to see the scene outside his villa. In the distance, a green figure was rapidly approaching his villa on a skateboard-like flying device, and Tony even caught sight of the evil mask on the face of the incoming individual. Instantly, Tony raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Interesting, Green Goblin Osborn. I hadn't even come looking for you, yet you've come looking for me." The best candidates for forming a dark alliance are undoubtedly the various famous villains from Marvel. These individuals are naturally inclined toward darkness, making it far easier to recruit them than superheroes. Thus, after encountering Osborn at the military procurement conference, Tony had resolved to pull this guy into the Dark Alliance. However, since this guy had not yet transformed, Tony merely planned to give him a little push to hasten his metamorphosis. Little did he expect things to progress so quickly. He had only provoked this guy during the day, and by night this individual had transformed into the Green Goblin and sought him out. Indeed, life is full of surprises. With a smile on his lips, a glint of cold light flickered in Tony's eyes. Recruiting villains is not the same as recruiting superheroes. Superheroes require guidance, while villains can be subdued directly. At the moment Tony spotted Osborn outside the villa, Osborn looked at Tony's villa with a manic smile emerging beneath his mask. In order to preserve Oscorp, he had no choice but to conduct human experiments personally. The experiments proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. He had perfectly enhanced his body, but he was also affected by the serum, leading to a change in his personality. In fact, one could say he had split into two personas: the calm individual Osborn, the helmsman of Oscorp, and the brutal one, Green Goblin Osborn. And now he is the Green Goblin Osborn. Osborn has many enemies and numerous people he loathes, but if he were to make a list, Tony would undoubtedly top it. If it weren't for him, Oscorp could have secured more military contracts. The shareholders wouldn't have withdrawn their investments early, forcing Oscorp into a corner. Had it not been for him, he wouldn't have had to personally step in as a test subject for the human enhancement serum. Although all the hidden dangers had been set in motion after he ordered the development of new equipment and the enhancement serum, nonetheless Tony was the fuse that ignited this bomb. Therefore he has come. He has transformed into the Green Goblin, seeking revenge and intending to send this man who pushed Oscorp to the brink to hell. With a mind filled with the desire for slaughter, Osborn forcefully whipped his arm, launching two pumpkin bombs straight toward Tony's villa. As a newly developed grenade that Oscorp had invested heavily in, the power of the pumpkin bomb is sufficient to rival the explosion force of 20 kilograms of TNT. Two pumpkin bombs are enough to collapse Tony's villa, burying him alive. But just as he threw the pumpkin bomb, shadows of ninjas emerged from the darkness, their crimson eyes fixated on Osborn. In the next second, two shurikens were hurled from a ninja's hand, striking the pumpkin bombs with precision. Boom! Two violent explosions resounded. Fireworks illuminated the darkness, brightening the night. What is that? Osborn thought with a frown. Yet there was no time for further contemplation, as ninjas were already leaping towards him. The glint of katana blades shone in the night as trails of light sliced towards him. Dressed in armor, Osborn planned to withstand the onslaught of the ninjas without flinching. Sparks flared on his armor. The seemingly sturdy armor showed fine scratches under the cutting of the katana. Upon noticing this, Osborn's expression changed drastically. This armor was made from a special alloy. What kind of sword is sharp enough to cause such damage? While pondering this, Osborn quickly evaded the encirclement of the ninjas using the maneuverability of his flying skateboard. Initially intending to storm into the villa, he found himself hesitating upon seeing the multitude of ninjas outside. He realized things were not as he had imagined. These unknown assailants were actually protecting Tony. Although their individual strength was not on par with his own, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. After surveying the scene from the air for a while, Osborn piloted his flying skateboard and quickly vanished into the night sky. Inside the villa, Tony watched Osborn retreat, a playful smile gracing his lips. So he just ran away? This is interesting. The danger has been cleared, sir. What were those things? Jarvis' voice echoed in the villa, his tone as flat as ever, yet Tony sensed the curiosity laced within his words. Turning towards the bedroom with a smile, he said, "Just a bunch of creatures from the darkness. You'll see more in the future." After answering, Tony closed the door and rested, leaving no trace of the earlier events in his mind. The night passed swiftly, and the next day Tony did not go to the company as he had planned a holiday. After all, how could he go back on his word? After breakfast, he drove away from the villa in his silver sports car, leaving Happy and the others behind. Happy found it quite helpless. Ever since their boss returned from his disappearance, he had become more unpredictable, going everywhere without them, which left him feeling helpless. In the city, at a coffee shop, Tony sat by the window, a steaming cup of coffee exuding vapor on the table, when suddenly a figure walked in through the door. "Order number 36, hey, could you hurry it up?" The young man urged the front desk, glancing anxiously at his watch. Just then a familiar voice came from behind him. "Hey, little Peter, long time no see." At this, Peter abruptly turned his head, and upon seeing Tony's figure, his expression changed instantly. Tony smiled at him, lifted his cup of coffee in a gesture, and asked, "Would you like to sit down for a drink?" Hesitating for a moment, Peter finally sat down across from Tony. "Sir, what do you need from me? Our deal should be completed, right?" His expression showed some reluctance. Peter felt no fondness for the man who had forced him to kill. However, with his life in the other's hands, he had no choice but to comply. Tisk, the mighty Spider-Man, the Guardian of New York, has actually fallen to the level of delivering food. It's truly surprising. Tony sighed as he took a delightful sip of coffee, his expression looking provocatively smug. Taking a deep breath, Peter suppressed his inner turmoil and spoke again. "Sir, I need to go. I still have deliveries to make, and I can't be late." "Don't rush." Tony set down his coffee. "I have another deal. Are you interested in hearing it?" "Not interested," Peter replied without a second thought, but Tony's calm voice continued, ignoring his refusal, which filled Peter's face with helplessness. "Help me catch a person, the head of Oscorp, Norman Osborn. Bring him to me alive." "Hell no, I refuse." Peter stood up excitedly. It was no wonder he reacted so strongly. His good friend Harry Osborn was Norman's son, and he could never harm the family of his best buddy. Observing Peter's demeanor, Tony maintained his smile, saying, $10 million. If you help me capture him, I'll give you $10 million. Think about what your life is like now. Poor and struggling, unable to confess to the girl you like. But with that $10 million, you could change your situation. You could buy a big house for your family, or take a spontaneous trip with your loved one. From now on, you wouldn't have to toil for a living. Think about these wonderful things. Do you still find it hard to accept? In that moment, Tony resembled a devil, incessantly tempting Peter and leading him astray. Peter, who had just been overly excited, sat down again, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. His thoughts drifted with Tony's words, the images of Mary Jane and Aunt May flashing through his mind. At that moment, he hesitated, losing the resoluteness he had just moments ago. But I can't hurt Harry. He's my best friend," Peter said, his face filled with conflict. Tony, with a broad smile, made a new offer, $20 million, "and I have no intention of harming him, so you don't need to feel any guilt. If I wanted him dead, he wouldn't survive the night. What do you think?" Thinking about Tony's abilities, Peter fell silent, and this also indicated he was tempted. After an indeterminate amount of time, Peter finally nodded. "All right, I agree. But I want to know why. You clearly have the power. Why do you need me?" Peter asked earnestly. Tony's smile grew wider. "Don't misunderstand. I just want to improve your life. After all, the great Spider-Man has to struggle for a living like everyone else. Don't you find that ridiculous? You are a superhuman, surpassing 99% of ordinary people in this world." In the past, Peter would have countered this statement, believing he was no different from anyone else, only possessing a little more special ability. But now he suddenly felt enlightened. "Yes, I am extraordinary. Why must I toil for a living?" "Order number 36 is ready," a voice called from the front desk. What once sounded perfectly normal now struck Peter as particularly harsh. This person could leisurely enjoy his afternoon tea. Why must he continuously hustle? Thinking this, he felt a surge of irritation within. However, he forced himself to suppress the annoyance and went to the front desk to pick up the coffee before leaving. Through the window, Tony watched Peter leave on his little electric scooter, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Crossing the line like this, there is only one time and countless others. If killing Ivan was still somewhat coerced, now he had no intention of coercion at all. Moreover, he could sense the reluctance surging in Peter as he stood up. Clearly, our Spider-Man has gone astray, and the passionate and kind little spider will never return. Thinking of this, Tony couldn't help but sigh. What has happened to this world? The number of bad people is increasing while good people are dwindling. It's truly amusing. Dropping a bill, Tony left the coffee shop, got into his sports car, and drove off. The roar of the sports car echoed through the streets, drawing envious glances from many passers-by. Some say that a person's character is innate, but Tony believes that one's character is shaped by the environment. What kind of experiences you undergo will determine what kind of character you become. After Peter experienced things he had never faced before, whether willingly or unwillingly, he was destined never to become Spider-Man again. Thus his path to darkness was assured. So who would be his next target? Driving the sports car, Tony's mind flashed with many faces from his memories. Driving a sports car through the bustling streets of New York City, Tony was contemplating where to indulge himself today. Having finally gotten a day off, he couldn't afford to waste such a splendid time. However, as the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. Just as he was passing by a skyscraper, a sudden thunderous explosion rang out. Countless shards of stone plummeted from the sky, crashing into the crowds on the street, turning the once prosperous and peaceful road into a gruesome slaughterhouse in an instant. Numerous dismembered corpses were sent flying, with many being turned into pulp by the falling boulders, a sight that was horrifying beyond imagination. Suddenly, the screeching sound of brakes pierced the air as Tony's vehicle came to a halt. In front of him, a massive rock thundered down, crashing with a loud bang. He had barely escaped becoming a pancake like everyone else. Watching this scene unfold, Tony felt no fear. With the protection of the horse talisman, he essentially possessed a half-immortal body. As long as he did not die instantly, the talisman would allow him to recover. Thus, he did not feel much anxiety. He was merely curious about what had happened. While pondering, Tony got out of the car and looked up at the towering skyscraper above him. Instantly, a colossal figure entered his line of sight, causing his pupils to constrict. With a resounding boom, a green figure plummeted from the sky, creating a massive shockwave that rippled through the area for hundreds of meters, cracking the ground like a spider web in all directions. The giant roared in fury, his voice echoing across Manhattan. The pedestrians who had narrowly escaped disaster fainted under the force of his growl. Only Tony remained unaffected, watching the scene unfold with calm composure. After the roar, the giant disregarded the chaos around him and sprinted towards the distant city, tearing apart or discarding all obstacles in his path. Watching the giant retreat, Tony's lips twitched as a sense of bewilderment surged within him. Why was the green behemoth showing up at this time? Would he still be able to have fun? As a bug hero in the Marvel Universe, the appearance of the green behemoth instantly disrupted the balance of power in this world. Not lingering in his daze, Tony quickly gathered his wits and drove after him. Though the appearance of the green behemoth was somewhat unexpected, this was the real world, not a movie, so it was not entirely unacceptable. What he considered now was what benefits he could gain from the green behemoth's appearance. Should he recruit him into the Dark Alliance? Please, that guy was a ticking time bomb. Tony didn't want to be cleaning up after him every few days. In the later stages of his growth, he became somewhat manageable, but right now he was a complete madman, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike after transforming. Tony feared that if he attempted to recruit the green behemoth, the moment would come when the behemoth would take him out. However, his value was not limited to just that terrifying strength. Later on, someone used his blood to replicate his genes, creating a being known as Abomination, a copy of the green behemoth. Although it lacked the bug-level infinite enhancements of the original, it was stable. Both before and after transformation, it could control itself and was still quite powerful. Thus, Tony's interest was piqued. He didn't necessarily have to seek out those superheroes. He could create his own. With thoughts racing through his mind, Tony's speed did not decrease in the slightest as he sped through the dilapidated urban area in his sports car. Before he even approached the area where the green behemoth was, he could already hear the beast's reckless roar. As the saying goes, when the heavens are furious, rain falls, and when a man is arrogant, disaster strikes. The green behemoth's arrogance drew the ire of others. General Ross, the behemoth's father-in-law, mobilized a large number of troops to gang up on him. When Tony reached the edge of the battlefield, he saw numerous soldiers frantically firing their weapons. Tanks were constantly rushing to the front lines, the roar of artillery echoing throughout the city. Under the bombardment of the tanks, the green behemoth was continuously pushed back. However, everything was merely superficial. When the smoke cleared, the green behemoth was unscathed, still as lively as ever, and casually ripped apart a tank to join the fray. Watching this scene, Tony decisively found a tall building to observe from above. He had no intention of getting involved. With his frail limbs, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from the green behemoth. He certainly didn't want to go up and test it. The battle continued, and the soldiers suffered heavy losses. Under the iron fists of the green behemoth, these well-trained elite soldiers were as helpless as children unable to defend themselves. It looked as if the green behemoth was playing whack-a-mole, delivering a punch to each one, and within just a few minutes his surroundings were already coated in blood and flesh. The brutality was so severe that even Tony found it hard to watch, while also unable to refrain from mocking the brainless agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could this guy kill so many people and still be considered a superhero? What were they thinking? While he was complaining, Tony was also watching with great interest. Finally, the green behemoth's transformation time was up. The law of conservation of energy belongs to the fundamental laws of the universe. No matter how much of a bug the green behemoth was, he could not ignore this principle. After rampaging for so long, he finally began to wither. At that moment, the green behemoth quickly tore through the military encirclement and ran off into the distance, vanishing before the eyes of the crowd. In a dim alley filled with trash and a foul stench, Bruce stumbled into the shadows, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at his hands. Though he lost his sanity after becoming the green behemoth, he retained the memories of his recent actions upon returning to his human form. He remembered that he had just killed a lot of people. Thinking of this, Bruce couldn't help but retch. Just as he lowered his head, pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows of the alley, and dark figures began to materialize from the darkness. When Bruce looked up again, he found himself surrounded by a group of individuals clad in black robes. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him. He was no longer the invincible green behemoth. He was just an ordinary researcher without any means of defense. "Who are you?" Bruce's terrified voice rang out. The shadowy figures did not respond. One of them swiftly approached, delivering a precise strike to his neck, causing Bruce to elegantly lose consciousness. Having easily subdued Bruce, footsteps were heard approaching from outside the alley, and Tony's figure appeared within. Seeing Bruce, a smile spread across his face. Things were going even smoother than he had imagined. Having effortlessly captured the green giant, he felt quite pleased. "Take him away." He waved his hand, and one of the shadowy figures stepped forward to carry Bruce, while the others vanished into the darkness. Throwing Bruce into the sports car, Tony drove away. What luck to take a stroll and end up with a green behemoth. Returning to the villa with the green fat, Tony injected him with a powerful tranquilizer, a little invention from his past life that could put someone to sleep for a month. To ensure that this guy wouldn't have any issues, Tony placed him into a nutrient chamber to maintain his bodily functions. After doing all this, another dilemma appeared in Tony's mind. who should be called to replicate this guy's genes. He couldn't do it himself, not even in his past life, as his previous self was not focused on this area. He could seek help from the blue gentleman from the movie, but that guy worked under General Ross, and contacting him would almost certainly expose himself. He didn't want to confront the U.S. military so soon, so he had to abandon this choice. Aside from him, there were plenty of genius scientists, but most he couldn't find. After ruling out one candidate, Tony quickly locked onto his target, Reed. Richard. He was a scientist even more brilliant than his previous self, proficient in various disciplines, including mechanics, engineering, artificial intelligence, alien biology, physics, genetics, and more. The number of patents he applied for each year was countless, and every invention was at the forefront of current technology. Besides that, he also had another identity, the future superhero Mr. Fantastic. With his capabilities, he would undoubtedly be able to help replicate enough of the green fats genes. Of course, the reason for picking him was not only because he was outstanding, but also because he was currently the easiest to manipulate. He was undoubtedly a genius, and geniuses all have their pursuits. His pursuit was to unravel the secrets of human genetic inheritance. But the vastness of human genetics is such that even a god might not fully understand it, so due to the lack of progress in his research, his funding was endlessly cut by the government. According to his memory, this guy was currently looking for people to invest in his project, but unfortunately major corporations did not believe in him. After all, this field offered little hope. Capital only cares about profit. Although Reed was a genius, if he couldn't bring them profits, they wouldn't care whether he was a genius or not. And coincidentally, Tony lacked nothing except money, so Reed was undoubtedly a suitable target. Moreover, once he mutated, Tony could directly absorb him into the Dark Alliance. A two birds with one stone deal, why not do it? Having determined his target, Tony immediately spoke up. J-R-V-I-S. Help me contact Reed Richards. Yes, sir, connecting now. Meanwhile, in an office, Reed sat tiredly in a chair. His research had hit a bottleneck, not because of anything else, but simply due to lack of funds. Researching human genetic inheritance was a bottomless pit for money. Although he had sold many patents and acquired considerable wealth, it was still a drop in the bucket for his research. He had nearly gone a month without proper sleep just to attract investors, but unfortunately, he had seen little to no results. No company or corporation was willing to invest in him. Was he really going to give up? Reed asked himself, but the unwillingness in his heart made it impossible to surrender. Just as he was feeling increasingly agitated, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang in the office, but Reed seemed not to hear it at all, barely even glancing at it. For his research, he had mortgaged his property, and during this time the bank's collection calls came one after another. He had developed a fear of phone ringing, so he simply didn't want to answer. However, this time the phone was unusually persistent, ringing continuously for 10 minutes, without stopping, as if it would keep ringing until he answered. Helpless Reed had no choice but to answer the call, preparing himself for a collection agent. However, the demand he expected did not materialize. Instead, he heard a somewhat exasperated voice. Mr. Reed, are you so busy with work that you don't even have time to answer the phone? Tony said, somewhat speechless. If Reed didn't answer, he was about to explode. What was wrong with him? The investor came knocking, but he wouldn't answer the phone. If it weren't for the fact that Reed was a genius, he would have made him understand the harshness of capital. Who are you? Reed's puzzled voice rang out. I want to invest in your research. Do you have time to discuss? At these words, Reed was instantly stunned. Tony's words sounded like heavenly music to him. God knows how much effort he had expended trying to attract investment, thinking there was no hope, yet suddenly a turn of events. For a moment, Reed's tone became somewhat trembling. I don't know who you are. Although he was very happy, Reed knew that the investment he required was not a small sum, and ordinary people simply didn't qualify. Tony Stark. Tony stated his name, and Reed instantly broke into silent laughter. Although he was engrossed in research, he had heard of Tony's reputation, the largest arms dealer in the U.S. and a top conglomerate in New York. To say the least, the name Tony Stark was synonymous with wealth. Immediately, Reed nodded repeatedly, saying, I have time, Mr. Stark. Just tell me where, and I'll go right now. His tone was urgent, as if afraid Tony would run away. Tony was unceremonious, directly giving his address before hanging up the phone. Half an hour later, outside Tony's seaside villa in Liberty City, Reed, dressed in a suit, appeared at the door. Before he could knock, the villa's door opened and J-R-V-I-S voice rang out. Welcome, Mr. Reed. Mr. Tony is waiting for you on the balcony. Oh, please walk straight ahead. Listening to J-R-V-I-S guidance, Reed did not show any signs of surprise. He had his own artificial intelligence, so there was nothing to be astonished about. Perhaps this is the standard configuration for research big shots. Everyone has their own artificial intelligence. On the balcony, Tony was dressed casually, lounging in a deck chair under the sun, a bottle of Romani Conti placed on the table. Sunshine, the sea, and a gentle breeze. It all felt so comfortable. When Reed arrived, Tony casually pointed to the spot beside him and said, sit down, have a drink first, and we can chat slowly. All right, thank you for the invitation. Reed replied with a smile, then sat down beside Tony. At this moment, he didn't appear as anxious as he had on the phone. Instead, he seemed calm and composed. The two gazed at the sea, sampling the red wine, while sizing each other up. Both were top scientists in the U.S., renowned geniuses, and this was their first meeting. One was carefree and easygoing, while the other was refined and courteous, giving a sense of a meeting of kings. Soon as the wine in their glasses ran low, the two finally began to discuss serious matters. I wonder how much Mr. Tony plans to invest, Reed asked, setting down his glass, his eyes filled with a hint of urgency. Looking into Reed's eyes, Tony's lips curled into a slight smile. How much do you want? The more the better, Reed replied without hesitation. Tony raised an eyebrow immediately. Then how much would it take to acquire your team? Tony asked a question that caught Reed off guard. Reed frowned slightly. He was here to discuss investment, not to sell himself. Mr. Tony, I do not work for anyone or any corporation. I only accept commercial investments. He spoke seriously, but Tony laughed indifferently. Everyone has their price. If you disagree, it just means my offer isn't enough. Let's do this. I'll make an offer, and you can consider it. Without giving Reed a chance to refuse, Tony directly stated his offer. $500 billion USD per year for research funding. You will have absolute autonomy, and no one, including me, will interfere with your research. Additionally, you and your team will share half of the profits from your research. What do you think of this price? Tony smiled at Reed while Reed remained calm and silent. It wasn't that he had no reaction, but rather that he didn't know what to say. Although he had been resolute earlier, Tony's offer was simply too generous. $500 billion USD was more than all the research funding he had received combined, and this was just for 1 year. Absolute autonomy guaranteed that his research would not be interfered with, much like his current situation, and sharing half of the research profits, though shared among the entire team, was still significantly higher than he had now. Other consortiums investing in his research would at least take 80 of the profits, leaving only the remainder for him and his team. A 30% increase in profits represented billions, even tens of billions of USD. He wanted to refuse firmly as he had before, to stick to his bottom line, but the words of refusal were stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. So he could only remain silent. Tony was not surprised by his reaction. After all, in life, one pursues fame and fortune. This is a real world, not a film from a past life. Superheroes are also human. They need money and food too. Do you really think everyone can generate power for love and protect all of humanity? Stop joking. Everyone is quite busy. A few individuals with noble ideals are believable, but a group of extraordinary beings gathering together just to be caretakers for others and for free. How could that be? One could only say that those films from his previous life forcibly endowed many heroes with noble ideals for the sake of plot development. In fact, everyone is an ordinary person at most, just ordinary people with a bit of superpower. Money, status, and beautiful women. Who doesn't like them? It's impossible for everyone to truly become saints. What do I need to give in return? Reed asked dryly, no longer thinking about refusal. Given such significant benefits, he couldn't believe he wouldn't have to give anything in return. It's simple: a work for me consistently. Additionally, I have some tasks that require your assistance, and you cannot refuse. Is there anything else? Reed pressed for more details. Tony shrugged. That's it. After saying that, Reed fell silent again in thought. Without a doubt, as long as he accepted this contract, he and his team would be tied to Tony for life. So is it worth it? This was a question worth pondering, and he also needed to discuss it with his team members. Thinking of this, Reed apologized and said, Mr. Tony, I need to go back and consider. No problem, take 3 days. Come find me once you've made a decision. Upon hearing this, Reed nodded, and then stood up to leave the villa. Throughout the journey, Reed felt somewhat dizzy. The enormous benefit had caused him to lose his previous calmness. Upon returning to his company, he immediately summoned his team. Soon 2 men and 1 woman appeared in the conference room, also members of the future Fantastic Four: Susan Storm and Johnny Storm Ben-Grimm. The 3 looked at Reed's calm demeanor, thinking he was still worried about research funding, and all spoke up. Reed, is the company out of money? We still have some savings here. We can transfer some to you to hold out for a while. Hearing their words, Reed looked up at them and shook his head. There's no need to worry about the research funding. I've found an investor. I'm just hesitating on whether to accept, so I called you here to discuss it, he said, and the others couldn't help but rejoice. Johnny even said directly, what's there to discuss? Having an investor is a good thing. Just agree to it. Ben, usually more composed than Johnny, looked at Reed's calm face and asked, is it that they're asking for too much equity? It's fine as long as there's an investor. We can let go of some profits. Exactly, Reed. Don't consider us too much. If you think it's appropriate, just agree to it. Susan also comforted him. Clearly she and Ben shared the same thought. Seeing everyone considering him, a smile appeared on Reed's face. No, the other party's conditions are quite lenient. However, it's not just a simple investment project. They want to invest in our team. After saying that, Reed explained to everyone the conditions Tony set and the price they would have to pay. After listening, everyone fell silent. The conditions were such that no one could remain indifferent. However, being tied to one person for a long time made them hesitant. After all, no one could predict the future. After a long pause, Johnny took the initiative to speak. Ahem, everyone, I don't know if you are aware of something. Stark Industries has gone private. My. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Johnny continued, not long ago Stark Industries completed its privatization, meaning our investor Tony holds 100 of Stark Industries shares. As a military-industrial company, do you think Stark Industries might suddenly go bankrupt? Upon hearing this, everyone began to grasp what Johnny meant. After privatization, unless Stark Industries itself faced business issues that led to a break in the capital chain and bankruptcy, it would not be easily toppled. Moreover, military-industrial enterprises are among the most profitable industries in the world, not to mention that the U.S. military spends large sums annually on procurement and equipment upgrades. So basically, unless the U.S. were to be destroyed, Stark Industries is unlikely to go bankrupt. Of course, it's not absolute, but the chances of encountering problems for other reasons are minimal. Then do they still need to worry about the future? Understanding this, everyone's expressions suddenly became less gloomy, visibly lightening. I think agreeing to this condition doesn't seem too bad. Ben was the first to voice his suggestion. Compared to the other three, who were single, he was already married. After learning about the stability of Stark Industries, he had almost no concerns left. After he spoke, Johnny quickly followed suit and agreed to Tony's terms. Susan, however, did not express her opinion immediately and continued to look at Reed. The two were still in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and she listened to Reed. At that moment, Reed happened to glance at her, and a smile appeared on his face as he jokingly said, "Actually, I was already tempted after hearing his conditions. I just worried you wouldn't agree, which is why I didn't respond directly." After he finished speaking, everyone laughed, and thus everyone unanimously agreed to work for Tony. The next day, Reed returned to Tony's villa. "Looks like you've made up your mind," Tony said with a smile. Reed nodded directly, since he had already decided there was no need to drag it out. "From now on, you'll be my boss. I wonder when the contract will be signed. Let's sign it now?" Tony took out a contract he had prepared in advance. After Reed carefully reviewed it and confirmed that there were no issues with any of the clauses, he swiftly signed his name. After signing the contract, Reed immediately changed his tone. "Boss, when will our research funding arrive?" Seeing his eager expression, Tony replied directly, "It will take a bit of preparation time. It will arrive in 3 days. But first you need to help me with something." "What is it?" Reed asked in confusion. Tony did not explain, but instead stood up and said, "Follow me." He then led the way to the underground laboratory in his villa, with Reed quickly following. The two soon arrived in the research room. Reed also saw Bruce, who was in a deep sleep inside the nutrient chamber. Suddenly, Reed's expression changed as he questioned, "Boss, what is this?" "Bruce Banner, a green giant who can transform. You must have seen the news." With Tony's words, Reed immediately recalled the hottest news at the moment. The green monster wreaked havoc in New York, causing heavy casualties among the citizens. This news had already spread throughout the United States yesterday, and even if Reed didn't pay much attention to the news, he had seen this report. "Boss, are you saying he is the monster that terrorized New York?" "That's right. I happened to be on site at the time, and after he fainted, I brought him back." Tony spoke lightly, but Reed was left speechless. He had seen clips of the news reports. The terror of the green giant made it impossible for anyone to dare approach. The fact that his boss had brought this guy back to his villa while he was unconscious was truly a masterclass in self-destruction. However, after the initial astonishment, Reed's gaze towards Bruce suddenly became fervent. No scientist could resist studying the green giant, and Reed was no exception. Once he realized that this guy was not an ordinary person, Reed directly asked, "Boss, what do you want me to do?" "It's simple. Replicate this guy's genes and create a god," Tony said to Reed, word by word, causing Reed's body to tremble, not from fear, but from excitement. After witnessing the destructive power of the green giant, who wouldn't want to possess such strength? The notion of creating a god further thrilled him. Reed pounded his chest and said, "Don't worry, boss, leave it to me. I will definitely uncover the secrets behind him." In response, Tony nodded in satisfaction. "Good, then you stay here and deal with this guy. He'll give you a hint. You can start with his blood." "I understand." After responding, Reed immediately immersed himself in his work, and Tony did not disturb him, leaving the research facility. He believed Reed would not disappoint him, and he would soon reap the results. Meanwhile, while Tony was busy acquiring the green giant's power, Peter was also planning how to capture Osborn. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards Harry, it was still the old saying, once the floodgates of desire are opened, it's not so easy to close them. Using his friendship with Harry, Peter easily figured out his home address. When night fell, Peter, dressed in his spider suit, left his home once again. As he swung between the tall buildings, Peter quickly arrived at the wealthy district of Manhattan. Looking at the luxurious villas and mansions, Peter, who had never had any thoughts about them before, now felt a surge of envy and resentment. Why should he, an extraordinary individual, be squeezed into the slums when these people could live in dignity here? If a darkening progress bar appeared at this moment, the pattern 111 would undoubtedly keep appearing above Peter's head. Based on the information he gathered during the day, Peter successfully located Harry's villa. Using his webs to hang upside down from the trees outside the villa, Peter quickly observed the situation inside the villa. A middle-aged man in pajamas, several servants, but Harry was not at home. Needless to say, Peter locked his gaze onto the middle-aged man looking at Norman Osborn, who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Without any hesitation, Peter launched a surprise attack. Bang! The glass shattered as Peter, thinking Norman was an ordinary person, chose to take action forcefully and burst into the villa. Upon seeing Peter invade the villa, the servants inside screamed loudly. Peter quickly reached Norman's side and grabbed his collar, trying to drag him away. But just then a fist unexpectedly struck his chest. Caught off guard, he had no time to react and was sent flying like a projectile. Clang! Clang! A series of noises echoed throughout the villa as Peter bent over and collapsed to the ground, surrounded by shattered pieces. At that moment, his mind was in a daze, wondering who he was, where he was, and what he was doing. Wasn't he supposed to be just an ordinary person? Wasn't this supposed to be easy? One punch sent him flying several meters. Is this what they call an ordinary person? A series of doubts arose in his mind as he gritted his teeth against the pain and looked towards Norman. He saw that Norman, who had just been sitting on the sofa, had disappeared without him noticing. Peter quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for Norman's trace. At that moment, a strange laugh echoed through the villa. The next second, a guy on a green hoverboard wearing a devil mask charged directly at Peter. Seeing this scene, Peter's pupils constricted, and he quickly twisted his body, but it was still a moment too late, getting hit in the waist by the flying hoverboard. Puff! Peter tasted blood in his throat, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. With no time to think, he endured the pain and dashed towards the villa's exit. This information was wrong. This guy was definitely not an ordinary person. Peter dared not stay any longer, quickly escaping the villa and disappearing into the night. The night enveloped Nyoyu City in the Queen's district. At a certain residential house, Peter's figure flashed in from the second floor. He casually pulled off his hood and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuck bastard. A stream of curses poured from his lips as he quickly grabbed his phone and dialed Tony's number. Beep, beep, beep. Soon the call connected, and before the other side could speak, Peter suppressed his anger and said, "Fuck, that guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Your intel is wrong. Are you trying to get me killed?" On the other end, Tony swirled a glass of red wine in his hand, and upon hearing Peter's angry voice, a faint smile appeared on his lips. "If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. And I never said that guy was an ordinary person. What do you actually want?" Peter replied angrily. "I told you, capture that guy alive for me. That is my goal." "Impossible. That guy is extremely powerful. Ooh, I am no match for him." At this point, Peter's tone became somewhat gloomy. After the mutation, although he didn't say it, he was quite pleased deep down. But ever since meeting Tony, he realized everything had changed. Even the most trivial of characters were stronger than him. In summary, whether human or demon, everyone was showing off, while he was the only one getting beaten up. Noticing the disappointment in his words, Tony's smile deepened. "Want to get stronger? I can help you." With that, Peter instantly became alert on the other end of the line. There's no free lunch in the world, especially when making deals with Tony. "What are the conditions?" he cautiously inquired. "Very simple. I'm planning to form a dark alliance, and I'm inviting you to join." Tony took a sip of his red wine, speaking slowly and deliberately. "But I'm a good person," Peter exaggeratedly replied. "I never said you weren't a good person. I'm just asking you to join the Dark Alliance. Think about it." After these words, Peter fell into a long silence on the other end of the line. The Dark Alliance, just hearing the name isn't a good sign, but thinking back to how he had been beaten and fled today, a surge of anger rose within him again, and finally Peter gritted his teeth and said, "I agree to join." As soon as he said this, Tony burst into laughter. Having plotted for so long, he finally secured this guy. "Congratulations, you've made a wise choice. Come find me tomorrow morning, and I'll give you what you want." After saying this, Tony eagerly hung up the phone and opened the system panel. Name: Tony Stark. Gender: male. Identity: heir of the Shadow Kingdom. Abilities: Horse Charm, Spell, Shadow Ninja, Control, Shadow Blade, Control. Lottery chances: 1. Dark Alliance member: Spider-Man. Looking at the information on the system panel, a smirk formed at the corner of his mouth, and at that moment his thoughts shifted. Immediately, shadows rose from the ground, appearing before him, standing respectfully in place. Unlike the Shadow Ninjas, the Shadow Blades had special steel claws on their hands and feet, resembling Wolverine. Their abilities were not as comprehensive as the Shadow Ninjas, but their combat strength was even greater. They could be said to be specially born for battle. After observing the Blade Ninjas carefully, Tony nodded in satisfaction, sending them back to the Shadow Kingdom while he opened the lottery panel. It was once again an exciting moment. Even though Tony's mindset had matured considerably, he still felt a bit nervous facing the lottery wheel. "Lottery," he whispered in his heart, and instantly the pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly. "Stop." As the speed of the pointer slowed, Tony eagerly watched it, praying for a powerful ability. Soon the pointer came to a halt. In the next second, a dragon-shaped pattern appeared on the wheel, followed by a dragon's roar and the dragon shadow leaped from the wheel into Tony's body. Heat. Extreme heat. Tony felt the temperature inside him rise to an extreme level, a dragon-shaped aura emerging on the surface of his skin, radiating incredible heat. Minutes later, the dragon pattern disappeared, and Tony returned to normal. "Sir, are you all right?" Jarvis' voice rang out. "I'm fine, don't worry." Tony opened his eyes, smiling. The dragon charm ability Dragon Explosion can dissolve all things in the world. This was the information that suddenly appeared in Tony's mind after acquiring the dragon charm's ability. To test the actual power, Tony walked into the underground laboratory, glancing at the excited Reed. He took a piece of titanium alloy from the materials room. This is one of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe, generally used in aerospace materials, resistant to high and low temperatures. According to records from his past life, titanium alloy was used to forge the Iron Suit. Leaving the research institute, Tony sat on the balcony looking at the palm-sized titanium alloy, and suddenly a flame erupted from his palm. Instantly, the titanium alloy in his hand began to change, rapidly melting at a visible rate. Within seconds, the titanium alloy burned down to a pool of molten metal and quickly evaporated into gas. 10 seconds later, the titanium alloy in his hand completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. Hiss! Tony gasped, his face filled with astonishment. While he knew the power of the dragon charm was strong, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. The titanium alloy couldn't withstand even 10 seconds before it vaporized. "It's simply monstrous. But I like it." Filled with excitement, Tony didn't completely calm down until late at night before going to rest. The next morning, Tony was awakened by Jarvis. "Sir, a young man is outside saying he has an appointment with you." Drowsily waking from bed, Tony glanced at the projection Jarvis displayed, seeing Peter waiting outside the door. "Let him in." "All right, sir," Jarvis replied, and the door opened. Peter cautiously walked into the villa. As he reached the living room, Tony yawned while coming down the stairs, casually greeting, "You're here." Peter nodded, feeling a bit awkward. Tony ignored him, and after claiming his rewards, he lost interest in Peter, walking into the kitchen to pour himself a cup of hot milk. "Mr. Tony, you said you could help me get stronger." After sitting for a while, seeing Tony remain silent, Peter had to take the initiative to speak. "That's right, just a moment." Tony paused for a moment, but quickly realized this was something he had promised. Finishing his hot milk, feeling warm in his stomach, Tony walked towards Peter. Under Peter's nervous gaze, he directly patted his shoulder. "All right, done. Go ahead, complete the task as soon as possible." "Water." Peter looked confused, feeling like he had been played. "Mr. Tony, what is this?" Peter asked, his face filled with confusion. Tony, on the other hand, relaxedly leaned back on the living room sofa, looking at him. "What? Do you think I'm messing with you? I have already given you the power. Feel it well." Upon hearing this, Peter furrowed his brows and focused his mind, relying on his formidable spider sense. He quickly discovered something was amiss. It seemed like an inexplicable force had emerged within him, a force that instilled a sense of fear in him. In the next moment, he attempted to channel that energy, and suddenly shadowy figures appeared around him, gazing at him with crimson eyes. Seeing this scene, Peter's heart raced, and he instinctively took a few steps back, but soon he sensed that he had a special connection with these shadow ninjas, allowing him to control them. Thinking of this, Peter turned to look at Tony on the sofa, swallowing hard as he said, "This is the power you gave me." Tony nodded with a smile. Peter instantly became excited. He still remembered how he had been beaten to a pulp by these shadow ninjas. He never expected that one day he would be able to control them. With their help, what was Norman worth? As he thought this, Peter excitedly manipulated the shadow ninjas, enjoying himself immensely. Tony quietly watched this scene, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. As the controller of the shadow ninjas, Tony could implant shadow marks on anyone to enable them to command the shadow army. Of course, the ultimate control still lay with Tony. Peter was merely borrowing it. As long as Tony wished, the shadow army would instantly break free from Peter's control. In this way, not only did the Dark Alliance's power increase, but Peter also fell completely under Tony's surveillance. Perfect. All right, go ahead. Remember to bring Norman back to me, and don't keep me waiting too long. Understood, Mr. Tony. Peter nodded excitedly before leaving the villa. After he left, Tony didn't linger in the villa either. He directly contacted several girls to enjoy some fun. After being busy for so long, he needed to relax. Meanwhile, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, Pierce sat at the head of the table while a group of elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sat on either side. At this moment, everyone was looking down at the materials in their hands, and apart from the rustling of documents, there was no other sound in the large conference room. After a long while, Pierce tapped the table and cleared his throat, saying, "Has everyone finished reading? What do you think about Tony Stark? Mysterious, extremely dangerous, possible anti-government tendencies." One by one, the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. voiced their opinions. These were the conclusions they reached after reviewing the materials. Since the Obadiah incident, Pierce had been keeping an eye on Tony and initiated an investigation into him. In addition to sending Natasha to infiltrate Stark Industries, he had also deployed a significant amount of forces to monitor him constantly. In this age of an extensive surveillance network, it was almost effortless for S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor an individual. Thus, under the close watch of S.H.I.E.L.D., almost all of Tony's actions during this period were exposed to their scrutiny. Whether it was utilizing the Shadow Army's power or his interactions with Peter, everything was documented by S.H.I.E.L.D. It wouldn't have been an issue, but the scene of Tony taking Bruce away also caught S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. The Hulk causing chaos in New York was something S.H.I.E.L.D. could not ignore. After witnessing the power the Hulk displayed, no one could remain indifferent, including S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a Hydra spy, Pierce was the first to take this matter to heart. Thus, today's meeting was convened. It seems everyone is well aware of Tony's danger. If so, let's discuss our opinions. Should we arrest him directly, or what? Pierce spoke calmly, but the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. fell silent, their faces filled with hesitation. Tony is not one of those backgroundless superhumans. Behind him stands Stark Industries. As a top-tier consortium in America, the power of Stark Industries is far more complex than what appears on the surface. Behind Stark Industries, at least a double-digit number of congressmen support him, and the relationship between Stark Industries and the military is extremely close. It is rumored that the current president of the United States rose to power with the funding of Stark Industries. Therefore, moving against Tony is not a decision that can be made on a whim. The implications are too great, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. may not withstand the retaliation from Stark Industries. Looking at the silence of the crowd, Pierce understood their concerns. He then tapped the table and said, Tony is Tony and Stark Industries is Stark Industries. Our target is not Stark Industries, but Tony. As long as we can capture Tony before Stark Industries reacts, I believe the forces behind Stark Industries wouldn't want to escalate matters and clash with us. After all, they need Stark Industries, not Tony. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the crowd moved, and they understood Pierce's meaning. If they made a big show of capturing Tony, that would definitely not work. The resistance from Stark Industries alone would make it nearly impossible for them to proceed. However, if they captured Tony secretly once the matter was settled, the forces behind Stark Industries might not necessarily confront S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, even without Tony, Stark Industries would continue to operate as usual and still bring them support. At that moment, a strong black man in the conference room stood up, saying this alone is not enough. Once the matter is exposed, relying solely on S.H.I.E.L.D. may not withstand the pressure from above, especially since Tony currently holds 100% ownership of Stark Industries. Those in power won't easily allow him to come to harm. At that point, even if we capture him, we will have to release him. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately realized that Stark Industries was now a dictatorial enterprise. Pierce frowned. Then, Nick, what is your suggestion? We should find someone to act together. Nick Fury said solemnly. As the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he thought more comprehensively. Bruce is a wanted target of the military. General Ross has been trying to capture Bruce, and if we provide information, General Ross will definitely not let this opportunity slip. By joining forces with the military, even if those in power blame us later, the military will share some of the pressure with us. Listening to this suggestion, Pierce immediately frowned. His reason for moving against Tony was to obtain Bruce's strength. If the military intervenes, things might encounter complications. But seeing the eager expressions of those present, he could not oppose it, and could only nod, saying, in that case, let's secretly cooperate with the military. This matter must be kept absolutely confidential. Until the matter is not resolved, nobody is allowed to disclose it, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The meeting concluded, and the matter of contacting General Ross was handed over to Nick by Pierce. After everyone dispersed, a figure entered Pierce's office. His name was Hitwell, Pierce's assistant, and also one of the Hydra spies lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, you called for me. Hitwell wore a respectful expression. Turning slowly to face him, Pierce said, S.H.I.E.L.D. has decided to arrest Tony. You need to inform Bucky, and once the operation begins, swiftly locate Bruce and take him away. Understood, Director. Hitwell nodded and promptly left the office. Watching him depart, Pierce felt a slight relief in his heart. Under the military's involvement, the likelihood of him detaining Bruce was slim. Therefore, it was best to have someone take Bruce directly away. Even if Bruce went missing later, the military could only look for Tony, not able to pin it on him. Meanwhile, Nick, who had accepted the mission, arrived at the military district to meet General Ross. After stating his purpose, Nick waited for Ross' reaction. Bang, bang, bang. General Ross knocked on the table, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Nick. Are you serious? Bruce is with Tony Stark. That's correct, General. The information has been verified and is accurate, Nick Fury affirmed. So you're planning to take action against Tony. Do you know how many weapons Stark Industries supplies to the military each year? If you go after Tony, do you think the military will stand by and do nothing? General Ross' tone was calm, yet his words were laced with coldness, seemingly ready to defend Tony. However, Nick remained unfazed, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. General, as far as I know, you've always wanted to capture Bruce, and I've heard you don't get along well with Stark Industries. With that, Nick stopped speaking, but made his meaning clear. They shared the same goal, so there was no need for pretense. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict, and the military is no exception. The U.S. military is divided into two factions, Hawks and Doves, with the Dove faction having better relations with Stark Industries. Naturally, as political adversaries of the Dove faction, the Hawks harbor disdain for any forces close to them. Usually that was fine, but if something were to happen, they would have no reservations. Similarly, the Doves felt the same way, which was one of the reasons Nick dared to approach General Ross so openly. Raising an eyebrow slightly, General Ross' expression remained indifferent. If that's the case, then be direct. What do you need me to do for SHIELD? Help us withstand the pressure from the military, and afterward Bruce will be handed over to you. Not enough. General Ross shook his head directly. I can also send someone to capture Bruce. No need for your assistance. If you want me to help you, then show some sincerity. General Ross' decisive rejection made Nick inwardly curse the old fox. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand. Therefore, after Ross' refusal, Nick continued to negotiate the design blueprints for the laser gun. Upon hearing this, General Ross' pupils constricted, and even his knocking on the table came to a halt. The laser gun is a specialized piece of equipment for SHIELD, possessing immense power. The military had always coveted this weapon, but since it was independently developed by SHIELD, they could not compel SHIELD to hand it over. He didn't expect Nick to use this as leverage, instantly striking at his weak point. All right, deal, but I want the blueprints first. Understood. The two successfully finalized their agreement, and Nick did not linger, rising to take his leave. With their concerns alleviated, SHIELD swiftly launched into action, deploying numerous elite agents around Tony's villa, seeking the right moment to strike. Similarly, after seeing Nick off, General Ross quickly gathered his elite squad, arranging for them to work alongside SHIELD to ensure Bruce was brought back. While SHIELD and the military were in action, Tony was completely oblivious, enjoying life. Stars, models, and a host of beautiful women became Tony's prey. In just 3 days, Tony had dined with dozens of beautiful women, treating himself well. As a result, Potts' gaze towards him had become increasingly resentful over these few days. However, after indulging for several days, Tony's blissful life was abruptly interrupted as Reed's research made a groundbreaking advance. In the underground laboratory, Tony strode in, and Reed, standing at the experiment table, turned around upon hearing the noise. A look of excitement appeared on his face upon seeing Tony. "Boss, you're here. Come take a look." Hearing the call, Tony hurried to the experiment table, where a biological chamber was situated containing a small white mouse. Inside the biological chamber, the small white mouse was gnawing at a hollow iron ball filled with food. Reed at this moment excitedly began to explain. "I eliminated the violent factors in that guy's blood and retained the enhanced genes. This little fellow, after being injected with that guy's blood, not only underwent comprehensive physical enhancement, but also increased its strength by more than 10 times. If humans could adapt to this power, we could mass-produce Captain America. No, even stronger than Captain America." Listening to Reed's narrative, Tony couldn't help but feel intrigued. One Captain America could take down an army, or what if there were 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 Captain Americas? How terrifying would that be? While he envisioned this, Tony quickly brushed aside the unrealistic thought. Not to mention that human trials hadn't even begun. Even if the experiment succeeded, mass production of Captain America was impossible. After all, this power stemmed from the Hulk's blood. Even if they drained the Hulk dry, it would still be impossible to manufacture 10,000 Captain Americas. What is the success rate of human trials, and what are the side effects? Tony quickly composed himself and asked. Upon hearing this, Reed's look of excitement faded significantly. "Based on my estimates, the success rate of human trials is over 80%. As for side effects, it stifles growth potential. According to my research, the violent factors contained in that guy's blood, while causing him to temporarily lose rationality, also enable his strength to continuously enhance. In other words, he will keep getting stronger as time goes on. Moreover, after injecting this serum, the injectee's power becomes almost fixed, and they can no longer enhance it by any means, nor can they transform like that guy." With that, Reed regretfully shook his head. However, Tony was not disappointed. The heights that humans could reach were inherently limited. Aside from a few exceptional individuals, most people would never break through their physical limits in their lifetime. Excluding potential, this was nearly a perfect enhancement agent. Tony left the laboratory, allowing Reed to continue recording research data, and returned to the living room, pondering whom to choose for the human experiment. Although human experimentation carries risks, the potential benefits are considerable. He certainly did not want to involve a stranger in the trial. If the experiment succeeded, but he could not utilize the results for himself, he would be at a significant loss. Therefore, the first criterion for selecting a test subject is loyalty to himself. With this limitation, the pool of candidates he could choose from diminished significantly, leaving hardly any viable options. After careful consideration, a candidate quickly emerged in his mind: Happy, the former bodyguard. He had followed the previous owner for over 10 years. His loyalty was unquestionable, and his abilities were commendable. However, after returning to avoid raising suspicions right away, he had sent Happy off to the company. Otherwise, according to the previous owner's habits, he would have brought Happy along everywhere. Jarvis, connect me to Happy's phone. Sure, sir. Jarvis' voice was as calm as ever. Hello, boss. Happy's voice came through. Come to the villa, I need you to do something. All right, boss, I'm on my way. Happy said excitedly. Tony had sent him to the company to be the safety supervisor, a good position for an ordinary person. But for Happy, he felt he had been demoted, leading to a period of poor eating and sleeping. Receiving Tony's call again today, he felt like he was suddenly revitalized, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Without hesitation, after hanging up, he dropped everything and rushed to the villa at the fastest speed. 20 minutes later, Happy, who had been speeding, arrived at the villa's entrance. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the villa's door opened immediately. Happy, familiar with the place, walked into the living room and saw Tony sitting on the sofa, a wave of excitement washing over him. Boss, I thought you had forgotten about me. As he spoke, he seemed on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged. Seeing this, Tony felt a shiver down his spine. Hey, Happy, stop that. I have something to discuss with you. I have a project for an experiment that requires your help. It carries certain risks. Are you willing to proceed? To shift Happy's focus, Tony quickly threw out the main topic. He did not want to engage in any brotherly drama with a grown man. It was too distasteful. No problem, boss. Just give the word, and I'm ready to participate in the experiment right now. Happy did not hesitate. For him, as long as it was Tony's command, he would never argue. He trusted Tony. Seeing Happy's decisive agreement, Tony felt a sense of relief, but he still reminded him. This is a human experiment. Although the success rate is high, it is not guaranteed. No one knows if something unexpected might happen. You can take a moment to reconsider. No need to reconsider. If something goes wrong, I'll accept it. Boss, when do we start? Seeing how eager Happy was, Tony's lips twitched slightly, and he decided not to continue persuading him. He simply waved his hand and said, follow me. With that, he led him directly into the underground laboratory. Inside, Reed looked at Tony's return along with Happy and showed a hint of surprise. Boss, you aren't seriously planning to start the human experiment now, are you? Isn't it a bit too soon? I think we should wait a little longer to accumulate more experimental materials. Reed advised. Tony shook his head. No need, these things are better done sooner rather than later. Let's begin right away. With that, Tony nudged Happy, who looked somewhat overweight, and suddenly turned serious as he looked at Reed. I'm ready, let's start immediately. He appeared quite brave, but one had to ignore his trembling legs. After all, this was a matter concerning his own life, and he could not remain indifferent. But still, he believed in Tony. And Tony was not joking with his life. The reason he wanted to proceed with the human experiment was that he had confidence. Even if the experiment failed, he could save Happy. Let's not forget he had acquired the ability of the horse charm spell, so even if an accident occurred, he could heal Happy directly. Because he had the horse charm spell as a safety net, the experiment seemed full of risks, but in reality, there was hardly any risk at all. Naturally, he was unwilling to waste more time and intended to proceed with the human experiment directly. Success would bring joy to all, and even in failure, they could start over. Seeing that both Tony and Happy shared the same attitude, Reed shrugged helplessly. All right, you're the boss, it's your call. With that, Reed agreed and began preparing for the human experiment. After all, it was not him lying on the experimental table, so he was indifferent. Human experiments are actually not much different from experiments on lab rats. The only difference is that human experimentation requires certain safety measures to ensure the safety of the subject, while lab rats do not. Tony's laboratory, though small, was fully equipped, and all the necessary equipment was readily available. Thus, half an hour later, Reed had everything prepared. After removing his clothes, Happy lay in the experimental chamber, feeling nervous and constantly adjusting his breathing. Soon Reed's voice came from outside. Are you ready? I'm about to begin. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. Let's start. Don't worry, I'm ready. Happy responded and closed his eyes, unable to look. Upon hearing this, Reed immediately operated the instruments to inject the purified Hulk blood into Happy's body. Watching this scene, Tony also grew anxious. Although he could ensure Happy's safety, he did not know if the experiment would succeed, and his emotions fluctuated with each moment that Happy received the Hulk's blood. 5 minutes into the injection, everything was calm, and Happy showed no unusual reactions. 10 minutes and Happy's skin began to redden, resembling a boiled lobster. After 20 minutes, his veins bulged, and terrifying patterns formed on the surface of his skin, looking grotesque and frightening. Ow, ow, arg. The intense pain made Happy scream, and his beast-like howls made Tony and Reed's expressions turn serious. Up to this point, all the reactions were within Reed's expectations. Thus, while his expression was serious, he did nothing. Time passed slowly. Happy's heart began to race, blood flow accelerated, and muscles started to bulge on his body. 1 hour, 2 hours, no uncontrollable situations arose, and the experiment proceeded surprisingly smoothly. 3 hours later, the experimental chamber opened, and a Tunter 5 muscular giant emerged. The experiment was a success. Looking at Happy, Reed was like a man gazing at a beautiful woman, his eyes sparkling as he scrutinized Happy, making the latter feel quite uncomfortable. However, this slight discomfort was nothing compared to the joy in his heart. After the enhancement, he could clearly perceive the improvement in his strength. Terrifying power, extreme speed, unparalleled perception, and a body as hard as iron. Although untested, he felt that his current physical strength could withstand a hit from a large-caliber sniper rifle without a scratch. Just as he doubted whether it was an illusion, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! The loud sound reverberated in the lab, startling Reed, while Happy only felt a slight sting in his chest akin to a mosquito bite. Both of them immediately turned to where the sound came from, and saw Tony holding a modified handgun, smoke still wafting from the muzzle indicating that he had just fired. Not bad. Putting aside other factors, this defensive capability makes for a qualified meat shield. Hearing this, Reed snapped back to reality, his mouth twitching as he said, "Boss, I think you should be careful. What if the enhancement doesn't achieve the desired effect, and someone ends up dead?" In response, Tony waved his hand saying, "As long as they're not dead, I can save them, it's fine." Mastering the power of the horse talisman was just that audacious. As for Happy, he had no particular thoughts upon hearing Tony's praise. He simply grinned widely. "Don't worry, boss, from now on I will be your meat shield," Happy declared, and before Tony could respond, Reed had already shaken his head in exasperation. One of them was as clever as a monkey while the other was as foolish as a bear. He had no words. "All right, then continue being my bodyguard from now on." Tony agreed, and Happy immediately started grinning foolishly. Ignoring him, Tony turned to Reed and said, "We need to try to produce more of this enhancer. Later I plan to toss this guy out." "Why, oi?" Reed asked, somewhat puzzled. Keeping this guy meant a continuous supply of enhancers. Oh, why throw him out? Moreover, this guy was an excellent research subject, and he had many ideas he wanted to experiment with. To this, Tony shook his head, offering no explanation. Reed had no idea how this guy came to be. He knew it was a coup from the military. Keeping him for a short time should be fine, but over a long period he would surely be discovered. At that point, Bruce would become a continuous source of trouble, and he didn't want to stir up such a mess. Furthermore, even without external troubles, this guy was a ticking time bomb. Keeping him here meant he would have to be on guard day and night, otherwise if he accidentally woke up, the fun would be over. Although according to his requirements, Reed injected large amounts of anesthetic daily to ensure this guy remained in a coma. But there's no such thing as absolute safety. Anesthetics couldn't suppress him forever, so it was better to get rid of him sooner rather than later. After all, he had already reaped all the benefits this guy could provide. He couldn't really expect to create an army of extraordinary beings solely from his blood. That would be utterly insane, especially since Tony couldn't find that many suitable candidates. Once everything was arranged, Tony took Happy and left the basement. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. They had been in the underground lab for nearly 5 hours, and in 2 hours it would be midnight. Stretching, Tony looked at the transformed Happy and casually said, "Let's stay here tonight. Find a room for yourself." "Okay, boss, I got it," Happy replied, and Tony paid him no mind as he headed straight for the second-floor room. After working hard for several days, he was quite tired and needed a good rest. However, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. No sooner had he returned to his room than Jarvis' voice suddenly rang out. "Sir, a large group of unidentified armed forces is approaching the villa. Please prepare early." As soon as those words were spoken, the drowsiness on his face instantly vanished, and his sharp gaze turned toward the window. However, shrouded in darkness, he saw nothing. "Bring up the surveillance around the villa and project it onto the wall." As soon as he finished speaking, Jarvis immediately projected the surveillance footage outside. In the footage, a large group of armed men dressed in black was swiftly approaching the villa, all equipped with weapons, clearly armed to the teeth. Seeing them, Tony's brow furrowed instantly as he began to speculate about the identity of these individuals. The Ten Rings gang. Impossible. Judging by their equipment, they were all armed with the world's most advanced weaponry, which the Ten Rings gang did not possess. Aside from the Ten Rings, he hadn't offended any other forces since returning to New York. Could it be him? Suddenly, Bruce's figure flashed through Tony's mind. If he had to name his biggest trouble, Bruce would undoubtedly come first. Although he took him away from a small alley, he ensured there were no cameras around. However, if someone was paying attention, they could still have discovered that he took Bruce away. After all, the direction Bruce disappeared was precisely where he had appeared. It seemed too coincidental. But based on his calculations, even if the military could notice him, it definitely wouldn't be at this moment. So someone must have seen him take Bruce away, which was why they had come so quickly. And the only ones who could notice this immediately must be the forces that had been monitoring him all along. There weren't many forces in New York that could monitor his actions at all times, with Hammer being one and the military another, but neither had any reason to surveil him. Aside from those two forces, there was one left: S.H.I.E.L.D. Considering Natasha appearing at the company, it was likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already begun monitoring him after he returned to New York. Thinking of this, Tony couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, pondering where he might have exposed himself. Though it seemed like a long story, it all happened in an instant, and Tony connected all the dots in his mind. Although he had no evidence, he was 80% sure that those outside were definitely from S.H.I.E.L.D., and there might even be military personnel involved. Go kill them all. The cold words came from Tony's mouth. Although he guessed the identity of the visitors, he showed no mercy. When he first crossed over, he was too weak, so he thought of hiding himself. But now he had both people and strength, backed by the colossal Stark Industries. Anyone who sought trouble with him would have their claws removed first. Not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D. was not the all-powerful organization it would later become. Since they dared to set their sights on him, they shouldn't blame him for his ruthlessness. As Tony's voice fell, shadows suddenly flowed across the ground, surging towards the villa. Gil was a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., among the elite of the elite. He had executed numerous assassination missions against foreign dignitaries, never failing once. Now he was only one level away from becoming a level 7 agent in the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. So after the orders were given, he volunteered for this operation, hoping to accumulate more merit and ascend the ranks more quickly. Although their target this time was the famous Tony in New York, he felt no worry at all. With so many elite agents joining forces, capturing a playboy was as easy as taking down the President of the United States. Therefore, in his view, this mission was merely a free gain. With a relaxed mindset, Gil swiftly approached Tony's villa, having already mapped out his course of action. He planned to break in through the window and deliver a line, "You are under arrest," which he imagined would be quite thrilling. As he thought this, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already see the rewards beckoning him. Soon he reached the outskirts of the villa, and just as he was about to enter, a shadow suddenly obscured the light behind him. "What is that?" he murmured in confusion, instinctively turning to look behind him. Instantly, a figure wrapped in a black cloak with limbs resembling sharp blades appeared before his eyes. "Who are you?" Gil quickly asked, simultaneously aiming his gun at the shadow. As an elite agent, he believed he could subdue the figure before it could react. But soon he realized something was wrong. Why was he flying? And why were his limbs no longer responding? Had he been poisoned? Filled with confusion as his gaze traveled from high to low, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. Who is this? It looked so familiar. Where did its head go? Why is there only a body left? A series of questions flooded his mind, but quickly he realized that the headless corpse seemed to be his own. No wonder it looked so familiar. With this thought, his consciousness plunged into darkness. This story is lengthy, but everything happened in an instant. As Gil approached the villa, the Shadow Blades had already launched their attack. A claw traced an arc in the air, directly severing his head. However, the speed of the Shadow Blades was too swift, and their claws too sharp, causing him to feel not the slightest hint of pain until his head fell, awakening him to his death. The scene unfolding here was merely a microcosm, as the Shadow Blade struck over half of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s members had already been lost before even nearing the villa. The elusive Shadow Blades had perfected the art of assassination. Most S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had no time to react before meeting their demise. However, elite agents are ultimately elite. After losing more than half their numbers, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. began to respond. Once alerted, the difficulty of assassination for the Shadow Blades increased significantly. Yet, as a combat-oriented force, assassination was merely one method they chose to accomplish their tasks, not their only option. Seeing their assassination plan thwarted, the Shadow Blades decisively changed their combat strategy and confronted the enemy head-on. One after another, black figures slowly emerged from the darkness outside the villa, crimson eyes emanating a terrifying, murderous intent, fixating on the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Under the watchful eyes of the Shadow Blades, the so-called elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents felt a sudden, inexplicable fear rising within them. Previously self-proclaimed fearless, they now felt as if they had plunged into hell, facing the Dark Legion, their bodies cold and trembling, their power suppressed by 2 levels. As dark beings, their very existence instilled fear, especially in ordinary people. The dark aura they exuded was enough to strip away all resistance. Yet the members of SHIELD could still maintain a certain level of combat capability, proving their elite status. However, even with some fighting strength left, it was of no use at this moment. Once the encirclement was complete, the Shadow Blades launched their attack. Each Shadow Ninja moved with the speed of a cheetah, and under full assault the members of SHIELD felt like lambs to the slaughter, merely waiting for the arrival of death. They did not resist if at the moment the Shadow Blades attacked, all SHIELD members unconsciously opened fire. In the night, the sound of gunfire erupted continuously, with many Shadow Ninjas unable to evade and being shot down into black mist. But all of this was utterly futile. As immortal dark beings, as long as the Kingdom of Shadows existed, they could continuously regenerate within it. Thus, after fighting for a while, the members of SHIELD finally realized that not only had the enemy not decreased in number, but rather they multiplied with every passing moment. This scene completely shattered the will to resist among the members of SHIELD. What had once been a relatively dense gunfire quickly became sparse, with many beginning to seek opportunities to flee. After all, the job belongs to the organization, but life is one's own. Aside from a few, most cared more about their own lives. Therefore, upon realizing they could not eliminate the Shadow Ninjas, a large number chose to escape. Those who had already been lacking in resistance fell into despair as this group abandoned their struggle. The SHIELD agents who held their ground were all beheaded. Those who seized the opportunity to escape were also hunted down by the Shadow Blades one by one. Soon the area around Tony's villa transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse, with blood saturating the ground. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, making one feel nauseous. A kilometer away at SHIELD's temporary command center, Pierce stared at the horrifying scenes displayed on the surveillance screen, his face turning ashen. Not just him, but everyone in the command room was left dumbfounded. They had anticipated that the operation might not go smoothly, but never imagined that their elite SHIELD agents would be utterly annihilated. This was not just a few individuals, but rather hundreds. With the loss of this batch of elite agents, it was clear that SHIELD's strength would inevitably decline in the short term. Can anyone tell me what is happening? Our carefully selected elite agents have been annihilated. This is a tremendous humiliation, a sheer disgrace. Pierce shouted repeatedly, his pain evident on his face, without an ounce of pretense. Although he was a Hydra infiltrator, he was also the highest commander of SHIELD. Their losses were his losses, and how could he remain calm? Looking at Pierce, whose face resembled that of a man-eater, the many members of SHIELD present dared not speak, fearing they might inadvertently become the outlet for his anger. Seeing the crowd fall into a deep silence, Pierce took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart. Go send the mech warriors into the fray. No matter what those creatures are, tear them apart. Understood. The crowd responded loudly and quickly became busy. Soon the heavy sound of footsteps echoed in the night as a 5-meter figure slowly approached Tony's villa, each step sending tremors through the ground. It was the mech warrior that SHIELD had been secretly developing. Originally, Pierce had no intention of deploying the mech warrior. He only brought it along as a precaution, but now it was just in time to be put to use. The mech warrior, controlled remotely by SHIELD members, stood at 5 meters 6 and weighed up to 6 tons. Despite its massive size, its speed was not sluggish in the slightest. Combined with its unparalleled defense and monstrous strength, the mech warrior was undoubtedly the ruler of the land. Any tank armor appeared as mere child's play before it, easily torn apart. Before long, the mech warrior, under the control of SHIELD members, arrived at the periphery of the villa. Shadows began to appear from the ground as the Blade Legion sprang into action once again. Compared to the 5-meter-high mech warrior, the Blade Legion appeared as mere children before it. However, as dark creatures, they knew nothing of fear. All they knew was that anyone who trespassed into the villa would die. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds rang out as the Blade Legion launched their attack, sharp claws instantly striking the mech warrior, creating sparks. Such an attack was nothing but a minor inconvenience for the mech warrior. A small rocket appeared from its arm, and in the next moment, it was launched into the midst of the Blade Legion. Boom. The terrifying sound of an explosion erupted and endless flames dispelled the darkness, painting the sky a fiery red as a large number of Blade Ninjas were vaporized in the blast. The area that had been filled with Blade Ninjas was instantly cleared. In the command center witnessing this scene, the members of S, H, I, E, L, D revealed excited expressions, shaking off the previous gloom. Inside the villa, Tony was also observing the battlefield through the surveillance projected by J, R, V, I, S. Upon seeing the performance of the mech warrior, Tony raised an eyebrow. Interesting. It seems S, H, I, E, L, D has some skill after all, having developed such a weapon of war. I wonder which is stronger, this mech or Happy? While musing to himself, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth. Happy. Boss, I'm here. What's up? A sound of footsteps approached from outside, and soon Happy's tall figure appeared in the room. Because the villa was well soundproofed, despite the chaos outside, there was no sound within the villa, so Happy was still completely unaware of the situation outside. Come take a look. I want you to have an unknown duel with this hunk of iron. What do you think? Tony said while extending his hand to let him in. Upon entering the room, Happy also saw the projection on the wall. No problem, boss. Leave it to me, I'll go dismantle him right now. Seeing the image projected by J, R, V, I, S, Happy instantly became excited. Having just gained superhuman strength, he was eager to show off, so he felt nothing but anticipation for Tony's arrangement, lacking any fear. Since you're so confident, go ahead. I'm looking forward to your performance. Don't worry, boss. He'll make sure to twist that hunk of iron's head off. With that, Happy strode toward the villa exit. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside, the fight between the Blade Legion and the Mech Warrior continued. Although the Blade Ninjas could not break through the defenses, their immortal nature allowed them to exchange blows with the Mech Warrior. However, once Happy arrived on the battlefield, the previously aggressive Blade Legion suddenly halted their movements, one by one sinking into the darkness and disappearing. This was naturally Tony's command. He wanted to see whether Happy, who had injected with the Hulk serum, was stronger or the secret weapon of S, H, I, E, L, D, the Mech Warrior. Hey big guy, now your opponent is me. Happy taunted the Mech Warrior, even gesturing with his finger, displaying a complete disregard for it. As a pure war machine, the Mech Warrior naturally had no emotions, but the S, H, I, E, L, D members controlling it did. Through the Mech Warrior's eyes, the operator clearly witnessed Happy's provocation, and immediately the Mech operator shouted curses, controlling the Mech Warrior to stride toward Happy, intending to make this arrogant fellow pay. Seeing the Mech Warrior approach, Happy's expression became serious. He let out a loud shout, his muscles bulging as he punched the Mech Warrior. A flesh and blood body versus a steel body. Theoretically, it was akin to an egg hitting a rock. However, after Happy, who had injected with the Hulk serum, punched the Mech Warrior, a metallic clash rang out in the air. The colossal Mech Warrior was actually pushed back by Happy's punch. This scene instantly left the members of S, H, I, E, L, D dumbfounded. Is this guy even human? He pushed back the Mech Warrior with a single punch. The Mech Warrior weighed 6 tons, and coupled with the strength it possessed to push it back with a single punch meant that Happy's explosive power must have been at least 15 tons or more. How is this possible? Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene on the battlefield. Only a few noticed the cracks that had appeared on the Mech Warrior where Happy had struck. This meant that the Mech Warrior, capable of withstanding direct cannon fire, might not be able to withstand Happy's punches. With this thought, many members of S, H, I, E, L, D felt a chill run down their spines. Use rockets. Blow this monster to pieces. Pierce's roar once again echoed through the command center. After receiving the order, the mech operator, drenched in sweat, quickly operated the controls. Immediately, a cavity appeared on the Mech Warrior's chest as a medium-sized rocket emerged, its power several times that of a small rocket. Whoosh! The rocket shot out trailing flames and struck Happy Heaton before he could react. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion many times more violent than before erupted. Happy was instantly engulfed in flames. Hit! Hit! In the command center, the mech operator shouted excitedly, and others cheered as well. But soon all cheers came to an abrupt halt as a dark figure slowly emerged from the flames, standing tall in place. Seeing this scene, a wave of fear instantaneously washed over all the members of S, H, I, E, L, D. Is this guy really still human? Happy emerged from the flames, his steps resolute and his gaze filled with excitement. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face, revealing a broad set of white teeth that stood out conspicuously in the air. Bring it on. With that, Happy charged at the Mech Warrior, and the sounds of roaring echoed once more as the exhilarated Happy swung his fists to pummel the Mech Warrior. Under the influence of his terrifying strength, the Mech Warrior's outer shell began to change, quickly becoming pockmarked, giving the impression that it could fall apart at any moment. In the command center, a tense atmosphere enveloped everyone present. As they watched the Mech Warrior being battered by Happy on the screen, they couldn't help but feel a chill of fear, worried that the Mech Warrior might collapse at any moment. What should we do now? Pierce's voice broke the silence, pulling everyone's attention back from the screen. At his words, the room fell into a speechless state. They were at a loss for what to do. They had even deployed their secret weapon, yet they couldn't even approach the villa. What could they do? They couldn't just send people in with guns, could they? Thinking of the scene where the mech warrior was being hammered, everyone involuntarily shuddered. They resolved to stay at least half a step away from that villa. Seeing everyone act like mutes, Pierce surprisingly did not get angry. After all, even he felt a bit intimidated, let alone these people. However, the operation had already begun, and it couldn't be allowed to fizzle out. Scanning the crowd, Pierce quickly focused his attention on Nick. "Nick, do you have any ideas?" Pierce called out directly. Nick, who was named, was somewhat taken aback, but showed no fear like the others. Thus, after regaining his composure, Nick quickly organized his thoughts and said, "I believe we've got our priorities wrong. Our target for this operation is Tony and the Bruce he took not to clash with that big oaf. Since the mech warrior can't break through the big oaf's blockade, let him tie up that big oaf. Well, infiltrate the villa from another direction and capture Tony. According to intelligence, that big oaf is Tony's personal bodyguard. Now that he is here, it indicates that the security around Tony is quite thin as long as we act swiftly. Once we take down Tony, that big oaf will have no choice but to surrender." Hearing Nick's analysis, everyone in the room nodded in agreement, but Pierce furrowed his brow at that moment. Don't forget about that group of monsters from earlier. Even without the big oaf's protection, there are still those elusive monsters out there. In response, Nick confidently replied, "I haven't forgotten about them. However, through observation, I've noticed that while those monsters are strong, their defenses are quite weak. If we strike at their vital points, they will vanish as well. As long as we prepare in advance and don't get caught off guard, dealing with them shouldn't be difficult." Upon hearing this, Pierce pondered for a moment before finally nodding. "You make a good point. In that case, select a group of elite personnel to infiltrate with the military. They'll stay here to attract attention for you." At once, Nick's lips twitched and his gaze towards Pierce turned a bit resentful. Although he had spoken so confidently earlier, it was merely talk without action. No one knew if Tony had any hidden trump cards. Just like Happy, according to the data, he was merely an ordinary bodyguard. But looking at how he was currently smashing the mech warrior into the ground, it was clear he was anything but ordinary. "Director, I think we can discuss the selection of action personnel further." Nick attempted to salvage the situation. However, before he could finish, Pierce had already turned his attention back to the screen, wearing an expression of "I want listen, I want listen." Seeing this, Nick sighed helplessly and left the command center to select the action personnel. After Nick departed, Pierce also edited a text message on his phone and sent it out. There is an ancient saying in China: the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Today he intended to be that oriole. Let Nick lead a team to probe the way with the military while he arranged for his people to follow behind and prepare to reap the rewards. The plan was perfect, now it was all about the execution. At the entrance of Tony's villa, the melee between Happy and the mech warrior continued. However, having learned from previous lessons, whenever Happy spotted an opening in the mech warrior's armor, he quickly dodged. Although he could withstand bullets, he had no habit of being blown up. On the other side, after selecting a team of elite members, Nick quickly joined forces with the elite squad dispatched by General Ross to infiltrate from the back of the villa. Speaking of which, one must mention the layout of Tony's villa. His villa was completely built on the edge of a cliff, with the entrance facing the land and the balcony facing the sea. Thus, when the previous setup was done for surveillance, they never considered the area facing the sea. After all, below was a cliff several dozen meters high. Who could possibly climb up from the bottom of the cliff? As a result, this became a blind spot for surveillance, and Jarvis couldn't detect it at all. Naturally, Nick, who had thoroughly studied the villa's layout, also noticed this blind spot. Therefore, he chose this as the infiltration point. Of course, he didn't want to scale the cliff in the dark, so he deployed a silent helicopter. The group sat in the helicopter, flying around to reach the area above Tony's villa balcony, and descended onto the balcony using rappel ropes. Meanwhile, Tony, who was watching the fight between Happy and the mech warrior from a second-floor room, was still unaware that a group of uninvited guests had entered his home. Without making any noise, Nick and the others saw the heat source appearing on the second floor through thermal imaging, so they headed straight for it. As soon as they stepped onto the second floor, Tony, who was eagerly watching Happy battle the mech warrior, received a prompt from Jarvis. "Sir, we have guests in the villa. They are now on the second floor and will be in your room shortly." Hearing this, Tony was taken aback. "Where did they come in? You didn't even notice?" Based on the detection, they must have bypassed the surveillance zone around the villa and entered from the balcony. While one person and the AI conversed, suddenly a loud crash sounded as the room door was kicked open. Nick, leading two fully armed squads, rushed into the room, their dark gun barrels aimed directly at all of Tony's vital points. "Good evening, Mr. Tony. It's quite difficult to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am Nick Fury, an old friend of your father's. Now we have a case that requires you to come back with us for investigation. Please refrain from making any dangerous moves, or they will fire immediately." Nick looked at Tony with a smile, not expecting things to go so smoothly, allowing his previously tense nerves to relax. Looking at Nick's victorious demeanor, Tony raised an eyebrow. You are a friend of my father. Then I truly feel sorry for him. You actually have a friend like you breaking into a friend's house in the middle of the night, pointing a gun at his son. Is this how you treat friends? Mr. Nick. Tony unceremoniously struck at Nick, causing the smile on Nick's face to vanish instantly. Perhaps you are right, but this is my job and I ask for your cooperation. Don't expect others to save you. Now be obedient and come with me. With that, Nick gestured to a nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who nodded in understanding and prepared to handcuff Tony. But before he could move, Tony stood up directly from the sofa, and at the moment he rose, the crowd who had been aiming guns at him all pulled their triggers, escalating the conflict. Nick was startled by Tony's action. He raised his hand to signal everyone not to act rashly, while quickly speaking, I warn you once more, stay still where you are, do not move, or I cannot guarantee your safety. You really think you've got me cornered? Tony scoffed. In the next moment, a series of shadowy figures emerged from the ground, standing in front of Tony. Seeing this scene, Nick's pupils constricted, and he stopped trying to restrain the others, even proactively ordering fire. Instantly, countless bullets formed a metallic storm rushing towards Tony. The shadowy ninjas standing in front of Tony were shredded by the bullets, disappearing from sight. However, to Nick's surprise, the shadowy ninjas vanished quickly, but new ones appeared even faster. The shadows on the ground seemed to emerge infinitely, with new shadowy ninjas continually appearing to shield Tony, constructing a wall of human bodies around him. Watching this unfold, Nick finally realized that things were going awry. Previously, he had thought that the shadowy ninjas were special ability users recruited by Tony. After all, this world is filled with the bizarre, and there are all kinds of people. However, witnessing these individuals disregarding their lives to shield Tony from bullets, he finally realized that they might not be special ability users. After all, humans have a survival instinct. When their lives are threatened, few would risk their lives for others. Let alone in a situation like now, where they were continuously using their lives to shield Tony from bullets, knowing they were facing certain death. However, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. Not only in front of Tony, but also around them, shadowy assassins kept emerging, their claws slicing through the air, and screams suddenly erupted among the crowd. Although they had been prepared beforehand, when the moment came, everyone still seemed somewhat disoriented. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, a figure slowly walked in. Reed, who was recording data, turned around upon hearing the noise. Seeing the unfamiliar figure before him, a hint of vigilance appeared on his face. Who are you? The newcomer ignored him and instead focused on Bruce in the nutrient chamber. Confirming that he was the target of this visit, he headed straight for the nutrient chamber. Stop. Don't move. Reed warned loudly, pulling out a gun from somewhere. However, he clearly underestimated the terror of the newcomer. As he saw Reed with the gun, the figure instantly flashed, appearing before Reed at a speed too fast for the eye to catch, landing a punch in his stomach. Immediately, Reed's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a pile of experimental equipment. After completing this, the newcomer turned and opened the nutrient chamber, taking Bruce out and carrying him on his back as he walked outside. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Bruce left the nutrient chamber, his eyelids twitched slightly. To keep Bruce in a deep sleep, the nutrient solution contained not only nutrients, but also a large amount of anesthetic, ensuring he remained unconscious. Now that he had left the nutrient chamber, it meant Bruce could wake up at any moment. Exiting the research room and entering the living room, Tony, dressed in casual attire, was sitting there with Nick, covered in injuries, lying at his feet. Seeing the figure emerge from the research room, Tony's gaze remained calm, showing no signs of surprise. Jarvis' presence ensured that every corner of this villa was under Tony's watchful eye. And Nick, lying on the ground, let out a gasp upon seeing the figure come out of the research room. Bucky. Hearing this name, Tony couldn't help but take another look at the newcomer. Bucky, full name Bucky Barnes, a friend of Captain America, transformed into the Winter Soldier after being brainwashed by Hydra. Interesting. S.H.I.E.L.D. The military, and now you Hydra are involved as well. Today truly is lively. Bucky looked at the two with an expressionless face, not at all flustered by having his identity exposed. Placing Bruce down to the side, he slowly drew a long knife from behind him, the blade as white as snow, glinting with a cold light. Seeing this, Tony remained composed on the sofa while shadowy figures began to appear around him. There are many superpowered individuals in the Marvel world, but most extraordinary beings are merely stronger or faster. Such beings could easily be dealt with by the Shadow Army, so Tony naturally had no desire to even move. Kill. With a light wave of his hand, the shadowy ninjas charged towards Bucky, who, wielding his long knife, met them heat-in. The clash of metal echoed throughout the villa. Bucky's strength was formidable. The long knife in his hand seemed to come alive as he decapitated one shadowy ninja after another. However, no matter how strong he was still just one person. Unless he possessed absolutely overwhelming power, he would eventually be overwhelmed by the crowd of shadowy ninjas. Clearly, Bucky did not possess such overwhelming strength. Therefore, as time passed, he was gradually submerged by the shadowy ninjas. Tony sat on the sofa, eagerly watching the battle unfold, but just then a muffled groan caught his attention. On the battlefield the sound was hardly audible, yet Tony's expression changed in an instant. He immediately turned his gaze to behind Bucky. There Bruce, who had just been tossed aside, was sitting up from the ground, clutching his head with a pained expression. He was wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, and his eyes reflected confusion. Glancing around at the chaotic scene, his confusion deepened. Suddenly a wave of headache struck him, and a series of memory fragments flashed through his mind. He had mutated, rampaging through the streets. He had escaped the encirclement and reached an alley. A man in black had knocked him out, and he was taken to a laboratory where blood was drawn. Fragments of fragmented memories surged forth incessantly. Although Bruce was unaware of the specifics, he realized through the remnants of his memories that he had somehow become a test subject placed upon an experimental table for study. Instantly a surge of anger arose within him. He had once conducted human experiments, but he was the operator, not the subject. Yet now he had actually been reduced to a test subject, something no sane person could endure, let alone someone with his already troubled personality. Roar! A howl erupted. Everyone in the villa was drawn to his attention. Tony instantly stood up from the sofa, his expression unusually serious. Bang! 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 While howling, Bruce frantically pounded the ground. His figure began to change at an observable rate, turning green and growing stronger. In just a few breaths, the green giant that had rampaged through New York days prior reappeared before the world. Transformed Bruce was completely out of control, his fury dominating his body as he began to destroy everything in his path. The first victim was Bucky, who was closest to the green giant. A fist larger than a sandbag swiftly swung out, and Bucky had no time to react before being sent flying by a single punch. Blood sprayed into the air as Bucky was knocked senseless by the blow. Meanwhile, the furious green giant continued on, charging directly toward the Blades Legion. The terrifying power and absolute defense rendered the Blades Legion's tactics a joke. The green giant charged through the crowd of the Blades Legion, as if he were a Tyrannosaurus Rex rampaging through the Cretaceous period, utterly unrestrained and domineering. Nick, lying at Tony's feet, watched this scene, with his eyes twitching, instinctively swallowing hard. He had seen numerous extraordinary beings, but had never encountered one as powerful as the green giant, especially that unrestrained arrogance that sent shivers down his spine. Tony, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer remain idle. If this continued, his villa would be destroyed. He actually quite liked the current style of the villa and did not want to rebuild. Boom! A burst of flames suddenly appeared in his hand, the fire igniting out of thin air, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort from the heat. "Hey, big guy," Tony called out, instantly capturing the green giant's attention. Immediately the flames in his hand flew toward the green giant. Boom! The originally palm-sized flames erupted violently, engulfing the green giant in an instant. His terrifying defenses became as fragile as paper under the burning flames, easily pierced. Roar! A cry filled with agony erupted as the once mighty green giant rolled on the ground, reduced from a king to a clown, separated from his former self by a wall of fire. Nick watched this scene, turning to look at Tony, his expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost, filled with shock. What a joke! A notorious playboy of New York, yet his strength was so terrifying. The green giant had been instantly defeated. "God, are you joking with me?" A series of questions flooded Nick's mind as he became completely numb. In contrast to Nick's optimism, Tony showed no signs of relaxation. What was most terrifying about the green giant? Was it his unparalleled defense? Or his horrifying strength? Neither. It was his limitless potential for growth. The early green giant struggled to take on a single army, but the later version could face divine beings hidden without fear. Such a terrifying improvement was unmatched by any other mutant besides the green giant. Thus, witnessing the green giant's current predicament, Tony dared not let his guard down, remaining vigilant at all times. Indeed, although the flames continued to burn atop the green giant, aside from his cries of pain, his voice showed no signs of weakness. As time passed, he even seemed to grow more robust. Soon the green giant stood up amidst the flames, his furious gaze fixed on Tony. Boom! With a stomp, the floor of the villa shattered instantly, and the flame-ensconced green giant appeared before Tony in an instant. A massive fist struck out, creating a resounding boom in the air. Just as it seemed Tony was about to be sent flying by the green giant, he remained rooted in place, unyielding. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as a wall of fire materialized before Tony, blocking the green giant's punch. The dragon talisman granted Tony not just the ability to control flames, but a mastery of the rules of fire. With the integration of the dragon talisman, the flames became toys in Tony's hands, completely under his control. The green giant's power may be formidable, but it could not break the rules. Thus, from Nick's perspective, the green giant furiously pounded at Tony, but all attacks were thwarted by the wall of fire before Tony. Even more, a smile appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth as he calmly regarded the enraged green giant. Finally, having had enough of the play, Tony enveloped his right hand in flames and swung a punch at the green giant before him. Boom. The green giant's massive form was sent flying crashing out of the villa and leaving a large hole in the wall. Crashing onto the ground outside the villa, the green giant's form visibly shrank. The flames that had engulfed him extinguished in an instant, reduced back to his original form by Tony's punch. Footsteps echoed as Tony stepped out through the hole, glancing at the already unconscious Bruce before shifting his gaze to Happy in the distance. As if sensing his gaze, Happy turned around, a hearty smile breaking across his face. Beneath his feet, the S-H-I-E-L-D mechanized soldiers lay in disarray, reduced to a pile of parts. Boss. Happy quickly approached Tony. After the battle, his clothes were tattered, and one might think he had just returned from a war-torn area. Clean up and send them back to the basement, Tony said casually. Happy nodded, and Tony walked out of the villa, disappearing quickly into the darkness. In the temporary command center, the atmosphere had become nearly frozen. The continuous failures left everyone uncertain about what to do, and the crowd turned to Pierce, waiting for their director to make a decision. At that moment, shadows of ninjas began to appear one after another around them. Seeing this, the crowd instantly jumped in shock, quickly huddling together. They had witnessed the terrifying might of the Shadow Legion firsthand, and now facing these fearsome adversaries, how could they remain calm? Pierce was also taken aback by the unfolding situation, but his composure was evidently stronger as he shouted, "Tony, what do you think you're doing? We are S-H-I-E-L-D, part of the U.S. government. Do you realize that surrounding us is a crime?" As he spoke, Pierce's gaze shifted toward the door, awaiting Tony's entrance. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside as Tony leisurely walked into the temporary command center. Tony's appearance made everyone present breathe a sigh of relief. They were all afraid that Tony would disregard everything and directly order them to be executed, as there was no evidence to prove he had done it. Thus, Tony's presence here meant that the feared situation would not occur. "Nice to meet you, I am Alexander Pierce, director of S-H-I-E-L-D. Pierce adjusted his attire and stepped forward to identify himself. Looking at his outstretched hand, a smirk appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth as he asked, "Are you the one who commanded them to come to my house and arrest me?" Hearing this, Pierce's eyelids twitched. Naturally, he could not admit to it, and quickly replied, "It's all a misunderstanding. We received news that the Green Goblin was hiding here, so we gathered personnel to surround and capture him. As you know, the appearance of the Green Goblin a few days ago caused panic among the citizens of New York City. We must provide an explanation to the public. Not knowing this is your residence." One must say Pierce truly lived up to his position as director, concocting plausible excuses on the spot that left no room for doubt. Unfortunately, Tony was not there to reason with him. Slap. A crisp sound echoed through the command center. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them as the director of S-H-I-E-L-D was publicly slapped by Tony. Even Pierce had a bewildered expression, completely unprepared for Tony's actions. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a faint smile. "Are you satisfied now?" Seeing this, Tony gave Pierce a deep look, realizing this guy had some substance. "Now what are you planning to do to make me feel better?" Tony said leisurely, casually flexing his right hand, giving the impression that he might slap again at any moment. Slap. The loud slap resounded once more. Don't get it wrong, it was not Tony who struck, but Pierce himself. This scene not only stunned the onlookers, but also left Tony speechless. He realized that the guy before him was not simple, but he never expected him to engage in such self-deprecating behavior. "Now are you satisfied?" Pierce asked with a smile again. Tony did not respond to this question. He simply watched him with keen interest. "Interesting. But do you know? The more you do this, the more I want to kill you. A barking dog may be annoying, but a hidden venomous snake is even more terrifying." Hearing this, Pierce's breath quickened as he sensed the killing intent emanating from Tony. But the more it was, so the less he dared to make any other moves, only able to continue smiling. "Mr. Tony is joking. Today's incident was indeed the fault of S-H-I-E-L-D, which affected you. Rest assured, I will compensate you for all your losses, and we will handle all subsequent troubles. There will be no disturbance to you. I hope you will show mercy and let us go." Pierce continued to admit defeat, causing the killing intent that surged within Tony to subside. It wasn't that Tony intended to let this guy off, but rather that his words touched Tony. A lot of people died tonight, and if not handled, it would certainly be a huge hassle tomorrow. Although Stark Industries behind Tony could also handle these troubles, it would cost him personal relations, which was quite troublesome. Thus, with Pierce promising to resolve the troubles for Tony, he naturally welcomed it. Once a person has value, they earn the right to live. Now Pierce had obtained that qualification for himself. Aside from this reason, there was another reason Tony let Pierce go. After all, he was the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, a high-ranking official of the United States, a senior member of Hydra. It was not yet time to kill him. "It seems you are a person who knows how to read the situation. I will leave tonight's matter to you. I hope you can handle it well otherwise." Tony did not continue, but both parties understood what the consequences would be. At this moment, Pierce let out a sudden sigh of relief. After relaxing, he noticed that his shirt was already soaked with cold sweat. Glancing around at everyone in the command center, Tony turned and left. He came here to give S-H-I-E-L-D a warning, but he didn't expect Pierce to be so perceptive. Before he even made a move, Pierce had already caved. Now that the matter was settled, he naturally would not stay here any longer. After he left, the shadow ninjas surrounding the S-H-I-E-L-D members also vanished into the ground. When the shadow ninjas disappeared, a series of gasps filled the hall. Everyone looked at the doorway with lingering fear in their eyes. Just now they almost lost their lives here. If it weren't for Pierce's timely concession, at least a few of them would have surely died. Thinking of this, the way everyone looked at Pierce became even more respectful. However, at this moment, Pierce did not feel well at all. In fact, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He knew very well that although the current trouble was resolved, it was only the beginning. Once dawn broke, the subsequent troubles would truly erupt. Attacking the head of a consortium in this capitalistic nation is not so easily ended. But that was a matter for later. It was more important to deal with the current situation. With this in mind, Pierce quickly turned and ordered everyone immediately clean up the scene and withdraw. And all traces of battle on the battlefield must be cleaned up. Move quickly. Yes, Director. The crowd responded loudly, and the S-H-I-E-L-D personnel immediately sprang into action. The remains of the mech warriors were dragged away, the blast sites were cleared, and the damaged lawn was resodded. Even the large hole that had appeared in Tony's villa was quickly being repaired. The night passed quickly, and when Tony walked out of the guest room the next day, everything in the villa had returned to normal. All traces of the battle from last night had been cleaned away, the large hole in the wall had been restored, and astonishingly, even the broken furnishings in the room had been restored to their original state. If it weren't for Tony clearly remembering the battle that took place in the villa last night, he would have thought everything that happened was just a dream. For this, Tony couldn't help but silently commend S-H-I-E-L-D. Although their strength was somewhat lacking, their efficiency was quite high. After going to the kitchen for a glass of milk and making a sandwich, Tony sat on the sofa enjoying his breakfast. But at that moment, Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. Sir, I think you seem to have forgotten something. Forgotten what? Mr. Reed is still lying in the underground laboratory. As he spoke, Tony paused, his eating, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Last night was overwhelming, and Tony unconsciously forgot about Reed, who had been in the underground laboratory all along. Chewing on a sandwich, Tony made his way to the lab. Upon entering, a chaotic scene unfolded before Tony's eyes. It was evident that this place was not accessible to S-H-I-E-L-D, and therefore no one had cleaned it up. Glancing around the disordered laboratory, Tony did not see Reed, but he did spot Bruce, who continued to sleep in the nutrient pod. Jarvis, where is Reed? He is under the experimental equipment to your left. Upon hearing this, Tony quickly turned his gaze towards the overturned experimental equipment, using both hands and feet to dig around, and Reed's figure soon appeared before him. Reed was lying on the ground, his face pale, and his breathing was barely perceptible. If Tony hadn't still felt his heartbeat faintly, he would have almost thought Reed had become a corpse. Having endured a punch from Bucky, Reed, as an ordinary person, had almost been directly punched through. The fact that he managed to withstand a night of heavy injuries already indicated his physical resilience. In such a state, had he been sent to the hospital, the doctors would certainly have issued a death notice immediately. Fortunately, Tony had drawn the talisman of the horse, otherwise in the face of this situation, he would have truly been at a loss. A burst of white light appeared in his hand. Soon Reed was enveloped in white radiance, and all his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The previously caved-in chest automatically returned to its original position, and Tony even heard the cracking sound of bones realigning. In less than 10 seconds, Reed, who had been on the brink of death, came back to life. Even his pale complexion regained a much healthier hue. It was indeed the talisman of the horse that possessed such miraculous power. Otherwise, even if Dr. Strange were here, it wouldn't have been so easy. With a slight tremor of his eyelids, Reed slowly opened his eyes, looking at Tony, who was close by, as his consciousness rapidly returned. "Hey buddy, are you okay?" Tony asked with concern. Reed shook his head to indicate he was fine, then sat up from the ground, glancing around at the chaotic scene. Reed reflexively asked, "What time is it? Is the situation over?" "Oh, it's 9 in the morning." Tony replied somewhat sheepishly. Indeed, upon hearing the time, Reed's expression instantly stiffened. As a genius, his intellect was not solely focused on research. He combined his surroundings with Tony's stated time. He realized that his survival was truly a blessing from God. However, he did not delve into this matter deeply. After all, he was still alive, even thriving, so other things became insignificant. Glancing at Bruce in the nutrient pod, Reed suddenly turned to Tony and asked, "Boss, can I use that enhancer?" Upon hearing this, Tony looked at Reed and smiled, nodding, "Of course, but when you use it, it's best to call me, but safer if I'm there to supervise." "Okay, boss, just give me a moment." Reed replied, quickly getting up and bustling about, showing no sign of wanting to rest. Before yesterday, Reed had always seen himself as a researcher, so even after witnessing Happy's terrifying power post enhancement, he hadn't thought much of it. However, after the near-death experience from Bucky's punch, he realized that being a researcher was also a high-risk occupation. Without strength, one could die at any moment without knowing. Thus, he felt such urgency. Meanwhile, Tony watched Reed's busy figure with a peculiar look in his eyes. He was unsure if Reed would mutate after injecting the enhancer, if any incompatibility caused unexpected incidents that would be troublesome. However, since it was Reed's own choice, he wouldn't interfere. He believed that every person was different. Perhaps the enhanced Reed would emerge stronger after facing cosmic storms. Such matters were unpredictable, so there was no necessity to stop him. As Reed busied himself with the enhancer, Tony did not remain idle. Besides S.H.I.E.L.D. In the military, there was also Bucky, who had attacked his villa last night. S.H.I.E.L.D. In the military were one thing, and Tony didn't want to directly confront them, so Nick, who had survived by luck last night, was promptly dismissed by Tony. But Bucky was different. This guy was also a superhero, and Tony's Dark Alliance was in need of people. How could he forget about him? Thus, after the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel left last night, Tony instructed Happy to keep an eye on Bucky. He arrived at the guest room on the second floor of the villa and pushed the door open. Happy, shirtless, was seriously working out in the room. His explosive muscles were quite impactful. If he walked out like this, who knew how many middle-aged women would drool over him? Boss, you're here. Upon seeing Tony enter, Happy quickly stopped, his face filled with smiles. Nodding slightly, Tony casually remarked, your strength is already fixed. Working out won't improve it anymore, so don't waste your time. I know, boss, I just want to stay active. Listening to Happy's show-off remarks, if Tony hadn't remembered his previous chubby image, he might have almost believed him. Without responding, Tony turned his gaze toward Bucky, who lay unconscious on the bed, and inquired, how is he? Has he woken up? Happy shook his head. No, this guy doesn't seem to be injured, but he's been in a coma for a long time. Boss, do you think he might have been turned into a vegetable by that green giant's punch? Although he hadn't witnessed the scene of the green giant in action, he had heard Tony's recounting afterward. I don't know, should I try treating him? Tony said uncertainly. Although Bucky wasn't an ordinary person, the green giant's terrifying strength was indeed abnormal, and he couldn't be sure whether Bucky had been knocked silly by a punch. He stepped forward, placing his hand on Bucky's face, and a burst of white light emanated from his hand. After 10 seconds, Tony released his hand and waited quietly. Soon the previously comatose Bucky's eyelids twitched, and he finally opened his eyes. Seeing this, Tony instantly understood if indeed he had been hit on the head by the green giant. Who are you? Bucky's bewildered voice rang out, looking at Tony and the others with a blank expression. Seeing his reaction, Tony immediately sensed something was off. This guy was completely different from his demeanor last night, lacking any trace of indifference. At once a suspicion arose in his mind. Who is Steve Rogers to you? You know Steve. I'm his friend. Where is he now? Bucky exclaimed excitedly, while Tony helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing he might have overdone the treatment. Last night, the person I encountered should be Bucky after his memory loss transformed into the Winter Soldier by Hydra. This one now should be the original Bucky, who not only woke from his coma after my treatment, but also regained his original memories. Thinking of this, Tony, who originally planned to forcibly recruit Bucky into the Dark Alliance, had to change his plans. Do you remember exactly what happened? Tony initiated the conversation. Upon hearing this, Bucky began to recall, with memories flooding back from everything since his amnesia. The memories of last night also appeared in his mind. Once he clarified his thoughts, his gaze towards Tony became complex. I'm sorry about what happened last night. I truly didn't mean to, and I don't know how I became like that. Bucky kept apologizing and explaining to himself. A smile appeared on Tony's face as he said, It's okay, I know what happened last night wasn't your intention. With his understanding, Bucky seemed to feel much better. By the way, I knocked someone out in the lab last night. Is he okay? He's fine. I've already rescued him. Also, you were rescued by me. Tony waved his hand nonchalantly while mentioning that he saved Bucky. He was not some kind-hearted savior saving others without expecting anything in return. On the contrary, he preferred to leverage his kindness for favors. After all, it was a fact that he saved Bucky, and it was only right for Bucky to repay him. Hearing that it was Tony who saved him, Bucky felt increasingly embarrassed. So it was you who rescued me. Thank you. But I don't have much to thank you with. How about I help you with something? Of course it can't be illegal. It was evident that the restored memory made Bucky a good person. But good people are good. He liked good people the most. With a smile on his lips, Tony said, What a coincidence. I just happen to have something that needs your help. I've created a light alliance aimed at helping others, but since it's just been established, we are currently short on manpower. I think you'd be a good fit. How about joining my light alliance? This way you can repay me. What do you think? Tony was enticing Bucky like he was luring a child. Although Bucky felt something was off, he was still a bit dazed after just regaining his memories, along with the fact that Tony was his savior and he should repay him. Thus, after some contemplation, he nodded. If that's the case, then fine, I will join. Once he spoke, Tony smiled, his expression radiating joy. For a system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. A new member has joined the Dark Alliance. Winter Soldier Bucky. Rewards have been issued. Name Tony Stark. Gender male. Identity heir of the Shadow Kingdom. Abilities Horse Talismans, Spell Dragon Talisman, Spell Control, Overshadow Ninja Control, Overshadow Blade Control, Overshadow Night Bat. Lottery chances 1. Dark Alliance members Spider-Man Winter Soldier. Looking at the newly added Shadow Army control rights and the additional lottery chances, Tony's gaze towards Bucky became much more amiable. Alright, you take a good rest. If you need anything, just tell Happy he will take care of you during this time. After saying this, Tony turned and left, completely ignoring the changing expressions of Happy and the others. His behavior was like that of a scoundrel enjoying himself without care for others' feelings. Two big men were left staring at each other while Tony returned to his room. The familiar lottery wheel reappeared before him. Rubbing his hands together, Tony excitedly said, "Heaven and earth bless me, Guanine, 3 pure ones, may God protect me, here we go." Muttering incantations, Tony swiftly spun the lottery wheel. Instantly, the pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly, and Tony nervously watched it, feeling it was about time before he commanded stop. As he spoke, the pointer's speed quickly slowed down and ultimately stopped, revealing a sheep that rushed towards Tony and dove into his mind. Boom. A rumble echoed in his mind as a warm power swiftly integrated into his consciousness, and Tony instantly felt clarity awakening his entire being. Not only that, at this moment, he felt his perspective becoming peculiar. A human eye typically can only see an angle of 124 degrees in front. By concentrating it, can see a clearer scene of 25 degrees. But now Tony felt as if he had opened his heavenly eye, able to see 360 degrees clearly with every detail visible. As he focused, he could even feel an invisible power spreading out from his mind. To test it, he deliberately turned to look at the water cup on the table, subconsciously wanting to move it. Instantly, the cup actually floated into the air. Telekinesis, he whispered in surprise, filled with joy. According to the information flooding into his mind, the power of the sheep talisman spell enhanced mental strength and controlled the soul's projection. Unexpectedly, after the enhancement, it gave rise to the terrifying power of telekinesis. To test the limits of telekinesis, he continuously moved various items around the room, having a blast. His mental power seemed inexhaustible. After half an hour, he felt no discomfort. As for the maximum strength of telekinesis, Tony did not derive a conclusion. He only knew that even if he combined everything in the room, he could easily control it with telekinesis. It made him almost want to try moving the villa beneath his feet. However, to avoid the hassle of moving houses, he abandoned that thought. Retracting his telekinesis, Tony tried to project his soul out of his body. Instantly, he felt a chill all over and looked down to see his body completely turn transparent. Behind him, another self stood still with closed eyes, unmoving. With a thought, Tony's form flew up, passing through the villa's ceiling and appearing outside. Looking at the blue sky, white clouds, and endless ocean outside, Tony didn't wander far. After moving around a bit, he returned to his physical body. Though he didn't know if leaving his soul would pose any hidden dangers, accustomed to the existence of his physical body, he preferred to stay in it. Just as he returned to his body, Jarvis' voice rang out. "Sir, Mr. Reed has prepared the enhancer. You should head to the lab." "Okay, I understand." Responding, Tony used telekinesis to put everything back in place before heading downstairs to the underground lab. Entering the lab, Reed's eyes lit up as he waited. "Boss, I'm ready. Can we start?" "Let's begin." Tony nodded. As Tony's words fell, Reed nodded seriously and walked into the experimental chamber. Watching the somewhat nervous Reed, Tony pressed the experimental button, and instantly the enhancer filled the entire chamber, engulfing Reed's body. With previous successful experiences, Tony remained calm, this time quietly waiting at the side. Several hours later, the door of the experimental chamber opened, and Reed emerged unchanged. Seeing this, Tony raised an eyebrow and asked, "How do you feel?" "Absolutely fantastic." Reed replied with a broad smile, clenching his fists tightly as he felt the abundant power within him, making him appear quite excited. The experiment went smoothly with no unexpected incidents. Tony nodded, and at that moment Reed said, "Boss, the enhancer has been successfully developed. I wish to continue my research project." In short, the research on the enhancer was merely due to Tony's request. His own research was what truly mattered to him. Tony did not oppose this and directly nodded, saying, "Sure, I have already prepared the funds, and I will transfer them to your account later. Just get me a few more enhancers, and you can return to continue your research." "All right." Reed nodded firmly, and at that moment a spark of inspiration flashed through Tony's mind. "By the way, I want to invite you to join the alliance I'm forming. What do you think?" Tony's words came out somewhat abruptly. However, Reed did not think much of it, and simply smiled and nodded. "No problem, boss. Since it's your alliance, I'm willing to join." With that said, Tony eagerly waited. In his view, Reed would also become a member of the superhero team in the future, although he had not yet experienced the cosmic storm to become that mysterious figure. However, after using the enhancer, his strength was at least on par with the original, so inviting him to join the alliance should yield some rewards. Yet after waiting for quite some time, the system's voice still did not respond, as if it had frozen. Tony felt a sinking feeling in his heart, but he did not show it. He encouraged Reed a few times before leaving the research room. Back in his room, Tony's impatient voice immediately rang out. "System, what's going on?" He instinctively inquired, completely forgetting that the system did not possess intelligence, and thus could not answer him. Fortunately, his moment of loss was brief. He quickly adjusted his mindset, comparing Reed with Bucky and Peter. At the very least, he needed to figure out why the system had no response to Reed's joining. In terms of strength, this could be overlooked. After using the enhancer, Reed's strength was not inferior to that of the two members of the Dark Alliance. But where did the difference lie? Furrowing his brow, Tony's thoughts kept turning as he continually compared the differences among the three. After eliminating numerous doubts, he quickly identified the differences between them. Whether it was Peter or Bucky, they had both gained recognition from the outside world. One as Spider-Man, the other as the Winter Soldier. Anyone who had interacted with the Extraordinary would basically be familiar with the two. In contrast, Reed, while also having a loud reputation, was recognized only as a scientist. As for the so-called Mr. Fantastic, only Tony knew of him, and no one outside acknowledged him. Therefore, to join the Dark Alliance, must one be a well-known superhero or villain? With some uncertainty, Tony was unsure if his guess was correct and needed further verification. Thinking of this, Tony immediately spoke up. J-R-V-I-S. Contact Peter for me. Understood, sir. Soon Peter's call was connected, and Tony's calm voice echoed in the room. How is the task coming along? On the other end of the line, as Peter listened to Tony's question, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. I still need a little more time. Having gained partial command over the Shadow Legion, he was somewhat lost in the moment and hadn't had time to deal with Norman yet. Now being questioned by Tony, he felt a sudden panic. Hearing Peter's response, a look of exasperation flickered across Tony's face. It had been several days, and it was still not resolved, leaving him at a loss for words. Right then, Tony's tone became stern. Tonight, I want to see Norman, that's final. Having said that, Tony directly hung up the phone, leaving Peter no chance to refuse. Exhaling slowly, he temporarily set this matter aside and changed into a different outfit before leaving the villa. Driving his sports car, he sped along and soon arrived at Stark Industries. As he entered the company, people greeted him along the way. Tony nodded in response and walked past the crowd with a calm expression. Taking the exclusive elevator to his office, Natasha, who had received the news, also walked in. Mr. Stark, long time no see. Coffee or red wine? Give me a cup of tea. While removing his suit jacket and casually tossing it onto the sofa, Tony replied. At Tony's request, Natasha was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded, all right, sir. Soon she returned to the office with a cup of green tea. Tony took a sip and said flatly, have Potts come to me? Yes, sir. Natasha turned and left again. Not keeping Tony waiting too long, soon Potts entered the office dressed in professional attire, her legs clad in black stockings and high heels. It had been a few days since they last met, and Potts looked even more alluring. Tony, what do you need me for? I have a mountain of documents waiting to be processed. Potts spoke in a somewhat complaining tone, her gaze towards Tony filled with dissatisfaction. Tony enjoyed being the boss, but corporate affairs still needed handling, and as the president, Potts naturally had to clean up his mess. So feeling a bit awkward, Tony cleared his throat and then said, Don't be so worked up. Oh, I was just delayed by some matters. What matters could you have? Aren't you just busy flirting with beauties? Potts retorted, her gaze turning particularly resentful. Hearing this, the awkwardness on Tony's face deepened, but fortunately this time, he had a legitimate reason, so he remained unflustered. I wasn't flirting. I was attacked last night. As he spoke of what had happened last night, Potts's expression instantly changed. Damn it, how dare they have the audacity to attack you? Wait, I'll make them pay. With that, Potts stood up and left her pretty face filled with rage. Tony was her Achilles heel. Despite her indifferent attitude towards him, if anyone harmed Tony, she would dare to fight them to the bitter end. Meanwhile, Natasha, who had been standing aside, wore an awkward expression. She was from S.H.I.E.L.D., specifically sent to get close to Tony and uncover his secrets, but unexpectedly S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken action. If her identity were discovered, could she still walk out of Stark Industries safely? Thinking this, Natasha glanced at Tony with guilt just in time to see Tony looking at her with a meaningful expression which startled her. Mr. Tony, it's nothing, I'll take my leave now. Natasha felt a bit guilty under Tony's gaze, wanting to exit. Seeing this, Tony said nothing, simply reaching out to pull Natasha into his embrace. Oh, she exclaimed, caught off guard. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since you're here, why not play a little game together? Tony said slowly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Previously, he had been ignoring her, but now that S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken action, he felt he should collect some interest in return. He was not one to suffer without retaliating. As he spoke, his hand began to wander. Feeling the changes within her, Natasha's expression shifted, her cheeks quickly flushing. Mr. Tony, please don't do this. Her tone was somewhat weak, laced with a hint of pleading. As a top agent of SHIELD, she naturally would not appear so weak, so her current demeanor was 3 parts genuine, 7 parts feigned, perfectly fitting the role she was playing. Watching Natasha continue to act, Tony's expression gradually turned playful. He had already prepared himself for her to turn hostile, yet he did not expect her to still refrain from revealing her true identity. In light of this, Tony was more than happy to take advantage. What's wrong with me? Am I not discussing work with you? He added, have you ever heard that as a secretary to the boss, one must not only be beautiful, but also capable? The last 2 words were emphasized by Tony, suggesting something more. Natasha, who had originally intended to keep up the act, was suddenly alarmed, thinking this guy doesn't want to do that right now, does he? Realizing this, she instinctively tried to escape Tony's grasp, but just as she exerted force, an even greater strength emanated from him, firmly holding her in place and making resistance impossible. Mr. Tony, she gasped, feeling his hand delve into the depths of the foliage, and she hurriedly covered her skirt with both hands. Don't do this, Natasha said, her face flushed with indignation. Upon hearing this, Tony suddenly halted his movements, his expression turning cold. In that case, go to the finance room to settle your departure. With that, Natasha was stunned, her gaze towards Tony filled with disbelief. Is this man a dog? He turns on a dime. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. However, one thing was certain, she absolutely could not be dismissed. She had come here with a mission, and if she were fired before it was completed, how would she face the consequences upon returning? Thoughts raced through her mind as the outer world merely passed in an instant. Just as Tony was about to retract his hand, Natasha instinctively pressed down on his palm. Mr. Tony, please don't do this. It was the same words again, but this time the tone was entirely different. Seeing Natasha yield, a smile returned to the corners of Tony's mouth. 20 minutes later, Natasha emerged from Tony's office, covering her mouth. It must be said, Natasha was indeed quite capable. After Natasha left, a refreshed Tony instructed J.R.V.I.S. to call Rhodey. Hey Tony, what's up? Rhodey's voice came through the phone, and Tony cut to the chase, stating, I was attacked, and the assailants were military personnel. I think you owe me an explanation. On the other end, Rhodey was taken aback. Who has the audacity? After regaining his composure, Rhodey's voice was filled with restrained anger. Tony remained as calm as ever, stating, you can check who it is yourselves. I have provided the military with so many cheap yet exquisite weapons, and this is how you treat your partners. You must give me an explanation for this matter, or I will provide one for you. Tony's words were laden with threat, startling Rhodey. Stark Industries supplied nearly 1/3 of the U.S. military's weaponry, and if Stark were to halt supplies, it would spell disaster for the military. Thinking of the dire consequences, Rhodey quickly replied, don't be impulsive, Tony. We will definitely provide you with an explanation. He added, let's hope so. Keep me posted. With that, Tony hung up the phone, while on the other end, Colonel Ross immediately entered his superior's office. While Tony was on the phone, Potts was also busy making call after call. Soon news spread among the upper echelons of the U.S. that Tony, the head of Stark Industries, had been attacked by the U.S. government. The situation escalated quickly, and the previously calm upper echelons of the U.S. became turbulent, with calls flooding into the White House. The power of the financial tycoons began to reveal its fangs, and the U.S. government was under immense pressure. This pressure was not solely from Stark Industries. It also came from major groups such as Pioneering Technology and Hammer Industries. These groups could fight tooth and nail for interests, and Hammer Industries was Stark Industries' absolute enemy, with conflicts between them nearly irreconcilable. However, now Hammer Industries stood on Tony's side, applying pressure to the U.S. government as well, because they had broken the rules. This rule was not to protect a single person, but to safeguard all tycoons. If they dared to attack Tony today, who could guarantee they wouldn't be attacked tomorrow? Thus, this matter was unrelated to right or wrong. All who broke the rules must perish. In the military district General Ross' office, he looked at the investigator standing before him. His face appeared extremely grim. He understood the terror of the financial tycoons, so regarding this matter with Tony, he had only dispatched a small team, not involving himself at all. Even the action orders were not signed by him. Yet unexpectedly, it still implicated him. General Ross, please expedite the handover of your duties, the investigator said, bowing slightly before turning to leave the office. General Ross slumped into his office chair, looking somewhat dazed. After a decision by the military's upper echelon, he was reassigned to the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs. In terms of authority, he even received a promotion. However, in terms of power, he had lost almost all of his authority. A Minister of Foreign Affairs versus a powerful Lieutenant General. Any fool would know which was better. If he could choose, he would rather be demoted to stay in the military than take on some damned foreign minister role. But that was beyond his control. Being reassigned to the Department of Foreign Affairs was already his backing, trying its best to protect him. If he hadn't been too deeply involved in this matter, the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs might not have even been granted to him. Thinking of this, General Ross sneered self-deprecatingly, "The tycoons, damn those tycoons." In stark contrast to General Ross' despondent exit, the main culprit S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared utterly miserable. Those high-ranking officials of S.H.I.E.L.D. who participated in the attack on Tony were either dismissed and investigated or arrested and imprisoned for professional crimes. Even Alexander Pierce, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was relieved of his position, marking the end of his political career within S.H.I.E.L.D. After the government personnel read out the orders, another directive was soon issued to ensure the continued operation of S.H.I.E.L.D. It has been decided after upper management's research that Nick Fury will take over as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. As the words fell, everyone present turned to look at Nick with eyes full of envy. In this incident, Nick was one of the few who narrowly escaped disaster. Firstly, he had someone above him, and secondly, the government could not possibly imprison everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, after amicable negotiations, Nick evaded this cleansing and even turned misfortune into fortune, successfully assuming the role of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the face of congratulations from numerous colleagues, Nick nodded in response, while the just-dismissed Pierce watched the scene with a terrifyingly dark expression. Oomph. With a cold snort, Pierce turned and left, returning to his office. Shortly after he entered, Hit walked in without knocking. "Boss," Hit greeted. Pierce took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger stemming from his dismissal. "Hit, I can no longer stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, from now on you will be the highest leader lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has just experienced chaos, it's not suitable for too much action. Order all members to enter a dormant state and await awakening. In the future, I will contact you through other means." Pierce was explaining the aftermath, while Hit listened, respectfully nodding occasionally. Soon, having completed all instructions, Pierce packed his things and stood up with a box, intending to leave the office. Watching this scene, the silent Hit finally spoke. "Boss, where are you going next?" Upon hearing this, Pierce shook his head helplessly. "I plan to leave America directly. Without an official amulet, it's too dangerous for me to stay here. I've already booked a flight. I will leave shortly." Facing his confidant, Pierce revealed almost everything without concealment. At the same time, his words were filled with helplessness. Those close to him knew their own matters. During his time as director, he had offended quite a few people. Moreover, having orchestrated the attack on Tony, he knew that the latter was not a magnanimous person, so it was best to leave New York immediately, otherwise he feared he might not see the next sunrise. "Let me take you, boss," Hit offered. Upon hearing this, Pierce hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "All right." After saying this, the two left S.H.I.E.L.D. one after the other and drove towards the airport. On the way, Pierce closed his eyes to rest while Hit drove towards the airport. However, he occasionally glanced at Pierce sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. As time passed, and they drew closer to the airport, suddenly the sound of cars came from outside the window. Several black cars appeared and drove alongside Pierce's vehicle, one accelerating to block his path. Screech. A sudden brake sound echoed as Pierce's vehicle came to a halt. In the back seat, Pierce's figure swayed slightly, and he instantly opened his eyes. Looking at the scene outside the car, Pierce's previously calm expression darkened instantly. Soon outside the car, the newly appointed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick, along with several S.H.I.E.L.D. members, stepped out. Seeing this, Pierce's uneasy premonition grew stronger. At the same time, his gaze turned to Hit at the driver's seat. He had only informed Hit of his trip to the airport. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. could catch up so quickly clearly indicated someone had leaked the information. "Why, oi?" Pierce spoke in a deep voice, his tone laced with intense killing intent. He could not believe that his confidant would betray him. "Boss, I had no choice before now. I want to be a good person. Just surrender," Hit replied calmly. Pierce suddenly laughed in rage. "Surrender? I refuse to die without eliminating you, the traitor." With a furious shout, Pierce reached into his coat and pulled out a gun. Hit was already prepared for this. He quickly opened the car door and rolled out of the vehicle. Losing his target, Pierce did not hesitate to open the door and get out of the car. The S.H.I.E.L.D. members who had surrounded the vehicle raised their guns. "Pierce, your crime has been exposed. I am arresting you for espionage. I put down your weapons and cease your meaningless resistance, or I will have the right to shoot you on the spot," Nick loudly warned, while Hit seized the opportunity to hide behind the S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Seeing this scene, Pierce knew his fate was sealed. but surrender was out of the question. "Hail Hydra!" With a loud shout of Hydra's motto, Pierce instantly fired his gun and bullets flew towards Hit. As the betrayer Hit was the one Pierce hated the most, so he paid no attention to anyone else and aimed directly at Hit. As Pierce fired the S.H.I.E.L.D. members who had been aiming at him also opened fire and gunfire erupted. After a few seconds, the gunfire on the highway ceased. Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was ultimately shot dead by the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the road. Numerous bloody holes riddled his body, creating a particularly gruesome sight. Aside from him, there was another deceased on the scene, Hit. He was shot through the forehead by Pierce, disbelief filling his eyes. As a spy cultivated by Hydra, Pierce was also an excellent agent with exceptional marksmanship. In his relentless pursuit of killing, Hit ultimately did not escape the fate of death. After eliminating Pierce, Nick and the others put away their guns, and two S.H.I.E.L.D. members quickly approached to check on Pierce's condition. Report confirmed dead. "Okay, I understand. Clean up the scene." After giving the order, Nick turned and returned to the vehicle while several S.H.I.E.L.D. members quickly cleaned up the site. Sitting in the car, Nick rubbed his tired forehead. While he was still under Pierce, he had already suspected Pierce's identity, but since Pierce was his direct superior, he could only endure in silence. Even without Hit's betrayal, Pierce would not have been able to leave America today, so Hit's betrayal merely confirmed his suspicions. Thus, the deaths of both men were not worthy of sadness. The only regret was that they died too quickly, failing to flush out all the rats within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, all high-ranking Hydra members had been eliminated, and those remaining small players would not stir up any significant waves. Thoughts flowed slowly in his mind as Nick quickly cast aside Pierce and the others, and soon the figure of Tony appeared in his mind. This was also an unstable factor, especially the power displayed by Tony, which made him feel a headache. With the current strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., they were simply not capable of confronting Tony, which was undoubtedly an unpleasant situation for the organization. Although Tony's identity ensured that he would not be as dangerous as Pierce, at least there was no need to worry about him assassinating high-ranking officials. However, as an unstable factor, S.H.I.E.L.D. must have the power to counterbalance him. They could not just let things go unchecked. With this in mind, Nick let out a deep sigh. While he was thinking about Tony on the other side in Stark Industries, Tony was also listening to Happy's report. "So Pierce is dead." "Yes, boss, he was killed by someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. "Oh, I saw it with my own eyes." "I understand. You can head back now." Happy nodded and turned to leave the office. Just as Pierce had guessed, Tony had never been a magnanimous person. How could he allow someone who plotted against him to leave alive? If he were still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony would have to consider the U.S. government's reaction, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was also a high-ranking official. However, after receiving the news of his dismissal, Tony immediately dispatched Happy to track down Pierce and find a suitable opportunity to eliminate him. Unexpectedly, before he could take action, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken the initiative to deal with him. This outcome was undoubtedly the best result for Tony. With his enemy gone, he also didn't have to get his hands dirty. How wonderful. However, he had not expected Nick to rise to power like in the original story. He thought Nick would probably be taken down this time. Unexpectedly, this guy had some tricks up his sleeve, not only escaping a calamity, but also getting promoted. He wondered if it was truly a coincidence or some sort of world correction. Thinking silently, Tony soon tucked away his thoughts and stopped dwelling on these chaotic matters. How the situation played out was no longer of much concern to him. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military had already paid the price, and he needed to know when to stop, as he could not continue targeting them. Otherwise, although the power of the wealthy was strong, the U.S. government was not to be trifled with, and he understood this very well. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and Natasha walked in with a cup of tea. Seeing her, Tony's lips curled into a smile, and he beckoned her over. Natasha's face flushed slightly, but she still walked over. Soon a hint of relaxation appeared on Tony's face as he sat in his office chair, while under the desk Natasha was sneakily eating a banana. An hour later, Natasha left the office, and a relaxed Tony took the exclusive elevator out of Stark Industries. Most matters at Stark Industries were handled by Potts. He had nothing to do there, and naturally did not want to stay. After fooling around outside for a day, it was not until night that Tony returned to the villa with two beautiful women, starting the life of decadence that came with wealth. As for Peter the worker, while the boss indulged in corruption, he had to put on his work clothes and head out to work. Moving deftly between skyscrapers, Peter arrived at the villa area where Norman lived. After the last attack failed, he had to take down Norman this time. However, he was not as impulsive as last time. This time he had subordinates, so he did not need to charge into battle himself. Channeling that inexplicable power within him, soon black figures began to appear around Peter. After some time of exploration, he was already familiar with the Shadow Army, knowing that they were a group of emotionless killing machines. Therefore, he wasted no time and directly ordered, "Take down everyone in the villa, anyone who resists, eliminate them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Army surged towards the villa, their forms perfectly blending into the night, making them hard to detect. Inside the villa, however, it was eerily quiet and empty. Norman swirled his wine glass, gazing out at the scene outside. After the last attack, he had realized he had been exposed, so he dismissed all the servants in the villa and arranged for his son Harry to stay elsewhere, leaving himself alone to await the enemy's arrival. He did not know Peter's true identity, but since he had found him, he would not easily let it go. To deal with Peter, he chose to use himself as bait, even neglecting to take revenge on Tony. Soon the shadow ninjas appeared in the villa, surrounding Norman in the hall. Upon seeing this scene, Norman's previously calm expression changed suddenly. He recognized the shadow ninjas. The last time he had attacked Tony's villa, he had been repelled by these people. They had appeared. That attack on him was certainly orchestrated by Tony. Thoughts whirled in his mind as Norman pieced everything together. At that moment, the shadow ninjas had already launched their attack. Having long been prepared, he had all his gear close at hand, so he equipped himself in an instant. The blade sliced through the air and struck his green goblin suit. Sizzle! The sound of sparks flew as Norman's body erupted with flames. Ha ha ha! He let out a strange laugh, relying on the defense of the green goblin suit as he charged directly into the shadow ninjas, unleashing powerful punches and kicks that shattered several of the enemies. But as always, the advantage of the shadow ninjas was never individual strength, but rather their numbers. No matter how strong Norman's power was, unless he could suppress the shadow ninjas with absolute strength, he could only exhaust himself against their relentless onslaught. Quickly, Norman realized this point, activating the thermal imaging device to scan his surroundings. Since he could not completely eliminate the shadow ninjas, he aimed to capture the one controlling them. Soon Peter's thermal image appeared in Norman's view. "Hey, got it." With a light chuckle, a hoverboard smashed through the villa's wall and appeared in front of Norman. He leaped onto it, and his whole person flew out of the villa, rushing toward Peter. Peter, who had originally planned to let the shadow ninjas wear out their strength, saw this scene and did not avoid it. Instead, he charged directly at Norman. The last time he was repelled was one thing. He could say he was caught off guard. This time he was well prepared, or if he were repelled again, he would have no face left. Did he really think he did not care about his reputation? Boom! The two fists collided violently, and a resounding boom echoed through the night. Under the night sky, the two figures were sent flying backward under the force of their powers. One was hovering in midair on a skateboard, while the other was firmly gripping the wall with all four limbs. "Are you one of Tony's people?" Norman's voice rang out, laced with a hint of madness. Peter did not respond. He used to chatter endlessly, but now he had no intention of wasting words during battle. He learned this from Tony: one must be ruthless and speak little. He swiftly fired his web from his wrist, charging toward Norman. Seeing this, a long alloy knife appeared in Norman's hand, extremely sharp. This was the new equipment he had crafted for himself. Two flashes of the knife passed, and the web shot by Peter was cut in half, while at that moment Norman rapidly closed the distance to Peter, his alloy battle knife tearing through the air with a shrill sound. But just as he approached Peter, a shadow ninja suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Watching this scene, Norman's expression changed instantly under the mask, revealing a look of disgust. He did not expect Peter to be so shameless, using the shadow ninja as a meat shield. It was utterly repugnant. The flash of the knife passed, and the shadow ninja blocking him was cleaved in half, while Peter seized the opportunity to throw a punch. Boom! A powerful punch landed heavily on Norman's chest, sending him crashing down to the ground. Cough, cough. A violent coughing fit erupted from his mouth. Although he had enhanced his body with the serum, he was no match for Peter, whose punch packed a force of thousands of kilograms. Even though the green goblin suit had weakened the impact, the residual force still dealt him a severe blow. Damn it! Norman cursed angrily, enduring the pain as he soared back into the sky, throwing two pumpkin bombs that instantly appeared beside Peter. Seeing this, Peter stood his ground and had the shadow ninja create a wall around him. Boom! A massive explosion sounded, vaporizing the surrounding shadow ninjas. Yet standing at the center, Peter was completely unscathed, even his spider suit showing no signs of damage. Watching this, Norman was left utterly speechless. Especially when more shadow ninjas reappeared, he couldn't help but curse in frustration. What the hell was this? His attacks were blocked by the shadow ninjas while Peter's strikes landed on himself. This was an utterly shameless tactic. In that moment, Norman felt a rising urge to retreat. After all, a battle without breaking defenses held no meaning, only he suffered losses. Just as he was contemplating a retreat, Peter charged forward again. In contrast to Norman's frustration, Peter was thoroughly enjoying himself. He could hit others while remaining untouched. What could be more exhilarating? Thus Peter's combat enthusiasm soared. The sound of fists striking flesh resonated continuously with the shadow ninjas assisting from the side, either attacking or defending, making Norman extremely uncomfortable. Finally, his skateboard propelled him skyward. He intended to escape. Seeing this, a glint of determination flashed in Peter's eyes. He could not allow this guy to leave. He immediately fired his web, which latched onto the flying skateboard, then pulled with all his might. Norman, who had been ascending steadily, suddenly found himself violently shaking, and the next moment, he plummeted to the ground, crashing with a loud thud. Bang! The ground was smashed into a massive pit, and Norman nearly passed out. Before he could rise, Peter appeared in front of him, delivering a punch to his mask. Clang! The sound of metal striking echoed as Norman's head felt as if it had been hit by a freight truck, leaving him dazed. After gaining the upper hand, Peter continued his relentless assault, landing punch after punch on Norman. After a full minute, Peter finally ceased his attack, and the Green Goblin mask had been completely deformed. As for Norman, he had completely lost consciousness. Although his physical condition was extraordinary, he could not withstand Peter's barrage indefinitely. It was akin to an ordinary person enduring their head being crushed repeatedly by a dozen trucks. After removing the Green Goblin mask and confirming Norman was truly unconscious, Peter finally let out a long breath of relief. Although backed by the Shadow Army, the danger of the fight was still significant, so he did not dare to be careless. After resting for a while, he had 2 shadow ninjas carry Norman away. Half an hour later, he passed through the Manhattan district and arrived at Freedom City, outside Tony's villa. Inside the room, Tony, having finished his exercise, heard Jarvis's alert. "Sir, Mr. Peter has arrived and is waiting outside. I'll let him in." Responding, Tony put on his robe and walked downstairs. In the living room, a disheveled Peter had been waiting for some time. "I've brought the person you wanted." Peter looked at Tony as he descended, his gaze filled with envy. Thanks to his enhanced spider sense, even without going upstairs, he had a general idea of the room's situation. Besides Tony, there were 2 beautiful women in the room. Thinking of his own night and comparing it to Tony's, how could the young Peter not feel envious? However, it was just envy. Having completed his mission, he could earn 20 million and live lavishly afterwards. With this thought, a hint of longing appeared on Peter's face. Naturally, Tony was unaware of Peter's thoughts. After glancing at Norman, who was discarded on the living room floor, a smile appeared on his face. "Well done, you've worked hard." Complimenting him, he turned to the guest room on the first floor and said, "Bucky." At his call, the door opened and Bucky stepped out. "Boss, what's up? This guy is under your watch now. He's no pushover, so be careful." Tony pointed at Norman on the floor and Bucky nodded after a glance. "Don't worry, boss, I'll keep a close eye on this guy." As he spoke, Bucky stepped forward and lifted Norman off the ground. Meanwhile, Tony introduced them. "This is Peter, a member of the Alliance, just like you." Upon hearing this, Bucky nodded at Peter, who returned the gesture. However, there was not much communication. Neither of them were talkative, so it was natural they didn't warm up to each other. Tony didn't mind. He just wanted them to be aware of each other's presence to avoid any accidental confrontations in the future. As for whether they could get along well, that was not his concern, and he wasn't that idle. Soon Norman was taken away by Bucky, and at that moment Peter awkwardly spoke up, "Mr. Tony, when will you fulfill the reward you promised me?" Hearing this, Tony's lips curled into a smile. "Soon." After finishing, Tony requested Peter's account and directly transferred $20 million from his private account. Soon Peter received a text message from the bank and a flush of excitement appeared on his face. After all, he was still just a young man. Although he seemed more composed than his peers due to his mutations, he couldn't help but feel excitement like any ordinary person when he suddenly acquired such a vast fortune. "Thank you, Mr. Tony. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Peter expressed his gratitude and upon receiving Tony's consent directly left the villa. Looking at his expression, Tony could easily guess what he intended to do. It was nothing more than to squander this newfound wealth. Naturally, he wouldn't stop him and couldn't be bothered. Instead, he turned and walked into Bucky's room. Upon entering, Bucky immediately greeted him. "Boss." Nodding at him, Tony focused his attention on Norman. Compared to other superheroes, Tony had clearly invested more effort into Norman, not because he was more exceptional or powerful, but because he stood behind Osborn Group. Although the revenue of Osborn Group had not been great in recent years, it was said that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. As one of the top financial groups, the strength of Osborn Group should not be underestimated. Thus, in addition to wanting to absorb Norman into the Dark Alliance, Tony also wanted to swallow Osborn Group whole. It was foreseeable that once the 2 financial groups merged, Stark Industries would become an enormous entity. Unless Tony revolted, no official force would dare to trouble him. An attack like the previous one would be impossible. Even if he truly walked on the edge of legality, the U.S. government would clean up after him rather than issue an arrest warrant. Of course, all of this was predicated on his ability to successfully swallow Osborn Group. Otherwise, although Stark Industries still belonged to one of the top financial magnates in the U.S., it ultimately fell short. "Find a way to wake him up," Tony instructed, and Bucky nodded immediately. Although he had regained his memory, he had only just emerged from Hydra, and was quite familiar with interrogation and investigation. Taking a towel and a bottle of mineral water, Bucky placed the towel on Norman's face and opened the bottle of water, letting it flow down. Soon the previously unconscious Norman began to stir, struggling violently, as if he would have gotten up from the ground if his hands and feet weren't restrained. Stopping the flow of water, Bucky removed the towel from Norman's face. Huff, huff, huff. Instantly a series of heavy gasps sounded, as if Norman, like a drowning man, was gasping for fresh air. Simultaneously, his gaze quickly scanned the room, and upon seeing Tony, it finally settled on him. "It really is you," Norman rasped. A faint smile appeared on Tony's lips. "Mr. Osborn, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet in such circumstances. I truly apologize. What exactly do you want?" Norman said fiercely. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? It seems you were the one who attacked me first." Tony shrugged, causing Norman to pause. "All right, I admit it was my fault. Now that I have fallen into your hands, you should be able to state your purpose clearly. Of course, if you're purely seeking revenge for my previous attack, then let's pretend I said nothing." As the head of a financial group, Norman was undoubtedly qualified and remained calm. Even though his current situation appeared dire, he could still sort through his thoughts instead of shouting like an ordinary person. "It's pleasant talking to a smart person. I indeed have a matter today. I heard that Osborn Group has not been performing well recently, and major shareholders are planning to withdraw their shares. Just right, I have excess funds lately. Why not let me help you?" Tony said with a smile, his white teeth glinting coldly under the light, resembling a beast about to feast, opening its blood-stained maw. "Impossible, you wish." Norman instantly became agitated, his roar echoing throughout the room. He could accept anyone investing, but could never accept a financial tycoon. As a member of the financial elite, he understood them too well. They were essentially ferocious beasts that devour without a trace. Once they held shares in Osborn Group, the risk of the group being swallowed whole was imminent. Moreover, he had grievances with Tony. He hadn't forgotten that the reason Osborn Group had reached its current state was largely due to Tony's heavy push. Yet Tony, who was rejected, was not angry at all. He maintained a smile and slowly said, "Do you think you still have room to choose? I know you want to maintain the integrity of Osborn Group, but if you're gone, who do you think can uphold it? Your useless son, or rely on those cold-blooded capitalists? Right now, Osborn Group is barely hanging on by a thread. With you still here, it can struggle to find an opportunity for survival. Once you're dead or missing, the vast Osborn Group will collapse in an instant. Thus, allowing me to invest isn't something hard to accept. I can even promise not to interfere with the specific matters of Osborn Group. You will still be the head of the group. How about it? Think it over." Tony's words were not sharp, but at that moment they felt like a sharp blade constantly stabbing into Norman's heart. At this moment, reason and emotion were at odds in his mind. Reason told him that Tony was right. Accepting Stark's investment could give Osborn Group a chance. Emotion, however, warned him that he was lying. If financial tycoons were demons that devour without remorse, and he absolutely could not let him in, or else Osborn Group would surely change hands. The two ideologies clashed fiercely in his mind, causing his expression to fluctuate. Seeing his expression, Tony did not linger in the room. He understood that Norman wouldn't be able to make a decision immediately, so after instructing Bucky to keep a close watch, he turned and left the room. Back in his own room, looking at the two sleeping beauties on the bed, Tony took off his pajamas and walked over. The night was still long. How could we waste this wonderful time? Soon the room was filled with spring vibes, once again brimming with the essence of the season. Early the next morning, he had someone throw out the trash from last night, while Tony quietly enjoyed his breakfast in the living room. At that moment, Bucky walked out of the room into the living room. "Boss, that guy wants to see you. He said he wants to talk to you." In the room, Tony stepped in and saw Norman again, who appeared much calmer than last night. "So have you thought it through?" Tony asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Norman looked up at him and said, "I agree to let you invest in Oscorp, but you must agree to one thing. I want to exchange shares." This was the only solution he could come up with after a night of contemplation. For Oscorp to survive, it must accept Tony's investment. To prevent Tony from taking over and ousting him after his entry, he needed a safeguard. This safeguard was the shares of Stark Industries. Currently, all shares of Stark Industries were in Tony's hands, and even if he held shares, he could not threaten Tony. In contrast, Oscorp had many shareholders, and once Tony entered, he would qualify to purchase shares, which could easily lead to a change of ownership. Thus, exchanging shares, while not a threat to Tony, could prevent him from being ousted and ending up with nothing. Tony raised an eyebrow slightly and firmly refused, saying, "No, you don't have the capital to negotiate. You have two options: watch Oscorp go bankrupt or accept my investment. Besides, you have no other choice." Upon hearing this, Norman's seemingly stable emotions instantly became frantic. "Impossible. I know you want to swallow Oscorp whole. I tell you, even if I die, I will never let you succeed." As he spoke, Norman struggled violently again. After injecting the human enhancement agent, his emotions were already unstable, and being provoked by Tony made him even more frenzied. Tony quietly watched this scene, his expression as calm as ever. After a long while, when the out-of-control Norman calmed down again, the previously silent Tony finally spoke up. Have you thought it through? It was the same question with the same tone, as if Tony had forgotten he had just been rejected. Seeing this, a bitter smile appeared on Norman's face. Are you sure you've got me cornered? Aren't you afraid that I might really destroy Oscorp and refuse your proposal? Norman's tone was filled with helplessness. He had indeed been frantic earlier, but no matter how crazy he was still the head of Oscorp. Thus, the so-called madness was more for Tony's benefit, hoping to gain more interests. However, Tony was not only calmer than he had imagined, but also very indifferent. It's just Oscorp. If it gets destroyed, so be it. It doesn't belong to me. Do you think I would feel bad about something that is not mine? But for you, it's different. Oscorp is your lifeblood. If it really goes bankrupt, can you bear it? Tony smiled and retorted, causing Norman to hang his head in despair. He understood that he had lost. It wasn't that he was inferior to Tony, but rather that the disparity between their strengths had never been equal from the start. You and I accept your investment, and I hope you can revive Oscorp. After saying this, Norman seemed to have been drained of all his energy, and he appeared much older. Seeing his state, Tony frowned. I said I won't interfere in Oscorp's business. You still have complete control. Capital may be untrustworthy, but I, Tony, keep my word. Once he finished speaking, Norman suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed tightly on Tony. He had already prepared himself to be ousted, but Tony seemed genuinely intent on keeping his promise. Are you serious? Norman asked uncertainly. Tony shrugged. If you know me well enough, you should know that I hate dealing with company matters. Upon hearing this, Norman suddenly recalled Tony's playboy reputation, and his mouth twitched. Though somewhat speechless, being able to continue leading Oscorp was undoubtedly a good thing. Thank you, Norman said softly, almost inaudible to Tony's keen senses. With a nonchalant smile, Tony turned and left the room. Upon reaching the living room, Tony's voice immediately echoed. J-R-V-I-S. Call Pepper Potts. Yes, sir, I have connected you. Hi, Tony, what's up? Pepper's voice came through. Get in touch with Oscorp and prepare to invest. Also find the shareholders of Oscorp and acquire all their shares. What did you say? Came Pepper's surprised response. Did Oscorp agree to our investment? Pepper sounded incredulous. Among the top financial conglomerates, other than some business exchanges that might involve share swaps, how could major competitors accept another industry giant's investment in their company? Therefore, Pepper's tone was filled with astonishment. Don't worry. Oh, I've already settled what you were concerned about. Just do as I say, Tony said confidently. On the other end of the line, Pepper nodded vigorously. Okay, you can rest assured I'll get right on it. Without waiting for Tony's approval, Pepper hung up the phone. After hanging up, Pepper immediately took action and organized a negotiation team to head to Oscorp. Meanwhile, Oscorp also received a call from Norman. Due to the prior agreement with Tony, Stark Industries' entry into Oscorp was noticeably faster than a typical investment. In just one afternoon, both parties finalized all the details, with Stark Industries acquiring 10% of Oscorp shares for $10 billion. After the deal was made, Pepper quickly sought out several major shareholders of Oscorp to acquire their shares in full. Given Oscorp's annual losses, these shareholders had long wanted to withdraw, and Stark Industries' appearance was undoubtedly a lifeline for them, making negotiations pleasant. Over the course of 3 days, Stark Industries successfully acquired 55% of Oscorp's shares, becoming its largest shareholder. As the head of the company, Norman was left with only 43% of the shares, with the remaining 2% circulating on the stock market. It could be said that as long as Tony wished, he could initiate a takeover at any moment, forcibly acquiring the shares in Norman's hands and swallowing Oscorp whole. However, as he had said, he was a playboy and did not enjoy managing a company. Since Pepper's capabilities were already stretched managing Stark Industries, Tony had no intention of coveting Norman's shares. Thus, a business upheaval that shocked the upper echelons of America came to an end in just 3 days. N-S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick listened to his subordinate's report with a blank expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Having learned from Pierce's lesson, S-H-I-E-L-D dared not act against Tony again, yet the necessary surveillance remained indispensable. Originally, Stark Industries was already a source of concern, but now with Stark Industries investing in the Osborne Group, becoming its largest shareholder, it had grown even stronger. This was bad news for forces outside Stark Industries. Waving his hand to dismiss the reporter, Nick stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the scene outside, his eyes filled with heaviness. Stark Industries was becoming increasingly powerful, while the S-H-I-E-L-D under his command not only failed to grow stronger, but had lost many elite agents due to previous attacks. It was foreseeable that if things continued this way, S-H-I-E-L-D would grow weaker, whether for the sake of protecting the safety of the United States or for maintaining S-H-I-E-L-D's position. Enhancing its strength had become an urgent matter, especially in terms of extraordinary combat power. The vast S-H-I-E-L-D surprisingly had little extraordinary strength to offer, which was simply ridiculous. Therefore, Nick's first task after taking office was to seek extraordinary powers to join S.H.I.E.L.D. After several days of investigation, S.H.I.E.L.D. finally had a suitable target. The former Guardian of America, Captain America. Years ago, Captain America's plane had crashed and disappeared, but no one was certain whether he was dead or alive. To this end, Nick specially dispatched people to search the location where Captain America had gone missing, hoping for good news. Perhaps because of the belief that thoughts would echo back, just as Nick was lost in thought, a ringing phone shattered the silence of the office. Awakened from his reverie, Nick answered the phone. "Chief, we have a major discovery. In the North Sea, there is a giant iceberg, and inside it is someone seemingly resembling the legendary Captain America." The excitement in his subordinate's voice caused Nick's previously expressionless face to display intense emotional fluctuations. "Well done. Find a way to bring him back." "Don't worry, Chief. I'm already coordinating the recovery. If all goes well, he will be back at S.H.I.E.L.D. soon." After exchanging a few words, both sides hung up. Nick clenched his fist tightly, exhaling a long breath. This was the first good news he had received since his rise to power. Although the authenticity was still uncertain, it finally brought a glimmer of hope. Time passed, and 3 days later, a massive iceberg was secretly transported into S.H.I.E.L.D. in the S.H.I.E.L.D. research room. Under the scientists' scrutiny, the iceberg began to thaw, gradually revealing the figure trapped within. Nick stood outside the research room, nervously watching. If successful, S.H.I.E.L.D. would possess its first extraordinary power. As for whether Captain America would join S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick was never worried about this. After all, anyone who knew Captain America understood that he was a pure patriot, as an official organization inviting him would surely elicit a positive response. Soon as the iceberg melted, the astonished voices of the researchers echoed through the room. "Incredible! This guy's vital signs are stabilizing. Oh my God, has he really been frozen for 70 years? Oh my, resurrected from the dead. This is simply a miracle." Amid the astonished exclamations, Captain America, who had been lying on the experimental table, slightly trembled his eyelids before slowly opening his eyes. Seeing this scene, Nick could no longer remain calm and directly walked into the research room, eager to make contact with Captain America. In stark contrast to the fervor at S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony's villa was quite tranquil at this moment. At the dining table, Tony sat across from Norman with food laid out before them. With Stark Industries successfully entering the Osborn Group, Tony no longer felt the need to restrain Norman, allowing him to regain his freedom. Norman devoured the food on the table, his face filled with satisfaction. During the days of his capture, although Tony had not mistreated him, he had only ensured his basic survival needs, leaving Norman longing for more. Thus, having regained his freedom, Norman's first act was to appease his hunger. After eating his fill, a look of contentment appeared on his face. "So how does it taste?" Tony asked with a smile, taking a sip from his teacup. Norman glanced at him, nodded, and then said, "Thank you for keeping your promise. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. There are many matters awaiting my attention in the group after my absence for so many days." "No hurry." Tony waved his hand, interrupting Norman's words. "I have one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. After all, we've already delayed for so many days, an extra day or one less day doesn't matter." Hearing this, Norman, who had just prepared to leave, hesitated for a moment and then sat back down. "All right, what else do you want to discuss?" "You know, the world has become increasingly strange, and extraordinary individuals like us are becoming more and more common. This is not good news for us. After all, the more extraordinary individuals there are, the less secure we become. For this reason, I have formed an alliance where we can come together for mutual support. What do you think? Are you interested?" Looking at Tony's sincere smile, Norman's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. This guy himself was a major troublemaker. It was fortunate if he didn't bring danger to others, yet he was worried about others causing him trouble. Who would be so foolish? Instantly, Norman concluded that Tony was not speaking a single truthful word, but he did not refuse. Instead, he countered, "What benefits come with joining the alliance?" Although he felt that Tony was not being honest, Norman acknowledged the truth in his words. The world was indeed becoming increasingly dangerous, and having a support system would be beneficial. More importantly, Tony had already become a major shareholder in the Osborn Group, and their relationship had become extremely close. Given this, why not become even closer? This way, not only could he ensure his own safety, but he could also better protect the Osborn Group. As someone within the fold, would it be appropriate to seize the assets of one's own kind? Benefits? How about this? As he spoke, Tony gestured, and a shadowy ninja suddenly appeared before the two. Seeing this, Norman's expression changed. What does this mean? Having been repeatedly hammered by shadowy ninjas, he was well aware of the terror these individuals possessed. By joining the alliance, you can gain a portion of their control to assist you in your endeavors, Tony said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Norman, who had initially planned to be reserved, immediately cast aside his previous thoughts. Deal. Ding. A new member has joined the Dark Alliance. Green Goblin Norman Osborn. Rewards have been issued. Listening to the prompt echoing in his mind, Tony's smile grew ever brighter. Congratulations on making a wise choice. After extracting all the value from Norman, Tony sent him away after granting him partial control over the Shadow Legion. He then turned back to the room and initiated the lottery. Although it wasn't his first time, each lottery always filled him with inexplicable excitement. The pointer spun continuously and mysterious patterns flashed before Tony's eyes. Stop, he silently commanded, and the pointer on the roulette wheel began to slow down, visibly quickly coming to a halt. Suddenly, a cute little rabbit appeared before Tony, instantly burrowing into his mind. A booming sound filled his consciousness. The rabbit represents speed, the ultimate swiftness that surpasses light. With the power of the rabbit talisman, all speedsters are mere children in Tony's presence. Name Tony Stark. Gender male. Identity heir of the Shadow Kingdom. Abilities: horse talisman, dragon talisman, goat talisman, rabbit talisman, control over shadow ninjas, control over shadow blades, control over shadow night bats, control over shadow trolls. Lottery attempts 0. Members of the Dark Alliance: Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin. Looking at the new panel data, a satisfied smile crept onto Tony's lips. In an instant, Tony's figure flickered, disappearing from the spot, only to reappear in the living room downstairs. Not even a second had passed since he left the room. After testing the power of the rabbit talisman, Tony summoned the newly controlled troll army. Immediately, massive figures appeared before him, each shadow troll standing 3 meters tall, resembling little giants. If placed on an ancient battlefield, they would be formidable weapons of war. Moreover, the defense of the shadow trolls is the highest among the Shadow Legion, making them the best choice for frontline meat shields. As Tony explored his new abilities, a prison break was occurring at the New York prison. Flint Marco was struggling through the sewers, still wearing his prison uniform, his expression filled with fatigue. After hiding in a concealed spot in the sewer for a long time, he quietly left only after nightfall. However, when he emerged from the sewer, he found himself seemingly lost, not in the city, but surrounded by endless yellow sand. Flint was instantly bewildered. To find his way home, he had no choice but to traverse the yellow sands, moving forward relentlessly. As time passed, he found himself not only without a way out, but increasingly uncomfortable, feeling dizzy. At that moment, his foot sank, and he was engulfed by the desert quicksand, swallowing him, shocking him back to reality as he struggled violently. But the more he struggled, the faster he sank. Soon, quicksand completely submerged him. 10 kilometers away, a sign hung on a fence: military testing grounds. It turned out this was a military testing ground for nuclear weapons, and the desert was a result of nuclear tests. He had inadvertently stumbled from the sewers into a deadly area filled with nuclear radiation. Uncertain how much time had passed, as the moonlit night enveloped the earth, a hand emerged from the desert. The sand shifted and Flint's form slowly became visible. He stared in shock at his hands, filled with disbelief. He thought he was done for, yet he found himself alive again with the ability to control sand. A wave of relief flooded his heart, but he quickly calmed himself. Glancing at the surrounding yellow sand, he no longer felt despair. This was his domain. After spending several hours, he left the military testing ground and returned to New York City. In Hell's Kitchen, Flint, clad in his prison uniform, returned home under the cover of night. Inside the room, a pale little girl and a woman were sleeping. Both had ashen faces and wore tattered clothes, indicating their dire living conditions. Flint looked at the two with eyes full of guilt. He did not disturb them, but simply leaned back on the sofa, absorbing the essence of home. At that moment, several papers on the table caught his attention. He picked one up, and soon his body started to tremble. It was a medical report indicating that the report's owner had leukemia and had little time left. The owner of this report was none other than his daughter. Instantly, it felt like a thunderclap struck Flint's heart, leaving him sitting dumbfounded on the sofa. Leukemia, a terrifying disease that could only be treated with a bone marrow transplant, which required a hefty sum of money. Given the family situation, it was evidently impossible to raise such a large sum, and as a fugitive, he had no chance of obtaining that money. Flint, already filled with guilt towards his daughter, now faced her illness, while feeling powerless, and a wave of intense pain surged within him. No way, I cannot let Harley come to harm, absolutely not. Flint murmured with red eyes, glancing one last time at the room before getting up and leaving the house. At the Federal Reserve at 8 in the morning, several armored trucks stopped at the entrance, guarded by heavily armed escorts on either side, blocking off passersby. 300 meters away from the entrance of the Federal Reserve, Flint, dressed in a hoodie, fixed his gaze firmly on the armored trucks. As a fugitive, he could not earn money through legitimate means, and time was running out, so the fastest way to get money was to rob a bank. Previously, even if he had the heart, he wouldn't have had the guts, but after gaining the ability to control sand, he was no longer an ordinary person, and robbing a bank was no longer a mere fantasy. As he watched the armored truck doors open and the escorts began to carry boxes of cash into the bank, he could no longer sit still. Boom. A fierce wind swept up and he transformed into a giant of sand charging straight towards the bank entrance. Before the escorts could react, Flint unleashed a storm of sand upon them. However, he did not kill anyone, he merely knocked them unconscious. Then he used the sand to lift all the money boxes and swiftly vanished from the spot. By the time everyone reacted, they could only see a giant constructed of sand towering 3 to 4 meters high, carrying the money boxes and disappearing at the end of the street. Woo! Alarms blared and chaos erupted in the entire bank. That day, the New York Daily reported in detail on the bank robbery incident, causing a sensation throughout New York. The police department faced tremendous pressure, especially with the Federal Reserve backed by officials who issued a strict order demanding swift resolution and recovery of the stolen money. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Nick's office, a call came in directly from the White House. Upon seeing the caller ID, Nick's expression changed immediately as he swiftly answered the phone, speaking with utmost respect. Sir, what can I do for you? Did you see the news this morning? What is S.H.I.E.L.D. doing? You have 3 days to resolve this matter. After saying this, the call was abruptly disconnected. Left stunned by the reprimand, Nick was utterly bewildered, not knowing what had just occurred. Not lingering in confusion for too long, Nick immediately had someone bring him a copy of the morning's news. As soon as he opened it, he saw the report about the robbery of the U.S. Treasury. After carefully browsing through all the news, a furious curse escaped Nick's lips. Damn it, those bastards. The U.S. Treasury held a status equivalent to the 4 major banks of Hawaii, controlling the entire economic lifeline of the country. The robbery was an earth-shattering incident, with all pressure focused on the U.S. Police Department. However, the police department was unwilling to take on the responsibility, so they could only pass the blame. In the case of an ordinary robbery, they naturally couldn't pass the blame, but this incident involved superhumans. As the agency responsible for managing superhumans, S.H.I.E.L.D. was inexplicably burdened with the blame. It was no wonder Nick was filled with anger. After venting his frustration, Nick quickly calmed down, although he was still furious about the police department's attempt to shift the blame. However, the emergence of an unfamiliar superhuman in New York was a matter that warranted serious attention. S.H.I.E.L.D. had just recently faced criticism, and this matter needed to be handled swiftly, otherwise they would undoubtedly be branded as incompetent, and who knew what other troubles could arise then. Having sorted out his thoughts, Nick quickly summoned the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. to take action. The first step was naturally to investigate the identity of the robber. Although Flint had transformed into a massive sandman, there was still a basic outline of his appearance. Through comparisons with federal big data, they soon identified Flint's identity information. While it would not have been so easy for the U.S. Police Department, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority far exceeded that of the police, so what was a challenging task for them was completed by S.H.I.E.L.D. in just one morning. With the identity information in hand, the task became much easier. S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately checked Flint's recent records and found out that he was a fugitive. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s psychological crime experts speculated that escaped fugitives usually return home first, thus the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. hurriedly made their way to Flint's residence. In Hell's Kitchen in the slums, a convoy of black cars came to a stop as Nick and his team got out. Normally, he wouldn't need to personally handle such matters, but for certain special reasons, he chose to take this trip himself. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and soon a woman opened the door. Upon seeing Nick and the others standing outside, a look of tension washed over her face. Who are you? Hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. member next to Nick was about to speak, but Nick raised his hand to stop them. You wait outside for me, or I can go in by myself. Hello, ma'am, I am a friend of your husband, Flint. Is he home? No, the woman shook her head. My husband has been arrested and is currently in prison. If you're looking for him, you should just go to the prison. After saying this, the woman attempted to close the door. After all, as a woman facing a group of strong men, she naturally felt immense pressure. Wait. Nick reached out to stop her from closing the door. He then took out a business card from his pocket. This is my number. If your husband returns, have him give me a call. And tell him that hiding is useless. This matter will ultimately need to be resolved. Even if not for himself, he should consider you both. With that, Nick paid no mind to the woman's puzzled expression and turned to leave with his team. Back in the car as they drove away, Nick's assistant couldn't help but ask, Chief, why don't we search the place? Perhaps we could find other clues. No need. They probably don't know anything. Let's just wait for news, Nick replied, and after that he fell silent. Though his assistant was confused, he had no choice but to keep quiet. At first, Nick did want to capture Flint as soon as possible, but he later changed his mind. He noticed that although Flint had committed robbery, he had not killed anyone, and the guards at the scene were merely knocked unconscious. This led him to another idea to recruit Flint. S-H-I-E-L-D was already lacking in superhuman combat power, and now that a potential asset had appeared, they naturally could not let him slip away easily. Although this guy had a checkered past, the mere fact that he hadn't killed anyone indicated that he wasn't irredeemably bad. Moreover, he later discovered that Flint's daughter had leukemia. In that context, it was understandable for someone to resort to robbery. Thus, he didn't mind giving Flint a chance. In ancient Chinese terms, this is called recruitment, turning enemies into allies. Not long after the members of S-H-I-E-L-D left, Flint wrapped in a hoodie appeared at his doorstep. He had witnessed everything that just happened and almost couldn't restrain himself from bursting out. Fortunately, the S-H-I-E-L-D personnel did nothing, not even stepping inside, which allowed him to barely calm down. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on again. The woman opened the door, and upon seeing the figure outside, she was momentarily stunned. Flint, how did you come back? Come in quickly. With that, the woman pulled Flint into the room. Looking at her, Flint embraced her tightly. Vanessa, I'm sorry for making you suffer. I'm fine. Aren't you in prison? How did you come back? Someone came looking for you just now. Are they government people? You should run, they might come back at any time, Vanessa said with a worried expression. Seeing her in this state, Flint felt even more guilty. He took a moment to gather his emotions and said, Don't worry about me. Listen closely to what I'm about to say. As he spoke, Flint leaned close to Vanessa's ear and told her where he had hidden some money for her to take their daughter for treatment. After that, he inquired about what Nick had said to her. Vanessa didn't hide anything and recounted everything word for word, even handing over the business card Nick had given her to Flint. I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter. I'll leave it to me. As for your daughter's illness, you take care of it. I can't stay here any longer. I have to go. With that, Flint embraced Vanessa one last time, stealing his heart as he turned to leave. As he navigated through the streets, he kept fiddling with the business card in his hand. He didn't know Nick's identity, but he understood that Nick's words made sense. Even if he could escape, what about his wife and daughter? This matter had to be resolved, otherwise his wife and daughter would suffer consequences. With that thought, Flint finally made up his mind to call Nick. In Manhattan, at a coffee shop, Nick sat quietly in a corner by the window, patiently waiting. Soon a figure dressed in a hoodie, their face obscured beneath the fabric, entered the cafe. Upon seeing him, a faint smile tugged at Nick's lips as he raised his hand. Over here. Hearing this, Flint glanced over, hesitated for a moment, and then approached, sitting down across from Nick. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nick Fury. I'm glad you called me, Nick said with a bright smile exuding warmth. Flint looked at him, pressed his lips together, and slowly said, You must be working for the government. Why do you want to meet me? This has always puzzled me. After all, we have no connection. One is a cop, and the other a criminal, yet you said on the phone that you want to help me. It's simple. Your abilities grant you value. I've reviewed your file. Though your past is quite blemished, you could be considered a decent person among the bad ones. I can't bear to see someone with your talent go astray, so I hope you can join us and work for the government. If you agree, I can help erase your past records, allowing you to start anew and live in the light. Of course, the money you stole must be returned. Impossible. Flint's emotions surged as he reacted strongly. Nick, who had already gathered all of Flint's information, remained unruffled, keeping a smile on his face. I know you need that money to save your daughter. But rest assured, as long as you join us, your daughter's illness will no longer be an issue. I will help her find a suitable bone marrow donor and arrange for the best hospital and doctors for the surgery. What do you think? Hearing this, Flint's emotions calmed down immediately. He had robbed a bank to pay for his daughter's treatment, and if Nick could fulfill his promises, returning that money wouldn't be a big deal. However, he wasn't foolish and replied directly, I can agree, but you must first help my daughter complete the surgery. Okay, no problem. Nick nodded with a smile, and their conversation flowed smoothly as he managed to recruit Flint with little effort. It's no wonder, once Flint made the call, the recruitment success rate soared to 99%. As long as he could help him resolve his troubles, Flint had no reason to refuse. Nick successfully recruited a superhuman while Tony was attending a scientific press conference. The initiator was Otto Gunther Octavius, who was also known by another name, Dr. Octopus. Coincidentally, Dr. Octopus' research project was funded by Osborne Group, and Stark Industries had become a major shareholder in Osborne Group, prompting Tony to review the research projects of the group. Thus, he inadvertently came across research on mechanical arms, which is why Tony attended this press conference. As he looked at Octavius, who bore a striking resemblance to his cinematic counterpart, Tony feigned serious interest in his speech while secretly contemplating how to bring him under his wing. After all, Dr. Octopus was quite formidable. To compare, one Dr. Octopus could take on 3 little spiders. In the movie, had it not been for Dr. Octopus' eventual moral awakening, the little spider would have been killed. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Dr. Octopus was currently a scientist for Osborne Group, and as a major shareholder, he considered Dr. Octopus one of his scientists. It's like a duck already in the bowl, there was no way to make it fly away. Yet, given the situation with Reed, Tony decided to observe the transformation of Dr. Octopus before making any moves, otherwise the system wouldn't approve and it would be futile. Resolutely, he waited until the mechanical arm demonstration segment began. A woman walked up to the stage. Seeing her, Tony narrowed his eyes. His memories of Marvel were somewhat hazy, but he vaguely recalled that Dr. Octopus had undergone a transformation due to a failed press conference. Was this woman destined for misfortune? He had a subtle premonition, but made no effort to warn her. What he needed was the supervillain Dr. Octopus, not the scientist Octavius. Soon 4 metallic mechanical arms appeared before the audience, causing a wave of gasps. Dr. Octopus was clearly delighted by the expressions of the crowd. He believed that by tomorrow his invention would be renowned worldwide, and he would achieve success and fame. With that thought, Dr. Octopus continued to showcase his research results. The 4 mechanical arms connected to the woman's back, and she maneuvered them effortlessly, causing another round of astonishment among the audience. But just then an unexpected incident occurred. The woman's complexion suddenly turned ghastly, her previously rosy cheeks quickly paled, and a scream escaped her lips. Instantly her pupils dilated, and her body slumped down completely. The sudden turn of events shocked the crowd, and Dr. Octopus' expression changed drastically. "Sally, are you alright?" Dr. Octopus removed the mechanical arms and cradled Sally's lifeless body, shaking it repeatedly. He soon had to accept the tragic reality. She was dead. The onlookers were instantly thrown into chaos. Countless reporters frantically scribbled notes reporting that someone had died at the press conference and Octavius had developed a lethal product. Quickly the scene descended into chaos as hordes of reporters rushed forward, eager to interview the grief-stricken Dr. Octopus. Standing at the back of the crowd, Tony shook his head in disbelief at the tumultuous scene. Indeed, it was an age where entertainment overshadowed life. A person had died without anyone even calling the police. Silently dialing the emergency number, Tony left the chaotic press conference. He refrained from intervening in Dr. Octopus' predicament, even though there was a considerable chance to recruit him and build rapport. But as always, he wanted the supervillain Dr. Octopus, and it was evident that this was the beginning of his transformation. Tony had no intention of intervening. Back in the car, Jarvis' voice sounded immediately. "Sir, the person you asked me to investigate has been located." "Oh, where?" Tony instantly became interested. He had been busy with Stark Industries matters lately, but that didn't mean he was oblivious to events happening in New York. He had also seen the news about Flint and had Jarvis start looking into it right away. However, when it came to finding people, no one could compare to official agencies. Only now did Jarvis have news. "Sir, I searched through all of New York's surveillance footage and found the person you mentioned. Just now he met with Nick and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Listening to Jarvis' words, Tony wore a look of astonishment. What the hell? The Sandman joined S.H.I.E.L.D. What a ridiculous joke. He never expected that S.H.I.E.L.D. would compete with him for recruits, and that they had actually succeeded. For a moment his heart was filled with frustration. It seemed that my appearance has finally begun to alter the plot. Silently thinking to himself, Tony swept away the gloom in his heart. Although being thwarted like this was somewhat disheartening, he knew it was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, his interference had turned the plot upside down. Changes were inevitable. However, he did not expect Nick to have such audacity to directly recruit a criminal. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recent actions were quite unusual, as they had begun recruiting extraordinary individuals. While this was certainly related to the growth in the number of extraordinary beings, Tony did not believe there was no element specifically targeting him. The conflict between him and S.H.I.E.L.D. had now become irreconcilable. Although he held Stark Industries in his hands, making S.H.I.E.L.D. hesitant to act against him. But as the saying goes, the only constant in the world is change. S.H.I.E.L.D. may not dare to act against him now, but what about in the future? Once S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power grows stronger, will they still tolerate his existence? Their recruitment of extraordinary beings now is a signal they are strengthening their own power. It seems it's time to find something for my little buddies to do, Tony murmured to himself as he drove towards a bar following Jarvis' navigation. Since obtaining $20 million, Peter's life had completely changed. Nights of revelry were hardly sufficient to describe it. Once a good student and a nice kid, he had now become a regular at bars and nightclubs. Having never even held a girl's hand before, he had completely transformed into a guy who switched women as easily as changing clothes. When Tony arrived at the bar, Peter was busy dancing with 2 girls on the dance floor. Looking at Peter's seductive dance moves, Tony raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The saying holds true: when a man has money, he turns bad. Looking at Peter, who was once such a good kid, now fallen under the corruption of money, Tony sighed inwardly as he stepped onto the dance floor, placing a hand on Peter's shoulder to pull him out. "Who?" Peter shouted, turning around to punch behind him. Tony raised his hand and caught Peter's fist simultaneously. His voice echoed at that moment. "It's been a few days, little Peter. Your courage has grown." Upon hearing the voice, Peter quickly retracted his neck and turned his head, a sycophantic smile appearing on his face upon seeing Tony. "Mr. Tony, what brings you here? If there's something, just call me. Why did you come all the way here yourself?" Peter had an innate fear of Tony, especially after gaining some control over the Shadow Army. That fear had intensified. Seeing Peter's expression, Tony released his grip and said with a smile, "I need to talk to you about something. Come with me." After saying that, Tony led Peter out of the bar and into the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Peter asked in confusion, "Is there another mission, Mr. Tony?" "Sort of, but this matter concerns you." Upon hearing this, Peter wore a puzzled expression as Tony continued, "S-H-I-E-L-D. Recently recruited someone named Flint who was imprisoned for robbery a while ago. At that time, he and his accomplices robbed a taxi driver, resulting in the driver's death. I believe you should know that driver, Parker." At this point, Tony paused and Peter's eyes in the passenger seat had already turned red. Everyone has regrets, and Peter's greatest regret was the death of his uncle. Because of his inaction, his uncle fell in a pool of blood, filling him with guilt every midnight. Fortunately, he had personally sent the murderer to prison, which was his only consolation. But now, knowing from Tony that the person responsible for his uncle's death was two individuals, one of whom had been released from prison and joined S-H-I-E-L-D, his buried anger exploded instantly. "Where is he now?" Peter asked hoarsely. He didn't doubt the truth of Tony's words, but directly inquired about the killer's location. In response, Tony provided the location of the cafe. Without another word, Peter got out of the car and vanished at the end of the street. Watching his retreating figure, a smirk appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth. As the saying goes, if they are not useful to me, they will be destroyed by me. Knowing that S-H-I-E-L-D was destined to become his enemy, how could Tony possibly stand by and watch them grow stronger? Thus, he ignited the anger in Peter's heart, helping himself sever S-H-I-E-L-D's claws. The Peter of the past would not have resorted to murder even if he knew about this matter, but the current Peter was no longer that naive boy with pure ideals. In summary, he had matured, understanding that in the adult world, only blood can achieve revenge. At the cafe, Nick and Flint walked out together, having had a delightful conversation. Nick felt happy to recruit a fierce warrior, while Flint felt joy knowing that his daughter's illness had hope of being cured. Both had achieved what they desired, wearing satisfied smiles. However, just as they stepped out of the cafe, a dark spot in the sky rapidly enlarged, and a figure descended from above, kicking Flint, who had just exited the cafe. Boom! The glass door of the cafe shattered. Flint was sent flying like a cannonball. Nick, standing to the side, looked at this, seeing his expression nearly frozen in shock, unable to react. The extraordinary being he had just recruited was kicked away right in front of him. Stiffly thinking, Nick turned to look at the intruder. Upon seeing the figure in a spider suit, Nick immediately snapped back to reality and hurriedly called out, "Wait." He thought Peter was here to act heroically. After all, that was his persona. Though Peter had been frequenting bars and nightclubs lately, causing him to be gradually forgotten by the public as S-H-I-E-L-D's director, Nick clearly would not forget. However, Peter had no intention of stopping, completely ignoring Nick, and dashed into the cafe. Soon loud explosions echoed inside the cafe. The cafe's patrons screamed and ran out one by one. Watching this scene, Nick's face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to stop the fight, but his strength was only decent compared to ordinary people, yet far too weak compared to extraordinary beings. So apart from staring helplessly, he could do nothing. Meanwhile, not far away, Tony sat in the car watching Nick at the cafe entrance, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Boom, boom. The deafening roars echoed. The cafe lay in ruins under the inhuman battle between Peter and Flint, and one could only imagine that the owner had fainted in the restroom. Suddenly, shadows of ninjas emerged from underground, appearing beside Flint. Before he could react, long knives were plunged directly into his body. Puff! The sound of piercing filled the air as Flint was pierced by countless blades, yet the scene of blood gushing that Peter had imagined did not materialize. Instead, grains of sand slowly slid off Flint's body. Seeing this, Peter's pupils instantly constricted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. What the heck, is this guy still human? Cursing under his breath, Peter charged forward without hesitation, while Flint roared and transformed into a Sandman, entering a state of physical immunity. Outside the cafe, Nick, who had been anxiously watching the battle, suddenly changed his expression upon seeing the appearance of the Shadow Ninjas. Having suffered greatly at the hands of these Shadow Ninjas, he was all too familiar with them. He initially thought Peter was being captured due to Flint's identity, but realized that things were not so simple after the ninjas appeared. Not wanting to focus on the battlefield any longer, Nick quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for something. Soon his gaze landed on the sports car driven by Tony, and he walked over briskly. Knock, knock, knock. The car window was knocked heavily, accompanied by a jolt of electricity as the window rolled down to reveal Tony's figure. Hello, Mr. Nick, long time no see. Oh, I forgot you've become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, so I should call you Director Nick. I wonder what Director Nick wants with me. Tony said with an exaggerated smile, the mockery on his face unabated. Nick stared intensely at Tony's arrogant face and said sternly, what exactly do you want? Flint has joined S.H.I.E.L.D. And you are attacking a public servant who I can arrest you at any time. Oh, I'm so scared. Tony feigned a fearful expression. However, while I can eat anything, I cannot speak carelessly. I am a law-abiding citizen. Director Nick wouldn't just frame me, would he? It was Spider-Man who acted, not me. Ooh, I just happened to pass by. Is passing by a crime? Tony retorted with a smirk. Nick was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he knew that the current situation was definitely related to Tony, he had no evidence. As long as Tony did not admit it, there was nothing Nick could do. Of course, having Peter point out Tony would work, but would Peter do that? It was obvious that it was impossible. Fine, you are forcing my hand. Nick nodded firmly, and in front of Tony took out his phone and dialed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s number. Quickly send someone to 3rd Avenue. Arrest the criminal Spider-Man. As he spoke, Nick glanced at Tony, deliberately branding Peter a criminal in front of him. It was as if to say, while I cannot touch you, I can act against your subordinates. Watching this scene, Tony raised an eyebrow, and then smiled, yet said nothing. Soon many elite agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, and Nick directly ordered, aim and shoot at Spider-Man. Casualties are irrelevant. Upon receiving the order, everyone sprang into action. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted and countless bullets soared towards the cafe. Inside the cafe, the two combatants, Flint disregarded the bullets. Having transformed into a Sandman, he was completely immune to the threat of bullets. In contrast, Peter could not achieve such a level. Although his strength was formidable, he was still within the realm of humanity. Being hit in a vital area would still lead to death. Thus, faced with the hail of bullets, he could only keep dodging. This evasion gave Flint the opportunity. He seized the moment when Peter was dodging and delivered a heavy punch. In an instant, Peter was sent flying. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside quickly adjusted their aim, unleashing countless bullets directly at Peter. If nothing unexpected happened, Peter would be penetrated by a barrage of bullets in the next second. Even if his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, he would still die. However, at this critical moment, suddenly massive black figures appeared before Peter, forming a wall that blocked all incoming attacks. The whistling bullets struck their bodies, getting lodged in the muscles, unable to penetrate. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked at the black giants appearing before them, their expressions changing. Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? The crowd gasped, their eyes filled with shock. But none of this could change the appearance of the shadow giants. Their numbers kept increasing. Apart from a portion guarding Peter, the rest marched towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echoed, and the ground trembled. The invulnerable shadow giants finally revealed their menacing fangs to the world. Firearms, the pinnacle of human civilization's killing machines, were as ineffective as sticks in front of the shadow giants. Bullets could not even penetrate their flesh. As the shadow giants charged into the crowd, their massive hands easily squished S.H.I.E.L.D. elites into pulp. Such a terrifying scene sent shivers down everyone's spines, and Nick instantly turned to glare in Tony's direction, his teeth grinding in anger. Though he had never seen a shadow giant, he knew that all of this was orchestrated by Tony. Yet he was helpless. Knowing was one thing, but he could do nothing to Tony. Now two choices lay before him: either retreat or risk war with S.H.I.E.L.D. unless Tony wanted to stop. Alternatively, he could grit his teeth and find a way to deal with the shadow giants. Leaving like this was definitely not an option. If he retreated, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation would suffer yet again, impacting their standing with the upper echelons of the U.S. Furthermore, it would be difficult to recruit extraordinary individuals if he gave up now. Who would dare join S.H.I.E.L.D. if a newly recruited member could be killed within an hour? Goodness, if someone died so quickly, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. not protect its own members? Nick could not afford this loss. Thus, the so-called two paths had already determined that there was only one. With this thought, Nick gritted his teeth and said, "Request air support, blow these bastards to smithereens." Nick said through clenched teeth. His assistant's expression shifted upon hearing this. "Director, this is Manhattan. Do as I say." Nick shouted loudly, and the assistant, helpless, could only swiftly contact the Air Force. Who? Who? A loud roar of helicopter blades echoed above Manhattan, causing countless citizens to look up at the sky, each speculating about what had happened. Sitting in the sports car, Tony listened to the commotion above and cast a deep glance at Nick. This guy was determined to stand his ground. Thinking of this, a cold smile crept onto Tony's lips. If they were going to play, they might as well play big and see who would outplay whom. Today he would shatter the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D., making them see him and retreat in fear. As he pondered, Tony's thoughts stirred, and suddenly around him dark figures began to appear on the buildings within a 3-kilometer radius. They had wings sprouting from their backs, resembling bats, the only airborne unit in the Shadow Legion, the Shadow Night Bats. As the helicopters approached the battlefield, the prepared Night Bat squad soared into the sky, instantly providing the citizens of New York with a scene they would never forget. The number of Shadow Night Bats seemed endless, completely obscuring the sky, plunging 1/3 of Manhattan into darkness, erasing the sunlight. In an instant, chaos erupted, and some criminals took advantage of the darkness to commit their crimes. Boom! Waves of light emitted from the hands of the many Shadow Night Bats, causing 3 helicopters that had just approached Manhattan to explode. The blinding firelight illuminated the sky, and the wreckage of the helicopters fell to the ground in a shower of flames, igniting several residential buildings. Chaos erupted in Manhattan, the political center of America. Everything happened in an instant, and by the time Nick reacted, Manhattan was already engulfed in flames. His face turned pale, and panic finally surfaced in his eyes. This was escalating. If the situation could be controlled before with the chaos in Manhattan, things had spiraled out of control. This time, regardless of whether S.H.I.E.L.D. could resolve the issue, they would be held accountable. Nick's body shook slightly, his lips trembling. He had overestimated himself and underestimated Tony. But at this point, he had no room to retreat. He couldn't suffer such a significant loss and still keep his life. That would be a complete disaster. Notify the military, enter the city, and exterminate the threats. Nick's voice, filled with coldness, echoed. At that moment, his voice was like ice, capable of freezing anyone. His assistant, who was beside him, shivered slightly and quickly nodded, promptly contacting the military. Nick was also busy pulling out his phone to make a call. Captain, we have a situation. We may need your help. On the other end of the line, a muscular white man nodded seriously upon hearing this, saying, "He'll be there right away." He then hung up the phone. On the battlefield, Nick let out a slight sigh of relief. Captain America, once a legend, was his ace in the hole. He didn't want to deploy this trump card unless absolutely necessary, but now he had no choice. Moreover, he wanted to see if Captain America could handle Tony. With that thought, Nick cast a deep glance at Tony, who was not far away. He knew Tony was the source of the chaos, and as long as Tony was dealt with, everything would come to an end. However, having witnessed Tony's strength, even the Hulk had almost been taken down by a single punch from him. Thus, even knowing that Tony was the source of the chaos, he dared not instruct anyone to target Tony. However, Captain America's appearance gave him a glimmer of confidence. After all, he was a former legend. Could he take down Tony? Nick was uncertain about this, but he was eager to find out. Just as Nick hung up the phone, a slight smile appeared on Tony's lips. Having fused with the sheep talisman, he obtained the telekinesis ability, a bug-like power that not only allowed him to exert tremendous force, but also to eavesdrop. Coincidentally, the moment the battle broke out, Tony's telekinesis enveloped the battlefield, so Nick's call was captured word for word. "I never expected Captain America to have resurrected. This is truly unexpected. Since that's the case, let's see whether your Captain America is stronger or my Winter Soldier is a bit fiercer." Chuckling at his thoughts, Tony's voice rang out in the car. "J-R-V-I-S. Connect me to Bucky." "Sure, sir." Soon Bucky's voice echoed in the car. "What's up, boss? Come to Manhattan's 3rd Avenue. Your old friend is about to arrive." After the call, Bucky, though puzzled, wouldn't refuse Tony's request. "All right, boss, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Bucky quickly headed out, while Captain America of S.H.I.E.L.D. hurried to 3rd Avenue. Minutes passed, and outside Manhattan, a military force entered the city. Tanks, artillery, helicopters. These machines of human destruction were once again mobilized by humanity. Welcoming them were the overwhelming forces of the Shadow Legion. Night bats flying in the sky, shadow claws racing on the ground, trolls serving as meat shields, and ninjas lurking in the shadows. The 4 legions were fully assembled with Manhattan as the battlefield, facing off against the American soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of more intense cannon fire erupted, enveloping the entire Manhattan in smoke. Citizens from several other districts listened to the sounds of cannon fire from Manhattan, their expressions blank. What is happening today? Is America really about to fall? Why are people firing cannons in the city? Countless hearts were filled with confusion, and a shadow loomed over them. In Manhattan, ordinary citizens had long since hidden away. The streets were filled only with military soldiers and members of the Shadow Legion. The commander looked at the Shadow Legion ahead, his face filled with gravity, yet he issued the order, begin the attack. Crush them for me. As he spoke, infantry and tanks coordinated their assault, while helicopters opened fire from the sky. Rockets rained down among the Shadow Legion, explosions erupting as many Shadow soldiers were torn apart by the artillery. Even the so-called invincible trolls suffered significant losses under the bombardment. However, before the military could celebrate, a steady stream of black mist gathered on the ground and numerous Shadow soldiers resurrected on the spot. Their numbers not only didn't decrease due to the artillery's baptism, but doubled instead. Such a scene instantly stunned the American soldiers on the opposite side. The excitement in their hearts was quickly doused by fear. Just as they were in a daze, the reorganized Shadow Legion launched their attack. "Ow! Ow!" The cries of despair echoed as the American soldiers caught at close range became lambs ready for slaughter, utterly defenseless against the Shadow Brigade. The Claw Shadows and Shadow Ninjas were tasked with dealing with the soldiers, while the Giant tackled the tanks, and the Night Bats were responsible for eliminating all helicopters in the sky. The seamless cooperation of the four legions inflicted severe casualties on the military. Helicopters exploded in the sky, creating magnificent displays of fireworks. The tank, dubbed the King of Land Combat, was treated like a toy in the hands of the Giant, who dismantled it with ease. The so-called elite soldiers were turned into powerless lambs under the slaughter of the Claw Shadows and the assassination of the Shadow Ninjas. With just one encounter, the military forces retreated in defeat. This battlefield had thoroughly transformed into a true hell on earth, with blood staining the ground. Meanwhile, in a cafe, the battle between Peter and Flint continued, but at that moment, both had been completely forgotten. Although the conflict had originated because of them, they had become insignificant. It had now turned into another confrontation between Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick wanted Tony to know that S.H.I.E.L.D. was no mere plaything, while Tony aimed to completely crush the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon the sound of motorcycles roared in the distance as Captain America, clad in his American battle attire, made a dazzling entrance. With his vibranium shield in hand, a mask covering his face and muscles bulging, he exuded an aura of undeniable strength. Seeing the newcomer, Nick, who had been tense, immediately relaxed, rushing forward to say, "Captain, you finally made it." Upon hearing this, Captain America nodded and asked directly, "Where is the enemy?" After a brief hesitation, Nick pointed at Tony, stating, "He is the source of this chaos. Kill him, and it will all end." At these words, Captain America's gaze shifted directly to Tony, instantly filled with murderous intent. He slightly bent his body, preparing to launch an attack. But at that moment, Tony stepped out of the car, lifting his chin to look at Captain America, and said, "What's this? After sleeping for 70 years, you intend to strike against the son of your benefactor." This remark interrupted Captain America's movements, and Nick's expression changed instantly. It was then he remembered that the super serum Captain America had been injected with was developed with the participation of Tony's father. Thus, calling Captain America a benefactor was not an exaggeration. Would Captain America still dare to strike at Tony? Nick, with a face of uncertainty, quickly urged, "Don't listen to his nonsense, just take him down." Nick pressed on while Tony burst into laughter, saying, "What's this?" The self-proclaimed righteous Captain America plans to repay kindness with malice. As those words fell, Captain America halted his actions completely. "Who are you?" "Howard Stark is my father." Tony did not give his own name, but directly mentioned his father's name. Instantly, Captain America's expression changed, his brow furrowing tightly. Howard, his old friend, was the one who helped him inject the super serum when he was weak. Even the equipment he wore was personally crafted by Howard. He never expected that his first battle after awakening would be against the son of his benefactor. For a moment, Captain America stood frozen in place, not moving at all. This scene made Nick, who was watching from the side, anxious, and he had to shout, "Steve, look around you. All of this is caused by this guy in front of you. Are you really going to abandon your beliefs?" This statement instantly jolted Steve out of his memories. Seeing the sea of corpses around him, the hesitation in his eyes vanished in an instant. "No matter whose son you are, you should abide by the law. America is a land of freedom, but it does not permit chaos." After saying this, Steve once again assumed an attacking posture. Watching him, Tony was not surprised that everything was as he had anticipated. There were many superheroes in Marvel, but few possessed true faith, and coincidentally, Steve was one of them. In his heart, faith was paramount, while everything else took a back seat. Thus, Tony's earlier words were not meant to build connections, but rather to test whether Steve was truly as rumored. Now it seemed indeed it was so. Of course, this did not stop Tony from throwing some mud at him. Tisk, you even target the son of your benefactor. You truly have a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. In the words of Huagua, you are like a wolf that cannot be raised properly. Hearing the mockery, Steve's expression did not change in the slightest. Though he looked young, he was already an old relic, no longer affected by the words of the outside world. However, not everyone thought the same. After Tony's words fell, the gaze of S.H.I.E.L.D. L. D. Personnel towards Steve subtly changed. Previously, Steve held a very positive image in their hearts comparable to that of a saint. But now his image seemed to shatter slightly. Look, the legendary Captain America, who fought for the country and the people, was even willing to strike at the son of his benefactor. Such a change was silent and seemed inconsequential, but one must know that human hearts are a strange thing. A good person who does good deeds all their life can become an irredeemable villain with just one bad act. Conversely, a bad person who commits heinous acts but does one good deed can be seen as having turned over a new leaf. Steve's current situation was similar. The harm was not immediately apparent, but the future was uncertain. Enough chatter, come with me. Steve snorted coldly and charged directly at Tony this time. He did not hold back. Watching this scene, Tony's smile remained undiminished, standing obediently in place without any movement. If Nick didn't know Tony's true capabilities, he might have thought he was ready to surrender. As Steve was about to approach Tony, a figure appeared before Tony at lightning speed, blocking Steve. Bang! A dull collision sound rang out and Steve was instantly knocked back by a punch from the newcomer. It was not that he was weaker than the intruder, but he had not anticipated the surprise attack and had temporarily held back some strength for defense. Stabilizing himself, Steve raised his head to look at the newcomer, and suddenly a familiar face came into view. Instantly, his pupils contracted, filled with disbelief. Bucky. And at that moment, Bucky looked at Steve with a complex expression and said softly, "Long time no see, Steve." After saying this, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. He never expected that Tony's first mission for him would be to deal with an old friend. To be honest, if he could, he would prefer a different opponent. The aura of slaughter from Manhattan still lingered, yet the place where Tony and the others stood was oddly quiet. Bucky and Steve faced each other, both appearing somewhat at a loss for words. Reuniting with an old friend should be a joyous occasion, but the immediate threat of violence left both unsure how to begin. Tony stood behind Bucky with his arms crossed, not rushing them, but rather watching the scene with keen interest. This was a dramatic moment he had orchestrated, observing the two as they grappled with their complex feelings, curious about how it would ultimately unfold. He thought with a hint of dark amusement. Meanwhile, Nick took a deep breath. The moment Bucky appeared, he knew his plans had effectively failed. Whether Steve could handle Tony was already an unknown, and now with Tony having an ally, it became increasingly impossible for Steve to pose any threat. With the battle reaching this point, continuing seemed futile. The defeat of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a foregone conclusion. Nick felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Thus, as Bucky and Steve stood off against each other, Nick took the initiative to step out of the crowd and approach Tony. Observing Nick's actions, Tony raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "What advice do you have for me, Director Nick?" As he spoke, Tony remained motionless, unperturbed by any potential moves from Nick. This fearless attitude extinguished any thoughts of resistance in Nick's mind. He had always kept an eye on Tony, who had previously only been a playboy. Although a genius, he had not been worthy of much regard. However, it was unclear when he had become so inscrutable, perpetually wearing a calm smile, never flinching at any trouble that arose before him, making it impossible to gauge his true depth. Honestly, Nick despised this feeling, and he loathed Tony's audacious demeanor even more. Yet there was no escaping the fact that he was outmatched. Therefore, as he listened to Tony, Nick slowly exhaled a breath of frustration and said, "Let's call it a day, Tony. Today's events have already escalated enough. Continuing will bring you no benefits. Are you really planning to wipe out S.H.I.E.L.D. and betray the United States?" Nick asked gravely. Tony smirked. "If S.H.I.E.L.D. falls, so be it. What of it? As long as there's money, another organization can easily be supported," Tony said dismissively. Nick's lips twitched. Though the words were harsh, he had to concede that Tony had a point. After all, this was a capitalist society. With control over Stark Industries and the Oscorp Group, Tony's social standing in the United States had reached unprecedented heights. To put it bluntly, even the president might struggle to gain the upper hand in front of him. It wasn't that the president's position was inferior to Tony's. If one were to take it seriously, they were almost on par. Thus, Tony was justified in saying such things. "I admit you have that strength, but what good does it do you? You've already gained enough. Let it go." Nick continued to advise, but Tony remained unmoved. His insistence was not to gain any advantage or genuinely plan to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. Rather, he was probing for Nick's hidden cards. Although he didn't know much about Nick, his memories from his past life indicated that this guy was a cunning strategist. Until cornered, no one could predict what he had up his sleeve. At the very least, Tony knew that Nick likely had an ultimate card hidden away, but he wasn't entirely certain. Therefore, he needed to force Nick to reveal his trump card to confirm it. After all, the Marvel Universe in his previous life was just a series of films, whereas now it was a real world. The information within could be either true or false. Since he had the opportunity to clarify things now, why should he give it up? Seeing that Tony was resolutely intent on destroying S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He simply couldn't fathom why Tony was so insistent. But there was no time to lose. Every second wasted meant more lives lost. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Nick seemed to resolve himself, looking at Tony with a serious expression. Tony, I admit you're strong, but SHIELD is no pushover. If you're unwilling to back down, don't blame me. As he spoke, he revealed an old-fashioned pager, his finger hovering over the dial pad, ready to press at any moment. Tony, who had been observing his movements, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart began to race. He really has that phone. Damn, it seems I can't press SHIELD. Too hard for now. Superhumans have existed since ancient times, though they were rare before. Now, with scientific advancements, they were becoming increasingly common. Nick had met a superhuman Captain Marvel back when he was still a low-level agent. Previously, Tony had been uncertain of its authenticity, but now it seemed things were indeed true. That was one of the monsters standing at the pinnacle of Marvel's power. Tony acknowledged that while his current strength was considerable, he couldn't withstand such a creature. Immediately, the Tony who had just displayed unwavering toughness softened after achieving his goal, saying, Director Nick, you must be joking. I'm just an ordinary citizen. How could I have the power to destroy SHIELD? I've seen enough of the commotion. I won't disturb you any longer. I'm leaving. With a casual laugh, Tony turned and got into his car, driving away without a hint of hesitation. As he left the scene, Bucky, who had been confronting Steve, also turned to leave, his figure vanishing at the end of the street. Similarly, the Shadow Troopers, engaged in a fierce battle with the military, seemed to receive an order, each disappearing into the ground. Indeed, with Tony's departure, the chaos in Manhattan effectively came to an end within a few breaths. Of course, Spider-Man had not left. He was still locked in a fierce struggle with Flint, but he didn't keep Nick and the others waiting for long. Soon, Spider-Man emerged from the cafe and shot into the sky, disappearing from view. Due to the abrupt conclusion of events, it took a moment for everyone to process what had happened, and Nick had a peculiar expression on his face. Why did it feel like Tony was waiting for him to pull out the phone? Did he know? That shouldn't be the case. Nick was baffled, but before he could ponder further, a series of troublesome matters interrupted his thoughts. Tony had walked away, but the mess left behind needed someone to clean up. He clearly became the one to take on this task. For this, he felt a surge of frustration. However, no matter how one looked at it, this turmoil was ultimately over. The chaos in Manhattan had come to an end, and half a month had passed. With two major financial conglomerates in his grasp, Tony had no worries at all. Nick didn't even bother to report him because he knew it would be futile. However, this left Nick and SHIELD in a rather unfortunate position. The occurrence of such a malignant event in Manhattan, the economic center of the United States, naturally required someone to take responsibility. Although SHIELD was powerful, their consecutive failures had turned them into the scapegoat, subject to punishment, and even SHIELD found itself significantly weakened. For starters, the budget being cut by a third nearly made Nick vomit blood. More critically, due to a major battle, many citizens suffered property losses, and as the scapegoat, SHIELD had to bear these costs. As for expecting the U.S. government to cover these expenses, forget it. In the words of the U.S. President, whoever caused the trouble should clean it up. Thus, SHIELD had to come up with funds to compensate the citizens. But then came the awkward situation. SHIELD was out of money. As a massive organization, it was quite ridiculous for SHIELD to find itself in such a predicament. Yet that was the reality. As a global force, SHIELD's funding was already quite tight, primarily relying on financial support from the U.S. government. Now, with a third of their budget slashed, SHIELD couldn't even cover its own expenses, let alone compensate the injured citizens. Thus, even if the situation was absurd, SHIELD was indeed out of money. When Nick heard the report from his subordinate, he was stunned. What the hell are you saying? We're out of money, Nick roared. His assistant, somewhat frightened, nodded cautiously, not daring to look into Nick's fierce eyes. Director, I can't help it. Our current budget isn't even enough to cover our internal expenses. From now on, we might have to tighten our belts. Where will we find money to compensate the citizens? With that, the assistant's tone was filled with grievance, causing Nick to instinctively rub his temples in frustration. I got it. You can leave now, or we'll find a way to sort out the financial issue. After dismissing his assistant with a wave, Nick slumped back in his office chair. He felt like the most unsuccessful director of SHIELD, having to worry about money. How ridiculous. But the facts were clear, he couldn't deny it, and the most important thing now was to find a way to fill this financial gap. The chaos in Manhattan had only just happened. If the compensation funds weren't arranged quickly, who knew what kind of trouble might arise? If a large protest occurred during this time, he would really be forced to resign. But where could he find the money? Statistics showed that as many as 1,600 citizens had suffered losses this time. Although insurance could cover part of it, the amount SHIELD had to compensate was still quite substantial. A rough estimate suggested that it would be nearly $2 billion US dollars, and that was being conservative. SHIELD's annual budget was only a few billion at most. Now that their funding was cut by a third, coming up with $2 billion would absolutely drain SHIELD. Thus he absolutely couldn't turn to SHIELD for help unless he wanted to lead everyone to starve. As for the government, forget it. With the president's orders, no one dared to provide funding. Aside from these two options, the only remaining possibility was to raise funds from the private sector. With that thought, Tony's figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Damn it. Why should I clean up your mess while you just party every day? Remembering the root cause of this incident, the more Nick thought about it, the more unjust he felt. Having previously been at a loss for how to raise funds, he suddenly made a decision. He needed Tony to cover this money. Resolute, Nick drove directly away from SHIELD headquarters, Stark Industries Tower. Tony returned to the company today after a long absence just to slack off. For him, going to work was merely a change of scenery for slacking off. If it weren't for Pepper calling him every day because he hadn't shown up for too long, he definitely wouldn't have come to the office. In the office, Pepper was earnestly reporting the company's recent situation to Tony. While he appeared to listen attentively, his mind had long since wandered elsewhere. Standing beside Tony was Natasha, looking serious, but if Pepper took a step forward, she would notice Tony's left hand resting on Natasha's lap. Soon after Pepper finished her report, she looked at Tony, who seemed distracted, and furrowed her brow. Tony, can you please focus? At her words, Tony snapped back to attention, quickly retracting his hand and forcing a sheepish smile. Pepper, you know I really have no interest in these matters. You're the CEO now, just make the decisions without asking me. Tony could kill without blinking when outside, but he felt somewhat intimidated in front of this woman. It wasn't fear, but rather embarrassment. For so long, Pepper had managed the company while he had been a hands-off boss. Although he had never managed a company, he was well aware of how exhausting it was to oversee a massive entity like Stark Industries. And all of that burden had fallen on Pepper. He could say that his current carefree lifestyle was inseparable from Pepper's hard work. Precisely because of this, Tony felt no confidence in front of Pepper. It had nothing to do with capability, but was purely psychological. In his previous life, it hadn't been too bad. After all, he had been a genius who could occasionally come up with inventions to aid the company's development. But Tony was not like that. He lacked the mind of his predecessor and was merely coasting along. Hearing Tony's words, Pepper felt helpless. She realized that Tony was becoming increasingly lazy. If she didn't call him 3 times a day, he might not come to the office for an entire year. All right, I won't push you too hard, but you have to promise me to come to the office for a couple of days now and then. After all, you're the one steering the company. Not showing your face for too long isn't good for the business. No problem, I promise you. Tony readily agreed, and Pepper didn't linger in the office any longer, leaving directly. As the de facto leader of Stark Industries, she was far busier than Tony and had no time for idle chatter with him. Watching Pepper leave, Tony felt a sense of relief wash over him, and at that moment a pair of small hands rested on his shoulders. Natasha, who had just been so serious, now stood behind Tony, massaging his shoulders while softly saying in his ear, I see Ms. Potts has been quite busy lately. How about I go help her? In the midst of her words, a pile of weapons pressed against Tony's back, making him feel quite pleased. Yet the next second, cold words escaped his lips. Behave yourself and be a good vase, otherwise you know the consequences. The allure on Natasha's face vanished and a hint of tension flashed in her eyes. Although Tony had been coming to the company rarely during this time, he would occasionally invite her out, and their relationship had progressed remarkably. She originally thought she had gained some status in Tony's heart, but now it seemed she was still no match for Potts, leaving her feeling a bit wronged. Tony didn't pay any attention to this, even if Natasha were not an agent of SHIELD. She would merely be a pretty face. It was fine to entertain her occasionally, but if she were to manage the company, Tony would have to be out of his mind. Just then a phone call came in. Mr. Stark, Mr. Nick Fury is looking for you. Hearing the call from the front desk, Tony raised an eyebrow, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Nick, what does he want? Let him come up. All right, Mr. Stark. After hanging up, Tony turned to Natasha behind him and smiled. Your boss has arrived. Do you want to meet him? Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Natasha's face as she quickly replied, No, you all talk. I'm leaving first. With that, she hurriedly exited the office. She had been at Tony's for a while now, and not only had she gained no intel, but she had also invested herself in it. Thus, upon hearing of Nick's arrival, she felt no joy, but rather some anxiety, naturally reluctant to meet him. Tony did not press the issue, straightened his collar, and silently waited, curious to see what Nick wanted. Soon the office door was pushed open and Nick walked in. Tony did not greet him, casually sitting in his office chair, laughing. "What a rare visitor. What brings Director Fury to my place?" After that, a flicker of curiosity crossed Tony's eyes. He genuinely had not guessed Nick's intentions. Nick, on the other hand, showed no interest in small talk. "To be honest, I came today to ask you for help." "Help?" Tony's face displayed a strange expression. This guy actually used a term from his hometown. What? The mighty S-H-I-E-L-D needs to ask me, a mere civilian, for help. You're no mere civilian. If a billionaire counts as a civilian, then there are no wealthy people in this world. Nick said sarcastically, continuing to be frank. During the last Manhattan incident, many citizens suffered severe property damage, and S-H-I-E-L-D is responsible for compensation. But we are currently out of funds, so I'm hoping you can provide some money for compensation. I thought it was a big deal. Turns out you're just here to ask for money. I lack many things, but I certainly do not lack money. However, why should I give it to you?" Tony retorted with a smile. Nick's brow furrowed immediately. "Don't forget you were the mastermind behind the Manhattan incident. So what? You can sue me," Tony said fearlessly. Seeing this, Nick felt a headache. If possible, he really didn't want to deal with Tony, who was completely unyielding. But there was no choice. He needed the money. "Enough with the small talk. Oh, just tell me how I can get you to part with some cash," Nick said impatiently, while Tony chuckled at this. He enjoyed conversing with smart individuals. As he mentioned, he didn't lack money, but he wouldn't just give it away for nothing. As for compensation, what did it have to do with him? Though he lacked money, he was short on other things, such as some special regulated materials. While the wealthy were powerful, there were always some things that even they could not easily acquire, like special metals such as vibranium. These types of materials were not only rare, but even a tycoon like Tony would find it troublesome to obtain them. If he could directly purchase them from S-H-I-E-L-D, Tony would gladly part with some money. Although he didn't have an immediate use for these special materials, it wouldn't hurt to store them. "How about this? You provide me with some special materials, and I'll give you $5 billion. Tony quoted directly, making Nick wince. He had to say only a man with the title of billionaire would casually mention $5 billion. Nick was very satisfied with this offer, but he still wanted to negotiate a bit regarding his request. However, before he could speak, Tony already knew what he was about to say. "I don't have the time to haggle. If you agree, knock. If not, the door to the office is right there. Have a good trip." Seeing Tony's demeanor of having him completely under control, Nick frowned, wanting to display the toughness of a S-H-I-E-L-D director. But thinking about the compensation for over 100,000 people, he ultimately conceded. On the one hand, Tony's price was indeed very sincere, and on the other hand, Nick wasn't unable to obtain those items. It was just a bit complicated. Since that was the case, whether he agreed or not wouldn't matter. It was just a matter of spending a little more effort. So in the end, he still bowed his head. "I agree to your terms. I'll list the materials, and I will send them to you later. Now let's handle the payment." Upon hearing this, Tony smiled and nodded, not making things difficult for Nick any further. One must give others a bit of face, right? After making a call, Tony transferred $50 billion from the company account. Having dealt with this matter, Nick had no desire to linger and stood up to leave. Tony pretended to try to keep him, but in reality, he had no real intention. Meanwhile, as the two completed this improper transaction, on the other side, a figure was secretly infiltrating a biological research company. The Life Foundation Laboratory, the top testing facility in New York. Eddie Brock cautiously walked through the metallic corridors of the laboratory, his eyes filled with vigilance. He was a reporter who had heard horrendous rumors about the Life Foundation conducting human experiments. To seek promotion and for his own sense of justice, he infiltrated the Life Foundation on his day off to uncover the truth and dig up a big story. Perhaps by God's grace, this guy actually went unnoticed while infiltrating the Life Foundation's laboratory, and the entire process went very smoothly. However, he did not find the news he was looking for, and a sense of disappointment washed over him. Just as he passed by a laboratory, he did not notice that above the ventilation duct a droplet of black liquid was slowly dripping down, landing on his shoulder. Only when the black liquid continued to accumulate did he finally react, his face showing a hint of terror as he attempted to tear the substance off his body. But just as he made a move, the black liquid seemed to come alive, rapidly enveloping him, seeking to merge with him. Excruciating pain filled his body, and Eddie let out a scream, fully alerting the laboratory security personnel. In an instant, a large number of guards rushed towards his location, and by the time they arrived, the black liquid that had landed on Eddie had completely merged with him. A monster entirely black with a long tongue suddenly appeared before everyone. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The monster's saliva dripped continuously onto the ground as it gazed at the approaching guards, a terrifying glow emanating from its eyes. The next day, the news reported that an explosion occurred at the Life Foundation, resulting in numerous casualties. In Queens, at Peter's residence, although he had obtained a significant sum of money from Tony, he hesitated to move out, unsure of how to explain it to his aunt. However, he replaced various household items, removing brand labels so that they appeared indistinguishable from generic products. After the battle in Manhattan, he began to regain his focus after a period of indulgence. With his enemy right before him, yet unable to confront him, Peter, who had always seen himself as strong, began to confront his own limitations. He had been training diligently, and while the results were modest, it was still better than doing nothing. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was coincidence, but while Peter was hiding in his room training a house, just a few hundred meters away, Eddie stood before the mirror, his face filled with fear. After being possessed by the black liquid, he could not control his body, yet his consciousness remained clear, making him acutely aware that a monster now resided within him. Moreover, this monster possessed its own consciousness, which terrified him even more. "Get out of me!" Eddie shouted at his reflection. Suddenly, a monstrous face appeared from his chest, its long tongue dripping saliva, speaking in a strange voice. "Don't struggle, we are one now. I am you and you are me." "Shut up, you monster!" Eddie shouted in a fit of rage, losing control. He grabbed at the grotesque face on his chest, pulling and tugging, trying to tear it out. But no matter how hard he tried, the black liquid clung to him like a parasite, impossible to separate. Eddie, however, did not give up. He refused to become a monster and refused to let anyone control his body, so he continued to fight back. Time passed slowly, and with his persistence, he managed to tear away a small portion of the black liquid. "Ow!" he yelled in frustration as he hurled the torn black liquid out of the window. Instantly, the fist-sized black liquid vanished, but he was still covered in more of it. The scene shifted outside the window where the black liquid tossed out by Eddie passed through several residential buildings, fortuitously landing outside Peter's window. Peter, focused on his training, heard the noise but assumed it was just a bird and paid it no mind. Yet that fist-sized black liquid seemed to come alive, writhing and inching closer to Peter. The symbiote was a peculiar life form that could only survive by parasitizing its host. Once discarded, if the black liquid went too long without a host, it would slowly die. Thus, under the threat of death, the black liquid writhed and eventually crawled through the window into Peter's room, inching closer to him. At that moment, Peter paused his workout. With his spider-like heightened senses, he could feel everything around him, so when the black liquid entered the room, his gaze fell upon it. "What is that?" Peter wondered, looking curiously at the black liquid. It seemed to be a living entity, yet it had no head or limbs. At this point, Peter remained oblivious to anything amiss, thinking it was some unknown life form that had entered his room, and he watched with keen interest. Seeing the unknown entity approach, curiosity got the better of him, and he reached out a finger. Instantly, he could sense an excited emotion emanating from the black liquid. The black liquid touched Peter, gradually wrapping around his finger. Had it been someone else, they likely would have screamed and recoiled. However, Peter, confident in his strength and driven by a reckless nature, calmly observed this scene, showing no intention of stopping it. Thus, the naive symbiote that had been separated successfully completed its parasitism. In an instant, a large amount of black liquid quickly enveloped Peter. His expression changed dramatically as he finally sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. The symbiote pierced his skin, swiftly merging with him. Due to Peter's unique condition, a Spider-Man clad in a black spider suit appeared in the bedroom. Before the mirror, Peter focused his thoughts, and the mask on his head dissolved automatically. Gazing at his all-black reflection, he couldn't believe it as he looked at his own palm. He could feel that his strength, speed, stamina, and even spider sense had all increased several-fold. Moreover, he could easily control the black liquid with just a thought. After worrying about his power increase, he was surprised to find that such a small thing could double his strength. In an instant, he forgot the earlier terror of the symbiote, a smile creeping onto his face. Unlike the venom in Eddie, which was a mature form with self-awareness, the venom on Peter was a naive symbiote without consciousness. If one were to describe it, it would be like the relationship between an infant and an adult. The boost in power excited Peter for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. He wanted revenge. Although he now had the strength to defeat Sandman, he couldn't eliminate him, so he needed help. With that thought, Peter once again donned the black mask and left the house. He needed to find Tony to see if he had a way to completely eliminate Sandman. Just as he stepped outside in a room hundreds of meters away, the venom that was communicating with Eddie suddenly turned to look out the window. He sensed the presence of a kindred spirit, as if it were a part that had just split from him, becoming a new life form. Instantly, a roar erupted from the venom, startling Eddie. Before he could react, the venom seized control of his body again, leaping out the window in pursuit of the scent. He wanted to find out what was happening. Without any intention of concealing itself, the venom exposed itself in full view of the public. This immediately instilled fear in the citizens on the street. A chorus of terrified screams erupted, and Peter, just stepping out, turned to glance back. He saw a terrifying monster chasing after him on the ground. At the same time, he sensed the same presence from the venom that he had just encountered. At that moment, Peter couldn't help but stop. Peter did not keep Venom waiting for long. Soon Venom stood a short distance away. Both parties scrutinized each other, and the atmosphere grew somewhat quiet. After a long, while Venom slowly spoke, the new symbiote is not coming out to greet me." With those words, no one responded, and the atmosphere became awkward. Although the symbiote on Peter's body split from him after merging with Peter, it became a new life, no longer related to Venom. Coupled with the newly awakened consciousness, this created the current awkward situation. Venom, who received no response, was now furious. In his view, the symbiote on Peter was originally part of him and should naturally obey him. To now ignore him was utterly rebellious. Roar! A fierce roar erupted. Venom displayed an aggressive stance. Witnessing this scene, Peter, who had been confused, instantly entered a combat state. He had initially wanted to investigate what this creature was, but seeing Venom's full offensive posture, he quickly changed his mind, deciding to take down this guy first and study it later. Bang! With a loud crash, a large pit appeared in the ground as Peter's figure vanished from his original spot, launching an attack on Venom. His fist appeared before Venom, and a strong gust of wind suddenly whipped up, striking Venom in the face. Immediately, Venom's already burning anger was completely ignited. To him, the new symbiote, like him, possessed its own consciousness. Not only was it ignoring him, but it also dared to attack him. In human terms, it was an act of rebellion. Without dodging, Venom roared and punched out. Instantly, their fists collided in midair. Boom! With a loud sound, Venom's figure was sent reeling backwards. With that one strike, Venom unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Venom was stunned. What was happening? A symbiote that had just split from him was actually stronger than him. How could this be? Venom's heart stirred with tumultuous waves of disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, the being he was battling was not the new symbiote in his mind, but Peter. Unlike ordinary creatures, while symbiotes were powerful, they could only unleash their strength while bonded with a host. Moreover, the host's strength equally impacted the combat power of the symbiote. Just like now, although Venom was powerful, his host was merely an ordinary person lacking strength, which meant he could exert his power, but could not enhance it further. In contrast, the newly born symbiote, though weak, had a powerful host in Peter. Their fusion triggered a violent chemical reaction, greatly increasing their power. Thus, Venom was completely suppressed. Bang! 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 The sounds of intense explosions echoed as the two fought, recklessly resembling two human-shaped nuclear bombs, leaving the entire street in ruins. The citizens on the street had long since fled, and even the residents inside their homes abandoned their dwellings to escape. Soon, a large number of government personnel arrived at the scene to seal it off. Media outlets and television stations also rushed to the front lines, broadcasting this epic battle live. At Tony's villa, he was enjoying the sunlight on the balcony when he suddenly heard Jarvis' voice. "Sir, there is a news report that I think you might find interesting. It's about Mr. Peter." Upon hearing this, Tony opened his eyes. "Peter? What has that guy done now? Let me see it." "Okay, sir." After Jarvis spoke, a virtual screen suddenly appeared before Tony. On it was the battle between Venom and Peter. Watching the two of them fight like wild bears, Tony's brow furrowed and a smirk that was hard to decipher appeared at the corner of his mouth. This world is becoming more and more interesting. All sorts of monsters and demons are surfacing. With a sense of wonder, Tony's gaze was fixed on Venom. Although he had already sensed that the timeline of this world was starting to go awry, he did not expect it to deviate to such an extent. With Dark Spider-Man pounding on Venom, what other plots would unfold? It was truly exciting. Lost in thought, Tony suddenly spoke. "Happy." Upon that, Happy's large figure emerged from a room on the first floor of the villa. "What is it, boss? You need to go here and keep an eye on Peter, otherwise that kid is likely to get into trouble." "Okay." Pointing to the virtual screen, Happy glanced at it, nodded, and turned to leave the villa, not questioning how Peter, who had the upper hand, could get into trouble. He only knew that this was Tony's order, and he just needed to execute it. Under normal circumstances, others would not worry about Peter at this time, as he was clearly overpowering Venom. But Tony knew that there was a life foundation behind Venom. It wasn't that they were allies, rather, if they discovered Venom escaping, how could they not try to recapture him? And as someone who also integrated a symbiote, Peter was undoubtedly a prime research specimen. The Life Foundation would surely not let him go if they discovered him. Thus, being able to pound on Venom did not mean there was no danger, as the threat did not come from Venom itself. Just as Tony deduced at that moment in the Life Foundation DR. Drake was also watching the news report. He paid no attention to the beaten Venom, but was focused on observing Peter's performance. As Spider-Man, Peter had some notoriety in New York, and observing Peter's displayed combat strength, Drake's eyes were filled with interest. Previously, he had experimented with symbiotes on ordinary people, but had never tested them on extraordinary beings. He never expected that the power unleashed when an extraordinary being fused with a symbiote could be so strong, prompting him to issue an order immediately. Bring them both back at all costs. Especially our Spider-Man. He is simply a perfect experimental subject, matching so well with the symbiote. Understood. A figure responded, and then left the office. On the battlefield, the intense fight finally came to an end, with the outcome unsurprisingly resulting in Peter's victory. Venom lay on the ground, gradually retracting back into Eddie. He couldn't comprehend how this new symbiote could be so powerful. Peter approached Eddie, who had regained control of his body, and Eddie looked frightened. Don't come over, don't come over. Seeing his fear, Peter frowned, noticing how this guy seemed like a completely different person. Similarly, Peter was unaware that he housed two wills within him. Regardless, he thought it best to take him away first. Lost in thought, Peter ignored Eddie's pleas and directly approached, delivering a hand chop to Eddie's neck, causing Eddie to faint instantly. After knocking Eddie unconscious, just as Peter was about to take him away, shadows suddenly appeared all around them, grotesque monsters surrounding Peter and Eddie. Seeing this scene, Peter's face beneath the mask instantly turned serious, his eyes warily observing them. They resembled the Venom he encountered earlier, yet were distinctly different, leading Peter to mistakenly believe they were there to rescue Venom. At that moment, the encircling monsters opened two gaps, and a man and a woman slowly walked out from the openings. The man glanced at Peter, then at the unconscious Eddie, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Mr. Spider-Man, our boss wishes to meet you, and we kindly ask you to accompany us." "Who is your boss?" Peter replied, wanting to gather more information. "You'll find out once you meet him. For now, we request that you come with us." The man invited with a smile, his demeanor elegant like a gentleman. Seeing that he couldn't extract any information, Peter grew weary of wasting his breath and directly refused, saying, "But I have no desire to meet him. If he wants to see me, let him come himself. Step aside, don't block the way, or don't blame me for being impolite." Peter's tone was icy, but the man remained unfazed. "Mr. Spider-Man, I think you should reconsider. No one can refuse the boss invitation." The man's smile remained, but his eyes had turned cold. "Are you threatening me?" Peter chuckled. Not to mention his current surge in power, even with his original strength, Tony stood behind him. Although he didn't know how strong Tony was, he was well aware that the guy's strength far exceeded his imagination. Thus, whether in the past or future, he had ample confidence to face anyone. This was the advantage of relying on a powerful ally. It made him more assertive than others. "Since you believe it's a threat, then so be it, but today you must come with us." The man raised an eyebrow, equally unyielding. At this, a glimmer of light flickered in Peter's eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. Watching this unfold, the man remained calm as blue liquid surged from his body, quickly enveloping him. Suddenly, a powerful symbiote appeared before Peter, named Rampage. She was a symbiote split from Venom, considered Venom's daughter in terms of lineage. Claws sliced through the air and violently collided with Peter's fist, causing both of them to stagger back several steps from the mutual force. At the same time, the woman who had been silently standing by also underwent a transformation. Yellow liquid surged from her body, wrapping around her completely, perfectly outlining her figure. Her long golden hair danced in the wind. If not for her face, she would undoubtedly be a beauty of incomparable allure. She was Scream, a symbiote birthed from Venom by the Life Foundation, equally powerful. As she joined the battle, the previously evenly matched fight took a turn. Peter's strength was not inferior to either of them, but with the two working together, he was immediately overwhelmed. After all, facing two opponents of the same level, while hoping to gain the upper hand, was not an easy task. The sound of dull collisions echoed continuously, while the surrounding symbiotes were now joining the fight under the screaming and rampaging command. These symbiotes were the failed products, their strength not on par with Scream and Rampage, but their involvement was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, leaving Peter utterly incapable of retaliating. "Hee, little spider, it's still not too late to surrender, otherwise you'll be in for a rough time." Rampage looked at Peter, who was knocked down on the ground, her voice dripping with smugness. Peter strained to rise from the ground, his gaze sweeping over the numerous symbiotes around him, and then cold words slipped from his lips. "Is it bullying the few with the many? It seems your skills are only this much. However, I've never backed down from numbers." With that, shadows began to converge around Peter, and in the next moment, a multitude of shadow soldiers appeared from all directions, engulfing the entire battlefield. Originally, it was Peter being surrounded by numerous symbiotes, but now they were the ones encircled by the Shadow Army. The sudden change left Scream and Rampage momentarily stunned, and they both frowned at once. As symbiotes, their sensing abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. After a careful observation of the suddenly emerged shadow soldiers, they both reached the same conclusion: these guys were not human. Instantly, a sense of alertness rose within them. "Kill. Eliminate them." The cold command rang from Peter's mouth, his expression beneath the mask appearing extremely frigid. These guys dared to bully the few with the many today. It was time to see who had the greater numbers. Quietly thinking this, Peter felt a surge of confidence. Aside from Tony, he had been in contact with the Shadow Army the longest, so he understood their might better than anyone. With their tacit cooperation, terrifying killing intent, and their undead characteristics, the Shadow Army was like the Grim Reapers roaming among humans, mysterious and horrifying. Soon the sounds of battle erupted once more. Unlike before, the numerous symbiotes soon found themselves at a disadvantage under the assault of the Shadow Army. Many symbiotes were brutally slain on the spot by the Shadow Army. When Scream and Rampage noticed this situation, the previously calm demeanor of the two was instantly replaced by fear. The strength of symbiotes aside from their exceptional abilities was largely due to their terrifying vitality. It can be said that each symbiote possesses tenacious life force, and exterminating them completely is not a simple task. However, everything had changed now. The Shadow Army seemed to be naturally countering the symbiotes. Without targeting their weaknesses, they simply attacked vital points, as if assaulting ordinary people, easily slaughtering many symbiotes. Although the slain symbiotes were all failed products, their terrifying vitality was undeniable. Yet in front of the Shadow Army, their remarkable life force seemed trivial, rendering them utterly ineffective. Instantly, the two panicked. Since the Shadow Army could slay other symbiotes, they could naturally slay them as well. Although they didn't know why the thought of retreating arose in their minds. They certainly didn't want to lose their lives here. Just as the two noticed something was off, Peter had also detected the same. Peter had personally experienced the terrifying life force of symbiotes. It could be said that unless they were wiped out in an instant, they would recover over time. But now thinking about this, Peter turned his gaze towards Scream and Rampage, his eyes filled with killing intent. Just as Peter focused his attention on the two who were screaming, they immediately sensed his gaze. The expressions of both changed simultaneously. In the past, they would not have hesitated. Even with the Shadow Brigade assisting them, they were confident they could take down Peter, especially with a 2-10 advantage. But now the two hesitated. The Shadow Brigade could directly eliminate the symbiotes, which was something they had not anticipated. This escalated the threat posed by the Shadow Brigade, causing them great apprehension. So when Peter turned his gaze towards them, they instantly realized his intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, the two figures vanished from their spot, ignoring the symbiotes left behind. After all, they were merely failures. Their disappearance meant nothing. Peter, who was about to take action to hold the two back and slay them with the power of the Shadow Brigade, was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. He did not expect the two to escape so decisively, even abandoning their own. Instantly, Peter's lips twitched, but he had no way to stop them. The speed of the two who were screaming was no slower than his own. Even if he chased after them, it would likely be difficult to catch up. Moreover, the commotion they had caused was already significant, and he could see the agents of SHIELD arriving on the scene, leaving him with no choice but to abandon his thoughts of capturing the two. Cooperating with the Shadow Brigade, Peter swiftly eradicated the remaining symbiotes at the scene and quickly left with Eddie. As both parties departed, the agents of SHIELD arrived late, beginning to clean up the battlefield. It was indeed a sad sight. The once renowned SHIELD had now fallen to the level of cleaning up after battles. Outside the cordon, Happy stopped the car. Looking at the battlefield where the fight had ended, Happy scratched his head, realizing he had arrived late. With no other option, he drove back to the villa. In Free City at the seaside villa, Tony sat on the balcony, gazing out at the horizon, deep in thought. The live news footage did not play for long before it was cut off, but Tony had still reviewed the entire battle through the cameras controlled by Jarvis. As a result, Tony naturally took note of the peculiarities of the Shadow Brigade. He had not anticipated that they would have such a significant restraining effect on the symbiotes, which was quite surprising. To this end, he specifically summoned a shadow ninja for a detailed study. However, after studying for half a day, he still found no underlying principles, which made him chuckle at himself. Indeed, I have completely missed out on any scientific talent. With a sigh, Tony did not dwell on it any longer. Although he did not understand why the Shadow Brigade could restrain the symbiotes, it was enough for him to know that they had this capability. This way, the threat posed by the symbiotes was not as great to him. However, while the threat to him was minimal, they remained extremely formidable to others. Could he perhaps cultivate 2 symbiotes for experimentation? As he pondered this idea, Tony felt it had a high feasibility, and a plan began to form in his mind. At the same time that Tony was contemplating symbiotes, Nick and SHIELD was also considering how to make the symbiotes his own. He had already watched the battle videos between Peter and the Screamers. Although they were recorded by surveillance cameras and lacked clarity, it did not diminish his understanding of the power of the symbiotes. Ever since Tony had emerged, he had developed a fear of being underpowered. He wished to recruit all extraordinary individuals, a sentiment evident from his actions towards Flint. In the past, Nick would never have chosen to admit someone with a criminal record like Flint into SHIELD. But now he had no choice. New extraordinary individuals occasionally emerged in New York, while SHIELD lacked the power to suppress them. Each time they found themselves relegated to the role of battlefield cleaners. Furthermore, the threat posed by Tony always loomed over Nick's head. Thus, whenever he saw an extraordinary person, he was inclined to recruit them to bolster his strength. For this reason, he had become less concerned about whether extraordinary individuals were righteous. Of course, he still had his principles. If an extraordinary individual had truly disgraceful deeds, he would not recruit them. Although the symbiotes appeared somewhat frightening, their ability to attach to humans made them appealing candidates for recruitment. At that moment, his office door was pushed open and his assistant walked in. "Director, I have organized the information you requested." "Read it out," Nick replied without turning his head. The assistant nodded and opened the folder in hand, saying, "According to our investigation, those who fought Spider-Man are all from the Life Foundation. The male is named Lee Price and the female is named Donna Diego. A few months ago, they were just ordinary people and did not possess any extraordinary abilities. However, a few months ago, an incident occurred involving a space meteorite that fell, which was collected by the Life Foundation. According to the information relayed by our informant at the Life Foundation, the individuals from the Life Foundation discovered an extraterrestrial organism on that meteorite named Venom, referred to as a symbiote, which can bond with humans to grant them immense power. After research, the personnel from the Life Foundation have cultivated or divided a large number of symbiotes from Venom. The two who fought Spider-Man are named Scream and Rampage. However, the original Venom recently escaped from the Life Foundation and bonded with a journalist, the very one that Spider-Man took away." After finishing, the assistant closed the folder. Nick remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly, saying, "I understand. You may leave now. This information is classified. Please take it to the archives." "Understood, Director," the assistant replied, and then turned to exit the office. Once he left, Nick turned back to his office chair, muttering to himself, "It seems I need to have a serious talk with Drake." As he spoke, he dialed Drake's phone number to arrange a meeting. After confirming his identity, Drake ultimately agreed to the meeting. At this moment in Tony's villa, seeing Peter walk and carrying Eddie, a smile appeared on Tony's face. As the saying goes, when the drowsiness comes, a pillow is delivered. Just as he was planning to acquire 2 symbiotes for experimentation, Peter brought Eddie along. As the source of the symbiotes, with Venom's presence, he no longer needed to go to great lengths to obtain symbiotes. "Well done, take him to the basement." Patting Peter on the shoulder in praise, it left Peter feeling flattered as he quickly replied, "All right, Mr. Tony." After sending Eddie into the underground research facility, Peter returned to the living room, where Tony, seated on the sofa, looked at him and smiled. "I reward those who contribute and punish those who err. You brought this guy here, which is a contribution. Now tell me, what do you want?" Upon hearing this, Peter's heart stirred and his thoughts began to race. Money was not needed for now, as he hadn't spent what he had. As for strength, after merging with the symbiote, he had already made significant progress. Other things. Thinking of this, Peter suddenly recalled the performance of the Shadow Legion. He shyly smiled and said, "Can I gain control over a part of the Shadow Legion?" Peter felt somewhat embarrassed. Although he had control over some aspects of summoning the Shadow Legion, it was limited to the Shadow Ninjas. He knew that Tony had other legions at his disposal. Having witnessed the might of the Shadow Ninjas, he was envious of the other Shadow Legions, especially after their stunning performance today, which prompted him to make this request. Tony looked at Peter with a smirk, recognizing the boy's greed. However, it didn't matter. The authority over the Shadow Legion could be revoked at any moment by him entirely at his discretion. Thus, granting Peter a bit more authority posed no loss for Tony. He nodded and said, "No problem, I'll grant you control over the Claw Shadow." After saying this, Tony stood up and patted Peter on the shoulder. Immediately, Peter felt a familiar power merge into his body, and joy filled his eyes. Without hesitation, he summoned a Claw Shadow right there, and upon seeing its lethal appearance, excitement washed over his face. With the Claw Shadow at his disposal, he was confident that if he encountered a similar ambush as today, none of those people would escape. Without lingering in the villa, Peter quickly departed. After his departure, Tony instructed J.R.V.I.S. to call Reed. He lacked the expertise to study the symbiote, so it was best to leave such professional matters to the professionals. Without elaborating further, Tony hung up after asking Reed to come over. 20 minutes later, Reed arrived at the villa's doorstep. Before he could knock, the door swung open with J.R.V.I.S.'s voice echoing inside. "Welcome, Mr. Reed." "Thank you," Reed replied politely as he entered the living room, instantly smiling at Tony, who was brewing tea. "Boss, what's the urgent matter that you called me for? Did you watch the news?" Tony asked abruptly. Reed, confused, awkwardly smiled and said, "I've been busy with research lately and haven't been paying much attention to the outside world." Nodding and understanding, Tony instructed J.R.V.I.S. to pull up the news and play the combat footage captured by the surveillance cameras. After watching, Tony finally got to the point. "Those creatures are called symbiotes, extraterrestrial life forms. I happen to have one on hand, and I want you to study it and see if we can create more." Listening to the request, Reed fell silent, his eyes filled with contemplation. Tony didn't rush him, waiting patiently. After a long while, Reed finally spoke up. "Boss, your request shouldn't be a problem, but I'm nearing the end of my current research. I don't want to be distracted right now. Can we hold off for a bit?" Hearing this, Tony felt a bit disappointed. He was looking forward to seeing what changes might occur if the Shadow Legion was equipped with symbiotes. But it seemed that achieving this goal would take some time. "All right, no problem. We can look into it after you finish your current research. But is your project progressing this quickly?" Are you about to produce results already? Tony asked with curiosity. Reed's face lit up with a smile. I didn't expect it to go this smoothly, but I owe it all to you, boss. If it weren't for your strong support, my research wouldn't have progressed this quickly. Reed spoke genuinely without a hint of flattery. Being backed by a top financial conglomerate felt incredible. Anything he needed would arrive the next day, whether it was regulated materials or rare resources. There was never any delay. Recalling the past when he had to beg for materials during his research, this current state of affairs was exactly what he had always dreamed of. He could immerse himself in research and all other matters would be taken care of by others. Peter appreciated Reed's praise and, curious, he asked a few more questions about the research progress. Reed, of course, shared everything he knew and they enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Meanwhile, on the other side at the Life Foundation in Drake's office, Nick walked in under the guidance of the secretary. Drake was slender but exuded a sharp aura. If not for knowing he was a scientist, Nick would have almost mistaken him for someone from the military. Gesturing for Nick to take a seat, the secretary served 2 cups of coffee before turning and leaving the office, leaving just the two of them facing each other. Director Nick, I've heard a lot about you. What brings you here today? Drake picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, smiling. Nick didn't beat around the bush. The West was not like the East in that regard, and he didn't want to waste time. I have only one purpose for coming here, to propose a collaboration. Huh? Collaborate on what? Drake appeared somewhat puzzled, but Nick could tell that this guy was just playing dumb. Mr. Drake, since I've come here, I naturally understand the situation. We are all smart people, so don't treat me like a fool. Nick said bluntly, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in Drake's eyes. Since Director Nick has said, so I won't be polite. I am not looking to collaborate with any forces right now. If there's nothing else, please leave. Drake was an ambitious man, and the symbiote was his secret weapon. How could he recklessly collaborate with other forces, especially with an official organization like SHIELD? Thus, from the very beginning, he had no intention of collaborating. The only reason he agreed to meet was to give SHIELD some face. Nick had anticipated this situation as he had a personality analysis report on Drake laid out on his desk. Therefore, in response to Drake's rejection, Nick calmly said, don't jump to conclusions too early. Whether we collaborate or not, you may not have the final say. Are you threatening me? Drake narrowed his eyes, slightly emanating a dangerous aura. Nick, however, tapped the table and said in a deep voice, it's not me who is threatening you, it's Tony from Stark Industries. Perhaps you don't know, but the Spider-Man you fought earlier is one of his. Nick's voice was neither loud nor soft, devoid of any emotion, merely stating a fact. Drake's expression, however, abruptly tightened after hearing it. Ever since he discovered the power of the symbiote, he had been captivated by it. In his eyes, there was no force stronger than the symbiote in the world. However, after battling Spider-Man, his understanding was completely shattered. The Shadow Legion had managed to utterly kill the symbiote using only cold weapons, leaving Drake astonished. Clearly, the symbiote was restrained by the Shadow Legion. So when Nick informed him that Spider-Man was associated with Stark Industries, he became somewhat restless. This meant that once Stark Industries targeted them due to the restraint, the Life Foundation would likely suffer significant losses. As he contemplated this, Drake's thoughts unconsciously shifted. How do you propose we cooperate? He said in a low voice, but Nick did not directly answer. Instead, he countered with a question. How is your research on the symbiote progressing? If you don't mind, could you share the characteristics of their abilities? After all, knowing both ourselves and our adversaries is essential for formulating the most suitable cooperation plan, wouldn't you agree? Nick smiled, aiming directly at the core data of the Life Foundation. Had it not been for the situation where the symbiote was restrained, Drake wouldn't have entertained him at all. He would have told him to leave immediately. But now with the threat of Stark Industries looming, he couldn't refuse the cooperation with SHIELD. No matter how dissatisfied he felt, he understood very well that the restrained symbiote posed a minimal threat, but once they faced Stark Industries, even if he didn't perish, he would certainly suffer greatly. Suppressing the anger within him, Drake took a deep breath before speaking coldly. The symbiote is an extraterrestrial organism, but due to its species characteristics, it cannot survive independently and must bond with a host to achieve a symbiotic relationship. According to our research, the stronger the host's strength, the greater the power they gain after bonding. He continued, you can think of the symbiote as a game cheat. Merging with a symbiote is equivalent to cheating. Upon hearing this, Nick's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the symbiote's power to be related to the host. In an instant, Flint and Captain America flashed through his mind. Both were already superhumans. If they merged with the symbiote, their strength would surely see a tremendous enhancement. With their capabilities, even if they temporarily couldn't match Tony, they certainly wouldn't be as helpless as they currently were. A series of thoughts raced through his mind, but Nick did not show it as there were still some things that needed confirmation. From my observations, symbiotes possess their own consciousness. After bonding, who takes the lead, the host or the symbiote? This point is crucial. If the symbiote takes precedence, then Nick would be hesitant to try it. After all, if the symbiote is tamed by the Life Foundation, then once it bonds with someone like Captain America, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog with no hope of return. Upon hearing this question, Drake understood what he was worried about. However, he did not elaborate, merely explaining. Generally, after an ordinary person bonds with a symbiote, the host will dominate in daily life, but during combat, the symbiotes will take precedence. However, if the individual is exceptionally powerful, then after merging with the symbiote, their own will essentially dominate. Only if they are too weak and their will is frail will they be overrun by the symbiote. Listening to the explanation, Nick nodded, but showed no outward reaction. He couldn't fully trust Drake's words, so whether they were true or not would need to be verified later. One last question: does the symbiote alter a person's will? After asking, Nick's expression became significantly more serious. After all, having an additional consciousness within him made him uncertain about whether the host would be influenced by the symbiote. After all, the symbiote appeared menacing, resembling a villainous entity. If it weren't for the pressure brought by Tony, Nick honestly wouldn't even consider accepting the symbiote. Unfortunately, there is no what if. Tony's existence loomed over him like a mountain pressing down on his heart. He had to find every possible means to enhance his strength to stand against Tony. Otherwise, being suppressed by Tony time and again unable to stop some of his excessive actions was a feeling Nick truly did not want to experience again. We have researched this aspect as well, Drake said, pausing as he was about to mention human experimentation. As everyone knows, human experimentation is illegal, so he was contemplating whether to share this information. Seeing his demeanor, Nick raised an eyebrow, realizing what he was concerned about. Thus, he immediately spoke to alleviate his worries. I only want to know the research results. I am not interested in anything else. With that assurance, Drake felt much more at ease. He nodded slowly and continued. The symbiotes themselves do not possess a concept of good and evil. They are neutral beings. If the host's intentions are pure, then they will naturally act as good beings. But if the symbiote's host harbors evil intentions, then they become demons. Having received the answers he wanted, Nick nodded, and at that moment Drake continued to inquire. Now can you tell me how you plan to cooperate? Naturally, Nick replied calmly. You provide the symbiotes, and we at SHIELD will provide the hosts, nurturing strong individuals to combat Stark Industries. Nick's plan was straightforward, but upon hearing it, Drake frowned. What do I get out of this? Your cooperation plan benefits only SHIELD. My Life Foundation is the one constantly contributing. That cannot be said to our SHIELD. Will take responsibility for restraining Stark Industries, ensuring your safety. Isn't that enough? Not enough. Upon hearing this, Nick helplessly shrugged, realizing his desire for a free ride had fallen through. He could only present conditions. You provide the symbiotes, and once Stark Industries is defeated, you can obtain half of Stark Industries' assets, including research results. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, Drake's eyes narrowed, and a look of interest appeared on his face. The scale of Stark Industries was immense, far exceeding that of the Life Foundation. If they could acquire half of Stark Industries' assets and research results, the Life Foundation would achieve a tremendous leap. Thus, Nick's proposal intrigued him. However, as a businessman, although he was interested, he was not satisfied. I also want half of Stark Industries' patents. Stark Industries is not merely a military giant, it is also a company dedicated to researching new types of weaponry. The patents it possesses are as vast as the ocean, countless in number. Even one of them is sufficient to sustain a company, let alone half of them. If they could truly secure these assets, the Life Foundation would become the next financial behemoth capable of influencing the situation in the United States, and even the world. Thus, his demand could be considered excessive, but to his surprise, Nick readily agreed, making it feel unreal, even though he was to walk away with all the research data on the symbiote. However, to Drake, everything was worth it. After negotiations, both parties finally reached an agreement, and Nick did not linger at the Life Foundation, quickly taking his leave. Once outside the Life Foundation, Nick got into the car, and his assistant drove them back to SHIELD. On the way, the assistant hesitantly spoke up. Director, why did you offer such favorable terms? If we can take over Stark Industries, can't we just incorporate it ourselves? Why share it with outsiders? Hearing this, Nick, who had been resting his eyes, couldn't help but smile faintly. As you said, all those terms depend on securing Stark Industries. Do you think we can actually take over Stark Industries? Nick's counter-question left the assistant momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that all the conditions promised by Nick were contingent upon taking over Stark Industries. But if they failed to do so, all the terms he spoke would be empty promises. And did SHIELD have the strength to take down Stark Industries? As this question crossed his mind, the assistant's thoughts immediately conjured up Tony's image along with the previous encounters between SHIELD and him. After some comparisons, he despairingly realized that taking down Stark seemed like an utterly impossible task. First and foremost, they had to deal with Tony. As long as Tony existed, Stark would remain as solid as a mountain. Snapping back to reality, the assistant cast a peculiar glance at the smiling Nick, then looked out the car window at the Life Foundation with a pitiful expression. They were likely still dreaming, unaware that dreams are merely thoughts that can never be realized. Closing his eyes, Nick felt quite content, though mixed with a hint of regret. Although he was issuing empty promises, he still hoped to take down Stark Industries and deal with Tony. After all, Tony was too great a threat. Thus, while his promise seemed remote, it was not entirely devoid of hope. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Nick considered who should integrate with the symbiote. His options were limited, with only Flint and Captain America available. Given their unfamiliarity with the symbiote, choosing either would entail considerable risk, so the matter required careful consideration. Meanwhile, at Tony's villa, just as Nick and the others reached an agreement, Tony's conversation with Reed had also concluded. Watching Reed leave the villa to continue his research on his project, Tony withdrew his gaze, falling into deep thought. Reed had no time to study the symbiote, but Tony did not wish to waste time. After all, if they could indeed cultivate more symbiotes, it would significantly enhance the strength of his forces. Therefore, he did not want to delay. But aside from Reed, who else could study the symbiote? After contemplating for a long time, Tony despairingly realized that he seemed to know no talents in this area, even with his memories from his past life. After all, his understanding of Marvel was already limited. Moreover, due to his presence, the narrative lines of Marvel had long since been thrown into disarray, making it impossible for him to find a suitable scientist to study the symbiote. Though somewhat disappointed, his goal remained unchanged. The proliferation of the symbiote must be swift, as delaying time was tantamount to wasting lives. Since he could not conduct the research himself, he would seize others' research outcomes. After all, he was not the only one studying the symbiote. Acquiring others' research outcomes would be just as effective, saving him time. J-R-V-I-S. Help me contact Norman and Peter. After considering thoroughly, Tony began to assemble his team. They say it takes 1,000 days to train an army, but only a moment to deploy it. The Dark Alliance has been established for so long, but has yet to execute a mission. This would be their first task. All right, sir. J-R-V-I-S. Acknowledged, simultaneously dialing Norman's and Peter's numbers. Soon the two who received the orders rushed to Tony's villa, while Happy and Bucky were also summoned by Tony from their rooms to wait in the living room. 20 minutes later, a dark figure leaped in from the balcony office. To speed up his journey, Peter chose the quickest method. A few minutes later, at the villa entrance, a luxury car came to a stop, and Norman, dressed in a suit, walked straight into the villa. Soon, everyone gathered, and Tony nodded in satisfaction at the group. Everyone, it's been a while. He greeted them with a smile. The others rolled their eyes. Peter had seen him not long ago, while Bucky and Happy had basically stayed at the villa, seldom venturing out. Though it had been a long time since Norman visited the villa, Tony, as a major shareholder of Oscorp, often encountered him during inspections. Thus, Tony's words seemed somewhat superfluous, rendering the atmosphere slightly awkward. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Tony felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly adjusted. I have gathered you all here today because there is something I need you to do. The Life Foundation has recently been researching a creature known as the symbiote, and I need all their research data. Remember, all of it, so I need you to work together. Is there any problem? With that, Bucky and Happy nodded without saying a word. These two old chaps had been with Tony daily and had long since developed the habit of following orders. Whatever Tony said, they did, so they naturally had no objections. Peter, having encountered the symbiote, knew that the Shadow Legion could counter it, so he had no issues either. After all, with a countermeasure in place, even if they didn't win, they wouldn't lose, so he was not afraid. However, Norman was different. As a leader of a financial empire, he thought more than anyone else. What is a symbiote? A special life form. If we complete the mission, will we gain any benefits? Norman asked again, and the atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense. Bucky and the others furtively glanced at Tony, fearing he might get angry. After all, they were nominally under Tony, and they dared to ask for benefits from what their boss had assigned. However, the anger they had imagined did not appear on Tony's face. In fact, a hint of a smile emerged as Norman's questions were precisely what he was about to address. Tony firmly believes in one thing: everything in the world holds value, and the relationships based on interests are the most reliable. Of course, this does not mean emotional bonds are ineffective. For instance, with Happy, even if Tony asked him to die, he probably wouldn't hesitate much. That's the advantage of emotional connections. However, such relationships do not apply to the Dark Alliance. Those who join the Dark Alliance are mostly villains, ruthless and cold-hearted. Even a positive hero like Peter, after being trained, is not to be trifled with. To lead such a group, besides using absolute strength to subdue them, it is essential to offer corresponding benefits to ensure their commitment. Therefore, from the very beginning of establishing the Dark Alliance, Tony was already contemplating a series of systems and rewards and punishments. Currently, with a small number of members, the system is not immediately necessary. However, since they will be executing missions, the reward and punishment system needs to be announced. Rest assured, I will not let anyone work for free. Within the Alliance, a point system will be established. Points can be exchanged for various items, be it technological blueprints, money, or enhancement potions. All can be redeemed. Additionally, there will be items that can help everyone enhance their strength. What can be exchanged for specifically, you will naturally know after completing the mission. This time, after a successful mission, each person can earn 1,000 points. Of course, if the mission fails, there will be punishments. I will list everything for you later, so you can take your time to review. Now, does anyone have any questions? After saying this, Tony scanned the crowd, and no one spoke up, their faces reflecting a hint of anticipation. Although they did not know what items could be redeemed, thinking of Tony's power, they were quite eager about what he would present. Alright, since no one has any questions, let's prepare for action. We will move tonight. I hope you all can return safely. Tony lifted the coffee on the table, signaling the start of their preparation, and the group silently left to get ready. Meanwhile, while Tony was formulating the action plan, the Life Foundation welcomed the host sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. After careful consideration, Nick ultimately chose Captain America. After all, Captain America possesses great strength and is steadfast, while making him the best candidate for the experiment. Steve did not oppose this decision. After all, everyone wants to enhance their own strength. Especially after experiencing the Manhattan incident, Steve realized that the world now poses far more threats than in his time. His current strength was evidently insufficient to suppress everything, so he would not miss the opportunity to enhance his power. At the Life Foundation Research Institute in the experimental chamber, Drake stood outside the chamber with only a few assistants present. The integration of the symbiote was a first for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but the Life Foundation was already accustomed to it and did not need to make a fuss. Had it not been to witness the change in power after the extraordinary merged with the symbiote, Drake would not have appeared here. Seeing Steve completely relaxed, Drake nodded to a nearby researcher who immediately pressed a red button. Instantly, a black liquid flowed into the experimental chamber, and upon sensing Steve's presence, the black liquid seemed to come alive, swiftly beginning to envelop Steve's entire body. Feeling the sensation coursing through him, Steve resisted the impulse to strike and silently merged with it. Time passed second by second, and soon the black liquid completely enveloped Steve, drilling into his skin. A tingling pain spread throughout his body, yet Steve remained unfazed. Suddenly, all the black liquid merged into Steve's body, and a wave of excruciating pain exploded in his mind. Even with his strong will, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan at this moment. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting. A few minutes later, the black liquid on Steve's surface disappeared, and the chamber door opened, allowing Steve to step out. At that moment, he appeared unchanged from before the experiment. At least Drake and the others could not tell. However, he could feel that his physical attributes had explosively increased. After a rough assessment, Steve felt that his physical capabilities had at least increased tenfold. For a moment, a smile crept onto his lips. Drake approached him with curiosity, saying, "Congratulations on successfully merging with the symbiote. So how about testing it out right now?" After pondering for a moment, Steve nodded. "Sorry for the trouble. It's no problem. I'm also curious about the differences between an extraordinary person merged with a symbiote and an ordinary person." With that, the two made their way to the testing area. The testing ground was small, but well-equipped, featuring a power gauge for testing strength, a modified treadmill, and a lead ball array for testing reaction speed. Without Drake needing to prompt him, Steve walked straight to the power gauge, hesitating not a moment, and delivered a powerful punch. With a loud bang, Drake and the others' eyelids twitched as they watched the numbers on the power gauge rapidly change, reaching the maximum limit of 10 tons in the blink of an eye. With a crisp sound, the power gauge exploded, overwhelmed by the excessive force, rendering it unable to register. Witnessing this scene, Drake and the others gasped in shock. A punch exceeding 10 tons of force, and it seemed this was not even Steve's limit. What kind of monster was this? Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Steve hopped onto the modified treadmill and immediately set it to the highest setting. In no time, Steve's figure turned into a blur, making it impossible for anyone to catch a glimpse. Those unaware might think they were seeing a ghost. Voices of astonishment erupted from the crowd as everyone swallowed hard, reflecting inwardly, wondering if this guy was even human. Having learned from the previous lesson, Steve decided to stop shortly, but when he stepped off the treadmill, everyone noticed it was emitting smoke, signaling yet another machine down. For the final test with the lead ball array, there was no doubt Steve passed with flying colors. His reaction speed was already incredibly fast. Even without merging with the symbiote, he could easily dodge the lead balls, let alone now. Overall, this test yielded no useful data, leaving Drake somewhat helpless. However, no one doubted Steve's strength. For him, although this test did not provide any useful data, it gave him a more precise understanding of his body, which he was quite satisfied with. Life Foundation outskirts. The sky gradually darkened, and the moonlight began to envelop the earth. A team of patrolling personnel vigilantly patrolled every corner of the Life Foundation. Due to prior warnings, Drake had already issued a strict order, so no one dared to let their guard down. As time passed, suddenly a sound of something breaking through the air echoed in the night. It was as if something had swept over their heads. Before anyone could take a closer look, a loud roar suddenly came from the distant horizon, accompanied by a piercing, eerie laughter. Ha ha ha! A green figure riding a flying skateboard burst directly into the Life Foundation. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Life Foundation changed their expressions and began to shout loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" As they issued the warning, everyone turned their guns to aim at the figure in the sky. Gunfire flashed in the darkness, and a fierce barrage of gunshots shattered the night silence. Countless bullets soared into the sky with the gunfire. Although the Green Goblin's speed was incredibly fast, under the overwhelming firepower, many bullets still struck him. Unfortunately, he, clad in the Green Goblin's armor, completely ignored the threat of the bullets. Apart from the sound of clinking as bullets hit him, they posed no real danger. A terrifying cackle continuously escaped his lips as the Green Goblin casually patted his waist, producing 2 pumpkin grenades in his hands. Pulling the pins, the Green Goblin forcefully threw the pumpkin grenades towards the ground, which landed among the crowd. Boom! The horrifying explosion sounded, and the previously dense gunfire below suddenly thinned out. It was evident that most armed members of the Life Foundation had turned into a pile of bones in the explosion of the pumpkin grenades. Although this may sound lengthy, it was merely a small interlude. Happy's towering figure descended from the sky, crashing onto the ground and creating a massive pit where he landed. The shadow that had flashed earlier stopped atop the Life Foundation's building, revealing Peter in his black spider suit. The roar of a car echoed as it crashed through the doors of the Life Foundation, and the cold-hearted Bucky stepped out of the vehicle. The members of the Dark Alliance made their entrance in various ways, easily breaking through the defenses set up by the Life Foundation and heading towards the research building. At that moment, a piercing alarm rang throughout the building, signaling an external intrusion. In the monitoring room, Drake watched the footage on the monitors, his face darkening to the point of almost dripping water. Although he had been warned by Nick that Tony would eventually come for him, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. What shocked him even more was that Tony's subordinates were so powerful. Besides Spider-Man, there were 3 other exceptionally strong superhumans. With such formidable strength, coupled with the subtly suppressive Shadow Legion against the symbiote, it was indeed difficult for the Life Foundation to withstand this assault solely with their own forces. Fortunately, he had accepted Nick's cooperation, and the newly enhanced Captain America was still at the Foundation. So despite his grim expression while observing the intruders, Drake was not overly worried. Grabbing the communicator, Drake's voice immediately rang out. "Price Donna, we have guests arriving. You bring everyone and treat them well." "Understood, Doctor." Mobilizing forces to prepare for the ambush against the members of the Dark Alliance, Drake then dialed Nick's number. He didn't have to wait long before the call was picked up. Without waiting for Nick to speak, Drake rushed in. "People from Stark Industries have arrived. Ooh, it's time for your SHIELD to step up." "Got it. Hold on for a bit. Our reinforcements will arrive soon." After acknowledging, Drake did not continue the conversation, hanging up the phone directly before heading towards the training room. Compared to Nick, who was far away, Captain America, who was close at hand, was obviously a better option for seeking help. Steve, who had been adapting to his rapidly increasing power, was clearly unaware of the situation outside. Only when Drake came knocking did he suddenly realize. "Someone is invading. I understand it. Don't worry, I will take action." Steve readily agreed to Drake's request for assistance. Not to mention that he had just benefited from Drake. Even if he hadn't, his character wouldn't allow him to stand by idly. Seeing Steve agree to help, Drake couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, regaining his previous calmness. In the research building, several members of the Dark Alliance entered together. Shadows appeared in the building at the summons of Peter and Norman. The Claw Shadows were responsible for scouting and fighting, while the Shadow Ninjas searched for information. The group dispersed to search from the first floor, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of any possible data storage. This was their first coordinated operation. Whether for rewards or to fulfill Tony's orders, everyone aimed to complete the mission as thoroughly as possible, not daring to be the least bit careless. While they were searching the entire floor, members of the Life Foundation swiftly arrived at that level. A curvaceous figure accompanied by a group of symbiotes appeared before Peter, blocking his path. Having learned from their previous lesson, this time they were equipped with numerous gadgets, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. Witnessing this scene, Peter's expression turned grave under the mask. Not daring to underestimate the situation, he summoned the more combat-ready Claw Shadows. On the other side, the Green Goblin, who was searching for information, suddenly suffered a shadow attack. The sharp, frantic claws sliced through the air, landing on the Green Goblin and producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. On the 3rd floor, Bucky and Happy arrived to search, but were blocked at the stairwell by Steve, who was dressed in the American suit. Seeing Steve's appearance, Bucky's expression changed, and his gaze became exceedingly complicated. How did you get here?" "That is a question I should be asking you, Bucky. How did you end up like this? Have you forgotten our ideals? Why are you teaming up with these evil forces?" Come back. Oh, let us unite to fight evil. Don't go down the wrong path again. The last time they met, the situation was not right, so they did not talk much. Now seeing each other again, Steve immediately began to persuade Bucky, hoping to lead him away from the Dark Alliance. Listening to Steve's persuasion, Bucky shook his head. I have never forgotten our ideals, but I have my path and my way. The Light Alliance is the true justice. On the contrary, your S.H.I.E.L.D. has been controlled by the upper echelons of the United States. They act more on behalf of upper interests rather than the justice in our hearts. Bucky spoke with righteous indignation. During this time he had stayed at Tony's villa, and under Tony's subtle brainwashing he had long accepted the alliance, now directly persuading Steve to reconsider. Looking at Bucky's bewildered face, Steve's gaze instantly became firm as he declared, You have already strayed down the wrong path, and I cannot allow you to make further mistakes. Since you refuse to break free, I can only take you back first. As he spoke, Steve prepared to take action. Just as his words fell, the impatient Happy nearby exclaimed loudly, If you're going to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense? Without caring for Bucky beside him, Happy charged forward. His body began to swell, transforming in the blink of an eye into a giant resembling a small mountain. His massive fist tore through the air, whistling toward Steve's face. Seeing this scene, Steve's expression hardened, showing no hesitation as he retaliated with a punch of his own. The large and small fists collided fiercely in midair. A smile crept across Happy's lips. Daring to face him, Hedon was tantamount to seeking death. After injecting the Hulk serum, he excelled in strength, and apart from Tony, no one in the entire league dared to take his punch. Hedon. Thus, seeing Steve choose to face him directly, he envisioned himself sending Steve flying with a single blow. Bang! A loud crash echoed. A figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall, leaving it cracked. Bucky focused his gaze, stunned to see that it was not Steve who was sent flying but Happy. His expression turned ghostly. How is this possible? Since joining the league, he had interacted most with Happy, often competing against each other. Yet every time it ended with him being beaten black and blue. After all, facing a monster with unparalleled defense and unmatched strength, he had no way to defeat Happy other than being dominated. He had witnessed Steve's strength before. Although stronger than himself, it was still within limits. Logically, Happy shouldn't be his opponent. But now seeing Happy, who usually dominated him, unexpectedly sent flying by Steve's punch, was simply unbelievable. Bucky was shocked, while Happy, furious and embarrassed, could not believe that the very person he had just looked down upon had knocked him away. Roaring in anger, Happy climbed back up from the ground and charged at Steve. His imposing figure resembled a small mountain. With each step, the floor shook violently. Compared to his massive frame, Steve appeared weak. However, strength would not change due to Happy's anger. He was not the Hulk and could not enhance his power through rage. Soon Happy charged upward, only to be sent flying back at an even greater speed, a mouthful of blood spewing from his lips. His unmatched defense had been breached. Slowly retracting his fist, Steve expressionlessly glanced at Happy, who had been sent flying. Before merging with the symbiote, he indeed was not this big guy's match. But after merging with the symbiote, his strength had increased tenfold. How could this big guy possibly stand a chance against him? Retracting his gaze, Steve looked back at Bucky and said calmly, Surrender, Bucky. You are not my match. Upon hearing this, Bucky snapped back to reality from his shock, looking at Steve with a grave expression. Steve's strength left him in despair, but he would never surrender. He still upheld the justice in his heart, and his pride would not allow him to back down without a fight. Bang, bang, bang. He swiftly drew his specially modified pistol from his waist, firing powerful bullets towards Steve. Seeing this, Steve did not block, instead vanishing from his original spot to evade the bullets. When he reappeared, he was already close to Bucky. As Bucky noticed him, Steve's fist landed directly on Bucky's chest. With a loud crash, Bucky was sent crashing to the ground. Agonizing pain engulfed every muscle in Bucky's body, and he instantly lost his ability to resist. The gap was too vast. Steve, after merging with the symbiote, had become exponentially stronger, transcending more than one tier. Whether it was Happy or Bucky, they were like children facing adults with no way to fight back, only to be completely overpowered. Looking at Happy and Bucky, who could no longer rise from the ground, Steve shook his head and said calmly, Why bother? You two can stay here for a while. Having said that, Steve turned and walked down the stairs, ignoring the two on the ground. Happy and Bucky, having endured Steve's heavy blows, completely lost their fighting power. Even moving was difficult. They could only lie obediently on the ground. On the second floor, the battle between the Green Goblin and the Rampager continued. With the aid of high-tech equipment, the Green Goblin clearly had the upper hand over the Rampager. Moreover, with the assistance of the Shadow Claw, the Rampager was restricted in his combat, unable to rely on the symbiote's powerful vitality to force an assault. If nothing changed, it would only be a matter of time before the Rampager was defeated. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, a sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Steve appeared before the two. Instantly, both the Green Goblin and the Rampager distanced themselves, looking at Steve. Upon recognizing him, the Green Goblin frowned, while the Rampager's face lit up with joy. She sensed the aura of a kindred spirit from Steve, clearly indicating he was one of them. "Who are you?" Norman asked, frowning with a warning tone. He remembered that Bucky and Happy had gone to the third floor, and now a stranger appeared, clearly a helper for the enemy. Where had Bucky and the others gone? If they were on the third floor, they shouldn't have let anyone come down, right? Hearing Norman's question, Steve did not respond, only fixing his gaze on Norman before vanishing in an instant. At the moment he disappeared, Norman felt a jolt in his heart so fast. Thinking in shock, Norman immediately retreated. Clearly the situation had changed, and for his own safety, it would be best to flee early. While thinking, he jumped onto the flying skateboard, flames shooting from it, as Norman propelled himself towards the window. As long as he left this place, he could quickly escape. Unless that guy could fly, he would definitely not catch up to him. The Green Goblin had calculated well, but he underestimated Steve's speed and overestimated his own strength. Just as he was about to burst out the window, Steve's figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Simultaneously, Steve threw a punch, unleashing terrifying power. Norman could only hastily block with his hands, but was directly knocked off the skateboard and smashed to the ground. Boom! A huge sound reverberated throughout the building, startling Peter on the first floor. Before he could comprehend the situation, Norman's roar echoed from upstairs. "Run!" Norman's roar caused Peter's expression to change. He detected the fear in Norman's words. Although he did not know what had happened, he dared not linger any longer and quickly fled outside the Life Foundation. The scream that had been suppressed by Peter reacted swiftly, realizing that they had gained the upper hand. Without a second thought, he chased after Peter, determined to stop him. However, as the clawed shadows appeared to block him, the scream was held back, forced to watch Peter escape from the research building, and an angry roar erupted from the scream's mouth. After Peter escaped the building, Steve's figure also appeared on the first floor, cautiously following behind him. Seeing the scene on the first floor, Steve frowned and asked, "Where are the others?" The scream, having dealt with the last two clawed shadows, stopped, and coldly replied they ran away. Upon hearing this, Steve gave the scream a deep glance, but ultimately said nothing and returned to the second floor. On the other side, Peter, having narrowly escaped, gasped for breath and glanced back at the Life Foundation, which he had left far behind. He still could not comprehend how he had inexplicably lost. For superhumans, each possessing formidable strength along with the help of the Shadow Legion, left Peter puzzled as to why they had lost. Before the operation, he had thought that this mission would be a mere formality. Yet the reality was so peculiar, they had lost. Although he did not know the exact course of events, he could imagine that Norman and the others must have encountered an insurmountable enemy. Otherwise, even in defeat, it would not have led to complete annihilation. Regaining his focus, Peter forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart and quickly headed toward Freedom City. At the seaside villa, Tony sat on the balcony, holding a glass of red wine, his gaze calmly surveying the vast ocean. The night waves crashed fiercely, with successive surges continuously hitting the shore, creating a loud roar. At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky and landed on the balcony. Tony did not even glance at it, completely ignoring the scene before him. Seeing his calm demeanor, Peter felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, "The operation failed. How can you remain so composed?" In response, Tony took a sip of wine and, still calm, replied, "Let's hear it. What happened?" Peter then revealed everything he knew, while Tony listened quietly without offering any opinions. After finishing his drink, Tony set the glass aside, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I warned you all to be careful before the mission, but no one listened. Now look, you've managed to get yourselves completely wiped out. Did you really think that just because you have some power you could disregard the rest of the world?" Tony spoke slowly, and the anger on Peter's face gradually morphed into a hint of shame. They had indeed been careless, believing their strength could sweep away any opposition, failing to take the Life Foundation seriously, which led to their downfall. Thus, faced with Tony's mockery, Peter was at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Jarvis' voice sounded. "Sir, a call from Mr. Nick is coming in. Should I connect it?" "Put him through," Tony replied calmly. "Understood, sir." With that, Nick's voice echoed throughout the villa. "Hey, it's good to see you again, Tony. If you're calling to gloat, then just shut up." Nick's slightly smug tone rang out. He had clashed with Tony more than once, and this was the first time he felt he had the upper hand. Even his tone was filled with delight. Unfortunately, before he could continue boasting, Tony's words dashed his hopes of doing so. After being retorted, Nick, on the other end, fell silent for a moment, but he quickly composed himself. "He'll get straight to the point. I can let your people go, but you mustn't make any more moves on the Life Foundation. How does that sound?" Having finally captured Happy and the others, it was pure nonsense to say Nick genuinely intended to let them go. However, having witnessed Tony's strength, he knew Tony's power was truly unfathomable. Even though Steve's strength had significantly increased, Nick still lacked the confidence to confront Tony directly. As long as Tony remained standing, capturing all his subordinates would be futile. In fact, it might even provoke Tony to the point of rage, so his only thought now was to use Happy and the others to strike a deal with Tony. It must be said that Nick knew when to advance and retreat, but Tony clearly did not want to grant him this favor. So as soon as Nick finished speaking, Tony's indifferent voice followed. I want the people back, and I also want the information on the Life Foundation. If you're smart, you'll send it over obediently. If not, I'll come to take it myself. All right, that's it. Contact me again after you think it through. With that, Tony abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Nick on the other end stunned at the busy tone. Once he regained his senses, an indescribable rage welled up in his heart. If only Tony were standing in front of him, he would have yanked his collar and asked him if he understood the situation. Now that he held the upper hand, how could he dare to negotiate? Why such a hardline tone? In the office, Steve and Drake observed the furious Nick, their expressions equally filled with coldness. Although Nick did not have the speakerphone on during the call, neither of them was ordinary. Under the same roof, they could clearly hear the conversation between Nick and Tony. Listening to Tony's arrogant demeanor, both felt displeased. Especially Drake. He had originally disagreed with Nick's proposed deal, but found it difficult to refute since the capture was Steve's doing. But now, despite having hostages, they were still being threatened by Tony. How could he swallow this grievance? At that moment, Drake let out a cold snort and ominously stated, I told you long ago that your deal was unreliable. It would be better to listen to me. Either eliminate those three, or let me figure out how to control their fusion symbiote to enhance our own strength. Why should we care about that guy's feelings? Drake suggested, and the usually quiet Steve surprisingly nodded, showing his support for Drake's plan. However, at that moment, Nick waved his hand and said, no, if anything happens to those three, there will be no turning back. Seeing Nick refuse once again, the corner of Drake's mouth twitched, but he found it difficult to say anything further. After all, this collaboration was primarily led by S.H.I.E.L.D. And since the person involved was captured by Steve, it had little to do with the Life Foundation. He truly had no grounds to demand anything. Speaking too much might instead undermine the cooperative relationship between both parties. However, even though he remained silent, it did not mean that Steve would agree with Nick's plan. In the next moment, a loud shout resonated through the office. Enough! Nick is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Your duty is to eliminate evil and maintain the stability of the United States. But what are you doing now? Bowing down to dark forces without resistance. Is that guy truly so strong that he is invincible? I refuse to believe that. Steve spoke with righteous indignation, which was partly due to his character and partly because of his significantly enhanced strength. Having merged with the symbiote, he easily swept away three immensely powerful superhumans, making it impossible for Steve's mindset to remain unchanged. Yet he was not a young man, his mindset was quite stable, so he had not shown any unusual reactions. But now, with Tony pressing hard and Nick continually retreating, he couldn't help but feel the urge to explode. In his view, even if Tony's strength was formidable, he could only match him at his current power level. He had no fear in a battle of equals. Listening to Steve's roar and seeing his unwavering gaze, Nick suddenly realized that his mindset had become unbalanced. Perhaps due to the overwhelming pressure that Tony exerted on him, he always felt hesitant in front of Tony. Although he could forcefully carry out orders using his position as director. Seeing Steve's current expression, if he did so, it was highly likely that Steve would turn against him. A sigh involuntarily echoed in his heart. He knew he could no longer back down. He had to confront Tony Heaton. Otherwise, Steve would likely become disillusioned. All right, Captain, perhaps you have a point. In that case, let's try to resolve the situation with Tony. However, Captain, I must remind you not to underestimate Tony. This guy is deeply hidden and possesses extraordinary strength. Even if you, Captain, have dramatically increased your power, you may not necessarily be able to defeat him. Hearing Nick's warning, Steve nodded. He was not someone who failed to recognize good advice, and he could naturally hear the concern in Nick's tone. Don't worry, Director, with my current strength, even if I can't defeat Tony, I won't fail. Moreover, the initiative is in our hands. As long as I am not crushed, he will have no choice but to submit. As Nick and the others formulated strategies at the Life Foundation, Tony, after hanging up the phone, went upstairs to change into a new outfit. Dressed in a white suit, he exuded a refined aura as he walked down from the second floor. He waved a hand towards Peter, who was waiting, and headed outside the villa. Seeing this, Peter curiously asked, what are we going to do now? We are going to reclaim our territory. Tony replied with a smile, explaining as he walked. Upon hearing this, Peter's eyes lit up. He had always felt that Tony was extraordinary, but he had never witnessed Tony in action. Now that he had the chance, he certainly would not miss it, so he hurriedly followed. Driving the silver-white supercar, Tony drifted away from the villa, heading towards the Life Foundation. His physical condition now was incomparable to before. Both his eyesight and reflexes had reached the limits of human capability. Additionally, having a passion for racing in his previous life, he had extensive driving experience, making drifting a piece of cake for Tony. As it was already midnight and the streets were sparse with vehicles, just shortly after leaving the villa, Tony's car sped up to a breathtaking 130 miles per hour. 15 minutes later, accompanied by a stylish drift, the silver supercar parked steadily at the entrance of the Life Foundation. Tony opened the car door and stepped out with Peter quickly following. Meanwhile, Nick and the others at the Life Foundation also spotted Tony's arrival through the surveillance cameras. Nick's expression turned grave while Steve standing behind him appeared eager to test the young man's capabilities. "I'm going to see how strong this kid really is and whether he's as terrifying as you say." Without waiting for Nick's approval, Steve turned and pushed the door, leaving the office. Watching this scene, Derek's eyes flashed with anticipation. One was a super soldier he had personally created, while the other was a guy Nick had praised to the skies. Regardless of belief, Derek was very much looking forward to the confrontation between the two. Tony and Peter entered the Life Foundation, heading towards the research building. Due to the recent raid by Peter and the others, the ordinary security personnel of the Life Foundation had long since evacuated, so the two of them walked through without encountering any obstacles. It was only when they reached the entrance of the research building that a heavy sound of footsteps could be heard slowly approaching from within. Steve, already tall, appeared even more imposing after merging with the symbiote. When he emerged, he completely blocked the entrance to the research facility. To enter the research facility, one must first deal with Steve. As Steve appeared, Peter's face instantly filled with alertness. Yet Tony remained calm, asking, "Are you going to stop me?" "That's right, and I also want you to come back to SHIELD with me." Steve did not hide his intentions, stating them plainly. Just as he finished speaking, Tony moved. For him, since Steve was an enemy, there was no need for needless chatter. He would simply take him down. Coupled with the power of the rabbit talisman, Tony's speed was at its peak. Almost as soon as Steve's words left his mouth, Tony had already appeared before him, landing a punch on his cheek. Instantly, the previously invincible Steve was sent flying by Tony's punch. Boom. His body crashed heavily into the wall, producing a loud sound, and Steve was completely buried under debris. However, at this moment, he could not care about such trifles. Instead, he looked at Tony, who stood not far away with a face full of astonishment. Although he had heard from Nick that Tony was strong, he never expected him to be so powerful that a single punch sent him flying, leaving him utterly defenseless. In an instant, he stared blankly at Tony at the door, filled with confusion in his eyes. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Tony's disdainful voice rang out instantly, causing Steve, still immersed in shock, to lift his head, a flicker of anger appearing on his face. He had his pride, especially since he had previously looked down on Tony, but now being sent flying by a single punch from Tony was something he could not accept. However, despite his anger, he remained exceptionally calm. As an old coot who had undergone countless battles, he understood very well that in combat one must never lose their rationality. Otherwise, the moment rationality is lost, the outcome of the battle is predetermined. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Steve fixed his sharp gaze on Tony and said, "Come again." Without waiting for Tony to act, Steve took the initiative to strike. With a loud bang, the ground beneath Steve shattered as he unleashed a terrifying force, propelling himself towards Tony at breakneck speed. Standing behind Tony, Peter, despite having extraordinary spider sense, could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, unable to see any distinct shape. Instantly, Peter's heart raced, and he couldn't help but remind Tony to be cautious. Just as he spoke, a dull collision sound suddenly echoed, and Steve appeared right in front of Tony. Tony remained unmoved at his spot, but it was as if Steve had crashed into an iron wall, his entire body pressed against the air less than a meter away from Tony. Witnessing this scene, not only was Peter taken aback, but Nick and Drake also stood up in astonishment, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. What was happening? Looking at Steve's awkward state, Tony couldn't help but smirk, his eyes filled with mockery. He possessed many abilities, including the fiery powers from the dragon talisman, the speed from the rabbit talisman, and the telekinetic powers from the goat talisman. And now what Tony was using was the telekinetic power. He was not like Steve, a brute relying solely on physical prowess. Having various abilities meant he wouldn't waste them by engaging in a brawl. Moreover, in terms of physical attributes, he wasn't necessarily Steve's match. The only reason he managed to send Steve flying with one punch was due to the element of surprise and the speed boost from the rabbit talisman. Otherwise, Steve wouldn't be able to get up as if nothing had happened. Observing Steve nearly pressed against him, Tony's mind shifted, and his body suddenly soared into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions rang out as Steve's form flew up repeatedly before crashing down onto the ground. Soon a large human-shaped pit formed on the ground. Among all extraordinary abilities, physical prowess cannot be said to be the least useful, but without sufficient strength, facing a bug-level ability like telekinesis leaves no room for struggle, just like Steve was experiencing now. Watching this scene, Peter stood there gaping, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. In the monitoring room, Nick and his companion also looked on in disbelief. Especially Nick, while he had anticipated that Steve might not be Tony's opponent, being utterly dominated still exceeded his expectations. Once he regained his senses, Nick, not bothering with shock, shouted, "Get reinforcements now." As soon as he spoke, Drake immediately nodded in agreement. Quickly, three figures rushed out from the research building: Flint, Scream, and Riot. A whirlwind of sand surged towards Tony, each grain of sand as lethal as steel pellets capable of easily penetrating a person's body. Scream and Riot launched their surprise attack from the sides, fully aware that confronting Tony directly would be suicidal, so they positioned themselves to provide support, attempting to divert Tony's attention. But they underestimated Tony and overestimated themselves. A few small fry were hardly enough to distract him. Turning his gaze, Tony waved his right hand, and instantly a wave of fire surged towards the storm of sand. While the lethal power of sand was substantial against an intangible and insubstantial element like fire, it was utterly useless. On the contrary, the terrifying heat incinerated the surrounding area, quickly engulfing the sand and turning it to dust. Meanwhile, Scream and Riot on either side, before they could even get close to Tony, the Hulk and Nightcrawler appeared simultaneously in front of them. The Hulk launched an attack from the front, while Nightcrawler attacked from the sky. Under the coordinated effort of the two powerful teams, Scream and Riot found themselves in a frenzy, unable to even think about ambushing Tony, let alone distracting him. At that moment, they struggled to protect themselves. With a casual wave, Tony tossed Steve aside, as if disposing of trash, simultaneously unleashing the power of the rabbit talisman, his speed skyrocketing as he suddenly appeared before Flint. Seeing Tony suddenly appear in front of him, Flint was startled and instinctively tried to turn into quicksand to escape. But before he could fully transform, Tony's telekinesis activated, immobilizing him on the spot. With a light snap of his fingers, a flame appeared at his fingertip. "I heard you are quite confident in your ability to survive, so let me help you test it out." As he spoke, Tony flicked his finger, and the flame landed on Flint, instantly turning the Sandman into a fireman as a piercing scream erupted from Flint's mouth. "Stop!" A loud shout came from the entrance of the research building. Nick, accompanied by Drake, stepped out with members of the Life Foundation behind them, escorting Bucky and the others. Seeing this, Tony raised an eyebrow and looked at Nick with a smile, saying, "What? Do you still want to threaten me?" In response, Nick took a deep breath and did not reply, but instead stated, "Release them, and I will return your people. This is not a threat, but a transaction. I believe this is quite fair. What do you think, Tony?" "Indeed it is fair, but even without trading with you, I can rescue them." Tony looked at Nick with a smirk. Nick took a deep breath. "I will also give you the research data on the symbiote." "Not enough. Since I'm here, this thing belongs to me. It's inappropriate for you to trade my things with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Nick's mouth twitched. If it weren't for his fear of Tony's terrifying strength, he would have cursed out loud, thinking it was shameless. What did it mean that if you came here, it was yours? Even if you were strong, you couldn't just claim whatever you wanted. At that moment, Nick truly wished to go all out with Tony. But unfortunately, he didn't dare. Both Steve and Flint were among the few extraordinary forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. Losing these two would make it even harder to resist Tony in the future. Moreover, even if he wanted to risk it all, they didn't have that qualification, so he could only endure. As for threatening with the communicator, he had already used it last time and didn't dare to do so again. He understood that if he dared to use the communicator to threaten Tony again, with Tony's personality, he would rather stubbornly resist than give in. "So what do you suggest we do?" Saying this, Nick was filled with helplessness. He was certain that he was the most aggrieved director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in history. Looking at his predecessor, who held immense power and commanded respect, he found himself bowing his head and playing the fool, all of which brought tears to his eyes. Upon hearing this, Tony began to ponder seriously. To be honest, he did not want to tear apart his relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared Nick last time. Captain Marvel was one of the reasons. Secondly, he had to consider Stark Industries as well. Of course, if the benefits were substantial enough, tearing apart the relationship wouldn't be off the table, but merely the existence of a symbiotic entity was not enough for Tony to pay such a high price. With things reaching this point, Nick once again bowed his head. It was not impossible to back down. But the question arose, what benefits should he ask for? Indeed, he was treating Nick like an ATM, otherwise how could he cause such a commotion? Nick might not agree to a high price, but if he asked for too low, he felt it was a loss, which was quite a headache. Fortunately, with the memories of his past life as a foundation, Tony quickly locked onto a target. "If you want to let go of today's matter, it's possible. I heard that there is a cube in your S.H.I.E.L.D. If you hand that over to me, we can consider this matter resolved." Hearing this, Nick immediately frowned. S.H.I.E.L.D. only had one cube, which came from Hydra, and was something Steve seized from Hydra's headquarters. Although Hydra placed great importance on this object, S.H.I.E.L.D. had studied it for decades without discovering its usage, only knowing that it contained immense energy. For a moment, Nick hesitated, should he give it or not? While he was in doubt, the cries of Flint nearby were growing weaker. Under the burning flames, he had completely turned black and his body started to slowly melt. It was evident that if the flames were not extinguished soon, this guy would be completely vaporized in no time. Witnessing this scene, Nick could no longer continue to ponder and spoke directly. He'll give it to you and let him go." With that, Tony smiled, casually waved his hand, and the flames on Flint were immediately extinguished, allowing Steve, who had been floating up and down, to finally land. Including the life-threatening screams and frenzy, they finally escaped from the shadowy army. "Prepare the items and send them to my villa." After reminding Tony, no longer paid attention to Nick and turned to look at Drake. Seeing Tony's gaze land on him, Drake immediately became nervous and instinctively swallowed hard. Before witnessing Tony's power, he thought Tony was just average, but after seeing Tony's strength, he was now extremely anxious, fearing that Tony would continue to target him, which would mean certain doom. "Mr. Tony, here are the documents you requested. All of them are here." Drake hurriedly approached, respectfully offering the folder with both hands. At the same time, the imprisoned Bucky and the others were also freed and came before Tony, each lowering their heads in shame. After glancing at these three fellows, Tony said nothing and turned to leave while Peter picked up the documents and followed. Bucky and the others hurriedly followed suit. A group of them walked toward the outside of the Life Foundation. Watching Tony and the others leave, both Nick and Drake let out a sigh of relief. Nick quickly glanced at Flint and Steve on the ground and said, "Save them." In the silver sports car, Tony sat in the back seat, Bucky was in the passenger seat, and Happy was driving obediently. As for Peter and Norman, they naturally flew back. Seeing the silent Tony in the back seat, the two dared not even breathe, loudly looking as obedient as they could. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm going to eat you? Why are you so scared?" Hearing this, Bucky and the others finally found an opportunity to speak, each hurriedly saying, "Sorry, sir, for troubling you to come personally." Looking at the two's expressions, Tony's smile faded, and he slowly said, "It seems you know how to be ashamed. Improve your strength properly after returning. I don't want to see this kind of thing again." To be honest, Tony was indeed a bit disappointed. The Dark Alliance he painstakingly built had almost suffered a complete defeat. When he heard this news, he nearly considered letting them fend for themselves, as it was truly embarrassing. However, upon careful consideration, he still chose to go personally. Fortunately, the final result was not bad. "Don't worry, sir, we will definitely work hard after returning." Bucky and Happy spoke in unison, and Tony gave a perfunctory nod, not holding out much hope in his heart. Bucky was fine, but Happy's abilities were already fixed, and the room for improvement was limited. Efforts or not, it would be about the same. Without further conversation, the car soon returned to the villa. However, as soon as they arrived at the villa, the expressions of everyone except Tony suddenly changed. Because a large hole had been blown in the villa. Watching this scene, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all turned their gazes toward Tony. At that moment, Tony squinted his eyes, walking toward the villa, silently, seemingly as if nothing had happened. Yet everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness from him, and for a moment they dared not speak. J-R-V-I-S. Looking at the villa that had almost turned into ruins, Tony said in a deep voice, "Sir, I am here. Tell me what happened." "Sir, after you left, the new guy in the basement woke up. He released Banner, and the two of them escaped from the villa together." Hearing this, Tony immediately headed for the underground laboratory. Soon he saw the basement that had turned into a disaster scene. At that moment, Tony couldn't help but laugh. Well done, escaping was fine, but you even dared to wreck the place. Interesting. Although Tony said this with a smile, everyone felt the anger in his heart. Especially Peter, who instinctively shrank his head. He had heard that it was the venom he brought that caused all this. If he were to be blamed, he would really have nowhere to cry. Fortunately, Tony did not blame them, and soon calmed down. "All right, everyone, don't follow me. Go do what you need to do. We'll talk about anything tomorrow." Happy contact someone to repair the villa. After speaking, Tony left the crowd behind. The villa, having been damaged to this extent, could not be lived in, so he could only change residences. Driving toward Manhattan City Center, he parked the car under a high-end community and dialed a number. "Potts, my house is gone. I'm downstairs at your place. Can I stay at your house today?" After finishing his words, Potts' voice came from the phone, and Tony kept speaking sweet words. Soon a graceful figure arrived at the community gate to take Tony upstairs. Silence reigned through the night. The next day, inside S.H.I.E.L.D. in Nick's office, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Nick's assistant rushed in, his face beaming with joy. "Director, good news. Tony Stark's villa has been attacked, and the imprisoned Hulk has escaped during the chaos." Hearing this, Nick, who had been engrossed in his paperwork, instantly looked up with sharp eyes and asked the assistant, "Who did this?" The assistant scratched his head, hesitatingly shaking it. "I'm not sure. Based on the information from the agents, it seems that when the Hulk escaped from the villa, he was accompanied by someone else. That person's appearance resembles the symbiote we've been collaborating with recently." At this, an image of Drake flashed through Nick's mind, but he quickly shook his head, dispelling that unrealistic thought. Drake had been with him yesterday, and Nick couldn't believe that after witnessing Tony's immense power, Drake would have the audacity to destroy Tony's villa. Thus, there must be someone else involved. Thinking of this, Nick immediately ordered, "Send the order to mobilize all S.H.I.E.L.D. forces in New York City. No matter how deep we have to dig, we must find those two." The assistant nodded quickly but curiously asked before leaving, Are you planning to capture them and hand them over to Tony? Nick glanced at him with a deep gaze, not offering an explanation. The assistant awkwardly smiled and dared not ask further, swiftly bowing his head and leaving the office. Watching him leave, Nick withdrew his gaze and turned to look out the window. After being threatened by Tony time and again, it was impossible for Nick to say he had no complaints. However, lacking the strength, he could only endure. To enhance S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power, he had dispatched numerous personnel to search for extraordinary individuals worldwide, all in hope of one day being able to stand against Tony. The Hulk was evidently a promising candidate. Not only was he sufficiently powerful, but he also had a grudge against Tony. If he joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he would surely become a cornerstone in the fight against Tony. Nick's thoughts surged as he stared blankly out the window. Meanwhile, in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal research lab, a square block encased in a glass box suddenly began to tremble. This was the tesseract that Tony had requested previously, but Nick had yet to deliver it. Furthermore, as he had just assumed the role of director, he had not yet utilized the tesseract for weapon development, so it still remained stored within S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside the lab, the tesseract, which had been silent for years, suddenly underwent a transformation. It slowly floated up, shattering the glass as a surge of spatial power quickly poured out, gradually forming a spatial doorway. Clop, clop, clop. A series of footsteps echoed from the spatial doorway as a long-haired man dressed in medieval noble attire, holding a scepter, slowly stepped out. His movements were graceful and poised. Observing the layout of the research lab, he raised an eyebrow slightly, then turned his gaze to the tesseract, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. With a casual flick of his hand, the tesseract instantly fell into his grasp. Looking at the tesseract, Loki's eyes glimmered with amusement. Is this the space stone you desire? After speaking, Loki casually stored the tesseract away and stepped towards the exit, muttering to himself, I wonder how my dear brother is doing. I'm here to see you. As a secret organization, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s security was as stringent as that of the White House. Thus, the moment Loki exited the lab, he was immediately spotted by S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Stop. Who are you? Why are you here? A guard shouted at Loki as he emerged from the lab, quickly raising his weapon to aim at him. Watching this unfold, Loki remained unfazed, merely raising his scepter and waving it. Instantly, a look of daze appeared on the guard's face, and in the next moment, he turned the gun on himself and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the guard's head exploded like a watermelon. Loki calmly walked past him. A frantic alarm echoed through S.H.I.E.L.D., a signal that an external invasion had occurred. Immediately, the expressions of everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. changed, and they sprang into action. In Nick's office, Nick was also startled awake by the sudden alarm, his expression shifting as he pushed open the office door and stepped out. Just outside, he saw his assistant rushing towards him, and his face darkened as he asked, What happened? Not good, Director. There was an incident in the lab. Someone broke in and took the tesseract. What? Nick exclaimed, his emotions growing even more agitated than before. The tesseract was something he had promised to give to Tony, and now that it was lost, Tony would surely not let him off the hook. Without further ado, Nick quickly made his way to the scene of the incident. He rushed as quickly as he could, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was somewhat large. When he arrived at the scene, all he found was a pool of blood and corpses with no sign of the enemy. Who was responsible for guarding this place today? Nick turned to his panting assistant and inquired. Seeing Nick's ferocious expression, the assistant felt a surge of anxiety and stammered, It was Barton. He was on guard duty today. Where is he? I don't know, the assistant said, nearly in tears. He had hurried to report the news as soon as he received it, unaware of Barton's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Nick's expression darkened further as he turned towards the monitoring room. As an important institution, S.H.I.E.L.D. had surveillance cameras set up throughout. Soon Nick arrived at the monitoring room and pulled up the footage from the lab. Instantly, Loki's figure appeared on the screen. Watching the footage where Loki merely waved his scepter, causing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite to commit suicide, Nick's expression turned grim. When he saw Barton being taken away by Loki, he also understood why Barton was nowhere to be found. After shutting off the monitoring video, Nick took deep breaths, but he could not quell the agitation within. He realized he had really hit rock bottom. Others who became directors seemed to have it easy, occasionally clashing with a few Hydra members, which was considered a big deal. But now that it was his turn to be the director, not only did he frequently encounter extraordinary beings, but the powers of these extraordinary beings were terrifying, not to mention Tony and his friends. Even the person in the footage just now had an extremely terrifying power capable of making people commit suicide, completely defying the instinct for survival. At that moment, Nick couldn't help but sigh, his face filled with helplessness. "Send people out to search. Oh, we must find that guy's whereabouts," Nick commanded, and the assistant hurriedly nodded. After the assistant left, Nick rubbed his neck, feeling a headache coming on. How was he supposed to explain this to Tony? The villa was still under renovation and Tony was temporarily staying at Pot's place. Looking at the perfectly arranged living room showing no trace of last night's chaos, a slight smile crept onto Tony's lips. Just then a ring from the doorbell echoed through the house, and Tony instinctively said, "Jarvis, open the door." As he waited for a response, he suddenly remembered that Jarvis was still at the villa. Shaking his head in resignation, Tony walked toward the door and opened it. Instantly, Nick's grim face came into view, causing Tony's brow to furrow slightly. He didn't want to see this guy first thing in the morning, and instinctively he thought about closing the door. Seeing his action, Nick panicked and quickly reached out, saying, "Wait a moment." The cosmic cube was lost, and Nick had no way to explain it to Tony. To avoid making Tony angry, he had no choice but to come in person. Tony had just opened the door and wanted to shut it again. Did he really seem so unwelcome? Silently complaining to himself, Nick quickly spoke up. "The cosmic cube is missing. Is someone broke into SHIELD last night and stole it?" Upon hearing this, Tony paused, looking at Nick with suspicion. How could it be that it went missing just when he was asking for it? What a coincidence. Seeing the expression on Tony's face, Nick knew exactly what he was thinking and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I'm not lying to you. I brought you the surveillance footage." As he spoke, Nick raised his hand, indicating the tape recorder he was holding. "Rest assured, since I've promised you, I will definitely deliver. Just give me some time, and I'll get the cosmic cube back to you." Taking the tape recorder, Tony stroked his chin in thought before finally nodding, saying, "All right then." Bang. He closed the door right after. Nick, who was left outside, left Pot's residence in a huff, continuing to urge SHIELD agents to speed up their search. Tony returned to the living room, took out the tape from the recorder, and inserted it into the player. He sat on the sofa, enjoying the breakfast Potts had prepared for him. The tape was short, only a few minutes long, and it finished playing quickly. Tony's eyes glinted with a cold light as Loki appeared on the tape. Why is this guy showing up at this time? But daring to steal from me, he's asking for death. Tony muttered, yet he wasn't planning on taking any action just yet. He was somewhat curious about the gods of this world and wanted to see what kind of chaos this god could cause. Of course, this was also because Tony was currently not confident of victory. Although Loki appeared somewhat lackluster in the movies, he was after all a god, not to be underestimated. Not to mention, he might have Thanos backing him. If the outcome against Loki was still uncertain, Tony had no confidence at all against Thanos. After all, he was one of the top experts in the universe, not someone easily dealt with. With this thought in mind, urgency grew in Tony's heart. After contemplating for a moment, he got up, changed his clothes, and left the community. Driving his supercar, Tony crossed the streets based on the information provided by Jarvis, soon arriving at Hell's Kitchen. As one of New York City's notorious slums, Hell's Kitchen was one of the darkest areas in the city. Robberies, drug dealing, prostitution, and other illegal activities were commonplace in this area, along with numerous gangsters roaming about. It could be said to be a hell on earth. Tony was here, of course, to recruit new members for the Dark Alliance. This person was none other than Dr. Octopus, whom Tony was familiar with. Since his last product demonstration failed, Dr. Octopus not only lost his wife, but also had all research funding cut off. After all the products he developed had caused fatalities, who would dare to use them? Even if he improved the products, people wouldn't dare to try them again. Thus, such products were destined to lose their investment value, and as a result, the Oscorp Group directly cut off his research funding. Naturally, Dr. Octopus was unwilling to accept this. His mechanical arms were his life's work, and he couldn't bear to give up. Therefore, to continue his research, he sold off his property and moved to Hell's Kitchen simply because the rent was cheaper here. He invested all his money into his research. Recently, according to information Tony had his people investigate, his research funds had run out, but the products were still not fully developed and remained unfinished. Moreover, with no one investing in him, Dr. Octopus had already fallen into despair after facing several setbacks. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before New York would have another supervillain. However, Tony, eager to enhance his strength, didn't want to wait any longer, which was why he actively sought him out. As he drove, the supercar was too eye-catching, and he couldn't tell how many pairs of eyes were on him, both openly and secretly. However, none dared to approach and attempt to extort him. Don't think that extortion is a Chinese specialty. Anywhere there are benefits, such situations can occur. Small-time individuals have their own ways of surviving, and if he were driving a cheaper car, they would surely not let him go. But those who can drive supercars are wealthy, and in American society, wealth means power, so nobody would dare to act foolishly. Soon the car stopped by the side of a street. Tony got out and walked toward a small yard by the roadside. Since it was a research facility, the place couldn't be small, so Dr. Octopus specifically rented a small yard. Seeing the unlocked iron gate, Tony didn't mind and walked straight in without a shred of awareness about trespassing into someone's home. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. Inside, a drunken voice immediately responded, "Who the hell is it?" Tony remained silent, continuing to knock. Finally, the person inside grew impatient and angrily opened the door, revealing Dr. Octopus standing before Tony. Looking at the disheveled, middle-aged man with a face full of stubble, Tony was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that in such a short time this once-suited social elite would turn into this. Though he played a part in this downfall, it still made Tony sigh at how easy it is to destroy a person. "Mr. Stark." Seeing Tony, Dr. Octopus immediately sobered up. As a regular on socialite lists, Tony was still quite well known. Even though Dr. Octopus had been engrossed in research, he had seen many reports about him. Besides being a playboy, Tony was also the richest man in America and the youngest billionaire. Instantly, Dr. Octopus, who had been troubled by the halt in his research, became excited. "Mr. Stark, why are you here? Are you interested in my research and want to invest in me?" Dr. Octopus asked eagerly. Tony did not refute, but merely smiled, saying, "What do you want me to just stand here and chat with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Octopus reacted quickly and invited, "Please come in, I sincerely apologize. My home is a bit messy, please don't mind it." After saying that, Dr. Octopus shyly scratched his head while Tony shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. However, as soon as he stepped inside, Tony instantly regretted it. The room was filled with empty bottles and household garbage. The smell of alcohol, mixed with a foul odor and the sourness, made Tony's mouth twitch. He suddenly regretted entering. But clearly there was no choice now, so he could only muster the courage to find a clean spot to sit down. Just as he sat down, before Tony could take the initiative to speak, Dr. Octopus proactively asked, "I wonder how much Mr. Tony plans to invest." "The mechanical arm is a groundbreaking product that I have worked hard on. It is now nearly mature. As long as some minor details are modified, it can soon be put into production and start generating profits." Dr. Octopus boasted about his research as if it were unparalleled, which made Tony chuckle. He still remembered the last time they met, the air of arrogance surrounding Dr. Octopus, a pride unique to researchers. But now he had long discarded that attitude. All he wanted was to pull some investment from Tony. Everything else was irrelevant. However, Tony was not there to invest. He was there to ensure Dr. Octopus' complete transformation. So after Dr. Octopus finished speaking, Tony immediately laughed and said, "I was also at your last press conference. At that time, because of your product, someone died on site. Has the situation improved since then?" Tony directly pointed out the blemish in his research, but did not reveal the identity of the deceased to avoid embarrassing Dr. Octopus. But now it couldn't be too different. He did not expect that Tony had actually experienced the last press conference, which significantly increased the difficulty of his deception. However, he still refused to give up. This was his last chance. Apart from Tony, he could find no other capital to invest in him. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Tony was his last lifeline. "Ahem, Mr. Tony, you can rest assured that the mechanical arm has been improved and will not have similar issues again, I guarantee it." Guarantees mean nothing after all. Words are not proof. "How about this? Why don't you try wearing your mechanical arm yourself?" Tony suggested. Hearing this, Dr. Octopus hesitated. To put it bluntly, he had not even figured out why someone died at the previous press conference, so how could he talk about solutions? He had merely been talking nonsense to attract investment. But now Tony actually wanted him to try it on himself, which could cost him his life. In an instant, a dilemma presented itself before him, to wear it or not. Wearing it could be dangerous for his life. It was a gamble. Not wearing it meant that 80% of this investment could fail. If even the developer did not dare to wear it, who else would? So at this moment, he was truly in a bind. Observing the changing expressions on his face, a slight smile appeared on Tony's lips as he patiently waited. He understood these mad scientists. Nothing was more important to them than their research, and they would even risk their lives for it. As long as Dr. Octopus wore the mechanical arm, Tony's goal would be achieved, and there would be no way for him to back out. Thus, the supervillain would be born. To be honest, this made Tony feel a sense of creating history, eagerly waiting for Dr. Octopus' decision. In the end, Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth, his face full of determination, and said, "All right, I agree." After saying this, he turned and walked into his room, and Tony naturally followed. Suddenly, 4 enormous mechanical arms appeared before Tony's eyes. Looking at the mechanical arms, Dr. Octopus decisively removed his shirt, leaning against the mechanical arms, ready to attach them to himself. However, unexpectedly, before he could press the installation button, the mechanical arms suddenly moved on their own, and the steel needles at the interface pierced through his spine and into his body. Due to the suddenness of this scene, the unprepared Dr. Octopus let out a scream. Tony, however, was not surprised by this scene. Anyone who had seen the movies knew that the mechanical arms were not just simple tools, they were more like a metallic life form, with their own consciousness capable of influencing a person's character. Ignoring Dr. Octopus' scream, Tony quietly observed the scene before him, and about half an hour later the fusion was finally complete. Because it was a complete fusion, it took much longer than at the press conference. Dr. Octopus, who had already screamed himself hoarse, finally relaxed, his whole body going limp as he was about to collapse on the ground. But before he could hit the ground, the mechanical arms suddenly moved on their own. The two mechanical arms acted like human legs supporting Dr. Octopus. The other two shot towards Tony like venomous snakes, making a hissing sound resembling snakes. Naturally, Tony would not hold a grudge against the two mechanical arms, but smiled and asked, "How do you feel now?" "It's amazing. I feel like I suddenly have two more pairs of hands, and I can control them freely." Although his current appearance was quite messy, the smile on his face was genuine. Although he had developed the mechanical arms, it was his first time installing them on himself. Aside from the initial pain, he felt great now. "Then you should try to see if you can take them off," Tony suggested. Dr. Octopus nodded and immediately tried to remove the mechanical arms, but soon his expression changed. It was useless, completely useless. The dismantling device he designed was like a decoration, and he could not remove the mechanical arms at all. Suddenly, he panicked. No one wanted to become a monster, and he now looked no different from one with the mechanical arms. Realizing he might have to live with this thing for the rest of his life, his face changed completely. "Damn it, what is happening? I clearly designed it well. How could it malfunction?" Dr. Octopus raged, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on Tony's lips. "Don't worry, it should just be a minor glitch. It's just a small problem. Continue researching, and you will naturally find a way to detach it. I invested in this project." Tony comforted him, and Dr. Octopus quickly calmed down due to Tony's words, nodding in acknowledgement. "Mr. Tony, you are right, it really is a small problem. Also, thank you for your support," Dr. Octopus said joyfully, and although the mechanical arms had a slight malfunction, it was nothing compared to the joy of receiving investment. He believed he would soon solve the dismantling issue. Seeing Dr. Octopus, who was overjoyed by the investment, Tony took the opportunity to invite him. "By the way, I have formed an alliance specifically for scientists like you to discuss the future of humanity together. I would like to invite you to join. What do you think?" Tony casually inquired, as if it were just a Spiro-Themin idea. Indeed, Dr. Octopus did not mind at all, and nodded, saying, "Sure, no problem. I would like to communicate with my peers as well." "Ding, congratulations on the addition of a new member to the Dark Alliance, Dr. Octopus. The reward has been issued." At the moment Dr. Octopus agreed, a prompt sound resonated in Tony's mind. Even though it was not the first time hearing this sound, every time Tony listened to it, he felt as if he was hearing a celestial melody, for it represented the imminent enhancement of his strength. At the same time, through this incident, Tony discovered a loophole that wasn't quite a loophole. That is, regardless of the name under which someone joins, as long as the individual agrees, the system will acknowledge it. Do not underestimate this point. It would greatly expand the space for manipulation, and perhaps he could even gain some system rewards. However, this is currently just an idea, and Tony still needed to think carefully about how to proceed. Suppressing his thoughts, Tony stood up with a smile and said, "Then it's settled. I will prepare a new laboratory for you, and I will notify you when it's ready. I must take my leave now." Having obtained what he wanted, Tony immediately lost interest in staying any longer and directly proposed to take his leave. Seeing this, Dr. Octopus could not insist on keeping him and could only rise to see Tony off. Back downstairs, and in the car, Tony did not rush to start the vehicle, but first opened the system lottery to begin a new round of draws. Fixing his gaze on the spinning wheel under Tony's watchful eyes, the pointer on the wheel gradually slowed down and eventually came to a stop. Suddenly, a small pig appeared on the wheel, swiftly rushing into Tony's mind. After a moment of digestion with his eyes closed, when Tony opened his eyes again, a spark of fiery ambition flashed within them. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Cyclops from the X-Men and felt a strong desire to compete with him, to see whose eyes were more powerful. He just wondered whether there were mutants in this world. Having crossed over for quite some time, he had yet to hear any news about mutants or discover their existence. Opening the personal information panel that he hadn't looked at for a long time, Tony examined the luxurious data, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Name: Tony Stark. Gender: male. Identity: heir of the Shadow Kingdom. Abilities: horse charm, dragon charm, goat charm, rabbit charm, pig charm. Control of Shadow Ninja, control of Shadow Dagger, control of Shadow Bat, control of Shadow Giant, control of Shadow Warrior. Lottery ×0. Dark Alliance members: Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin. Dr. Octopus. The Shadow Legion has now added a warrior tribe, and the Shadow Army under Tony's control has already reached 5. Only 4 more are needed to gather all 9 Shadow Legions. Tony eagerly anticipated the scene of all 9 Shadow Legions emerging together. Oh, just thinking about it made him excited. It is said that the Shadow Kingdom has 10 Shadow Legions, but Tony had not received relevant information. Perhaps he needed to gather the 9 legions first to unlock the 10th. Just as Tony was immersed in the joy of his growing power, suddenly a terrified voice came from a small alley beside the street. A person dressed like a small thug was easily subdued by someone wrapped in a uniform. This person was ruthless, causing the thug immense pain. Hearing the commotion, Tony turned his head to look into the alley through the car window, and his brows involuntarily furrowed slightly, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In a city where superheroes abound, New York has never been short of them. Aside from the famous Spider-Man, Daredevil, and Punisher are also superheroes operating in the shadows. However, unlike bright superheroes like Spider-Man, Daredevil, and Punisher lean towards the darker side. Spider-Man always turns over captured criminals to the police. In contrast, dark superheroes like Daredevil and Punisher prefer to use violence to combat violence. Moreover, these two have always operated in Hell's Kitchen, so their notoriety is not as great as Spider-Man's. Encountering Daredevil here is undoubtedly a coincidence, especially since it is still daytime, which makes it even more surprising. Although Tony was aware of Daredevil's existence, he had no intention of recruiting him. After all, these superheroes who have come through suffering possess unwavering resolve incomparable to a young man like Peter. Recruiting them would require too much effort. These guys should have some conflict with Kingpin, but Kingpin did not inform Tony, likely wishing to handle it himself. However, now that fate has brought them together, Tony would not turn a blind eye. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, he had to give it a try. Ooh, what if Daredevil agreed impulsively? With a relaxed mindset, Tony pushed the door open and got out of the car, walking into the alley. Sensing Tony's approach before Daredevil could speak, the thug couldn't help but plead, "Help me, please save me." Hearing this, Tony didn't even glance at him, but with keen interest he surveyed Daredevil and asked, "You must be the superhero of Hell's Kitchen. I wonder what this guy did to warrant being captured by you in broad daylight." Tony curiously inquired. This question served not only to open a conversation, but also stemmed from his curiosity. After all, unlike Spider-Man, Daredevil uses violence against violence, and he is also considered a criminal by the police, rarely operating during the day. He was not worried that Daredevil would not tell him. Superheroes share a common trait. They firmly believe that what they do is just so, as long as someone asks, they will speak. After all, superheroes are also human and need recognition from others. Drug trafficking, extortion, causing a family to be torn apart. Daredevil's voice was very magnetic. Although his words were brief, Tony was able to piece together the general outline of the entire matter from this one sentence. Essentially, after dealing drugs, he lent money to others, and when they couldn't repay, he targeted the families of those addicts. Men selling organs, women selling themselves. It was truly a honest op service. Such a person is akin to a demon living among humans, having completely lost their humanity. Thinking of this, Tony cast a cold glance at the thug. Such a person is a complete waste of air. Even if Daredevil doesn't kill him, someone else will come to deal with him later. Retracting his gaze, Tony looked at Daredevil and directly extended an invitation. "I have formed a dark alliance comprising individuals like you who walk in the shadows to uphold justice. Are you interested in joining us?" Upon hearing this, Daredevil's expression finally changed, and he turned to look at Tony. Being blind, he naturally did not recognize Tony. He initially thought Tony was just an ordinary person, but Tony's words made him realize that he seemed to be someone extraordinary. "Sorry, I'm used to working alone." The Night Demon did not say it outright, but the refusal was quite evident in his words. Tony felt no surprise at this. If someone suddenly appeared and asked him to join an inexplicable faction, he would refuse as well. Therefore, the Night Demon's rejection was entirely expected. "This is my business card. Whenever you make up your mind, feel free to find me." Tony handed him one of his business cards, then smiled and turned to leave the alley. It was merely an accident, not worth his effort. Whether or not he could recruit the Night Demon did not affect Tony at all. The Night Demon's strength was just average. He got into the car, and the vehicle started to leave Queens. Just as Tony was successfully bringing Dr. Octopus back in the suburbs of New York, a figure fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., a piercing alarm sounded. In the office, Nick's expression changed, and he quickly picked up the phone. "What happened?" "Director, an unidentified flying object has been detected crashing in the suburbs. Gather the personnel and go check it out." "Yes." After hanging up, Nick swiftly rose and left the office. Soon Nick led a team of elite agents to the suburbs. Originally, he shouldn't have to take action in such matters. However, recently, to search for Loki, Nick had dispatched most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel, so he had no choice but to act himself. Moreover, the situation was becoming increasingly chaotic, with all sorts of strange beings emerging. With the appearance of an unidentified flying object, Nick had to confirm immediately whether there was any danger. Half an hour later, Nick and his team successfully arrived at the scene. Looking at the massive crater and the person lying within, Nick's eyes narrowed. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quickly cordoned off the area. Nick hesitated for a moment, but still approached the enormous pit. As he got closer, he finally saw the person lying in the pit. A gasp escaped Nick's lips. "Thor." After saying this, he looked at the clearly unconscious Thor and quickly waved to a nearby agent. "Quickly call a doctor to wake this guy up." "Yes, Director." Soon Thor was brought to a vehicle where two personnel in white coats began examining him. Meanwhile, Nick remained in the pit, looking at the hammer standing in it, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. He recognized Thor. A few years ago, Thor had visited Earth, so he knew very well that this hammer was a treasure. If he said he wasn't curious, that would be a lie. Taking advantage of Thor's unconsciousness, Nick stepped forward, attempting to lift the hammer. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Mjolnir. Thus, he specifically found a few more people to try, but it was clearly futile. The hammer remained perfectly still. Reluctantly, Nick could only wait for Thor to wake up. After an unknown amount of time inside the vehicle, Thor finally regained consciousness. Nick, having received the news, quickly approached. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Nick greeted him. Thor nodded, his expression still a bit dazed, clearly not fully awake yet. Fortunately, everything was temporary. Soon Thor fully recovered and looked at Nick, saying, "Why are you here?" "That's a question I should be asking you. Didn't you return to Asgard? Why are you back?" This was something Nick found puzzling. "I came to find my brother Loki." "Loki?" Nick furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the guy who had taken the Tesseract. He immediately motioned to a nearby assistant to bring over Loki's photo. Soon the assistant brought over a tablet. Nick swiped a few times and handed it to Thor. "Is this the guy you're looking for?" Seeing the photo, Thor instantly became excited. "Have you seen him?" "Yes." Nick's lips twitched. He had solid evidence that it was indeed this guy. "We've seen him. Not only did he steal the Tesseract, but he also killed several of our S.H.I.E.L.D. agents." At these words, Thor instantly fell silent, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. There was no need for confirmation. He knew that Nick was definitely telling the truth, as he was well aware of what Loki looked like. The two tacitly chose not to mention the matter further. Nick changed the subject, saying, "We are also looking for him. Why don't you come with us for now? Once we find him, I'll let you know." Upon hearing this, Thor did not hesitate and nodded directly. "Then thank you very much. Although I am a god, I am more like a person with immense power. Finding someone in this vast crowd is uncertain and could take a long time." Thus, with Nick willing to help, he was more than happy to accept. Likewise, Nick, the cunning old fox, never made a losing deal. Thor was indeed a powerful asset. For someone like him who urgently needed strength, Thor was undoubtedly a valuable ally. Thus, the two quickly reached an agreement, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Without lingering in the suburbs, Thor took the hammer and followed Nick back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, on top of New York's Stark Tower, Loki smiled down at the masses below. Hawkeye, under his control, stood quietly behind him. What a bustling scene. Unfortunately, it will soon be destroyed. "How is the preparation for the radiation device going?" Loki asked without turning around. Hawkeye replied coldly, "It's almost ready. In 3 days it will be completed." "It needs to be fast. I'm getting a bit impatient," Loki urged, and Hawkeye nodded. At that moment, suddenly Loki turned to look in the direction of S.H.I.E.L.D., his calm eyes turning sharp, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had previously thought Thor was on Earth, but after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., he discovered that Thor was no longer there, which disappointed him. But now he felt Thor's presence again, which piqued his interest. Whoosh! Loki's figure shot up into the sky, flying toward S.H.I.E.L.D. Outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, just as Nick and his group got out of the car, Thor looked up at the sky. Seeing him, Nick instinctively looked up and happened to see Loki descending from above. Instantly, Nick's expression changed, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all raised their weapons. Meanwhile, Loki didn't even glance at this scene. He simply looked at Thor and said, "My dear brother, we meet again." Loki, the god of thunder, murmured, his expression growing serious as he tightened his grip on the hammer, appearing ready for battle at any moment. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Loki's face. "Are you sure you want to fight here? I don't mind, but they might not be so fortunate." Loki glanced around, and Thor immediately understood. Their confrontation would create enough shockwaves to harm ordinary people. Once a fight broke out, it was uncertain whether they could subdue Loki, but the people around them would definitely suffer heavy casualties. After years of experience, Thor no longer impulsive thought for a moment, and then released his grip on the hammer. "What exactly do you want to do?" Just as Sol fell silent, Nick spoke up in a deep voice beside him. Hearing this, Loki glanced at Nick with disdain in his eyes, clearly uninterested in responding. He is a god and Nick is human. In his eyes, Nick is no different from an ant. How could he possibly respond to Nick's words? A flicker of annoyance flashed in Nick's eyes as he was ignored, but he dared not give the order to fire. After all, he had witnessed Loki's strange powers and did not want to risk blowing his own head off. "Did Odin send you?" Loki tilted his head and asked Sol. Sol nodded. Loki smiled. "What did the old man send you for?" "To capture me." "Exactly. Then we'll see if you can catch me. Goodbye. By the way, you better be quick, otherwise once I take over this planet, it will be my turn to capture you." Loki smiled confidently and vanished from the spot, showing no signs of hiding his thoughts, even revealing them openly, displaying immense self-assurance. It was only after Loki's figure completely disappeared that Nick slowly spoke. Did he speak the truth? Hearing this, Sol glanced at him and replied silently, "He is the god of deception and lies, adept at playing with people's hearts." Upon hearing this, Nick sighed in relief. So that means what he said was false. "No, it is true." Nick's lips twitched as he looked at Sol, somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, Sol shrugged. "He is very proud and looks down on lying, at least in my presence." Nick looked at Sol in speechless disbelief. He suddenly realized that these gods were quite interesting. The god of deception and lies who disdains lying. How ironic does that sound? Collecting his thoughts, Nick felt a sense of urgency rise within him. Although he did not know what Loki planned to do, it would undoubtedly be a major trouble. The power he currently possessed was still too little. he had to strengthen himself. With this in mind, Nick looked at Soul and said, "You should rest first, I have things to deal with." After speaking, Nick climbed into the car, while Soul, accompanied by two SHIELD members, walked into SHIELD Queens District, Eddie's residence. After escaping from the Villa, Banner and Eddie returned here. They had no choice, neither of them had anywhere else to go. Moreover, the military had rescinded the order to capture Banner due to Tony allowing them to dare to come back here. Before long, Nick drove onto the street outside. As Nick arrived, a SHIELD member quickly got into the car. "Are they still inside?" "Yes, they haven't left at all." "All right, I understand. You continue monitoring." The SHIELD member nodded and got out of the car, while Nick rarely lit a cigarette, watching Eddie's residence as he smoked. Although SHIELD might lack in top-tier combat power when it comes to intelligence and surveillance, SHIELD is still undeniably the best, especially in this stronghold of New York. SHIELD's power is incredibly formidable. Within just a few hours, SHIELD located the whereabouts of Banner and the others from the city's population of over 10 million. Originally, Nick planned to observe for a while before contacting the two. After all, neither of them were easy to deal with, and recruiting them would not be simple. However, Loki's threat disrupted his plans. He did not know what Loki intended to do, but the commotion caused by a god would certainly be considerable. Thus, to enhance his power, he decided to approach the two earlier. Soon, when the cigarette burned down to the end, Nick pushed open the car door and got out, heading towards the residence. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, but there was no response from inside. Seeing this, Nick called out from outside the room, "I know you are inside. If you don't want to be taken back by Tony, I suggest you open the door and talk now." With that, the door suddenly swung open with a bang, and Eddie appeared, looking at him warily. "Who are you?" "To introduce myself, I am the director of SHIELD, from a secret government organization." Upon hearing this, Eddie's expression changed, clearly becoming tense. He is just an ordinary reporter and cannot access an esteemed organization like SHIELD. However, just the mention of a secret organization was enough for him to associate it with many things. Just as he hesitated whether to let Nick in, Banner's voice suddenly came from inside the room. "Let him in." With that, Eddie hesitantly nodded and stepped aside. Seeing this, Nick revealed a slight smile. "Thank you." This thank you was sincere. During this time of constant pressure from Tony, he felt that SHIELD had lost its prestige, and now finally he had regained some respect. Besides facing freaks like Tony and Loki, SHIELD still had its reputation. In the living room, Banner was weakly leaning against the sofa, his face extremely pale. Looking at this scene, Nick raised an eyebrow. "What happened to you?" He knew how powerful Banner was. How did he end up in this state? Banner quickly sensed his confusion and bitterly smiled. "If you were drained of blood continuously until you were nearly dry, you would look like this too." Upon hearing this, Nick coughed lightly. Without needing to think, he knew this was definitely Tony's doing, and he quickly changed the subject. "Do you two know your current situation?" Hearing this, Eddie and Banner exchanged glances, somewhat unsure of what Nick meant. One is a regular reporter, and the other is a researcher. They might be decent in their professional fields, but chatting with a cunning old fox like Nick was clearly beyond their level. Simply put, they couldn't understand his hidden meanings. Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, Nick quickly realized this and continued. "Although you two escaped from Tony's villa, he won't let you off the hook. With his abilities, it is only a matter of time before he finds you." "Did you mean that it was Tony who captured us at his villa?" Nick's words made Eddie speak up immediately. "You didn't know?" This time it was Nick who was surprised. These two actually did not know that it was Tony who captured them. Banner coughed lightly and explained, "We were captured while unconscious, so we are not quite clear. Can you tell us in detail?" Upon hearing this, Nick suddenly regretted having mentioned this matter. If Tony found out that he leaked this information, he wasn't sure if he would live to see the next day. Though he thought this way, he was already in too deep and could only grit his teeth and tell them the truth. When the two learned the truth, anger flashed across their faces, especially Banner, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Anyone who has been treated as a blood cow and imprisoned for so long would be filled with hatred. Seeing Banner's emotions getting out of control, Nick quickly raised his hand and said, "Hey buddy, calm down. Tony is not as simple as you think. Oh, don't act impulsively." Hearing this, Banner took deep breaths repeatedly, finally calming down several minutes later. "Let's hear your purpose. You didn't come to tell us this just for the sake of it, did you?" Banner's tone was somewhat cold, but he had indeed calmed down. Seeing this, Nick no longer hid his intentions and directly stated the purpose of his visit. "Both of you are rare talents, so I would like to invite you to join SHIELD. As long as you join SHIELD, D. You won't have to worry about Tony coming after you again. After all, Tony has to give us S-H-I-E-L-D some face. Nick said confidently, though in truth, he felt a bit uneasy inside, considering Tony's previous attitude towards S-H-I-E-L-D. He should give some face, right? No matter what, the priority is to convince them first. Listening to Nick's invitation, both Banner and Eddie fell into deep thought. To be honest, neither of them knew how to make a choice at this moment. Originally, they planned to seek revenge after escaping, but although they didn't know how strong Tony was, even Nick, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, was warning them, clearly indicating that Tony was more powerful than they had imagined. Without the option of revenge, they were at a loss. After some contemplation, Banner nodded first and said, "All right, I agree, but in the future S-H-I-E-L-D cannot stop me from seeking revenge." Hearing Banner's condition, Nick smiled, pleasure to cooperate. After speaking, he turned to Eddie, who had no strong opinions and had only hesitated because he didn't know what to choose. Seeing that Banner had agreed, he also stopped dwelling on it and nodded in agreement. "All right, I agree too." With that, Nick felt a sense of relief. "Welcome to S-H-I-E-L-D, a gentleman. Now let's head back to check in with me." "Okay." The two nodded and stood up, leaving with Nick. Just as they were leaving together, not far away at Peter's house, Peter was walking out at Aunt May's direction. Passing the intersection, Peter happened to see Banner and Eddie following Nick. Peter didn't know Banner, but he recognized Eddie, sensing the sleeping Venom within him. The symbiote within him had split off from Venom. Being far away was naturally fine, but as soon as they got closer, they could sense each other. At that moment, Peter halted his steps and directly looked at Eddie, his eyes filled with suspicion. At the same time that Peter looked at Eddie, Eddie also turned to Peter, his expression changing instantly. He didn't know Peter, but he received a warning from Venom, and their gazes inadvertently met in midair. As their gazes collided, Eddie quickly looked away and continued to act as if nothing happened, getting into the car behind Nick. Peter did not pursue, merely watching the vehicle start and slowly leave. In the driver's seat, Nick noticed Eddie's actions and curiously asked, "What's up? Why are you staring at the rearview mirror?" Hearing this, Eddie did not hide and directly pointed at Peter. "That guy seems to be the one who captured me before Spider-Man." After saying this, Nick's expression changed, and he immediately looked into the rearview mirror. Upon seeing a young man standing at the back of the car, Nick swiftly committed his appearance to memory. Previously, he had attempted to investigate Peter's identity, but couldn't find any information due to the spider suit. Unexpectedly today, he encountered such a pleasant surprise. Of course, he didn't intend to act on it, just knowing the opponent's true identity could make Peter more cautious in his actions. "All right, stop looking. Stay away from him in the future. Before dealing with Tony, it's best not to be enemies with him." Hearing this, Eddie nodded and withdrew his gaze. On the other side, Peter watched the car disappear and took out his phone to call Tony. Soon the call was connected and Tony's voice came through. "Hello, young Peter, why did you suddenly call me?" "Mr. Tony, I've found the culprit who destroyed your villa. That guy happens to be my neighbor living right next to me. However, I think I just saw some S-H-I-E-L-D agents take him away. Additionally, there was a refined middle-aged man with him. He should be a companion who escaped from prison with him." "All right, I understand. There's no need to act rashly for now." After Tony finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Peter continued walking toward the supermarket, preparing to buy something. At Pot's residence, lying on the balcony, Tony hung up the phone and looked at the sunlight streaming through the window, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Things are getting more interesting. Who are they gathering these people to deal with? Loki or me? Tony speculated with a smile, but showed no signs of worry. He had already integrated 5 great talismans and was no longer the rookie he once was. Aside from certain terrifying individuals, let alone Banner and the others joining S-H-I-E-L-D. Even if they joined the White House, it wouldn't matter. The reason he didn't take action was also that Tony wanted to see who S-H-I-E-L-D was truly targeting. If it was himself, then Tony would want to see whether S-H-I-E-L-D had that capability. If it was Loki, he wouldn't mind watching a good show. In the S-H-I-E-L-D meeting room, after Nick returned with the group, without letting them familiarize themselves, he directly called Steve and Thor and others for a meeting. Soon, all the extraordinary powers of S-H-I-E-L-D gathered together, divided into 3 parts, and sat in different positions. Steve and Flint gathered together, Banner and Eddie stayed together, while Thor sat alone, forming his own faction. Nick sat in the main seat, looking at the scattered group. A hint of helplessness flashed across his face as he took the initiative to introduce everyone's identities to the others. However, it was evident that few of them were very enthusiastic towards one another, and one could even say they were cold. This made Nick recall a Chinese idiom: scholars disdain each other. Although they were not scholars, the current situation was similar, existing in a state where no one acknowledged anyone else. Seeing this, Nick glanced at everyone and finally set his gaze on Steve, taking the initiative to say, "Captain, you are a senior with experience in leading and commanding. How about you lead the next operation?" Hearing this, Steve thought for a moment and nodded directly, "No problem." Thor, however, frowned and opposed. "I am the god of war of the 9 realms, and in terms of combat experience, I am more experienced than anyone else. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, you should be targeting Loki, right? Then I should lead. I am more familiar with him than all of you." Thor openly opposed, giving Nick no face whatsoever. This left Nick feeling quite awkward, but he did not show it. Instead, he advised Thor, "This is Earth after all. You may not understand the situation, and I think it would be better if the captain took the lead." Nick spoke tactfully, hoping Thor would relent, but it was of no use. Thor remained obstinate. "I am a god, and a mere mortal thinks he can command me. If that's the case, let's act separately." Upon hearing this, Nick was immediately flustered. The expressions of Steve and the others turned unfriendly as they looked at Thor. Even Banner, who was watching from the side, cast a cold glance at Thor. After all, his words were aimed not just at Steve, but encompassed everyone present. Thor naturally sensed the hostility from the crowd, but he did not care. Although years of training on Earth had humbled Thor somewhat, certain things were ingrained deep within him, unchangeable: his pride as a deity. Even though the people present were all extraordinary beings, to Thor, they were no different from mortals. In this regard, he and Loki shared the same view. Suppressing his rising blood pressure, Nick repeatedly reminded himself that he brought these people here and needed to remain calm. For Loki is formidable. Only by working together can we defeat him. Furthermore, we don't even know what schemes he has. Now is the time for us to unite rather than bicker among ourselves. We all have the same goal, can't we put aside our prejudices?" Nick pleaded earnestly, but clearly it was like throwing sweet words to a blind man. Thor remained indifferent. "I don't need your help. If I weren't concerned about you all, I would have already captured Loki. Don't call me for such trivial matters in the future. Farewell." With that, Thor stood up and left the conference room, instantly causing the atmosphere to turn chilly. Nick sat there with a dark expression, his anger clearly visible. Banner and Eddie quietly remained seated, playing the role of invisible bystanders, while Steve stood up to leave and Flint hurriedly followed. Thus, the first extraordinary meeting of the SHIELD concluded on an unhappy note. Upon leaving the conference room, Thor did not return to his room, but directly exited SHIELD. As a god, he needed to prove he was right. The best proof would be to capture Loki and show those mortals the might of a deity. Therefore, after leaving SHIELD, Thor spread out his senses to search for Loki's location. As gods, their aura is completely different from that of ordinary people. If compared, it would be like humans versus ants. Both are living beings, yet they belong to different dimensions. Thus, although New York City has millions of people, finding Loki among them was not a difficult task for Thor. Soon, Thor pinpointed a general direction and walked towards it: the top floor of the Stark Tower. Just as Thor was spreading his senses, Loki also sensed Thor's presence. Immediately, a trace of elegant smile appeared on Loki's lips as he said, without turning his head, "So how is the construction of the radiative tower going?" Hawkeye, who was responsible for handling the specifics, respectfully replied, "The device is basically assembled. We just need to input enough energy to activate the Tesseract to open the time portal." Upon hearing this, Loki nodded and said, "No need to worry about it anymore. Someone has brought the energy." Hawkeye was momentarily stunned, somewhat puzzled. But soon a figure descended from the sky, emanating a terrifying aura that caught his attention. Thor held the god of thunder's hammer, radiating vast power of thunder. Loki stood on a platform looking at him with an air of elegance and composure. "My dear brother, we meet again. Loki, surrender and come back to Asgard. You should give up," Thor declared with authority. Loki shook his head. "Rest assured, I will return, but not now. Once I conquer this planet, I will lead my army back." "I'm stubborn. Do you think that because I have come you still have a chance?" As he spoke, lightning continuously flickered around Thor, appearing immensely terrifying. Seeing this, Loki's smile did not fade, but his gaze gradually turned indifferent as he said, "Do you really think you are the god of war of the 9 realms? Without Odin's favor, what are you?" Loki spoke in a calm tone, as if stating a fact. This moment ignited the anger within Thor. "Is that so? Then let me show you whether I am the true god of war." Boom! The roar of thunder echoed through the skies of New York. The people on the ground were startled by the loud noise, all looking up at the sky. On a balcony of a certain apartment, Tony put down the book he was holding and raised an eyebrow towards the heavens. In the next second, with a thought, a Nightwing ninja appeared before Tony, bowing respectfully. Seeing this, Tony stepped forward, and immediately the Nightwing ninja carried Tony into the sky. In the past, others would enjoy the drama he staged. Now that he had the chance to watch, Tony certainly would not miss it. Soon Tony arrived above Stark Tower, hovering in midair, watching the battlefield not far away. Vast lightning struck Loki under Thor's control. As if he was caught off guard, Loki was directly hit, his whole figure exploding into fine ash. However, upon seeing this, Thor did not feel the slightest joy. Instead, his expression grew serious. Indeed, in the next second Loki's figure reappeared, and there was more than one. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Lokis appeared around Thor. All the Lokis looked at him with grace and composure, their smiles unchanged. "Thor, is this all you are capable of?" Dozens of Lokis mocked simultaneously, but Thor ignored them, his serious gaze scanning the crowd. As the god of lies and deception, Loki's exhibited ability was illusion. Any skill when reaching its peak possesses incredible power, and illusion is no exception. Loki's illusions had already reached the level of reality. He could change falsehoods into truths and truths into falsehoods at will. Each of the dozens of Lokis before him could be his true self or a mere illusion. In the original story, the Thunder God had been deceived by Tyrs several times. Thor was well aware of these situations, so after searching for a long time without finding the truth, he angrily said, "Don't think this can stump me." Thunder's fury. With a loud roar, dark clouds gathered in the sky, casting a shadow over New York, the thunder rumbling, creating an overwhelming feeling. The black clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it. Under the shadow of dark clouds and thunder, the entire city of New York felt immensely oppressive. Countless citizens were filled with dread, each one looking up at the sky in terror, believing the apocalypse was imminent. At this moment, Thor and Loki turned their heads towards the distant Tony, who was vividly narrating the scene. Noticing that Thor and Loki were staring at him, Tony couldn't help but pause, clearing his throat. "Please continue, you are the protagonist now. Oh, just pretend I don't exist." After a brief explanation, Tony closed his mouth, and Thor and Loki couldn't be bothered to argue. After all, as gods, neither of them looked favorably upon Tony, this mortal, even though he was behaving somewhat unusually. "As long as I destroy all your incarnations, let's see where you can escape." With a confident expression, Thor raised his Mjolnir high, and a bolt of lightning pierced through the dark clouds, calling down the thunder. "Strike!" In an instant, countless blinding bolts of lightning fell from the sky, instantly turning the skies over New York into a tempestuous ocean of thunder. For a moment, the entire world was illuminated in a blinding white. However, all of this was merely the scene in Thor's eyes. At that moment, in Tony's view, Loki was raising his scepter, the gem at its tip gleaming with a white light. The torrents of lightning falling from the sky were being directed towards the top of the Stark Tower by Thor. Their irradiation device, towering over 10 meters, stood firm. The power of the lightning drawn by Thor was being channeled into the radiation device to assist with its charging. Watching this scene, Tony's emotionless voice rang out once more. "Heroes think they are saving the world, but they do not realize they are becoming accomplices to the devil. His power is being exploited by demons, gradually pushing the world towards hell." Listening to these words, Loki, the only audience member, couldn't help but laugh. Soon another Loki appeared beside Tony, looking at him curiously. "You don't seem to be in a hurry." "Why should I be in a hurry? I'm just here to watch the show," Tony replied, stopping his narration with a puzzled expression. "I plan to gather an army to conquer Earth, did you know? If you don't stop me, I can quickly open a portal to summon my forces." Loki shared his plan, curiously observing Tony to gauge his reaction. Tony's performance intrigued him, prompting him to reveal his intentions, truly a confident deity. However, Tony's response exceeded Loki's expectations once again. "Does it matter to me who rules this world? Also, if you think this world can be easily ruled by you, then why doesn't the person behind you come in person?" As soon as these words fell, Loki's expression changed. It was the first time he had shown such a reaction. Since arriving on Earth, he had always maintained an air of elegance and composure. But at this moment, hearing Tony's words, he suddenly found it hard to remain calm. "You know who is behind me? Just a purple sweet potato." Just as Loki had become serious, he couldn't help but laugh at this remark. A purple sweet potato. Thinking of that person's image, he suddenly found this description quite fitting. "You really have some guts to make such an evaluation of a supreme being. However, I am curious, what did you mean by your earlier words? Is this world really that complicated? Since my arrival, I don't seem to have found any strong figures." Perhaps due to the earlier remarks, Loki's attitude at this moment lost its previous air of superiority, instead resembling a casual chat between old friends. Tony also noticed that this Loki seemed rather different from how he was portrayed in the movies, and he didn't mind engaging in a few casual exchanges. "As far as I know, there is also a supreme being living on this planet, and another supreme being hailing from this planet exists in the universe." Tony didn't elaborate too much, but for a clever person like Loki, this information was already sufficient. "I see, so that means I've become cannon fodder." Saying this, Loki smiled and shook his head, to which Tony raised an eyebrow in curiosity at his reaction. "Aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry? If my strength is insufficient, I must naturally follow the arrangements, otherwise I might have died before even reaching Earth," Loki said with an expression of calmness. Hearing this, Tony truly began to appreciate this guy at that moment. It wasn't because of his demeanor, but because of the authenticity he displayed. The genuine arrogance, the real view of mortals as mere ants, and the candid acceptance of being cannon fodder. Tony saw no hint of pretense in him. This also made Tony realize profoundly that this is a real world, not a movie or a comic. Everyone has flesh and blood, not merely personalities set by writers. The character setups from his past life could only serve as references. Anyone who takes those as the fate of this world's future would truly be a fool. Moreover, the flutter of a butterfly's wings can change the course of a world. Now, Tony had already altered everything in the plot, and those so-called storylines had long lost their value. Bringing his thoughts back, Loki's voice echoed in Tony's ears at that moment. Since you won't stop me, you'll get busy. Maybe we can chat again later. No problem, you carry on, or if things don't work out, come find me, and I'll take you in. As he spoke, Tony casually flicked out a business card and then turned to leave the place. Watching Tony's departing figure, Loki glanced at the business card in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Poof! A flame ignited in his hand, and the card was directly turned to ashes. Buzz! A wave of inexplicable fluctuations instantly spread across New York, and everyone felt a resonance of sound waves. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. All the high-ranking officials were in the conference room, watching the projection of Stark Tower. In the image, Thor was continually channeling lightning into the radiation device, and under the guidance of the device, this power was directly fused into the cube embedded within, successfully activating the cosmic cube. Suddenly, a vast spatial fluctuation triggered a disturbance in the surrounding space, and a time-space gateway hundreds of meters tall gradually began to materialize in the sky. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Nick and the others turned extremely grim. Nick immediately said in a deep voice, "Did everyone see that portal? Can anyone tell me what that thing is for?" After he finished speaking, a scientist from S.H.I.E.L.D., who specialized in studying the cosmic cube, stood up looking grave. The cosmic cube contains immense power and can open a portal to space, allowing for the long-range transportation of massive amounts of weapons and resources. That portal should be the space gateway opened by the cosmic cube. Once the portal opens, it may bring in some things, possibly even aliens. The scientist from S.H.I.E.L.D. spoke with a grave tone, his expression filled with seriousness, instantly causing the atmosphere in the conference room to turn oppressive. After a long while, Nick finally stood up and looked at everyone, saying, "Everyone, the time of life and death has arrived. Prepare for battle. Regardless of what kind of monstrous entity emerges from that door, we must strike them back. Jack, contact the military and have them mobilize troops into the city, establishing a defensive line around the area. We absolutely cannot allow anything to break through the blockade." Understood, Director. Wales, get in touch with the government and have them evacuate all residents within a 10-kilometer radius. Additionally, the populace beyond 10 kilometers should also be prepared to evacuate at any moment. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, consider the use of large-scale destructive weapons. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was momentarily stunned, looking at Nick with disbelief, as if they couldn't fathom that such words came from his mouth. Wales, who was specifically called out by Nick, immediately stood up and said, "Director, this is New York. Shouldn't we consult first? No need to worry. I will report to Congress shortly. You all prepare now. Even if there are repercussions later, I will bear the responsibility. Let's move." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Given that Nick had already made such a decisive statement, they knew it was not the time to argue. After everyone exited the conference room, Nick called out to Steve and the others. "Gentlemen, I need you to go and bring Thor back. Additionally, see if you can destroy that device. If it proves impossible, fall back, and we will devise another plan." With that, Nick bowed to everyone and solemnly said, "This incident concerns the safety of approximately tens of millions of people and the security of hundreds of millions in the United States. I ask you to give it your all." Everyone could sense Nick's determination, especially Eddie. He was inherently a person of justice, otherwise he wouldn't have risked infiltrating the Life Foundation to uncover the truth behind human experimentation. At that moment, Eddie exclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, Director, leave it to us." Steve stepped forward to support Nick and said, "Don't forget, I am a hero of the United States. Saving the world is what I'm best at." Steve rarely made a joke, and it drew a smile from Nick. With that, everyone departed, and Nick began to contact his superiors. Under the leadership of S.H.I.E.L.D., various departments across the United States swiftly sprang into action with squads of soldiers and armored tanks flooding into New York to establish a blockade. Centered around the Empire State Building, all residents within a 10-kilometer radius began to evacuate under the organization of the U.S. government. Naturally, they encountered some resistance, but it was forcefully suppressed by S.H.I.E.L.D. At this critical moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. showed no mercy to anyone who obstructed their path. Loki stood atop the Empire State Building, observing the scene with an utterly indifferent gaze, not making any attempts to intervene. Proud as he was, he looked down on these mortals and had no desire to interfere as long as they did not obstruct him. Meanwhile, Thor, lost in his fantasies, was awakened as a substantial amount of divine power was consumed. Upon seeing Loki unscathed not far away and a massive portal reflecting the sky, Thor's expression suddenly changed. Especially when he sensed the familiar energy emanating from the launching device, his face grew extremely grim. What is going on here? Thor asked in disbelief, as he had already realized something but was unwilling to admit it. In response, Loki did not hide anything and revealed everything. It wasn't supposed to be activated so soon, but I must thank you, my dear brother. Your divine power has become the driving force for the Tesseract, and its effect is beyond my expectations. Do you see that portal? You personally helped me open it. Hearing this, Thor's body trembled slightly, and his face turned pale. It wasn't fear that caused this, rather it was the severe depletion of divine power that left him weakened. However, Loki's words also filled him with despair. Had he actually become an accomplice? How could this be possible? He struggled to accept it. He was the god of thunder, the war god of the 9 realms, and now he had become Loki's accomplice, which he found utterly unacceptable. But whether he accepted it or not, the situation was already set in stone. He could only watch, helplessly unable to change anything. At that moment, Steve and the others arrived. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out as Steve forcefully threw his shield, which soared through the air with a shrill whistle, striking towards Loki. Smash! Loki's body was directly smashed apart, blood splattering, and his corpse fell to the ground. Seeing this, Banner and the others who were about to take action were all stunned. Is this the enemy they regarded as a formidable foe? Just like that, he was dealt with. Even Steve the instigator found it hard to believe, looking down at his own hands and murmuring, "When did I become this strong?" Just as everyone was feeling surprised, Thor, who knew the truth, suddenly shouted loudly, "That's a fake. Don't be deceived by him." As soon as he finished speaking, Loki's figure materialized beside Steve, and he violently swung his scepter, aiming for Steve's face. Steve's pupils constricted, and he quickly raised both hands to defend himself. However, he soon realized something was off. Apart from a gust of wind, there was no actual attack. "Fake," he muttered to himself, and another Loki appeared beside him again, swinging his scepter towards him. He tried to block again, only to find it was yet another fake. In a short span of time, Loki had attempted 7 or 8 strikes, and each time had been a ruse. This caused Steve to completely lower his guard, and when faced with Loki's attack again, he was simply too lazy to react. As a result, bang! A dull sound echoed as Steve was sent flying by Loki's scepter. Watching this scene, everyone except Thor was left in shock. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, the weakened Thor explained helplessly, "Loki is the god of lies and deception, skilled in illusions, capable of turning falsehoods into reality. His every action may be real or fake." Upon hearing this, everyone twitched, slightly uncertain of what to say. While they were stunned, Loki was not idle. Soon numerous Lokis appeared around them, launching attacks on the group. As the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves on the verge of collapse against Loki, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. Soldiers surrounding the area opened fire, bullets raining down like a storm upon Loki. Seeing this scene, Loki frowned but quickly evaded the onslaught. Naturally, the weapons of mortals could not harm him, yet his pride would not allow him to be struck by such trivial arms, so he chose to dodge. His evasion instantly created an opportunity for Steve and the others to retreat. Steve shouted, "Fall back. Take Thor with you, let's go." Upon saying this, he and Eddie rushed to Thor's side, swiftly helping the powerless god to escape. Banner and Flint also did not linger and quickly began their retreat, soon disappearing from Loki's sight. Seeing the situation, Loki did not pursue. He merely watched calmly as they fled, lost in thought. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick breathed a sigh of relief as he observed the retreating figures. Although he was not present at the scene, he had witnessed the entire battle between Steve's group and Loki through satellite feeds. To put it mildly, he felt somewhat disappointed. The individuals he had high hopes for collapsed before Loki with such ease. Despite Loki's strange abilities, that was no excuse. For a moment, he felt a sense of confusion. Could these people truly stop Loki? Before the battle, this question lingered in his mind, but now even that question mark had vanished, replaced by a profound despair. He saw no glimmer of victory. As for using weapons of mass destruction, that was a measure to be taken only as a last resort. If it were possible, he did not wish to resort to such a step. After all, this was New York. Should weapons of mass destruction be employed, the consequences would be immense, affecting even those in the White House. But was there any alternative besides this? Nick pondered in his mind, and suddenly Tony's figure flashed into his thoughts. If it's him, there should be hope. Nick thought uncertainly, yet a flicker of hope ignited within his previously despondent heart. Though somewhat reluctant to admit it, he knew that Tony was the most mysterious and powerful, extraordinary being he had ever encountered. Others might have no hope against Loki, but if Tony faced him, the chances of victory were substantial. This was not a baseless assumption, but rather a confidence built after being tormented by Tony for so long. However, the question arose, how could he involve Tony in this incident? Using the justification of a great cause. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Nick shook his head. Perhaps that might work for others, but with Tony, it would be a futile endeavor. This guy was purely self-serving, Without sufficient benefits, trying to persuade him to act was nothing short of a dream. Just as the glimmer of hope he had found was about to extinguish, another person's image suddenly resurfaced in Nick's mind. Natasha. He remembered that she had been sent undercover by the previous director to Stark Industries, and he wondered how she was faring now. With a sense of inexplicable anticipation, Nick dialed Natasha's number. "Hello, Director." Natasha replied, somewhat surprised, unsure why Nick suddenly called her. Although she had been undercover, she was still aware of matters within S.H.I.E.L.D. Ahem, how is your relationship with Tony? Nick asked, awkwardly feeling a strange sense of embarrassment. Natasha was momentarily taken aback by the question. Relationship? What relationship? Though her head felt a bit dizzy, she did not forget who was on the other end of the line and hesitated before responding. It should be. Okay, I guess. Upon saying this, a rather risque image flashed through Natasha's mind, causing her face to flush slightly. Hearing this response, Nick felt a sense of relief. Oh, as long as there was a relationship, he feared the worst. I have a task for you now. I want to ask Tony for help against someone. You need to find a way to get him to agree, using any means necessary. Nick said this with a serious tone, but internally the embarrassment was nearly overwhelming. This was the first time he had requested such a thing from a subordinate to achieve a specific goal. But as the saying goes, as long as one is not embarrassed, then it is others who are embarrassed. Thus, even though he felt quite uncomfortable, he displayed no sign of it outwardly. A director, I can't guarantee that I can complete this task, Natasha replied unconfidently. In reality, she too lacked confidence. Between her and Tony, he had always held the dominant position, and she was uncertain of her standing in his eyes. That's fine, just do your best. You must make him agree. The fate of all New York now rests in your hands. After saying this, Nick hung up the phone without waiting for Natasha's response. Sitting back in his office chair, he took a deep breath for a while, forcing himself to forget the earlier call and refocusing on his work. At Stark Industries, Natasha listened to the busy signal on the line, putting her phone away, her face displaying a hint of helplessness. She wanted to do her best, but Tony simply wasn't at the company. How could she do so? Thinking helplessly, Natasha once again took out her phone, found Tony's number, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed. At Potts' residence, Tony, who was contemplating where to go have fun, suddenly heard the phone ring. Picking it up and glancing at the caller ID, he raised an eyebrow. "What's up? Tony, are you free tonight?" Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile crept onto Tony's lips as he suddenly found himself missing her lips. "I'm free right now. I'll wait for me to pick you up. I'm still at work." Natasha was caught off guard by Tony's boldness and quickly replied, "No problem, today you have the day off. Come down now, I'll be there shortly," Tony said domineeringly, not giving her a chance to refuse, and directly hung up the phone. After tidying up, Tony drove away from the community. 20 minutes later, his car appeared near Stark Industries. Through the glass, Tony spotted Natasha waiting at the entrance, dressed in a professional suit, her legs wrapped in black stockings, and a pair of black-framed glasses perched on her nose, giving her an air of a corporate elite. Screech. With a sudden screech of brakes, the car stopped in front of Natasha. She opened the car door, got in, and smiled, saying, "Mr. Stark, where are you taking me?" "Taking you out for a meal. How about sausages?" While laughing, Tony started the vehicle, and curiously, from the windshield, Natasha in the passenger seat could no longer be seen. Time flows by unnoticed. Tony and Natasha spent the whole day playing dos de jeu in the room. It wasn't until nightfall that a refreshed Tony walked downstairs in his robe. The seaside villa was still under renovation, thus this was another one of Tony's villas. The happiness of the rich is so refreshingly unpretentious. Sitting on the balcony with a glass of wine, admiring the night view outside, Natasha slowly descended from upstairs. Fresh from her shower, she radiated an astonishing charm, but Tony, caught in a moment of contemplation, completely ignored her allure. "Speak up, what do you need me for?" Tony said without turning his head, taking a sip from his glass. Although he hadn't interacted much with Natasha, he was skeptical that her sudden eagerness was without ulterior motives. However, considering her earnestness, Tony was willing to give her a chance. Natasha, who had been pondering how to start, paused at his words, then obediently sat beside Tony, leaning against him like a little cat, saying, "I don't have anything in particular, but Nick wants to ask for your help, and I wanted to consult you." "Is it about Loki?" Tony raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to assist you?" "As long as you say so, I will help." Tony looked down at Natasha with a half smile. Instantly, Natasha's heart skipped a beat, feeling an unusual tension. "Really? Indeed, I keep my word," Tony promised. Natasha was about to speak, but hesitated before the words could leave her lips. A silence ensued. After a long moment, Natasha shook her head with a complex expression. "I will only help relay the message. I won't take on anything else." Tony was momentarily surprised, asking, "Oh, why?" Natasha then reached out to touch Tony's cheek, saying, "You are quite charming, and I don't want to turn our relationship into a transaction. If I relay the message, I have fulfilled my duty. The rest is not for me to consider." If he was merely surprised before, now Tony was genuinely astonished. In his view, Natasha should be the type to do anything to complete her mission, which fit her identity. However, her earlier words completely overturned his impression of her. Is she falling for me? Tony wondered uncertainly, but he had to admit her choice had indeed won his favor. He didn't lack for women. Had she spoken up moments earlier, she would have just been another worthwhile trade partner. As for anything else, he was not one to be swayed by emotions. He reached out to touch her golden hair, wondering what kind of shampoo she used, as her hair was exceptionally smooth and felt delightful to the touch. You are quite clever. Go ahead and call Nick. All right. Natasha nodded, obediently getting up to retrieve her phone. Soon the call connected and Nick's somewhat anxious voice came through. Natasha, how did it go? Did he agree? It's Tony, Tony said into the phone. Instantly, Nick on the other end fell silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his tone was calm, showing none of the earlier urgency. Having dealt with Tony for a long time, Nick knew better than to let Tony figure out his thoughts, otherwise it would be like inviting a bloodletting. This was a lesson learned through many painful experiences. However, today, Tony didn't have time to bargain. He spoke directly. If you want me to deal with Loki, fine, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Natasha must withdraw from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing this, Nick's brows furrowed immediately. I want trade my subordinates. Is that so? Then why did you ask her to contact me? Tony scoffed disdainfully. He hated people who acted as if they were virtuous while being duplicitous, and Nick was no different from them. On the other end of the phone, Nick was left speechless by Tony's rebuttal, at a loss for words. All right, enough chit-chat. I'm in a good mood today, so this is the condition. Agree and we have a deal. You refuse and you can leave. Fine. Tony hung up decisively and then looked down at Natasha. From now on, just help me manage the company obediently. Remember to get along well with Potts. Natasha nodded. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick rubbed his temples in frustration, having not expected things to turn out this way. Though he successfully invited Tony, he had permanently lost a capable subordinate. Natasha's strength may not be impressive, but her abilities were undoubtedly outstanding. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether what he did was right or wrong. Shaking his head, he decided to stop thinking about it and left the office, heading towards the conference room. In the conference room, Steve and the others sat with despondent expressions, and besides them, there was an old white man. He was the scientist previously responsible for researching the Tesseract, and because of his knowledge about it, he was approved to attend this meeting. Soon the conference room door opened, and Nick stepped inside. Seeing the lackluster group, he tapped the table and said, Hey guys, we still have problems to solve, so let's perk up. James, give us an update on the situation with the time portal. With that, Nick turned his gaze towards the old white man. Hearing this, James stood up and said, Director, according to our calculations, that enormous time portal will open by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the latest. We don't have much time left. Is there a way to close it before it opens? Nick frowned. James shook his head helplessly. There is a method, but it is practically impossible to achieve. Based on our research, we can use powerful energy to impact the time portal. As long as the portal's power cannot withstand the impact, we can force it shut. However, the energy contained within the Tesseract is far too immense. We simply don't have enough energy to create that impact. Anything else? Say something useful. Nick said impatiently. He needed solutions, not an unfeasible method. The last option is to move the Tesseract. As long as we can remove the Tesseract from that launch device, we can also close the time portal. However, this could lead to an energy imbalance and cause a massive explosion. After all, that launch device is also filled with energy. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but glance at Thor, as he was the one who had infused the energy into the launch device. Seeing everyone staring at him, Thor's face darkened, but he couldn't voice his thoughts and could only pretend not to notice. He felt as embarrassed as he had previously looked down on them. Confidently attempting to deal with Loki, he not only failed, but ended up assisting him, leaving him at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, Nick spoke up to defuse the situation. As long as there is a plan, you all will be responsible for retrieving the Tesseract, and I'll handle Loki. Upon hearing this, Steve and the others looked up at Nick, confusion filling their eyes. You have a backup plan? Thor directly asked the question on everyone's mind. Nick nodded. I contacted Tony, he will take action. At this revelation, the expressions of Steve Banner Flint and the others changed. Thor keenly sensed that the atmosphere was off, and wanting to ask who Tony was, immediately closed his mouth. Director, how can you rely on that guy? He is utterly unreliable. Steve stood up to express his discontent. Although Banner remained silent, he looked at Nick with similar disapproval. Nick had anticipated this reaction, but he had to speak up, otherwise when Tony appeared, he feared that before they could subdue Loki, they would end up fighting each other. Captain, calm down. I have no choice. Right now, the only one who can deal with Loki is Tony. If we don't enlist him, what else can we do? Upon hearing this, Steve acknowledged Nick's words, but still expressed his reluctance. That guy's strength is indeed unfathomable, but how do you know he is genuinely cooperating with us and not deceiving us? If he turns on us at the last moment, it would truly be catastrophic. Moreover, we simply underestimated Loki's abilities, which is why we suffered greatly. If we give it another try, even if we can't subdue Loki, it definitely won't be as disastrous as today. With that, Nick helplessly shrugged. Captain, do you understand what it means to just give it a try? About 10 million civilians might suffer catastrophic consequences because of your attempt. And if you fail, you'll have no choice but to resort to the last resort, deploying mass destruction weapons in New York. By then, regardless of the economy or the resulting impact, do you know how many people will die? The two argued in the conference room, and the atmosphere became quite oppressive. As Nick continued to speak, Steve, who had initially been righteous, fell silent. In summary, this is the plan. Tomorrow you will be responsible for disabling the device and retrieving the Tesseract. Loki will be handled by Tony. Don't worry, although Tony is selfish, he has a reputation to uphold. Since he promised to help, he won't back out. That's settled, then meeting adjourned. After speaking, Nick stood up to leave. At that moment, Eddie weakly asked, Director, since there's a plan, why not act now? Hearing this, Nick paused, threw out a quick, "We'll act tomorrow morning," and rushed off without directly answering Eddie's question. If Tony would listen to him, he would also want to act now to resolve this matter as soon as possible. But Tony wasn't listening. Without his cooperation, any action would be futile, so it was better to wait until tomorrow morning. Time passed, and the night quickly flew by. This night would be unforgettable, with a massive space-time portal hanging in the sky that all the citizens of New York could see simply by looking up. Countless people were discussing this, with some even staying awake all night. The spectacle above New York City had already spread across the entire internet, shooting to the top of the trending topics. Thus, it was 7 in the morning. All residents around the Stark Tower had been evacuated, and the military had established a tight security perimeter. Nick, Steve, and the others had arrived early, waiting for the operation to commence. As time ticked away, yet Tony's figure was still absent, Steve and the others began to grow anxious. What's going on? Why hasn't that guy shown up yet? Director, do we still have to wait? Wait, Nick replied calmly. Compared to everyone's anxiety, he displayed a general's composure, showing no signs of panic. It wasn't that he wasn't anxious, it was just that he had done everything he could, and being anxious was pointless. Better to stay calm. Finally, as the clock struck 7:50, Steve could no longer sit still. He turned to Nick, saying, "That guy is definitely playing us. He won't come. Let me lead a team in while the portal hasn't opened." Steve volunteered for the mission. Nick frowned, but remained resolute, saying, "Continue waiting." After this statement, many nearly lost their composure. Yet seeing Nick's cold demeanor, they forced themselves to suppress their agitation. Although they often argued with Nick, his authority as director was always firmly established. Once he put on a serious face, Steve and the others dared not lose their tempers. Finally, 8 o'clock arrived, and a loud rumble echoed from the sky. Buzz. The sound waves spread far and wide, and the enormous space-time portal began to ripple, like water, fully stabilizing and ready to open. Seeing this scene, everyone forgot their frustrations and stood ready, intently watching the portal, eager to see what would emerge from behind it. At last, a beam of light pierced through the heavens, and the space-time portal completely opened, revealing a vast black starry sky on the other side. When everyone glimpsed the scene behind the portal, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Countless cosmic ships filled the vastness of the starry sky. On those ships, soldiers equipped with gear completely different from Earth's military began to cross the space-time portal and descend upon Earth. Observing them, everyone's expression grew grave. Their fears had been confirmed. Beyond the space-time portal was indeed an army. An extraterrestrial army. Taking a deep breath, Nick forcibly suppressed his shock and prepared to give orders. Just then, the sound of racing cars echoed from behind. Nick and the others instinctively turned to look, seeing a silver supercar drift smoothly to a stop behind them. Immediately, Tony, wearing sunglasses and with his hands in his pockets, strolled over nonchalantly. Seeing this, Nick felt a wave of relief wash over him, while Steve exploded in anger, charging toward Tony with a furious expression. "Bastard." Bang. With a loud crash, Steve was sent flying back at great speed, having been slapped back by Tony. Seeing this, everyone was immediately stunned, especially Banner. Although he had initially wanted to blow up as well, all he wanted now was to find a place to hide and avoid Tony's gaze.